Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301, Valentine's Day I. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. The next morning, James, along with Mizore, Mocha, Flora, Scathatch, Shuna, Mio, and Maria, was walking the streets of Kyoto. Like any other day, they headed out early to open the MMA club for the other members. "So, how have you been settling in as the new captain and vice-captain, Mocha and Mizore?" James asked curiously. "Well, without you there, things were a bit difficult at first," Mocha said with a wry smile. "Yeah, no one thought we were strong enough as girls," Mizore added. But with a few well-placed punches and a couple of submission holds, the doubters went pretty quiet, pretty quick. "More importantly, what are you two doing here?" Mocha asked, looking at James and Flora. "You haven't come with us to morning training since you retired from your positions." In response, Flora giggled. Meanwhile, James wore a helpless smile. "It's because she wanted to see me suffer," James said, pointing at Flora. "She knows that every girl in the club is going to give me chocolate. And she likes seeing my smile twitch as I smell all that disgusting substance. Seeing you suffer is only part of it," Flora said with a smile. "I still find it intriguing that you hate chocolate this much." Hearing that, Mio and Maria looked at each other with a bit of relief in their expressions. "It's a good thing Kaneko-chan told us about his hatred for chocolate," Maria said, whispering to Mio. "Yeah, it would have been awkward, otherwise," Mio replied in a whisper of her own. "So, when are you gonna give it to him?" Maria asked, continuing to whisper. "Lunch," Mio replied. "Good luck," Maria exclaimed in a whisper before hugging her half-sister. "Maria, let go of me," Mio exclaimed, causing the rest of the group to turn back and look at them curiously. "If you don't let go, this instant, I'll kill you 100 times." In response, instead of letting go, Maria began to laugh happily. Meanwhile, the rest of the group smiled at the siblings gently before turning around and continuing their walk. A moment later, Mizore approached Mocha and Shuna, and whispered into their ears. "Do you think she's gonna confess today?" Mizore asked. "I hope so," Mocha replied. "Everyone's getting tired of pretending they don't know how she feels. I think even James is about to make a move if she doesn't hurry up." Peeking at James, Mizore saw him smiling while he chatted with Flora and Scathatch. Then, she nodded her head in agreement. "Well, I just hope nothing gets in the way," Mizore said. "Stop raising flags," Shuna said. Immediately afterward, Mocha rapped her knuckles against Mizore's forehead. "Just wish her the best and mind your business," Mocha said with a smile. "Fine," Mizore said, rubbing the spot where Mocha hit her. A few minutes later, James and the girls arrived at the MMA hall. Using the key, Mocha unlocked the doors, and the rest of the group followed her inside. Then, after changing into their training gear, they all began to do a short workout. After a few more minutes, the other members of the club began to arrive in the training hall. While the boys acted normally, greeting everyone with some slight expectations to receive chocolate from Mizore, Mocha, Flora, Shuna, Mio, and Maria, they were not surprised or depressed when they did not. The girls, on the other hand, were surprised to see James in the training hall. As previously mentioned, neither he nor Flora had been attending morning training since they retired from their positions as captain and vice-captain, respectively. Running off to the locker room, after changing their clothes, they each left the locker room with either a small box or a decorative little bag. Then, with determination burning in their eyes, they approached James, who was hitting a heavy bag to Scathatch's direction. Seeing Scathatch, the girls stopped, their determination wavering. Instead of approaching boldly like they had planned, they stood and waited for Scathatch to leave. Unfortunately for them, there was no way that Scathatch would leave in the middle of a training session, regardless of whomever it might be waiting for James' attention. So, instead of stopping her instructions, Scathatch continued to bark out combinations while turning to glare at the girls. Scared by the intensity of the glare, the girls shuddered in place. A moment later, the most determined of the girls took a step forward and placed the box of chocolate she was carrying on the floor near the heavy bag before running away. Seeing that particular girl's bravery, the rest of the girls were enlightened and followed the first girl's example. They also left their packages of chocolate near the heavy bag before going to do their own morning training. Meanwhile, Flora watched this exchange with a smile on her face. And when she saw James' eyebrows twitching because of the chocolate scent, she had to hold back laughter. A while later, the morning training was over, and James was holding a large bag filled with chocolate as the group left the training hall. "I don't know why I even agreed to come to morning training," James said with an uncomfortable expression on his face. "At least they didn't ask you to try the chocolate," Maria said. I can imagine that would not have ended well. I would have probably hurt some feelings. James said. There's no way I'm willingly eating chocolate. A few minutes later, as they continued to chat, the group made it inside the school building and to the shoe lockers. When James opened his shoe locker, another pile of chocolates fell out, causing his eyebrow to twitch much more violently than before. I hate Valentine's Day. James said while looking at the chocolate on the floor with lifeless eyes. If the boys who don't get any chocolate heard you, they would curse you to death. Ria said, coming along with Akino, Sona, Tsubaki, and Rhea. Meaning, nothing would change. James said with a shrug and a smile. They already curse me for hanging out with all the hottest girls in school, right? Hearing that, Rias, Sona, Akino, and Flora began to smile brightly. Even Tsubaki and Rhea smiled at James' compliment. There are no girls that don't like to be told they are beautiful, after all. After changing shoes, the group of 7 said their goodbyes to their underclassmen and made their way to their classroom. Naturally, when they entered, they drew a lot of attention. While the boys stared at the girls in the group hopefully, they glared at James, perceiving him to be a winner at life, which he was. The girls, on the other hand, stared at James with such intensity that he might be set ablaze if he was not careful. And as he moved toward his desk, so did their gazes. Eventually, when he reached his desk, James noticed that his desk was filled with more chocolate, causing him to groan internally. Naturally, Flora found this both interesting and hilarious. But everyone else felt a little sorry for James' plight. After transferring the chocolate in his desk into the bag he was carrying, James took a seat at his desk, looking visibly tired. Before James could get himself together again, however, he felt his smartphone vibrate in his pocket. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, James noticed that he had received a text. From Mio. James asked himself after seeing the sender. We just separated a few minutes ago, though. Opening the text, James read the message and was surprised. Mio, can we have lunch together today? Is she finally going to make her move? James thought to himself. With the message read and smiling gently, James began to type his reply. James, sure. I don't mind. Mio, okay, I'll wait for you on the roof. James, okay, see you at lunch. Mio, if you're late, I'll kill you 100 times. Seeing Mio's last message, James' smile widened. Then, he put his phone back in his pocket after setting it to vibrate. A moment later, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom to start class. A few hours later, after a few relaxed classes, the bell signifying the beginning of the lunch break rang. Picking up his lunch, James made his way toward the classroom's exit. Where are you going? Rias asked curiously. He's probably going to see Mio. Flora said with a smile. She's probably gonna finally make her move. Hearing that, Rias felt a bit complicated. At first, she had no issue with Mio pursuing James. However, after Venelana started pursuing him, she felt a bit uncomfortable with her cousin doing the same. However, there really was nothing she could do about it. If James accepted her, she either had to deal with it or break up with him. And there was no way the latter was even considered. Flora's right. James said with a smile. She texted me and asked me to have lunch with her on the roof today. With that, James exited the classroom and made his way to the rooftop. When he arrived, he noticed that there were a few couples having lunch together. But it was clear that they were not paying anyone around them any mind. After scanning the roof for a few seconds, James found Mio, sitting in the corner, alone. Naturally, after spotting her, James made his way over to her. I'm not late, am I? James asked as he neared Mio. Lucky for you, you're not. Mio replied with a smile, before looking away with a blush on her face. Smiling at the younger girl, James sat down next to Mio and opened his lunchbox. After seeing James ready to eat, Mio also opened her own lunchbox. Taking a peek at James' lunch, Mio did not know what to think of what she saw. Are those mini burritos? Mio asked in confusion. Yeah. James replied with a wry smile on his face. Then, with a shrug, he continued. Mom felt like making my lunch today. And this is what she came up with. I see. Mio said. Auntie Leona can be a bit random. Haha. Yeah. James said, not wanting to talk bad about his mother. With that, the two fell into silence. Luckily, this silence was not awkward. Instead, it was rather comfortable. However, this is not what Mio wanted when she asked James to the rooftop. Unfortunately, due to her personality, she found it hard to honestly tell people how she felt. Meanwhile, peeking through the roof's entrance, Kaneko, Ravel, Maria, and Cocoa were spying on the two's little lunch date. Hey, Alley Cat. Ravel said while watching James and Mio eat together in silence. What is it, fried chicken girl? Kaneko snapped back. Aren't you jealous that Mio will get to be with James before you? Ravel asked curiously. Not really. Kaneko said, shaking her head. He already said he would accept me. But he wanted me to focus on getting used to my powers. But that should be done soon, I can feel it. Hey, be quiet. Maria said, I think Mio's gonna make her move. With that, Kaneko and Ravel's conversation came to an end as all four girls watched James and Mio with laser focus. Back with Jazz and Mio, Mio had finally decided to do something, since she did not want to miss this opportunity. So, she put down her chopsticks and reached down beside her. Out of James' view, there was a small gift bag. And inside that bag was the caramel-covered cream puffs she decided to buy yesterday. Naturally, this drew James' attention to the bag as well. But before he could say anything about it, Mio shoved the bag in his face. Take it. Mio said with her face red and looking away from James. You bought this for me? James asked with a smile. No, I just bought too many and I didn't want. Mio began to say before she interrupted herself. Smack. Before she could finish her usual tsundere act, Mio smacked both her cheeks with force, drawing attention from everyone on the roof. That's not it. Mio said, shaking her head back and forth. I did buy it for you. Surprised that Mio did not just avoid the question like she usually does, James' eyes opened wide for a moment. However, he began to smile shortly after. Then, he looked at the little bag with curiosity. Can I open it? James asked. Yes. Mio replied. James then wasted no time opening the bag. When he did, he saw half a dozen cream puffs drizzled with caramel. They look great. James said before picking one up with his fingers and popping it in his mouth. They taste good, too. Thanks, Mio. At the genuine gratitude, Mio blushed while trying not to look away. After a few moments of silence, Mio took a deep breath and looked into James' eyes. That isn't just a friendship gift. Mio said with her face turning as red as her hair. I'm not sure if what I'm feeling is love. But I know that after taking me and Maria in and giving us a home, not to mention protecting us from the one who killed our father, I. James remained silent while Mio put her words in order. Meanwhile, Mio did not know how to say what she wanted to say. Because of that, she began getting frustrated and impatient. Then, after a few more moments struggling with her words, she snapped. I can't imagine living my life without you anymore. Mio shouted, not minding her surroundings due to her frustration. So, I want to be your girlfriend. Immediately, the whole roof fell silent. Even James, who was expecting this to happen, was caught off guard by the fact that Mio shouted her confession in public. However, before he could respond to her, someone on the roof spoke up. Say yes. One of the girls on the roof shouted. Yeah, accept her. Another girl shouted. After that, not only the girls but even the boys began encouraging James to accept Mio's confession. And Mio, after realizing that everyone heard her, tried her best to blush even harder as she hugged James and buried her face in his chest. At this point, Mio was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away. However, before she could implement that idea, she felt a hand on the top of her head. Then, that hand, one she was quite familiar with, began patting her head, calming her down in the process. I'd be happy to have you as my girlfriend, Mio. James said softly. Hearing James' reply, Mio raised her head, her face still red. When she looked at James' face, she saw him smiling brightly, causing her to smile subconsciously, as well. Just having him smile at me like that makes me smile too. Mio thought to herself. I guess I really am in love. Not that I'd tell him that, though. I mean, he should be the one to say it first, right? Chapter 302, Valentine's Day 2. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. While the students on the rooftop were cheering for James and Mio, Kaneko, Ravel, Maria, and Cocoa looked on with smiles. At the same time, however, it was clear that all their smiles were a bit stiff. You know, even though I'm happy for Mio, seeing her like this is making me irritated for some reason. Maria said, maintaining her strained smile. The other three nodded in agreement with Maria's statement. And they all, including Maria, knew why. They were envious. Kaneko and Ravel had been waiting for a chance to be with James for a while now. Meanwhile, although Maria and Cocoa were not so romantically interested in James, they had to admit that being his girlfriend would not be so bad. James Senpai finally has a girlfriend. One of the girls on the roof said, finally realizing the weight of the situation. That situation pulled the four girls from the envy. Although they all knew that James had more than a few girlfriends, the students had no clue. To the public at large, James had been single since the first day of his first year. So, for him to get a girlfriend right before graduation, it was a pretty big deal. No, I don't like this. Kaneko said with a frown. Yeah, Mio is now his public girlfriend. Ravel said in agreement. More important than that, Maria said with worry in her tone. Maria's worried tone caused the other three girls to look at her in confusion. What's wrong, Maria? Cocoa asked in curiosity. What will the other girls think when they realize that Mio is James' niece's public girlfriend? Maria asked with trepidation. I'm sure it will be fine, Ravel said. They won't make a fuss about it, right? Most of them won't, Kaneko said, shaking her head. But Bucho. Thinking of Rias, the other three girls were confused. None of them were around when Rias was at her worst when it comes to her possessiveness. But Kaneko remembered the day when she slapped James almost 4 years ago. I'm sure James will do something, Cocoa said. He's good at coaxing them, after all. I hope you're right, Kaneko said nervously. A few minutes later, the uproar on the roof died down and Mio, wearing a bright smile, made her way off the roof. Seeing Mio coming their way, the other 4 girls hurried away from the door and rushed back to their classroom. James, on the other hand, sat on the roof for a little bit longer to eat the rest of the caramel-covered cream puffs. Unlike what Kaneko was concerned about, James was not worried about Rias going on a rampage due to Mio being seen as his public girlfriend. Over the years, all his girls had already considered that only one of them could be his public girlfriend. So, they were prepared for the eventuality that someone else would take that role. Well, I better head back, James said, dusting the crumbs off his hands. I never thought Mio would be my public girlfriend, though. After that, James picked up his lunchbox and started walking back to his classroom. Then, after a few minutes, he was back at his desk with his lunchbox back in his bag. After he put his bag away, the other devils approached. So, how did it go? Flora asked with a smile. Pretty good, all things considered, James said with a chuckle. What is that supposed to mean? Rias asked. Well, James said, beginning to explain his lunch with Mio. As he explained, Rias, Sona, and Aquino fidgeted a bit. Although they were prepared for this possibility, it did not make it any less uncomfortable knowing that they were not James' public girlfriend in the human world. Still, Sona and Rias were easily pacified as they knew that they were first in the running for James' first wife. The first wife position is mine, Rias and Sona thought at the same time. Shortly after that, the bell signifying the end of the lunch break rang and the rest of the day went by smoothly. After the final bell, all the first and second-year supernatural beings went to participate in their club activities. Meanwhile, the third years made their way back to the mansion. While they were on their way home, all 6 girls pulled out caramel treats of some kind from their bags and handed them to James with a smile. Naturally, Tsubaki and Reyes were friendship gifts, though. Then, with a big smile, James thanked them all while giving Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Flora a kiss each. After a 20-minute walk, the group arrived at the mansion and entered quickly. As soon as they did, Tsubaki split up from the group to find Siyu Chulin, while Rhea ran off to finish preparing to give Yuto her chocolate. Well, we probably won't see Lancer and Tsubaki for the rest of the night, James said with a knowing smile. But still, sometimes I think Yuto is asexual. I mean, he's got 3 beautiful girls all over him and he shows no interest at all. While everyone else chuckled at James' little joke, Sona wore a somewhat conflicted expression. The 3 girls, Rhea, Momo, and Tsubasa, were all members of her peerage. And for the better part of 3 years, Rhea has been trying to get Yuto's attention, while Momo and Tsubasa have been interested in him since the first day of their first year. A few moments later, after changing their shoes, the group of 5 entered the living room. When they did, they were surprised to see Zest kneeling in front of the door. Good evening, young Master James, Zest said in her usual tone. Would you like dinner, or a bath, or maybe, me? Seeing that, the girls began to giggle quietly. Meanwhile, James began rubbing his temples. Then, he looked around the room and saw his mother, Venelana, Grafia, Irene, Evangeline, Kalua, Acua, and Urza watching the spectacle. I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to this question, James said in a tired tone. But who was it that put her up to this? It was me, Sheila said, walking into the living room from another entrance. Wasn't it great? Oh, wasn't expecting to see you here, Sheila, James said in surprise with a smile on his face. It's good to see you again. Yup, Sheila replied with a smile. Leona told me that you would have a bunch of chocolate that you weren't gonna eat. So, I came over to get my fix. I see, James said with a nod. A moment later, James held out his hand with the bag of chocolate. Then, the bag disappeared. In its place was a bag holding caramel treats while Leona was holding the bag filled with chocolate. Each one had a card that let James know who it was from, and he thanked all the ladies present. Meanwhile, Rias eyed her mother suspiciously. What are you planning, mother? Rias asked, suspicion filling her tone. That was way too tame compared to the way you've been acting recently. Calm down, Rias. Vanillana said with a smile. I'm not trying to seduce him every waking hour, you know. Though she did not respond, Rias kept her eye on Vanillana and was even more suspicious of the caramel that James received from her. The next few hours were spent simply chatting and having a good time. Then, the other high school students began to arrive at the mansion. And like the others, they all gave James and the other males of the mansion caramel or chocolate. Before sitting down for dinner with everyone in the mansion. But before they could eat, a teleportation circle appeared in the dining room. A moment later, Yasaka and Kunu appeared before the magic circle vanished. Happy Valentine's Day. Kunu shouted and rushed at James to give him a hug. Hey, Kunu. James said, accepting Kunu's hug with a smile. I'm glad you could come by. Smiling happily, Kunu hugged James even more tightly. Then, James lifted Kunu and made his way toward Yasaka. Wrapping his free arm around her, James leaned in for a kiss. It's good to see you too, Yasaka. James said after a short, yet loving kiss. You too, James. Yasaka said with a smile. And happy Valentine's Day. Yasaka then pulled a small bag from her kimono sleeve and put it in James' pocket. Then, they took their seats around the table. After a nice Japanese-style dinner, James' girlfriends all left to take a bath. Meanwhile, James sat with the rest of the mansion's residents and chatted happily. However, before everyone could get too comfortable, Cheyenne entered the room with a plate of chocolate cookies. Immediately, everyone recoiled in fear. Damn it, when did she have time to make those? Leona asked, scared out of her mind. I made sure to keep her busy with running errands all day so she wouldn't have time to make anything. I don't know, but I'm really scared. Vanillana said. That smile she's wearing is absolutely terrifying when she's holding food that she cooked. Mom, why are my hands and tails shaking? Kunu asked Yasaka with a pale face. It's because of your instincts. Yasaka said, feigning calm for her daughter. You should listen to them whenever they warn you. They will never deceive you. While the women were inching away from Cheyenne slowly, James was sitting relaxedly. Well, there's no way those are for me. James thought to himself as he looked at the cookies Cheyenne was carrying. Cheyenne is aware of my hatred for chocolate. So, I'll just enjoy the show. Unfortunately, James' thoughts could not be further from the truth. After scanning the room for a moment, Cheyenne's smile widened when she saw James, before she walked toward him at a brisk pace. Seeing that, James began to pale. As Cheyenne got closer, James' face grew paler proportionally. Shit, shit, shit. James screamed internally. Why would she bring chocolate cookies toward me? Doesn't she know I hate chocolate? What's going on? Happy Valentine's Day, James. Cheyenne said with a bright smile after stopping close enough that James could reach forward and grab a cookie. I know you don't like chocolate, but I tried to make something that even you would like. Although James wanted to deny her immediately, after seeing the anticipation in Cheyenne's eyes, he could not bring himself to do so. I see, thanks, Cheyenne. James said, not reaching out for one of the cookies. On the other hand, he tried his best to smile. Though his smile was only a step away from shedding tears. Here, please try one. Cheyenne said, not noticing the change in James' expression. Cheyenne then picked up one of the cookies and held it in front of James' mouth. Meanwhile, while the others watched this, they showed expressions of pity for James. James was too kind to his peerage to tell Cheyenne that he refused to eat her biologically weaponized cookies. And just as they expected, James closed his eyes and opened his mouth a moment later. Seeing James' invitation to feed him, Cheyenne smiled so brightly that the average human would be blinded. Then, she placed the cookie in James' mouth with love and care. Grimacing at the thought of eating chocolate, James bit down on the cookie and began to chew. A few moments later, James swallowed and his eyes shot open in surprise. James was not the only one who was surprised, though. Everyone who watched the spectacle was surprised, too, for two reasons. First, James did not begin frowning in disgust when he ate the chocolate cookies. Even though they knew that he was trying to spare Cheyenne's feelings, he should have reacted negatively regardless after eating chocolate. Yet, he only opened his eyes wide in surprise. The second thing that surprised everyone was that James was still conscious. Usually, anyone who eats Cheyenne's food falls unconscious before they can even swallow it. Yet James seemed to be fine. These are actually really good, James said after swallowing the bite of the cookie in his mouth. However, before anyone could react to that unbelievable evaluation, James collapsed with his eyes open and with that same pleasantly surprised facial expression on his face. Not noticing James' condition, Cheyenne began to jump around in bliss. He said it was good. Cheyenne shouted happily. James, I love you so much. Unlike Cheyenne, the others were terrified. Immediately, Irene lunged at James and placed her index and middle fingers on the side of his neck. Not feeling a pulse, she panicked even more. Someone, go get Asia quickly. Irene shouted hysterically. He's not breathing, and his heart isn't beating. Hurry. After that, the entire mansion went crazy. In less than a minute, Asia and Shuna were both treating James with anxiety. Eventually, after another minute, James was brought back from the brink of death. However, he remained unconscious for the next 8 hours. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was forbidden from cooking ever again. Naturally, she had mixed feelings about this. Although she felt terrible about almost killing James, she was exhilarated about James complimenting her cooking. Chapter 303, Off to the Dark Martial Arts Tournament. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. Waking up the next morning, James had no recollection of anything that happened after dinner. He did not remember eating Cheyenne's Valentine's Day cookie, nor did he remember the most shocking part of the evening, in his opinion, saying that something made of chocolate tasted good. Naturally, he also forgot the near-death. No. His life-after-death experience, too. Instead, he went to school like he usually did with the other residents of the mansion. Then, after the school day ended, he returned to the mansion. Upon stepping into the living room, he was told that Scathatch and Genkai asked him to meet with them in his art studio. When he arrived, Scathatch and Genkai were waiting for him in his art studio, the room in the mansion that has been recognized as James' office. So, you want to participate in the Dark Martial Arts Tournament? Scathatch asked. Yes, Master. James replied with a nod. Why? Scathatch asked without changing her expression. You are clearly too powerful for this tournament. For training. James replied solemnly. Like I told Master Genkai, I want to use the opportunity to train myself. With the right combination of runic seals, I could train both my demonic energy and physical body immensely. Also, with both my physical strength and demonic energy capped at a certain limit, I would be able to work on my techniques as well. Nodding in understanding, Scathatch looked into James' eyes. Before nodding once again. So, you saw through it, huh? James asked with a wry smile on his face. Yes, my disciple. Scathatch replied with a small smile. Not only do you wish to fight against people that are willing and more than happy to kill you with these restrictions, but you also want to make sure that Master Genkai's disciple remains alive at the end of all this. It would be nice if I could keep some secrets to myself, you know. James said with a wry smile. That said, I would only step in if Yusuke was really about to die. Other than that, I don't mind seeing him get the shit kicked out of him. It might even be funny to see. Meanwhile, Genkai looked at James with a bit of gratitude. Although James did not interact much with Yusuke, in fact, he had interacted much more with her due to their video game rivalry, she could tell he appreciated the work Yusuke put into his training. Even if he complained about it every step of the way. Well, I don't see an issue with it, Master Genkai. Scathatch said, turning to Genkai. What about you? I suppose it is fine. Genkai replied. I will be at the venue, as well. So, I think I can remind James before he steps in too early. Nodding in agreement, Scathatch stood up and approached James. Let us get the seals in place, then. Scathatch said, her right index finger glowing with the light of her demonic energy. I'll place a total of 3 seals on you. The first and second will lower your demonic energy output and physical strength to the beginning of the intermediate level of the high rank. And the third will lower your durability to the peak of high rank. With stats like those, I probably won't be challenged until we fight in the later rounds, right? James asked, even though he had an idea of how the tournament should play out. More or less. Genkai replied. But you shouldn't drop your guard. Those tournament organizers will do anything to see your team fail. Got it. James replied with a nod and a smile. With that, Scathatch continued applying the seal. However, partway through the seal's application, James felt like something was wrong. Master, why are you putting the seal on now? James asked curiously. The dark tournament doesn't start for what? 3 weeks, right? Looking to Genkai for confirmation, James returned his sight to Scathatch after receiving a nod in response. It's so that you can get used to the changes in your strength before the tournament starts. Scathatch said without changing her expression. Master, we both know that after all the training I've been through with you that 3 weeks is way more than enough time for adjustments. James said with a wry smile. Is this punishment for spending the day with Eileen in bed instead of training with you? I have no clue to what you could be referring. Scathatch said without making eye contact with James. Master, you're really quite cute. James said with a smile. Smack. Be silent. Scathatch said without changing her expression. Go down to the training room and begin familiarizing yourself with your strength. Yes, ma'am. James replied with a smile, not minding the slap he received upside the head. A moment later, as Scathatch was prepared to leave the art studio as well, Genkai stood up and walked to the door. She then stopped with her back to Scathatch. He's right, you know. Genkai said without turning around. You really are quite cute. After that, Genkai walked through the door, leaving Scathatch speechless for the first time in quite a while. With that, the next 3 weeks passed peacefully. Eventually, the day when James and Yusuke would meet the rest of the team and embark on their trip to Hanging Neck Island, where the Dark Martial Arts Tournament is held, arrived. Human World, Japan, unnamed port. Have they come here to be our late-night snacks? A demon with gray skin, long horns, and fangs asked while looking at the port's newest arrivals. Maybe they were invited to be entertainment before the tournament. A red-skinned demon with a long tail said. I mean, sharpening my claws on a human would be pretty fun. I'd rather make them into my slaves, a black-skinned demon with no irises said with a sadistic smile on his face. Standing in the direction where all the demons' gazes were focused were 3 young men. The first was a human teenager standing at 6 foot, approximate 1.83 m, tall with red-orange hair styled into a 1950s Elvis-style pompadour, high cheekbones, a sharp nose, narrow gray eyes, and a strong muscular build with wide shoulders wearing a blue jumper-style middle school uniform. The second was a handsome young man with bright green eyes and vibrant deep red hair that flowed down his back with 2 locks that draped over his shoulders. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, approximate 1.72 m, tall, he wore a white martial arts outfit with a pink sash tied at the left of his waist. The last of the 3 was a short man with tall, spiky, black hair and crimson red eyes standing at 4 feet 10 inches, approximate 1.47 m, tall, he has crimson red eyes and a lean muscular build. He wore a black cloak-like jacket with a white collar, black pants, and black boots that he tucked his pants into. On his waist, he wears a pair of white belts with a sword strapped to them on his back. And on his forehead, he wore a white headband. Where is Urameshi? If he doesn't hurry, we're gonna miss the boat. The tallest of the 3 said in irritation. What are we supposed to do if he doesn't show up? Will we get disqualified? If that happens, then I'll just kill everyone until they reinstate us. The shortest of the 3 replied. Have you ever wondered why you don't have any friends? Hi. The tallest boy replied to the shorter boy. Instead of responding, the shortest of the 3, hi, looked away, not even considering what the taller boy said. Geez. The tallest boy said, a bit of his nervousness shining through his annoyed expression. Why are all these demons looking at us like that? It feels like they'll attack us at any moment. No need to be nervous, Kawabara. The red-haired boy said in a gentle tone. You've grown a lot stronger. Yeah, that's right. Kawabara, the tallest of the 3, said with a bit more energy than before. But Kurama, you and Hai really put me through the ringer, though. Kawabara then began to shudder at the thought of the brutal training his 2 companions put him through over the last 3 months. But still, I wonder what kind of new tricks Urameshi learned. Kawabara wondered out loud. I wonder how much stronger he got. If he wasted this time, I'll just have to win this tournament by myself. Hai said, a dim glow lighting up the center of his white headband. You won't have to worry about that, Hai. Yusuke said, stepping into the area with a tall caramel skin-toned young man following him. You're finally here, Urameshi. Kawabara shouted. However, before Kawabara could approach, Hai unsheathed his sword, moved forward at blinding speed, and began swinging it in a flurry of deadly slashes at Yusuke. Naturally, Yusuke did not allow himself to be cut, dodging all the slashes with relative ease. Then, to end this little exchange, Yusuke stopped the sword by clamping it between his fingers and thumb. Damn, Hai, a simple hello would have been enough. Yusuke said with a smirk. At least you haven't been slacking, Hai said, pulling his sword away and sheathing it once again. Seriously, I could barely even follow them. Kawabara said with his eyes wide open. You should feel proud, Kawabara. Kurama said, patting Kawabara on the shoulder. It's an impressive feat to even follow speeds like that with your eyes. A moment later, everyone shifted their gazes to the young man who was walking alongside Yusuke when he arrived. The man, James, wore a black sleeveless shirt tucked into a pair of black martial arts pants with a white stripe on each leg, black shoes, and a dusk pink sash tied around his waist. Hey, Urameshi, is this our 5th member? Kawabara asked curiously. He's even taller than me, but he doesn't seem that strong. If that's what you think, then you need more training, you fool. Hai said harshly. This man is dangerous. Indeed. Kurama added. But I wonder why someone of your caliber would participate in this tournament on Yusuke's team. So, if I'm guessing right, Hai figured it out because of the eye hidden under that headband. James thought with a smile on his face. While Kurama probably relied on his experience. He's an old demon, after all. But still, I'm kinda surprised neither of them realized who I am. I guess outputting the aura of someone in the high rank makes people think that I couldn't be who I really am, huh? So, who are you? Hai asked, glaring at James. Trust me, if you knew, you would probably shit yourself, James said with a smile. For now, just call me Jay. Humph. Hai snorted. It doesn't matter who you are, the spirit detective and I will be enough to win this tournament. After saying that, Hai turned away and decided that any more speaking was pointless. You guys really don't need to worry about Jay, Yusuke said. He's crazy strong and definitely loyal. You can trust me on that. If you say so. Kawabara said, still looking at James with skepticism. He still doesn't look all that strong to me. Before the conversation could go on any longer, however, a large cruise ship pulled up to the port. Then, from the ship's PA system, a raspy voice could be heard. The ship to Hanging Neck Island has arrived. The raspy voice stated. If you're not on the ship in the next 2 minutes, consider yourselves disqualified. Heeding the voice's warning, everyone who had been waiting at the unnamed port made their way onto the ship's deck within the next 2 minutes. And in exactly 2 minutes, the ship pulled away from the port without another word. Then, the ship sailed off into the sea. Hanging Neck Island, that's a pretty ominous name for an island, don't you think? Kawabara asked, looking around the ship curiously. So, what are we supposed to do on this ship? Is there any entertainment? At that moment, a short, scruffy, male demon walked out from the ship's wheelhouse. The sound his peg leg made with every step he took drew the attention of everyone on the ship's deck. Good, it looks like there are no stragglers. The scruffy demon said once he noticed he had everyone's attention. Now, allow me to introduce the special event for tonight's voyage. Chapter 304, Brawling at Sea. Human World, Open Seas, Dark Tournament Cruise Ship. A few minutes before the announcement about the voyage's special event was made, James, Yusuke, Hai, Karama, and Kawabara were chatting. During that time, seeing that there was nothing going on, Yusuke decided to sit down against a wall and take a nap. In a matter of seconds, Yusuke was fast asleep. After the scruffy demon, who seemed to be the captain, made his announcement, a portion of the ship's deck near the center of the vessel rose above the ship's railings. A moment later, the raised portion split down the middle and began opening to either side of the ship. Then, a circular, stone, fighting ring rose from the ship's depths. Whoa! How do you hide something that big on a boat? Kawabara asked, in awe of what he had seen. I don't think that's what is important right now. Karama said, watching the demon he presumed to be the ship's captain. Like Karama, every demon on the ship was also watching the captain, waiting for what he had to say next. Since we have so many demons on board, we'll have to have a little preliminary match to pick one team among the many to participate in the tournament. The scruffy demon said with a wretched smile on his face. Hearing that, all the demons were excited. None of them would mind getting the chance to kill someone at the moment. As they waited to hear the rules, they all began cracking their knuckles or sharpening their claws in anticipation. Now, each team needs to pick out their strongest fighter. The scruffy demon said with a smile. Then, they'll fight in a free-for-all. The team with the last fighter standing goes on to the tournament. Immediately, the demons began to cheer. Hell yeah, after I kill everyone, I'll be famous. A green-skinned demon shouted in excitement. Haha, the spirit detective is mine. A demon with no face said with a violent aura emanating from him. Back off. An orange-skinned demon shouted in reply. The spirit detective is mine. So is that spot in the tournament. Wait, does that mean we have to fight in this preliminary fight, too? Kawabara asked. We were invited to the tournament as special guests, right? Those greedy humans who run this tournament don't care about that. Hai said disdainfully. As long as they can see us dead, they don't care about the rules. So, which of us should go up there? Karama asked. As the leader of the team, I think Urameshi should go. Kawabara said, approaching Yusuke, who was still asleep despite all the noise on the deck. Hey, Urameshi, wake up, it's time to fight. After reaching Yusuke's side, Kawabara shook him gently. Noticing that there was no response, Kawabara began shaking him more violently. Come on, Urameshi. Kawabara shouted. Now is not the time to be sleeping. Let the poor guy sleep. James said, patting Kawabara on his shoulder while wearing a wry smile. Both his master and mine put him through hell for the last 3 months. It's kind of a miracle that he even lived through it. Then, who do we send to fight? Kawabara questioned, letting go of Yusuke. Well, since we don't know anything about him, why don't we let him fight? Hai said, staring at James. Shrugging his shoulders, James materialized Okairu Sakura on his hip. Then, he began walking toward the ring at a casual pace. But what if he loses? Kawabara asked, a bit nervous. We'd be disqualified from the tournament, right? If that happens, we'll just kill every demon on the ship until we're the only ones left alive. Hai said, a dim glow shining through his headband. Yeah, you definitely don't have any friends, Hai. Kawabara said while inching away from the diminutive homicidal demon. Enough, we should watch so we know how strong he is. Kurama said, putting an end to the chatter. Meanwhile, James had just stepped onto the ring. Looking around, he saw that there were 14 demons grouped together. On top of that, they were all staring at him with murderous intent. Just like how it went in the anime. James thought to himself. Except, I'm replacing Genkai. Let's take care of the guy from the human team first. A blue-skinned demon with sharp claws suggested. Agreed. A gray-skinned ogre said in agreement. After that, we can decide among ourselves who will go to the tournament. After that, all the other demons agreed with the suggestion. Then, they increased their killing intent and slammed it down on James. Master hit me with more killing intent than this when I was 11. James said casually with a friendly smile on his face. Are you guys even trying? Did you skip dinner or something? Now, let the preliminary battle begin. The scruffy demon shouted before any more trash talk could be exchanged. Once the start signal was given, all the demons began rushing towards James. James, on the other hand, simply placed his hand on Okairu Sakura. A moment later, James turned around and walked back toward the rest of his team while all the demons stopped in place. Impressive. Hai said, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, his speed could even rival yours, Hai. Kurama agreed, nodding his head. Humph. Hai snorted in response. What are you two talking about? Kawabara asked in confusion. All he did was touch the handle of his sword then turn around. Before either Kurama or Hai could respond, 14 geysers of blood shot up from the demons' necks, sending their heads into the air. At the same time, James had returned to his team's side. It's been a long time since I wielded you, Okairu Sakura. James said, tapping the hilt of his katana. But you still feel so right in my hand. Holy cow. Kawabara exclaimed, I couldn't even see him move. Is he faster than Hai? He wishes. Hai said in a testy tone. If he only knew the half of it. James thought to himself without commenting. Meanwhile, the shock of seeing 14 demons decapitated simultaneously had just worn off the rest of the demons on the deck. Then, they all turned their attention toward Team Uramshi. Why do they look like they're ready to fight? Kawabara asked, taking his own fighting stance. I think they've stolen my idea. Hai said, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. We'll have to make them pay dearly for that. Indeed. Kurama said, pulling a rose from his sleeve. Smiling at the thought that he was living through his favorite arc of one of his favorite anime, James also readied himself for the coming fight. And just like that, the remaining 56 demons who were hoping to join the dark tournament rushed Team Uramshi. The first to engage was Hai. With his superior speed, he dismembered, disemboweled, and decapitated any demon that came within reach of his blade, without so much as a drop of blood landing on him. Kurama, holding his rose, also found himself in the sights of more than a few demons. However, after pumping his demonic energy into the rose, it turned into a, at least 15 feet, approximate 4.5 m, long, whip with rose thorns along its length. Then, with a flick of his wrist and a spin, Kurama slashed apart all the demons surrounding him. Using his magic power, or spirit energy, as he knew it, Kawabara created a glowing orange sword that he used to split the demons in half, both horizontally and vertically. Although he did not move as fast as Hai, nor were his techniques all that refined, Kawabara was still much more than any of these cannon fodder demons could handle. Then, there was James. Choosing not to use his sword, he casually walked among the crowd of demons. As he did, he flicked away any incoming attacks before punching or kicking through the chests of any who would attack him. By the time he had walked through the group of demons, all of them were laid out on Tay deck with a hole in their chest big enough that the other side could be seen clearly. It was natural, however, that things would not go as smoothly as Team Uramshi hoped. While James and the others were fighting the majority of the demons, a few of the smarter ones made their way toward the sleeping Yusuker. Since Yusuker went through master's training to sharpen his already impressive battle instincts, I wonder how he will handle 3 demons while he's asleep. James thought to himself with a smile. As the 3 demons drew near, Yusuker did not wake up, let alone twitch. So, after exchanging glances, all 3 demons smiled ruthlessly before plunging their sharp claws toward Yusuker's head, throat, and heart. Urameshi. Look out. Kawabara shouted, noticing the sneak attack at the last moment. Before any of the claws could come within an inch, approximate 2.5 centimeters, of Yusuker's skin, however, Yusuker's left arm shot up and parried the claw approaching his heart upward, causing the claws to impale the arm headed for his throat and throwing it off course to the side. Then, his right arm shot up and deflected the claw headed at his head into the heart of the demon, aiming for his throat. Not bad. James thought as he continued to watch. Can't you two hags let me sleep? Yusuke shouted at the top of his lungs. After that shout, Yusuke grabbed both of the still-living demons by their heads and smashed their heads together over and over. Oh good, Urameshi is awake now. Kawabara said in a relieved tone. No, you moron, he's still asleep. Hai said, approaching Kawabara. Huh, but he just. Kawabara began to retort. He stopped, however, when he saw what happened next. Eventually, both demons' skulls caved in. After they both died, Yusuke let go of them and slumped back down against the wall with his eyes closed. Did he do all that? In his sleep? Kawabara asked in disbelief. Apparently, he put quite the effort into his training. Kurama said, approaching Kawabara and Hai. It would seem, Yusuke might have put all our efforts to shame. If you only knew the half of it. James said, joining the other three. Mine and his master really put him through the ringer. Seriously, if I told you about it, you might really shit yourselves. We know who his master is. Hai said in a cold tone. But who is this master of yours? Ignoring Hai's attempt at intimidation, James smiled and began wagging his finger in front of Hai. No, 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 Hai. James said in a sing-song tone. If I told you that, that would ruin the surprise. Scowling in annoyance, Hai dropped the matter. Though, he swore that he would get the information he wanted, one way or another. Meanwhile, James continued to smile. I should find a way to convince Hai to join my peerage. James thought to himself. That juggin on Hai's forehead would be useful in finding rise of him. I mean, he used it to spy on his sister in the demon world from the human world, right? Meanwhile, the scruffy demon captaining the ship did not move from his place during the entire fight. However, once it was over, he turned around and returned to the ship's wheelhouse. It seems they are stronger than we expected. The scruffy demon said to himself. I'll have to report this to the organizers. Human world, Japan, Tokyo. In a certain apartment in a certain neighborhood, a teenage girl and a woman were forcing a second woman into a corner. Now, you two. There's no need to get violent, right? The second woman, a beautiful woman with cyan hair pulled into a ponytail and pink eyes, said while holding her hands out defensively. Botan. The teenage girl, a pretty girl with brown hair, styled in a bob, and reddish-brown eyes, shouted in an agitated tone. Where is Yusuke? And my baby brother? The other woman, a beautiful woman with long brown hair and brown eyes, questioned, her usual nonchalant facial expression nowhere to be seen. Neither Kazuma nor Yusuke have contacted either of us in months. These three were acquaintances of most of Team Uramshi. The cyan-haired woman, Botan, is a grim reaper who escaped from the underworld, not liking the way Hades handled things, and went to work for Spirit World. On top of that, she is Yusuke's assistant when he works as a spirit detective. The teenage girl, Yukimura Keiko, is a classmate and childhood friend of Yusuke. Just a normal human, she recently found out about the supernatural side of the world and has been worried about Yusuke ever since. The third woman, Kawabara Shizuru, is the older sister of Kawabara Kazuma. Or just Kawabara, as he is better known as. Like Keiko, she has been worried about her brother ever since he disappeared to train for the tournament. Well, you know. Botan said, dripping cold sweat due to the threatening atmosphere the two in front of her were exuding. Boys will be boys, right? Not my little brother. Shizuru said, taking a step forward. Now, tell us where Kazuma and Yusuke are. But I can't. Botan said, trying to back away before bumping into a wall. Botan, please. Keiko said, making puppy dog eyes. We're friends, right? At that, Botan started to buckle under the pressure. Botan. Both Keiko and Shizuru shouted. Ugh. Koenma is going to kill me for this. Botan said as she finally cracked under the pressure. Chapter 305, Meeting Team Rokuyukai. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After killing all the Dark Tournament hopefuls on the ship, the rest of the voyage was quite uneventful. On top of that, Yusuke still had not woken up. So, upon disembarking from the ship, Kawabara was forced to carry him on his back. Looking around the port after getting their feet on solid ground again, Kawabara, Kurama, and Hai were caught off guard by how decadent the surroundings were. Though, the latter two did not show it. Wow, I've never seen so many rich people in one place before. Kawabara said as he swiveled his head left and right, taking in the sights. Oh my, look at that country bumpkin. A well-dressed middle-aged man said after noticing Kawabara. He acts like he's never seen a tall building before. EW. He looks so poor. The gaudily dressed woman hanging from the man's arm said. What was that? Kawabara asked, as the couple had not been quiet. Be quiet. Hai said in annoyance. You're embarrassing yourself. Besides, there's no reason to pay attention to someone like that. James said with a smile. Half the diamonds on his watch are fake, anyway. Hearing that, the gaudily dressed woman looked at her companion in surprise. Is he telling the truth? The woman asked. Of course not. The middle-aged man refuted strongly. That brat has no idea what he's talking about. Oh, is that what you think? James asked with a smile. Then, he looked toward Kurama. Hey, Kurama, do you have a seed on you? Just a regular one. I do. Kurama replied, taking a seed from the inner pocket of his outfit. Receiving the seed from Kurama, James looked it over. Then, once he was satisfied, he nodded his head. Then, he used his fingers and flicked it at the middle-aged man's wrist. Crash. An instant later, exactly half of the diamonds on the middle-aged man's wrist shattered. The woman clinging onto him screamed in fear. Then, she separated from the middle-aged man and pointed her fingers at him. So, you're one of those poor bastards, too? The woman shrieked. The onlookers simply laughed. Meanwhile, James and the rest of Team Uramshi stopped paying them any more attention as they left the scene. Following the signs from the port, Team Uramshi was on their way to the hotel their team was supposed to stay at. Hey, Jay, how did you know that guy's diamonds were fake? Kawabara asked with curiosity. Are you a fool? Hai asked. It's clear he used his strength to break those diamonds. If I had given him a demonic plant seed, I would agree with you, Hai. Kurama said. But that was a simple hydrangea seed. No matter how much demonic energy it was covered in, it would have not been able to break a diamond. Kurama's right, you know. James said, smiling at Hai. And to answer your question, Kawabara, there are actually a few reasons. First of all, I'm richer than he is. Humph. Hai snorted in annoyance, interrupting James mid-sentence. Just a rich brat playing at being a fighter. You need to try harder, Hai. James said with a smile. That was a piss-poor attempt to get a rise out of me. Instead of bickering with the smiling James, Hai chose to remain silent and look away with a scowl on his face. Anyway, like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. James said, receiving a snort from Hai in response. On top of being richer than that guy, I also have a familiar who is utterly obsessed with treasures. So, I made it a point to understand as much as I can about jewelry. So, he's a devil. Kurama thought. The only beings with demonic energy other than demons. Also the only ones that use familiars. But who is he really? Hai's thoughts were quite similar to Kurama's. Meanwhile, Kawabara was more concerned with the first reason James gave. However, James never gave away more about his identity or about how rich he actually was, frustrating his three companions to no end. Eventually, the quintet arrived at the hotel. To their surprise, there was no issue getting their room key from the front desk. The issue came as they were entering the room. James, the last person to enter the suite that would serve as their accommodation. Just before stepping past the suite's threshold, he spun around at high speed, unsheathing Okairu Sakura in the process. When he stopped moving, his blade was resting on the shoulder of a demon who appeared to be a child. The demon who was following James and the others froze mid-step. He was surprised that anyone had even noticed him. Entering a room at the same time as its occupants was one of his favorite tricks to destabilize an opponent's confidence. However, not once had he ever been caught before. What's up, little guy? James asked with a smile. You lost. By this point, Hai and Kurama had noticed that something was wrong at the door to their suite. Meanwhile, Kawabara had gone into one of the bedrooms to lay Yusuke in one of the beds. So, he had yet to realize that there was an issue. Who are you? Kurama asked while approaching from behind James alongside Hai. When they arrived, they saw James holding his sword to the neck of a young boy with brown hair, black eyes, and 3 pink stars tattooed below his left eye, wearing a yellow long-sleeve shirt with a red sleeveless shirt over the yellow one, blue jeans, and white sneakers. I'm Rinku from Team Rokuyukai. The little boy, Rinku said, showing no signs of fear. I just came over to check out the competition. So, tomorrow's opponents? Hai asked. That's right. Rinku nodded. I wanted to see who our opponents would be. You special invitation teams are so lucky. You don't have to sit through that boring opening ceremony. Well. I guess that's probably because you're gonna die soon. Says the kid with a sword to his neck. James said with a smile. Rinku, what are you doing? An unfamiliar voice asked from down the hall. Oh, hi Ziru. Rinku said with a smile. I was just checking out the competition. Ziru, a tall, broad-shouldered, muscular demon with blonde hair wearing a dark blue t-shirt and white pants walked toward Team Uramshi's room with an annoyed expression on his face. Once he drew near, he finally moved his sight from Rinku to the sword resting against his neck. Then finally to the one holding it, James. If you plan to live long enough to participate in the tournament, remove your sword. Zero said in a tone that would not accept refusal. Yo, hi, remind me. James said, still not losing his smile. What's the rule about killing those who intrude into our room both unannounced and uninvited? We have the right to kill without question. Hi said with a smirk. I'm pretty sure we can kill those who interfere as well. You asked for it. Zero said, lunging at James with his hand outstretched. Avoiding Zero's outstretched hand, James stepped past him while waving his sword gracefully. Then, when he stepped behind Zero, he sheathed his sword. Okay, the show's over. James said, still maintaining his smile. Now, if you don't mind, we'd like to rest for the evening. Surprised that James did not injure them in the slightest, Zero and Rinku looked at each other in confusion. Then, they looked at James with the same expressions. Go away. James said before signaling them to leave with his hand. Shoo, shoo. Angered by James' casual dismissal, Zero scowled. However, he chose to leave in the end. Dragging Rinku along with him, he stormed off. After the two demons turned the corner and were no longer in sight, James turned around and walked back toward the open door to the suite. At the same time, Kawabara came out of Yusuke's room. Hey, guys, what's wrong? Kawabara asked, having not seen the confrontation. I felt something just now, but when I got here, you were just standing at the door. Oh, don't worry about it, Kawabara. James said with a smile. A couple of guys from the team will be fighting tomorrow showed up and wanted to scope us out. Why didn't you kill them? Hai asked. Because I didn't want to. James replied. They attacked you and you let them live. Hai said disdainfully. What kind of soft-hearted fool are you? With that, Hai turned around and returned to the room. Then, he chose one of the bedrooms as his own and shut the door behind him after entering. Geez. Kawabara said, watching the door Hai disappeared behind. Hai is even grumpier than usual. Don't take what Hai said to heart. Kurama said to James. He knows why you didn't kill them. He's just annoyed that he had no part to play in that exchange. Don't worry, it doesn't bother me. James said while shaking his head. Based on what Yusuke told me about him, if he had done something different, I would have been surprised. As Kurama said, Hai knew James had a reason for not killing Zero and Rinku. Although he would be fine, James did not want Team Uramshi to be disqualified for killing members of a rival team outside of the arena. In fact, had Hai been in the same position, he would have also let them live. Though the battle would have been much fiercer and Hai would have more than likely had a bit more trouble dealing with the two. Kurama thought. Anyway, why don't we sit back and relax? James said, entering the suite. A cup of tea sounds great right about now. Indeed. Kurama said, making his way over to the teapot in the room. Are you guys actually gonna drink what the organizers put in here? Kawabara asked in shock. What if they try to poison us? I doubt they would do that after we made it all the way here. Kurama said, filling the teapot up with water. Yeah, they could make more money if we died in the ring. James added. Yeah, well, I don't trust them. Kawabara said, reaching into his luggage. Then, he pulled out a can of coffee. I'll trust in the trusty old aluminum. Suit yourself. James replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Zero and Rinku were making their way back to Team Rokuyukai's lodgings. By now, the angry expression on Zero's face had disappeared, replaced by one of indifference. So, what do you think of them, Rinku? Zero asked without looking toward his companion. They didn't seem like anything special to me. Rinku replied, shrugging his shoulders. I mean, it was surprising that one guy noticed me. But other than that, they were nothing. If he hadn't caught us off guard, I'm sure we could have killed him easily. If that's what you think, then you're wrong. Zero said, his expression not changing. What do you mean, Zero? Rinku asked curiously. However, before Zero could respond, a thin red line appeared on both demons' necks. Then, a small amount of blood trickled out from the cuts. Naturally, both demons noticed the extremely shallow wounds. Raising their hands to their necks at nearly the same time, they were surprised to see blood on their fingers. Do you still think he was nothing special? Zero asked, clenching his fist. Instead of responding, Rinku continued looking at the blood on his fingers in a daze. He was letting us know that he could have killed us any time he wanted. Zero said through clenched teeth. And neither of us would have known how we died. Then, how are we supposed to win? Rinku asked, starting to feel a bit nervous. Calm down, Rinku. Zero said in a solemn tone. He can only fight in one round. So, as long as he matches up with one of our weaker members, we still have the chance to win the other rounds. Taking a moment to consider Zero's words, Rinku's nervousness faded away. Eventually, he began to smile like he usually does. That's right. Rinku said with newfound confidence. The rest of their team seem pretty weak. So, we should have no problem winning. Chapter 306, The Dark Tournament begins. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. The next day, in a large, stone stadium, all the seats were full, and the crowd's excitement could be felt throughout the stadium. In the middle of the stadium was a large circular fighting ring with a brown-haired woman standing in the middle. This brown-haired woman, Kyoto, the dark martial arts tournament's referee, wore a white and yellow sailor-type short-sleeved shirt with a blue ascot, a pink skirt, black leggings, and pink short boots. Also, from her rear end hung a tail the same color as her hair with white fur at its tip. Holding a microphone, she was addressing the crowd energetically. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for is finally here. Kyoto screamed into the microphone. The blood, the death, the carnage. In a few moments, it will all come crashing down in this ring. Are you ready? As Kyoto's voice reverberated through the stadium, the demons making up the majority of the audience went wild. Their screams nearly drowned out Kyoto's voice. Meanwhile, a group of 3 women were walking down one of the aisles, searching for seats. Are these demons? Keiko asked, looking around at all the strange humanoids in the stands. That's right. Botan replied with a nod. But be careful. Most of them would love nothing more than to devour humans like you two. I'd like to see them try. Shizuru said before taking a drag from a cigarette. I'll be sure to show them that humans aren't so easy to mess with. Oh really? A dark gray-skinned demon with ghastly green eyes said, standing up from its seat after hearing Shizuru's statement. Why don't you show me then? After speaking, the demon walked up to the group of 3 menacingly. Seeing him up close, the 3 women could see that he was over 8 feet, 2.4 meters tall. Then, when he was right in front of Shizuru, he opened his mouth wide, showing off his long sharp teeth and blood-red tongue. Before he could get any closer, Shizuru put out her cigarette on the demon's tongue. Arg. The demon screamed, letting his tongue hang out of his mouth, trying to cool off the burned spot. However, before he could feel any relief, Shizuru threw her cigarette butt down the demon's throat. Once again, caught off guard, the demon brought his hands to his throat while making a weird combination of screaming and choking noises. While suffering from pain and difficulty breathing, the demon made eye contact with Shizuru. Seeing the total indifference in her eyes, for the first time in his life, he felt fear for a human. Before long, he found himself running away. Both from fear of the human woman he just encountered and in hopes of finding a place to dislodge the cigarette butt stuck in his throat. Shizuru, that was amazing. Keiko said in awe. Yeah, remind me to never piss you off. Botan added. Yeah. Shizuru said nonchalantly, pulling out another cigarette. At the same time, another group of 3 women was watching what just happened. That woman is quite gallant. Urza said, impressed by what she witnessed. Is that them, Master Genkai? Irene asked, more of a confirmation than a question. Yes, the girl with short brown hair is the dimwit's little girlfriend. Genkai said with a nod. The blue-haired one is his assistant. And the one with long hair is Kawabara's older sister. I see. Irene said with a nod. Though the long-haired one doesn't have much in the way of magical power, her spiritual awareness seems to be off the charts. Yes, she's even more talented than her brother in that regard. Genkai added. Then, she stood up and waved at the 3 women looking for seats. Botan, over here. Master Genkai. Botan asked in disbelief. Seeing Genkai in the crowd, Botan was thoroughly surprised. Based on the speculations of Koenma, her superior, she expected that Genkai would hide her identity and participate in the tournament on Yusuke's team. Pulling Keiko and Shizuru along with her, Botan made her way over to Genkai. Then, the 3 took a seat next to them, after Urza put pressure on the demons sitting near them, causing those unfortunate demons to run away. Before Botan could barrage Genkai with questions, however, Kyoto's voice rang throughout the stadium again. Now, let's welcome the competitors for our first match. Kyoto shouted excited.ly. First, one of the most popular teams in this year's tournament, Team Rokuyukai. Yeah. Team Rokuyukai. Many demons in the crowd cheered. Rinku. I love you. A female demon shouted with lust in her tone. Ziru. Show them you're the strongest. A male demon shouted excitedly. With that, the 5 members of Team Rokuyukai entered the stadium. While Rinku was waving to the fans, the rest of the team walked calmly toward the ring. These people love us. Rinku said happily. Then, he blew a kiss to a particularly attractive female demon. stay focused, Rinku. Zero said coldly. I don't want to see you losing due to overconfidence. Yeah, I know. Rinku said, some of the wind taken out of his sails. Meanwhile, up in one of the VIP booths, 3 men were seated together watching the match. The first, Gandawara Sakizo, was a shady-looking middle-aged man wearing a green suit with black hair parted on the left and combed to the right. The second, Sakio, was an extremely handsome man in his late 20s or early 30s wearing a black suit with long, slicked back, black hair and a few bangs that cover the left side of his forehead and scars that go from his forehead to his cheek over both eyes. The third, the younger of the Toguro brothers, and the one who delivered the invitation to participate in the tournament to Yusuke, wore a pair of sunglasses and a green trench coat, and had black hair. Look at that, Sakio. Gandawara said with a smile. To win a tournament like this, a team needs overwhelming support from the crowd. And if I were a betting man, this is the kind of team I would bet my money on. Glancing at Gandawara from the corner of his eye, Sakio returned his sight to the ring. What good is crowd support if they aren't strong enough? Sakio asked nonchalantly. Then, he glanced at Toguro. Though Toguro was looking down at the stadium, he was not paying attention to the ring. Instead, his eyes were focused on Genkai, who was seated with 5 other women. Is something wrong, Toguro? Sakio asked curiously. No, nothing is wrong. Toguro replied, shifting his gaze away from Genkai. In fact, Toguro was so caught off guard that Genkai was not participating in the tournament on Yusuke's team that he did not even notice Irene and Urza sitting next to her. And now, for this year's special guests, Team Uramshi. Kyoto shouted as Team Rokuyukai arrived at the side of the ring. From the opposite entrance to the stadium, James, Hai, Karama, and Kawabara with Yusuke on his back entered the stadium. However, the welcome they received was in stark contrast to that of Team Rokuyukai. Boo. The demons jeered. Kill the spirit detective. One demon shouted. Kill the humans. Another demon shouted. Wow, such a warm welcome. James said with a smile. That's all these weaklings can do. Hai said disdainfully. Though Karama did not comment, he was also not affected by the jeering from the crowd. How are you 3 so calm? Kawabara asked with amazement in his tone. Then, he looked at Yusuke. And how can he sleep with all this noise? Meanwhile, in the crowd, Keiko, Shizuru, and Boten were relieved to see that Yusuke and Kawabara were okay. However, Keiko and Boten found themselves annoyed and at a loss seeing Yusuke sleeping on Kawabara's back. Is Yusuke asleep? Keiko asked in confusion. How can he be sleeping at a time like this? Boten asked in an irritated tone. You shouldn't get so upset. Genkai said while looking away from the 2 irritated girls. His training was a bit more intense than usual for the last 3 months. Seeing Genkai's somewhat bashful expression, Keiko and Boten were curious what Yusuke went through during his training, Boten more than Keiko. Especially since Boten had met the hard-as-nails Genkai in the past. However, Boten shook her head and rushed toward the edge of the audience stands. Yusuke, what are you doing? Boten asked angrily. Now is not the time to be sleeping. Hearing Boten's voice, the members of Team Uramshi, minus Yusuke for obvious reasons, looked back. Oh, it's Boten. Kawabara said with a smile. However, when he saw the other women, more specifically his sister, near Boten, he paled immediately. My big sis is here, too. We're gonna have a nice, long talk when this is over, little brother. Shizuru said, cracking her knuckles. Boten is hotter than I expected in real life. James thought as he looked at Boten, who was wearing a yellow long-sleeved shirt and maroon overalls. And I can feel something special from Shizuru, is that because of her spiritual awareness? I wonder what she would become with demonic energy. Something to ponder over later, I guess. At the same time, Shizuru felt James' gaze, causing her to shift her attention toward him. Noticing Shizuru's attention change to someone she did not recognize, Keiko also looked in James' direction. Hey, Shizuru, do you know that guy? Keiko asked. She had seen and met Karama, Hai, and Kawabara before, but James was an unfamiliar face. You mean the black guy? Shizuru asked nonchalantly. No clue. But he's pretty good looking, though. He is. Keiko replied with a nod. However, her attention did not linger on James for long. Instead, she turned her attention back to Yusuke quickly. We don't have time for this. Hai said in an annoyed tone. Let's go. At Hai's urging, the team made their way to the ringside. Is that guy sleeping? Rinku asked. He must be quite confident to be sleeping in a situation like this. Xerus replied. Or maybe he's just an idiot. Before Zero could respond, Kudo's voice rang through the stadium. Now, would the team captains please come up to the ring to decide the match rules? Kudo said with a smile. Immediately, Zero jumped up onto the ring and began walking toward its center. We've got a little problem here, Kawabara said, looking at Yusuke who was hanging over his shoulder. Our captain is still asleep. Why don't you go, then? Kurama said. Me? Kawabara asked while pointing at his own nose. Sounds good to me. James added. Just hurry up. Hai barked. Okay. Kawabara said, leaning Yusuke against the side of the ring. After setting Yusuke down, Kawabara jumped up onto the stadium and walked towards Zero and Kudo. How would you gentlemen like to fight this round? Kudo asked curiously. It doesn't matter when they'll all be dead at the end. Zero said. How about fighting one-on-one, like men? Kawabara said in a serious tone. First team to win 3 fights is the winner. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Zero said before turning away. I hope you're not just blowing hot air. Kawabara said before turning away like Zero's. Hot air? Zero asked, turning around. I'll show you what heat feels like. A moment later, a line of fire, originating from Zero, lit up on the ring and headed for Kawabara. Kawabara, feeling the incoming heat, turned around and took a fighting stance. Oh, crap, did I make him mad? Kawabara thought to himself. However, before the flames reached him, they split and circled around him before continuing toward the edge of the ring, where Yusuke was sleeping. Then, once they reached the edge, they split again and lit up the edge of the ring, creating a wall of scorching hot flames around the ring. So, he's a fire demon. Hai said, narrowing his eyes. But his control is sloppy. While Kurama nodded in agreement, James just smiled. A moment later, the flames died down and Zero walked off the ring, returning to his team. Kawabara did the same, however, it was clear that he was a bit more determined. Maybe Rinku was right. Zero thought to himself, looking over his shoulder as he walked. Noticing that Yusuke did not react in the slightest, he continued his thought. He may really be just an idiot. Why did you see that fiery display? Kudo asked excitedly. Fireworks like those are the perfect way to start off the dark tournament. Now, the time is almost here. Teams, please send up your first fighters. Chapter 307, First Match, Kawabara vs. Rinku. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. In a hallway leading to one of the VIP viewing rooms, a handsome brown-haired teenager wearing a blue sleeveless shirt over a white long-sleeved shirt, brown pants, black shoes, a pink sash tied around his waist, and a pink cloak draped over his shoulders with a light blue pacifier in his mouth and a mark that read Junior in the space between his eyebrows. Following behind the teen was a tall, muscular, blue-skinned ogre with a horn on the top of his head and yellow-green hair on the sides and back of his head, with the top completely bald. Wearing a loincloth and carrying several bags of snacks in his arms, he was struggling to keep up with the teenager in front of him. Koenma, sir, could you please slow down? The ogre asked. It's hard to see over this mountain of snacks you ordered. Can it, ogre? The teenager, Koenma snapped. If we're late for the first match, I'm deducting the price for those snacks out of your next paycheck. It's not like you even give me paychecks. The ogre, who was simply referred to as ogre, grumbled as he struggled to follow along. Eventually, they arrived outside the door that led to Koenma's personal VIP room. Upon arrival, Koenma opened the door. Then, just before he walked through the now open door, he was engulfed by a cloud of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the handsome teenager was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a toddler wearing a blue robe, brown pants, a pink sash, black shoes, and a blue hat with pink accents and a mark that read Junior on it stood in his place. Ah, this feels much better. Koenma, in his true form, said before rushing into the room. That form takes up too much energy. Now, hurry up, ogre. And close the door behind you. Yes sir, ogre replied as he entered the room. Jumping up onto his seat, Koenma looked down on the stadium from high above. Luckily, he arrived just as Kudo asked the teams to select their first fighters. You're lucky we weren't late, ogre. Koenma said. Now, give me some of that grilled squid. And make it snappy. Meanwhile, down on the stadium floor, Rinku jumped onto the ring. While basking in the cheers of the audience, he kept his eye on who would be coming up from the opposing team. Rinku was confident that he could defeat anyone on the team other than the guy that stopped him last night. So, who's going up first? James asked with a smile. Why don't you go? Hai asked aggressively. Nah, he's too weak. James replied. I could have killed him whenever I wanted last night. So, fighting him head-on would be boring. Understanding where James was coming from, Hai dropped the matter. Instead, he and James, like Kurama, looked at Kawabara. You want me to go? Kawabara asked while pointing at his nose with his right index finger. Why not? Kurama asked. You'll get a chance to put all that training to use. And you better not lose after I went through the trouble of training you. Hai added. Okay. Kuwabara said, hopping up onto the ring a moment later. Seeing that James was not the one who would be fighting him, Rinku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then, as both fighters reached the center of the stage, Kyoto began introducing them. From Team Rokuyukai, Rinku. Kyoto said as she gestured toward the childlike demon. Then, she gestured toward Kuwabara and continued. And from Team Uramshi, Kuwabara. While the crowd cheered when Rinku was announced, they booed and called for Kuwabara's death. Making it quite clear who was the fan favorite. Instead of being intimidated, however, Kuwabara stood with his back straight while glaring at Rinku. Why don't you give up, kid? Kuwabara said. My honor won't allow me to beat up a child. If you think I'm a child, mister. Rinku said in a childish tone while bouncing on the tips of his toes. Then, why don't we play a little? Kuwabara, don't be deceived by his appearance. Kurama said calmly. That demon is much older than you are. Now, let the first match of the dark martial arts tournament begin. Kyoto said before running to the edge of the ring. An instant later, Rinku began zooming around the ring at high speed. In fact, he was moving so fast that there were several after images circling around Kuwabara. Meanwhile, Kuwabara did not move from where he started. Instead, he watched the movements in the ring like a hawk. What's wrong? Rinku asked, his voice echoing all over the ring. Am I too fast for you? At that moment, Rinku moved into attack. However, before his attack could connect, Kuwabara sidestepped the incoming kick and threw a right hook into Rinku's jaw, causing him to fly across the arena. A moment later, Rinku crashed into the ring and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. I'll admit you're fast, kid. Kuwabara said in a solemn tone. But compared to Hai, you might as well have been standing still. Just stay down, let someone else fight. Instead of talking, he should be rushing in to finish the job. Hai said with disappointment in his tone. Kuwabara's chivalry will get him killed. This is not the place for it. Agreeing with Hai, James and Kurama nodded their heads. Gore. Rinku growled as he stood back up to his feet. I'll show you. This time, instead of circling around Kuwabara, he rushed straight at him. Readying himself to strike Rinku again, Kuwabara pulled his fist back with a focused expression. Kuwabara knocked Rinku away several more times. Unfortunately, things would not continue to go his way for long. Throwing another punch, Kuwabara was ready to see Rinku fly away. Just as he had several times before. However, Kuwabara's punch never landed this time. The split second before it did, Rinku vanished from where he was running in a burst of speed. An instant later, he appeared in the air, behind Kuwabara's head with his leg cocked back. This is the end. Rinku said before throwing a devastating kick to the side of Kuwabara's head. Bang. Kuwabara's head was twisted to the side at high speed due to Rinku's kick. On top of that, he was launched through the air before crashing into the ring. With that kick, the demons in the crowd went wild. OMG. Did you hear that, people? Kyoto exclaimed excitedly. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I heard the sound of a neck snapping. Now, let me start the 10 count. 1. Ha. You could count to 100. Rinku said, waving at the cheering fans. The dummy's dead, I broke his neck. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Keiko and Boten were visibly worried about Kuwabara's current condition. Meanwhile, Shizuru smoked a cigarette calmly. Shizuru, how can you stay so calm? Keiko asked, worry evident in her tone. Aren't you worried about Kuwabara? He'll be fine. Shizuru replied nonchalantly. My baby bro is a lot tougher than that. 4. Kyoto counted. Smiling at the crowd, Rinku was caught off guard when he did not hear the next count after a while. So, with his eyes narrowed, he looked back at where Kuwabara fell. And when he saw Kuwabara stumbling back to his feet, he narrowed his eyes even further. Hey, kid, it looks like my neck is fine. Kuwabara said, stretching his neck. That's a pity. Rinku said in a noticeably more serious tone while reaching into the pouches on his waist with both hands. We'll have to do something about that. In the next moment, Rinku pulled his hands out of the pouches. When he did, he was holding 8 yo-yos between his fingers. Then, he threw all 8 of them down to the ground while the strings were wrapped around his fingers. A moment later, he pulled them all back up. These are the serpent yo-yos. Rinku said, letting the yo-yos strike the ground and spin in place for a few seconds. And like any serpent, they bite. When Rinku pulled the yo-yos up, there were 8 small pits left by the ring. If you think those little toys are gonna be enough to beat me, you got another thing coming. Kuwabara said, flourishing his arms before continuing. Spirit sword, double. Continuing to flourish his arms, Kuwabara summoned two of the glowing orange swords he used on the cruise ship, one in each hand. Now, let's go. Kuwabara said before rushing toward Rinku. Instead of backing off, however, Rinku simply flicked his wrists and fingers, sending the 8 yo-yos flying toward Kuwabara. Seeing the incoming attack, Kuwabara slashed at the yo-yo strings with the spirit sword in his left hand. Even if those yo-yos are special, without strings. What? Kuwabara began to say, before exclaiming in surprise. As Kuwabara's sword neared the yo-yo strings, the yo-yos moved in an irregular way, dodging the incoming slash. With all the erratic movements, the 8 yo-yos, which were all aimed at Kuwabara's chest, originally, ended up hitting him in several different spots around his body. Arg. Kuwabara grunted in pain. As he was thrown backward thanks to the blows he received. Are you stupid? Rinku asked, pulling back the yo-yos. Did you think I would use a simple kid's toy? These yo-yos allow me to add my demonic energy. So, I can control the strings to move just how I want them to. You trying to cut them with a sword is like trying to catch snakes barehanded. Oh yeah? Kuwabara asked, staggering back up to his feet. Well, if that's all you got, you'll never beat me. Narrowing his eyes in irritation, Rinku unleashed a bit of his bloodlust that could be felt by everyone on and around the ring. It seems that Rinku isn't happy with Kuwabara's insult. Kyoto said excitedly. It looks like things are about to get violent. Are you ready, people? Yeah. The demons in the crowd shouted fervently. Well, it looks like the crowd wants to see you get beat up. Rinku said, throwing his yo-yos at Kuwabara again. So, who am I to disagree? Instead of trying to attack head-on, Kuwabara began cutting into the ring. In an instant, Kuwabara dislodged one of the ring tiles. Then, he flipped it up, using it as a shield against Rinku's attack. Unfortunately, that was not enough to stop the serpent yo-yos as they ate right through the stone ring tiles. Backing away from the yo-yos that burst through the stone tile, Kuwabara raised several more. However, it was clear to everyone watching that Kuwabara was raising shields at a slower pace than Rinku's yo-yos could eat through them. Eventually, Kuwabara was struck in his torso by 4 of the yo-yos while the other 4 wrapped around his left wrist and ankle. Gah. Cough, Kuwabara grunted in pain while coughing up a mouthful of blood. During that short time, the 4 yo-yos that struck Kuwabara took the opportunity to wrap themselves around Kuwabara's other wrist and ankle. Haha, now that the warm-up is out of the way, let's start doing some tricks. Rinku exclaimed excitedly. For my first trick, around the world Q. Bang, bang, bang. With that, Rinku raised Kuwabara off the ring's surface. Then, he began swinging him around and slamming him into the ring repeatedly. For the next minute or so, Kuwabara was whipped around like a toy that Rinku was getting tired of playing with. Eventually, Rinku slammed Kuwabara into the ground one last time. Cough, is that all you got? Kuwabara asked, coughing up another mouthful of blood. What is wrong with this guy? Rinku asked, starting to sweat from the exertion. Is he battery-operated or something? A moment later, Rinku's eyes started to sparkle. I just had a great idea. Rinku said with a smile. And best of all, I won't have to do any work. Rinku then sent his demonic energy into his yo-yo strings. A moment later, they began raising Kuwabara off the ground. However, instead of swinging him around, Rinku continued raising Kuwabara higher and higher into the sky. Eventually, he was over 160 feet, approximate 50 m, up in the air. Higher than the highest point of the stadium. I don't like where this is headed. Kuwabara said nervously. Drop him, Rinku. A demon shouted excitedly. Drop him. Drop him. Drop him. The demons began to chant in unison. At the same time, Shizuru finally started to show a worried expression while Keiko was standing up in her seat, shouting at Yusuke. What are you doing, Yusuke? Keiko shouted. He's your friend, isn't he? Then hurry up and save him. Like Keiko, Boten was also fed up with Yusuke's sleeping. So, she rushed down onto the stadium grounds and began slapping Yusuke repeatedly. Wake up, Yusuke. Boten yelled as she rained down blows on Yusuke's face. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Uramshi simply watched Kuwabara. It looks like the fans want to drop. Rinku shouted loud enough for Kuwabara to hear. So, I gotta give my fans what they want. With that, Rinku unwrapped his yo-yo strings from around Kuwabara's wrists and ankles. Then, he let gravity do the rest. Falling toward the ring, Kuwabara began to gain speed. However, he was not panicking like everyone expected. You just made a big mistake, Rinku. Kuwabara shouted as he drew near to the ground. You never should have let me use my hands. Then, Kuwabara created another spirit sword. Get longer. Kuwabara shouted. With that, the sword in his hand grew in length, looking more like a vaulting pole than a sword. A pole that Kuwabara jammed into the ground. Bending under the force of Kuwabara's fall, the spirit sword slowed Kuwabara's descent. Eventually, just before Kuwabara struck the ground, he stopped completely with the spirit sword bent to an absurd degree. Now, let's finish this. Kuwabara shouted as he was launched toward Rinku. Man, you really are stupid. Rinku said with a sneer. Flying straight at me like that only makes it easier for me to hit you with all my yo-yos. So what? Kuwabara said with determination. As long as I can knock you out, it doesn't matter. Kuwabara then extended his right hand forward and created another spirit sword, aiming it directly at Rinku's chest and making it extend as fast as possible. You should have learned that stupid sword of yours is useless against me. Rinku said, diverting two of his yo-yos to intercept the sword that was lengthening quickly. Unfortunately for Rinku, before his yo-yos could stop the sword, it bent and swerved around the two yo-yos. It can bend? Rinku asked in disbelief. A moment later, both Kuwabara and Rinku were struck and thrown off the ring. Amazing, a double ring out. Kyoto exclaimed. I'll start the 10 count. Both fighters have to the count of 10 to return to the ring. Otherwise, this match will be declared a draw. 1. As soon as Kyoto started counting, Rinku began to stir. Then, by the time she reached the 4 count, he had returned to the ring. Damn it. Rinku said, crouching on the ring. I'm almost out of energy. And the rest will have to go to healing this wound. Using the rest of his demonic energy, Rinku began healing his injured torso. Meanwhile, Kuwabara had yet to stir at all, and Kyoto was already at 6. Get up, Kuwabara. Yusuke said, talking in his sleep. I know you're used to getting your ass kicked, but now is not the time to be lazy. 7. Kyoto counted. What did you say? Kuwabara shouted, jumping to his feet as if he had never been injured. I said 7, Kuwabara. Kyoto said in a confused tone. You have 3 counts to return to the ring or you lose. No, not you. Kuwabara shouted, running toward Yusuke. Then, he picked up his sleeping team captain by his collar. Say that again, Urameshi, I dare you. Don't pretend to be asleep, now. 8. Kyoto counted again. Hearing the count, Kuwabara dropped Yusuke. Remembering he had something more important to do, Kuwabara began to climb into the ring. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Rinku said, amazed that Kuwabara could even move. Then, he extended his right hand toward Kuwabara. I'm so over this. In the next moment, 4 yo-yos wrapped themselves around Kuwabara's legs and torso. What? Kuwabara shouted in surprise. 9. Kyoto said, continuing her count. No. Kuwabara said, struggling to free himself. The next few moments felt like an eternity to Kuwabara and the rest of the crowd. 10. Kyoto shouted. In despair, Kuwabara simply fell on his butt with a lifeless look in his eyes. With that, Rinku wins. And Team Rokuyukai takes the lead, 1-0. Kyoto announced, bringing an end to the first fight of this year's Dark Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 308, Team Uramshi Strikes Back. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. That match ended rather innocently. Irene said from her seat in the stands. Indeed, from what I've heard about this tournament, the outcomes are usually much more permanent. Urza said, nodding in agreement with her mother. Yes, that boy is lucky that he lived through his loss. Genkai said, adding her own opinion to the conversation. Damn it, that was a dirty move, you brat. Kuwabara shouted as Rinku released his yo-yos. Come on, let's go again. I'll show you what a real fight looks like. What is he doing? Shizuru said in exasperation. Acting like the middle school boy he is. Irene said, shaking her head. He really should just be glad he's still alive instead of picking a fight. Urza, Genkai, Keiko, and Shizuru nodded in agreement. Then, Keiko and Shizuru looked at Irene and Urza inquisitively. Excuse me, but I guess you are acquaintances of someone on Yusuke's team. Keiko asked to all 3 unfamiliar women. That's right. Irene replied with a nod before pointing at herself then gesturing to Urza as she continued. I'm Irene Belzarian. And this is my daughter, Urza. We are attendants of J. As she finished, Irene pointed a finger at James, who turned around when he noticed the eyes on him. Waving in return, James went back to watching Kuwabara continuously challenge Rinku with a smile on his face. And I'm Genkai, Yusuke's master. Genkai said in a bland tone. So, you taught him how to fight? Keiko asked curiously. You could say that. Genkai replied. And what do you mean by his attendance? Shizuru asked curiously. Explaining that James was not human. Irene went on to explain that he was a half-devil and the evil peace system that the devils use. Though they were interested, since neither Keiko nor Shizuru were too well versed in the supernatural, they did not fully understand Irene's abbreviated explanation. Go away. Rinku's shout interrupted the conversation. Looking back at the ring, they could see Rinku running away from Kuwabara and crouching down behind the rest of Team Rokuyukai. Then, he began healing H's injuries with all his concentration. Stop acting like an idiot. Hai said disdainfully. You should come back, Kuwabara. James said with a chuckle. You'll get another chance to fight and make up for that loss in the later rounds. Humph. Kuwabara snorted in Rinku's direction. Meet me behind the hotel later tonight, shrimp. As Kuwabara hopped off the ring and returned to the rest of his team, James could not help but shake his head. I'm glad I skipped middle school. James thought. If I went to school with people like him, I would have had to beat up a lot of people. While James was lost in his thoughts, Kudo made her way back to the center of the ring. Then, after raising the microphone to her mouth, she asked for the next fighters from each team to enter the ring. From Team Rokuyukai, a slender, bluish-gray-skinned, young-looking demon with a sinister smile, messy hair, and a broad forehead wearing a green trench coat, black pants, and black boots hopped onto the ring effortlessly. So, who's next? James asked, looking at Hai and Kurama. I'll go. Kurama said, hopping up onto the ring. When both fighters reached the center of the ring, Kudo raised the microphone to her mouth. Introducing the fighters for the second match. From Team Rokuyukai we have Roto. Kudo said, gesturing toward the sinisterly smiling demon, Roto. Then, she gestured toward Kurama before continuing. And from Team Uramshi, Kurama. Now, let the match begin. As Kudo finished, she immediately made her way to the edge of the ring. Meanwhile, Roto rushed forward throwing a barrage of punches and kicks at Kurama. Instead of retaliating, however, Kurama simply dodged all the incoming strikes. That dude is so outclassed. James said, feeling the difference in demonic energy reserves between Kurama and Roto. Indeed. Hai said with a nod. But Kurama has this annoying habit of needing to completely understand his opponent before making a move. I see. James replied with a nod. Although James commented on Kurama's strength, he knew that he was stronger than Roto just based on his knowledge of the Yu Yu Hakusho anime. But feeling the difference up close was something totally out of his expectations. In fact, other than himself and the sleeping Yusuke, Kurama was currently the strongest member of Team Uramshi. Until Hai starts gaining control of the Dragon of the Darkness Flame, that fact probably won't change. James thought, glancing at Hai before watching Kurama's match again. Meanwhile, Kurama was effortlessly avoiding the incoming attacks from Roto. After dodging another attack, Kurama counterattacked for the first time since the fight began. With a swift palm strike, Kurama sent Roto flying to the edge of the ring. You should just give up. Kurama said. There's no point in losing your life in a fight that you could never win. Are you sure about that, Minamino Shuichi? Roto asked in response with a sinister smile. Hearing that name, Kurama froze for a moment. However, his expression did not change. Kurama, originally known as Yoko Kurama, was an ancient fox demon. He specialized in breaking into high-security treasuries and getting away with valuable treasure without alerting the guards. However, on his last heist, he was betrayed and ended up severely injured. Escaping from the demon world to the human world, he hid himself inside the womb of a pregnant woman, inhabiting the body of her unborn child. Although it wasn't always so, Kurama grew to love his new human mother like a real mother. And he would even sacrifice his own life to ensure her health and happiness. In fact, that was how he originally met Yusuke, who stopped him from sacrificing his life, resulting in his mother being saved from the illness she was fighting. Seeing that Kurama was no longer moving, Roto's smile widened. Then, he reached into his trench coat and pulled out a small device with a red button. Right now, my brother is watching your human mother, Shuichi. Roto said maliciously. If I were to press this button, my brother would delight in ripping her head from her body. Immediately, Kurama's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile with Team Rokuyukai. Roto always uses the same trick. Rinku said, clearly not fond of Roto's strategy. Yes, and he always wins. Zero said nonchalantly. On Team Urameshi's side. That stupid cheater. Yusuke muttered in his sleep. Then, he shifted his head and spoke one more sentence. I hate him. Standing near Yusuke, Kuwabara and Boten looked at him in puzzlement. What is he talking about? Boten asked curiously. I have no idea. Kuwabara replied. Maybe he's having a bad dream. But more importantly, why did they stop fighting and start talking? I don't know. Boten said, sounding as confused as can be. Back in the ring, Roto smirked at Kurama who was standing still. Now, I want you to fold your hands behind your back and let me hit you until I'm satisfied. Roto said, his smile growing wider by the second. Doing as Roto said, Kurama clasped his hands behind his back while glaring at Roto with a disdainful look in his eyes. As Roto noticed Kurama's subservience, he began to laugh. Then, he walked toward Kurama with steady, confident steps. After arriving in striking range, he began punch 8ing Kurama in the face viciously with his left hand. Meanwhile, Kurama continued to glare at him without changing his expression. After receiving a beating for the next few minutes, Kurama eventually retaliated by throwing a pebble at Roto's wide forehead. Coming to stop, Roto held up the device he was holding in his right hand. Are you sure you want to do that? Roto asked. What if you startle me and I accidentally press the button? Now, put your hands back behind your back and let me beat you up. Once again following Roto's orders, Kurama received a beating for another 5 minutes. However, since his expression had not changed from the disdainful glare he had from the beginning, Roto grew irritated. Those eyes. Roto said, stopping his onslaught of punches. I hate those eyes. I hate the way you look at me. I can tell, you think that I'm the lowest of the low, don't you? Instead of answering, Kurama continued to glare at Roto with the same expression. Seeing this, Roto held out his left hand and a blade grew from his wrist, past his fingers and curved slightly at its tip. Maybe I should remove those eyes. Roto said in an irritated tone. Or even better, since you think I'm so low. Roto then raised his boot, a boot that appeared that it had not been cleaned in decades. Why don't you clean my boot? Lick it clean. Roto ordered. Then, he licked the blade on his left arm. Then when you're done, I'll cut off your head, sparing your wretched mother's life in return. Instead of following Roto's orders like he had been, Kurama continued to glare at Roto without moving in the slightest. No. Kurama said simply while brushing the dirt of his clothes. Ha. I knew it, you're no better than me. Roto said hysterically. You care more about your own life than that of your whore mother. Ha 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 ha. If you're going to press the button, then do it. Kurama said calmly. Are you testing me? Roto asked. Do you think I won't do it? Press the button. Kurama ordered. Fine, you asked for this. Roto said, raising the device over his head. However, after that, nothing happened. Roto stopped moving with his right thumb a short distance from the button. Wah. What's going on? Roto asked in terror. I can't move. I considered removing your right arm. Kurama said while walking toward the immobilized Roto. Then, he slapped the device out of Roto's hand before continuing. But the goal was to make sure that you were unable to press the button. So, making you immobile was good enough. How? Roto asked. I've sown the death plant seed in your body. Kurama replied. Once it has taken root, it takes over the host's body, killing them once it blooms. With that, Roto remembered the moment when Kurama hit him in the head with the pebble. He then remembered a slight sting that he felt on his chest at the same time. A sting that he had dismissed completely. Then, straining to look downward, he noticed a small hole in his chest. At the same time, he realized that his life was about to come to an end. Please don't kill me. Roto pleaded. I'm just a low-class demon, I don't know any better. You believe in mercy, right? Turning around and walking toward the edge of the ring, Kurama clasped his hands behind his back again. Before reaching the edge of the ring, however, Kurama looked over his shoulder, into Roto's eyes, and said one word. No. Kurama said coldly. In the next instant, a number of colorful flowers burst out of Roto's body and bloomed beautifully. Oh my god. Kyoto screamed into the microphone, causing Irene and Urza to wince in slight pain. That was the most beautiful death I've ever seen. And with that, Team Uramshi ties the score at 1-1. With that, the crowd began to boo fiercely. But Kurama ignored it all. Instead, he causally hopped off the ring and approached the rest of his team. You don't have to worry about the other demon, he disappeared when Roto died. Hi said when Kurama drew near. Nodding in response, Kurama did not speak on the matter. Ah, hi, you're such a tsundere. James said with a smile. You act like you don't care, but you really do. Hearing that, Kuwabara and Boten began to giggle while even Kurama had to look away to hide his smile. Meanwhile, it was clear to anyone who was watching that Hai was about to explode in anger. I'll kill you. Hai hissed through gritted teeth. However, before Hai could get too rowdy, Zero hopped onto the ring and began walking toward the center of the ring. Oh, it looks like Team Rokuyukai's captain is ready to fight. Kyoto said excitedly. And it looks like he's out for blood. This guy has been irritating me since last night. Hai said, hopping onto the ring as well. I'll teach him that I am not someone he can look down upon. Reaching the center of the ring, Hai wasted no time talking down to his much taller opponent. Your fire is strong, but your control is lacking. Hai said with his hands in his pockets. During your little ring of fire trick, you melted parts of the ring. But it was clear you were trying to leave the ring unharmed as an intimidation tactic. That won't matter once you're dead. Zero stated before falling silent. It looks like sparks are flying already. Kyoto said. Then, since both fighters are already in the ring, let the match begin. Like always, Kyoto ran toward the edge of the ring. However, before she could even get halfway there, Zero's half of the ring was engulfed in flames. Then, he quickly fired a fireball at Hai. To slow. Hai said, dodging the fireball effortlessly. We'll see how long you can keep that up. Zero said, launching several more fireballs at Hai. Just like the first one, however, Hai dodged them effortlessly. Noticing that all his attacks had no chance of hitting Hai, Zero stopped. Let me show you what real power looks like. Zero said, absorbing all the raging flames on his side of the ring into his body. A moment later, after all the flames were gone, Zero stood in place, with his skin turning completely red. Things are really heating up, literally. Kyoto shouted. After absorbing all those flames, Zero is glowing like a fire poker. This is the kind of power that implanting a fake I could never grant you. Zero said in a strong tone. An instant later, Zero vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, his sit was buried in Hai's abdomen with a cone of fire shooting out of his back. In both surprise and pain, Hai's eyes were open wide. Then, he was shot up into the sky and engulfed in flames a moment later. Humph. Zero snorted, turning away and walking toward his team. Too weak. Wow. Kyoto shouted excitedly. With moves like that, it's no wonder Team Rokuyukai is such a crowd favorite. Walking away with a smug expression on his face while the crowd cheered loudly, Zero eventually came to a stop when the sound of Hai's charred body hitting the ring was never heard. Indeed. Hai said, landing on the ring softly with a hole in his cloak-like jacket and the shirt he wore underneath it. In fact, he's so talented, I'm hesitant to go for the kill. Turning around, Zero saw Hai mostly unharmed as he pulled away his jacket and threw it to the side. How is this possible? Zero asked with a bit of trepidation in his tone. You made the mistake of insulting the Juggin. Hai said, the spot on his forehead hidden behind his headband glowing brightly. Although it may not be natural, it does have a mind of its own. And it hates any form of disrespect. In the next moment, Hai's headband burned away, exposing a third, glowing green eye with a glowing red scara. Now, allow me to show you the power I've been granted by the Juggin. Hai said in an ominous tone. I assume only my right arm will suffice. Holding out his right arm, Hai's Juggin eye began to glow even brighter. Then, a red-tinted, black flame flickered into existence over his right palm. Oh, hell. Those are the darkness flames. Zero said in terror. Those are the most dangerous flames from the depth of spirit world. Please, save me. Raising his right arm above his head, the darkness flames beckoned to burn more intensely. As they engulfed his hand, wrist, and half of his forearm, Hai's undershirt burned away like his headband had done previously. Dragon of the darkness flame. Hai said in a voice that reverberated throughout the entire stadium. Then, the dark flames on Hai's hand formed into the head of an eastern dragon. A moment later, the flames elongated and began to slither toward Zero, who was frozen in fear. Just before reaching Zero, the dragon had opened its jaws wide and swallowed Zero whole before rushing forward and slamming into the wall separating the ring area from the stands. After that, the darkness flames dissipated, leaving a human-shaped burn in its place, and Hai folded his arms behind his back. Then, he turned around and made his way back to his teammates. Winner of the third round, Hai. Kyoto shouted, shock evident in her tone. Meanwhile, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Chapter 309, The Results of Yusuke's Training. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Wow. Can I just say? Wow. Kyoto exclaimed after seeing Zero get turned into little more than a dark outline on the wall separating the crowd from the fighting area. Hai certainly showed us whose firepower was superior. As Kyoto spoke, Hai returned to the rest of Team Uramshi. Although he did not show anything on his face, it was obvious to anyone with a bit of experience that Hai would not be able to use his right arm for quite some time. Oh man, Hai could beat anyone with that last move. Kawabara said excitedly. However, a moment later, his countenance changed as his face paled after realizing what he had just said. Hai could beat anyone with that move. While Kawabara was dealing with his internal conflict, Hai hopped off the ring and drew near to his team. Is he still not awake? Hai asked, glancing at Yusuke in passing. Nope, he's still out like a light. James replied. Humph. Hai snorted. It's not like we even need him to win. Those two are even weaker than Rinku. Even the idiot could beat them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ring, Rinku and the last two living members of his team stood in shock. They never expected Zero to lose, let alone be taken out in one attack. Hey, Rinku. One of the remaining fighters on Team Rokuyukai said nervously. I think you should handle the last couple fights. Yeah, we're not gonna be any help against people that strong. The second demon said with fear. What? Rinku asked in a bewildered tone. However, instead of answering, the two fighters ran into the tunnel their team entered the stadium through. Hey, don't go. Rinku, who was still injured from his match with Kawabara, shouted in despair. Watching this, James could only shake his head. Since the round started, other than a few minor points of conversation, everything has gone just like the canon events I know. James thought to himself. Then, he let his gaze wander across the members of his team, and Boten, who had jumped down from the stands after Kawabara's fight. I hope that kid doesn't end up with abandonment issues after this. James said with a smile. Everyone on Team Uramshi's side could only look at James blankly. It was clear to all of them that he had yet to take the dark tournament seriously. And from the display he put on last night, it was easy to see why. Even so, there was one person present who did not know what he was capable of. Could you please take this seriously? Boten barked before realizing that she did not know James' name. Oh, you can call me Jay. James said with a smile. And to answer your question, no, I can't take this seriously. Team Rokuyukai is too weak. Though she was skeptical of that claim, Boten could only nod in understanding when she saw that no one from Team Uramshi refuted James' claim. She did notice that Hai snorted in annoyance, though. However, before she could ask any more questions, James' head snapped toward the entrance Team Rokuyukai entered through. With a big grin, James muttered to himself. Oh, it looks like someone strong is coming. James muttered. I'll wake up Yusuke now. Wait, you can wake up Uramshi? Kawabara questioned in a shocked tone. Why didn't you do it earlier then? Because you all needed to fight too. James replied nonchalantly with a shrug. Teamwork makes the dream work, and all that shit. While Kurama looked at James with a slight smile, Hai seemed even more annoyed. Meanwhile, Kawabara and Boten looked at James absent-mindedly. Ignoring the gazes, James walked over to Yusuke and crouched down. Then, he flared his killing intent, letting it wash over half of the stadium. Feeling the immense killing intent, Boten, Keiko, Shizuru, and most of the weaker demons nearly fainted. Then, the less experienced fighters in the crowd felt their breath hitch for a moment. Kawabara was part of this group. Finally, the more experienced fighters looked at James warily. Yusuke, if you don't wake up, Master's gonna take over your training for the next 3 days. James said threateningly into Yusuke's ear. Immediately after James' words fell, Yusuke's eyes sprung open. Then, he sat up straight. There's no way in hell I'm going through another one of that sadistic hag's training sessions. Yusuke shouted with conviction. Seeing Yusuke awake and full of life, everyone was curious to know who James' master was. However, James frowned at Yusuke's exclamation. Then, he smiled brightly and put a hand on Yusuke's shoulder. Feeling James' hand on his shoulder, Yusuke froze. With his eyes shaking, he turning his head to the side slowly. And when he saw James smile, Yusuke almost soiled his pants. What was that, Yusuke? James asked with a warm and friendly smile. Seeing that smile, Yusuke began to shudder. I didn't mean to call her that. Yusuke said, trying to distance himself from James' smile. Before James could intimidate Yusuke any further, James' head snapped in Team Rokuyukai's direction. His eyes were locked onto the tunnel. Then, he smiled when he heard the voice coming from the darkness of the tunnel. Crikey! A slurred voice shouted from inside Team Rokuyukai's entrance tunnel. Why is it so bright out here? Oh no, why is he here? Rinku said in a quivering voice. A moment later, a tall, well-built man with a blue mohawk and 2 ponytails that reached the middle of his back and a short and messy goatee and mustache, as well as a green line tattooed across the bridge of his nose and under his eyes, wearing a black tank top, olive green pants, black boots, and a red sash around his waist, drunkenly stumbled into the ring. Seeing that guy, I'm suddenly feeling a touch of home. Yusuke said while wiping a non-existent tear from his eye. Not paying attention to the confused glances from the spectators, the tall man made his way to the ring. Then, with great difficulty, he climbed into the ring before struggling to stand on his feet again. After making it to his feet once more, the man staggered toward Kyoto. When the man was close enough to speak, Kyoto immediately recoiled backward. The scent of alcohol the man was giving off from every pore almost intoxicated her from a distance. Hey Sheila. The drunk man said, getting uncomfortably close to Kyoto. You, please don't call me that. Kyoto said, recoiling back once again. The thing is, those 2 guys, the ones that just ran away, accidentally died back in the tunnel. The tallman said with a drunken smirk on his face. So, I'm wondering, how can their team continue this match? That guy is pretty good. James said with a smile, already knowing what happened to the two demons who ran away. Indeed. Hai replied. I barely even felt his demonic energy when he killed those two. Huh? What do you mean? Kawabara asked, confused by James and Hai's comments. Before anyone could answer Kawabara's question, however, Kudo waved away the alcohol smell and answered the men in the ring's question. Regardless of how many of their teammates die, only one substitute is allowed for each team. Kudo explained in a professional manner. Yeah. The men shouted, throwing his arms into the air. That means I can fight in this next round. Someone, get this drunk off stage. A random demon in the crowd shouted. Flying into an immediate rage, the drunk man charged in the direction that voice came from. Jumping into the stands, he began viciously beating the first demon he could get his hands on. I'm not a drunk. The men shouted. I'm Chu and I tried to make paper, but my hand got stuck on rock. It could happen to anyone. Meanwhile, as the tall man, Chu, got his point across using his fists, James patted Yusuke on the back. Okay, you go and fight him. James said with a smile. This should be a good warm-up after sleeping for so long. Sure. Yusuke said with a smile. I'm looking forward to beating someone up. Jumping into the ring, Yusuke approached its center. Then, when he arrived near Kudo, he shouted in Chu's direction. Come on, I've got an ass to kick. Yusuke shouted. I don't have the time to babysit a drunk. His expression changing into a stern expression, Chu grabbed a bottle of liquor from a nearby demon, then he returned to the ring in a burst of speed while chugging down the bottle's content. Hey, he stole my booze. A heavily intoxicated demon said before falling asleep. Once Chu was back in the ring, he finished off the bottle and tossed it out of the ring. Then, he sized up Yusuke. Don't disappoint me, boy. Chu said with a drunken smile. Seeing that both fighters were present, Kudo raised the microphone to her mouth. Fourth match of the first round, from Team Rokuyukai, Chu. Kudo said, gesturing to Chu before gesturing to Yusuke as well. And from Team Uramshi, Yusuke. Boo. The crowd jeered with hatred. Kill Yusuke. Kill Yusuke. Kill Yusuke. Well damn, I guess being a spirit detective is a good way to draw hate, huh? James asked nonchalantly. I've been helping Yusuke with his cases, though. Kawabara said in a frustrated tone. Why didn't they yell, kill me? Maybe because you lost. Hai said in a scathing tone. They didn't know that before the fight, though. Kawabara muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the stands. Master Genkai, what do you think of Yusuke's chances of winning? Irene asked. Hearing that question, Urza, Keiko, and Shizuru also turned their attention toward Genkai. Well, they are about equal in power. Genkai said without changing her stern expression. If he hadn't trained with a lot of you, it would probably be a tough fight. But after all the control training, not to mention how often he was forced to break his limits, it should be a cakewalk. Breaking his limits? Kiko asked in worry. What kind of training did he have to go through? It would be better if you did not ask, girl. Genkai said, shaking her head gently. Just know that it made him stronger. Now, let the match begin. Kudo shouted then ran away like usual. With that, Chu began to sway from left to right. A moment later, he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, Yusuke simply stood in place. Although it seemed as if he was not doing anything, Yusuke's eyes were darting from side to side quickly. Are you confused yet, kid? Chu asked in a solemn tone. I'm a practitioner of drunken boxing. So, my erratic moves make it hard for you to follow, got it? So basically, you just stagger around and pretend you know how to fight. Yusuke mocked. Are you even listening? Chu asked in an irritated tone. Snickering in response, Yusuke maintained his posture without shifting his position. However, after a short while, Yusuke made a quarter turn to his left and raised his left hand. Smack. To everyone's, except James, Genkai, Irene, and Urza, surprise Yusuke had caught a punch from Chu aimed at the back of his neck. Yeah, your movements are a bit disorienting. Yusuke said, tightening his fingers around Chu's right hand. But compared to the shit I went through over the last 3 months, you might as well be walking normally. Up until he began training with Scathatch, Yusuke's weakest aspect was his spiritual awareness. Something Scathatch helped Genkai to rectify rather quickly. For the first 2 weeks spent at the Alaverus estate, Yusuke did not sleep much. Why? Because he was always on guard from a sneak attack from either Scathatch or Genkai. Though Genkai's attacks hurt, Yusuke did not mind them much as they were not aiming to take his life. But scat hatch. Most of her sneak attacks would be fatal with a very small margin for error. Eventually, Yusuke learned to grasp his surroundings and the locations of all the beings who could harm him, even while asleep. That is the reason why no matter what Kawabara and Boten did, they could not wake him up. Because they were too weak to do any lasting damage. Without another word, Yusuke threw a devastating right hook into Chu's ribs, causing the demon to stagger back to with the sickening crunch of broken bones. Oh, thanks to Master's training, he is imbuing each strike with his spiritual energy. James said with a smile. Huh. Yusuke exclaimed, looking between his right fist and Chu's ribs repeatedly. And based on Yusuke's reaction, it's a subconscious reaction. James added after seeing Yusuke's reaction. Now, even I am starting to get curious about who your master is, J. Kurama said, glancing at James from the corner of his eye. In due time, my friend. In due time. James replied as his smile broadened. Humph. Hai snorted as he had done many times since he met James. I really will kill you if your master is not worth the wait and the games you are playing. Even if my master wasn't as great as I'm making them out to be, I doubt you'd kill me. James replied with the same facial expression on his face. And why would you think that? Hai asked menacingly. I'll tell you later. James said before ignoring Hai to watch the match. By now, Chu had recovered slightly from the pain of his cracked ribs. When he did, he reached into the waistband of his pants and pulled out a flask. So, it seems I wasn't drunk enough to go toe-to-toe with ya, huh, mate? Chu said, holding up his flask for Yusuke to see. This is Ogre Killer. Oh no, he's gonna do it. Rinku said, hiding his face behind his hands. Blah blah blah, just drink it. Yusuke said. It must be a strong liquor. And drinking it will make you stronger, right? Annoyed that his explanation was interrupted, Chu frowned at Yusuke. Meanwhile, Kyoto explained just how strong Ogre Killer was to the crowd and anyone who was unaware. Then, Chu uncapped his flask and began chugging down its contents. With every gulp, an alcohol-induced flush appeared on all of his exposed skin, and Yusuke could feel Chu's power growing. And he finally understood why James had him fight this guy. A few moments later, Chu's power level began to plateau. Then, with a proud expression on his face, he ran over to the edge of the ring and began puking up the contents of his stomach. Ugh. I knew this would happen. Rinku said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Are you okay? Kyoto asked, rubbing Chu's back while lowering her microphone. Thanks, love. Chu said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. You have a really pretty tail, love. Really? Kyoto brightened up at the compliment. Are you gonna fight or flirt? Yusuke said from his starting spot. Like I said, I don't have the time to babysit a drunk. So, I can leave you to her if you want. Hearing that, Chu's eyes narrowed. Then, he stood up and turned to face Yusuke. At a much higher speed than before, Chu rushed toward Yusuke. Then, he threw a barrage of punches that Yusuke was unable to catch as easily as the first. However, he was able to parry and dodge them without much issue. After throwing a much heavier punch than the others, Chu was able to force Yusuke back. Then, in the brief window he created for himself, Chu brought his two palms together and a glowing orange ball of demonic energy appeared between them. Oh, you can actually see drops of alcohol floating around inside that energy orb. Hai said in an intrigued tone from his place among the rest of Team Uramshi. Meanwhile, when Yusuke saw the energy orb forming, he dropped into a stance that some of the older demons and Koenma noticed immediately. That stance. Koenma said from his VIP room. So, he has mastered it. Toguro said with a broad grin on his face. At that moment, Chu threw the orb at Yusuke. To his surprise, however, Yusuke swatted the orb aside, causing it to explode among the demons in the stands. Then, he dashed forward and threw an uppercut into Chu's abdomen. Spirit Wave. Yusuke shouted just before the blow landed. When Yusuke's blow landed, an explosion of Yusuke's magic power or spirit energy was detonated, sending Chu high into the sky. A few moments later, he slammed into the ground outside of the ring next to Rinku, causing the childlike demon to jump in fear. Just as I thought, Yusuke is about as strong as he would have been during the fight with Jean in the anime. James thought while following Chu's flight path. But his energy control is much better. When Rinku looked at Chu, he was dumbfounded to find Chu alive and unconscious. He had never seen Chu beaten so easily before. In fact, he had never seen Chu lose before, at all. A moment later, after exclaiming excitedly and doing a little dance, Kyoto began her 10 count. And to no one's surprise, Chu did not manage to climb back into the ring. The winner of the match and round is Team Uramshi. Kyoto shouted into her microphone to a chorus of boos from the crowd. Chapter 310, After the Match. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After Kyoto's announcement, the crowd descended into angry boos and jeering. On top of that, some of them noticed that Chu was beginning to stir while Rinku stood next to him. "Kill that loser." An irate demon shouted from the crowd. "Neither of them deserves to live after losing to a human." Another demon shouted. Like that, all the demons shouted angrily. Even though he was stronger than all the demons in the stands, Kawabara, like Boten and Keiko, found themselves intimidated by the fervor all the demons were showing. "These demons are crazy," Kawabara muttered. "How can they ask for the deaths of their own kind? You make it sound like humans are any better." Hai said disdainfully. "Demons are much more savage than devils." James whispered to himself. "Shut up," Yusuke shouted, getting all the demons' attention in an instant. "Who the hell do you think you are? You spent the entire match insulting us and I've listened to all your clever trash talk, too. I'll do what I want and none of you can order me. And if you've got a problem with that, I dare you to say it to my face. Then, you can say it to my fist." Emphasizing his point, Yusuke raised his fist, and it began to glow with the blue light of his magic power or spiritual energy. This display silenced the crowd, immediately. After getting the result he wanted, Yusuke nodded his head. Then, he, James, Hai, Karama, Kawabara, and Boten began walking toward the tunnel Team Uramshi entered through. Meanwhile, back in the ring area, Chu was standing from the ground with difficulty. He and Rinku watched the back of Team Uramshi as they left the stadium while Chu smiled slightly. "Good on you, mate," Chu said, watching the tunnel until he could no longer see the silhouettes of Team Uramshi. "Well, I guess we should go, too," Irene said, standing from her seat among the stunned demons. Agreeing with Irene, Urza, Genkai, Keiko, and Shizuru all stood up. Then, as Urza released her pressure, the demons around them snapped back to their senses and made way for the group of 5 to pass unhindered. A few minutes later, Irene and the other ladies were out of the stadium. To no one's surprise, however, Team Uramshi and Boten were waiting for them outside the spectator entrance. However, when Yusuke saw Irene and Urza, they looked at Yusuke in surprise. "You didn't tell me any of your people were coming," Yusuke said in surprise. "Well, you didn't ask," James replied with a shrug. "And if you had been paying attention, you would have sensed them a long time ago." Instead of arguing with James, Yusuke looked away. Knowing that James was nearby, he had let his guard down quite a bit. Even though he was in hostile territory. "Remember, I'm not here to save you, Yusuke," James said sternly. "I'm only on your team so that I can train." "Yeah. I know," Yusuke said, annoyed that James had revealed his inner thoughts. "Yusuke!" Keiko shouted as she ran toward Yusuke. When she arrived, she wrapped her arms around her childhood friend. At the same time, Yusuke hugged her back subconsciously. It always looks like those two have a really good thing going on, Kawabara said wistfully. Then, he began to smile happily. "Just like me and Yukina." That's right, Kawabara still doesn't know that Yukina is Hai's younger sister. Boten thought to herself. I don't know why he wants to keep it a secret, but this is gonna get out sooner or later. Say a word, and you die. Hai's voice rang out in Boten's head. Hearing that voice, Boten began to shiver. Then, she glanced at Hai, who had replaced the headband covering his juggin. However, when she saw the glow shining through the headband, she almost passed out. This is bad. Boten thought to herself. Him being a telepath does not pair well with the fact that I'm a blabbermouth. Meanwhile, the rest of the ladies made their way over to the group. When they did, Irene and Urza took up positions near James while Shizuru started giving Kawabara, who was still losing himself in his fantasies about Yukina, a tongue lashing that might break a record or two. So, you two won the right to come on this trip, huh? James said, smiling at Irene and Urza. Just out of curiosity, how did you and the others decide who would be coming? Well, Lancer, Dante, and Lady had no desire to come in the first place, Irene said. Neither did Acua. Urza added. Right, she's so quiet I forgot about her, Irene said, nodding in agreement. After that, we played several games to decide. What games? James asked curiously. Mario Kart, Irene said with a slight smile. By the way, might I suggest that none of the girls ever get driver's licenses? Were they that bad? James asked with a smile. They were. Irene replied with a smile of her own. It's obvious that none of them have ever played racing games nor have they driven a car before. To be fair, there's Northwest need to drive, James said after a short bout of laughter. But wait, Mom has done both. A lot. So, how did she not win a spot for this trip? Hearing that question, Irene and Urza began to giggle. She was too busy laughing at how bad everyone was. Irene said. So, she could not concentrate on the race herself. Urza said, continuing from where her mother left off. Asterisk sigh asterisk that sounds like mom. James said with an exasperated smile on his face. If you kids are done catching up, I'd like to get back to the hotel. Genkai said, annoyed by all the demons staring at her with bloodlust. Cutting their conversations short, everyone made their way toward the hotel where Team Uramshi was staying. Luckily, the suite they were assigned to was big enough to accommodate all of them, thanks to Koenma, no doubt. Speaking of Koenma, he and Ogre were still in their VIP room, having yet to leave the stadium. Koenma, sir, is something wrong? Ogre asked curiously. The match is over, shouldn't we leave? Ignoring Ogre, Koenma stared at the ring, lost in his thoughts. Why is the newest Satan here? Koenma asked himself. I'll have to talk to him and find out his purpose. Koenma, sir. Ogre asked once again after not receiving a response to his first question. Shut up, Ogre. Koenma said in annoyance. Just pick me up and carry me home. I'm getting sleepy and I skipped my nap today. Yes, sir. Ogre replied in a dejected tone. On second thought, let's go to Yusuke's room. Koenma said, changing his mind. I just remembered that I have something to give him. Around an hour later, Team Uramshi and their acquaintances arrived at the hotel. Then, after Team Uramshi got cleaned up, they sat in the hotel suite's living room. Taking the time to get to know each other a little, they began chatting about everything and nothing all at the same time. Naturally, the exception to this friendly atmosphere was Hai, who was glaring at James, Irene, and Urza. Although James had his powers sealed, Irene and Urza did not. And with Irene at the minor god rank and Urza at the ultimate rank, Hai was feeling threatened. However, what really bothered him was that James made it clear that the two women were part of his peerage. Why are you hiding your true strength? Hai asked in irritation. What is your motive for participating in the Dark Tournament? I would like to know the answer to that question as well. A male voice said as the door to the suite opened. Looking toward the suite's entrance, Koenma, in his teenage form, and Ogre entered the suite. Who the hell are you? Yusuke said, taking a defensive position in front of Keiko. That really hurts, Yusuke. Koenma said, putting on a feigned expression of hurt and disappointment. How can you not recognize your boss? My boss? Yusuke asked, starting to chuckle. You're saying that you're Koenma? I'll admit the pacifier is a good touch. But there's no way. Koenma is a brat who has yet to finish teething. You're just too big. That's what she said. James said with a smile. To be Koenma. Yusuke continued his sentence before staring at James with a twitching eyebrow. Not only Yusuke, but everyone other than Irene, Urza, and Genkai stared at James at a loss. Asterisk sigh asterisk you all had better get used to jokes like this. Genkai said while shaking her head. Because no matter how much you want him to stop, he won't. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. James said with a smile. I feel physical pain when I hold it in for too long. Anyway. Koenma said, deciding he did not hear that basic sexual innuendo. Would you mind if I had a private conversation with you, Jay? Asterisk sigh asterisk I thought this conversation would happen later. James said, exhaling a bored sigh. Fine, let's go. Nodding his head, Koenma turned around and made his way to the door. Ogre, you stay here. Koenma ordered. Yes, sir. Ogre replied. You don't mind if I bring my queen with me, right? James asked as he stood up from his seat while gesturing at Irene. Not at all. Koenma replied. Then, shouldn't I go with you too, sir? Ogre asked in a worried tone. There's no need to worry, Ogre. Koenma said in response. It's part of devil culture to bring one's queen with them during important discussions. Finished speaking, Koenma walked out of the hotel suite. A moment later, James and Irene walked past the ogre to follow Koenma. As they did, James patted him on the shoulder. Seriously, there's no need to worry about Koenma's safety. James said with a smile. You wouldn't be able to protect him if we wanted to attack, anyway. Irene alone could kill everyone on the island in less than half a minute. Naturally, that did not alleviate the ogre's wariness. It left the others in the room, except for Urza, Genkai, and Yusuke, shocked. So, who is he? Hai asked as soon as James and Irene left the room. Sorry, Hai, but I can't tell you that. Yusuke said while shaking his head. Hearing Yusuke's refusal, Hai stared at him with even more intensity. Don't look at me like that. Yusuke said with a serious expression on his face. I won't tell you unless he says it's okay. Yes, I'd suggest you drop this matter until Jay decides to tell you on his own. Urza said seriously. Humph. Hai snorted in discontent. Meanwhile, Boten, Keiko, and Shizuru were sitting together and discussing the same topic. Boten, do you know who he really is? Keiko asked curiously. From what I can tell, he's really important. Shizuru said. I have a guess, but I don't think I want to say it. Boten said. If he is who I think he is, I'd rather keep it to myself. Boten, come on. Keiko said, shaking Boten by the shoulder. While Boten was trying her best to not disclose the information she knew, Koenma, James, and Irene arrived on the hotel's roof. Then, after staring at a smiling James with intensity, Koenma finally opened his mouth to speak 3 minutes later. Why would someone as prestigious as the newest Satan of the underworld come to this tournament? Koenma asked, trying to be as intimidating as a teenager sucking on a pacifier could possibly be. Just for a little training. James said with a smile. How could this be any kind of training for someone as strong as you? Koenma asked curiously. There's a lot that Master can do with her runes, you know. James replied. All you need to know is that I'm not here to mess up the proceedings. Hell, I don't even intend to interfere with Yusuke's growth. Oh, but I will be killing Elder Toguro. There's no way around that. Hearing that, Koenma opened his eyes and mouth wide. Seeing the pacifier not falling out of Koenma's mouth, both James and Irene were intrigued to know how that worked. Anyway, let's go back inside. James said with a smile. We're missing the celebration party. Chapter 311, Pooh. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Returning to the hotel room, James, Irene, and Koenma found the others chatting happily. Everyone except Hai, that is. And from the way he was glaring at Urza, it is clear that like James, she had refused to tell Hai what he wanted to know. You guys are back. Yusuke said, noticing the door open before anyone else. What did you guys talk about? Nothing important. James replied with a shrug. Koenma was just trying to dig into my motives. Oh, just the nosy micromanaging toddler's usual actions. Yusuke said. I heard he has something that allows him to view any part of the human world he wants to from his office. How did you hear about that? Koenma asked in a flustered tone. So, the toddler is a pervert like most gods, huh? James asked, walking into the room and picking up a can of beer from the table Urza, Shizuru, and Ogre were sitting at. After asking his question, and twitching at James' statement, Koenma turned his attention to Boten and began to glare. Don't look at me, Koenma sir. Boten replied while waving her hands frantically. I didn't tell anyone. Because Boten was Yusuke's assistant, she was naturally Koenma's first suspect. But seeing how she denied the accusation, Koenma let his eyes wander the room. First, he looked at Kurama, who was sitting calmly while sipping a cup of tea. No, not him. Koenma thought to himself before turning his attention to his next suspect, Hai. No, it's not him either, he's too antisocial. At that moment, Hai turned toward Koenma and glared daggers at him. Oh, that's right, he's a telepath. Koenma said to himself as he noticed Hai's glare. Not paying any more attention to Hai, Koenma scanned the room. Excluding Genkai from his list of suspects, his eyes finally fell on Ogre. Sitting with Urza and Shizuru, the muscular blue ogre had his head tilted back while chugging down a can of beer as Shizuru cheered him on in an unenthusiastic tone. It was you, Ogre. Koenma said in a menacing tone. Hearing Koenma's tone, Ogre coughed and spilled his beer all over himself. Then, with slightly flushed cheeks, he looked at his boss. What ya mean, Koenma hiccup sir? Ogre said with an alcohol-induced slur. I'll deal with you later. Koenma said after glaring at Ogre with the flames of anger in his eyes. Then, he looked at Yusuke. I actually came here for another reason. I came to give you something, Yusuke. Give me something? Yusuke asked in a confused tone. Instead of answering, Koenma reached into his pocket, pulling out a small golden egg, a moment later. And what is that slash? Yusuke asked skeptically. This is the egg of your spirit beast. Koenma replied. Wait, I thought I sacrificed it to save Keiko. Yusuke said incredulously. How do you have it? Before Yusuke became a spirit detective, he was killed in a car accident, saving a young boy's life in the process. However, because no one expected him to die so early in life, mostly due to his many selfish actions in the first 14 years of his life, there was no place for him in the afterlife. So, Koenma put him through a trial that would result in him returning to the world of the living. This trial, which he would have failed spectacularly, was to hatch a spirit beast egg that would feed on his emotional energy, eventually facilitating his resurrection. However, in order to save Keiko from a fire, Yusuke threw the egg into the fire so that Keiko would have a way out. In the end, the egg was not necessary for Yusuke's resurrection and Yusuke forgot about it completely. The thing about that, Koenma said with a wry smile. The egg actually only released the stored energy into the fire. Which was a good thing. What do you mean? Yusuke asked curiously. Well, during that whole time, all you did was exude negative energy. Koenma said. So, if you had hatched the egg, it probably would have bitten off your head, immediately after birth. Hearing that, Yusuke shuddered. Anyway, after refilling its energy with all your positive deeds, the egg is now ready to hatch again. Koenma said, holding the egg out for Yusuke to take hold of. Receiving the egg, Yusuke looked at it intently. I wonder what will come out of such a small egg. Yusuke murmured to himself. Crack. As if it wanted to answer his question, the egg in Yusuke's hand began to crack at that moment. At the same time, the egg began to glow. As the cracks expanded along the egg's shell, the glow grew in intensity. Eventually, everyone in the room was forced to close their eyes due to the bright lights coming from the egg. Huh! Yusuke exclaimed before the light dimmed. When everyone regained their sight, they all noticed that Yusuke was frantically searching around his immediate surroundings. What's wrong, Urameshi? Kawabara asked curiously. What are you looking for? The egg. Yusuke said with equal parts confusion and concern in his tone. It's gone. Most of the people in the room were caught off guard by this statement. However, James, Irene, and Genkai were not. While James was trying to hold back his chuckle, Irene was gobsmacked and Genkai showed an, as expected, expression. A moment later, Yusuke felt something land on his head. However, before he could check to see what it was, Kawabara looked at him. Puffed. Kawabara's breath hitched before he pointed at the top of Yusuke's head and started laughing uproariously. Kawabara's laughter caught everyone who was still trying to help Yusuke find the egg's attention. Then, after they looked at Kawabara and followed where he was pointing, they also began to laugh. However, even while laughing, Keiko was the first to grab the thing that landed on top of Yusuke's head. Finally getting a good look at what he figured was his spirit beast, Yusuke frowned at what he saw. The beast was a small bird-like creature with a blue body and a light blue underbelly. It also had a yellow beak and claws. It had a pair of arms that were too small to be functional, long floppy ears, and black hair that resembled Yusuke's when he did not slick it back. It's so cute. Keiko cooed while cradling the small creature in her arms. Pooh. The small blue creature cried happily at the cuddling. Is that your name? Keiko asked in a sugary sweet tone. Then from now on, you're Pooh. Why does it feel like I don't have any say in my own spirit beast's name? Yusuke muttered in a somewhat annoyed tone. Pick your battles, my dude. James said, appearing behind Yusuke and patting him on the shoulder. I know. Yusuke replied with a huff. Yusuke, I think he kinda looks like you. Keiko said with a smile. Hearing that, everyone in the room began to laugh while shifting their gazes between Yusuke and the spirit beast, Pooh. Now that I look more closely, he really does. Kawabara said through his laughter while holding his stomach. Bang. Not even half a second after his statement fell, Kawabara was knocked to the floor by a punch from Yusuke. Like hell he does. Yusuke shouted in irritation. Seeing that his master was agitated, Pooh struggled out of Keiko's arms. Then, flapping his floppy ears, he flew over to Yusuke and landed on top of his head again. I really think he does. Keiko said with a happy smile on her face. He's got your hair. Yeah, he's got my hair right between his retarded toes. Yusuke said in annoyance before grabbing the spirit beast and holding it in front of himself. Staring into Pooh's eyes, Yusuke and Pooh held eye contact for a few moments before Pooh cried happily. Sighing in response, Yusuke sat Pooh on a table. I feel more tired now than I did after the fight. Yusuke grumbled. Just like that, those who could drink, drank. And those who weren't old enough, chatted excitedly. Eventually, Koenma dragged a completely smashed ogre out of the suite while everyone else continued to celebrate. However, the celebration was brought to a sudden halt when Botan asked James a question. Wait, how old are you, Jay? Botan asked with a slightly flushed face. 19, why? James asked with a curious smile. Then, his expression turned mischievous. Are you trying to see if I'm in your strike zone? Although I'm flattered and would be happy to accept your feelings, you should know that I have a rather large harem, and you won't be the only one. After that, the room fell silent. While Irene, Urza, Genkai, and Yusuke did not show much in the way of a reaction, I snorted for the nth time while Kurama looked at James, unsure of what would be considered a large harem. Meanwhile, Kawabara, Keiko, and Shizuru looked at him as if he had grown a second head. How can you have more than one girlfriend? Keiko asked. He seems like a womanizer. Shizuru added. I wonder how many girls you've deceived. Oh yes, with my unimaginable charm, I deceive women by telling them that I have a harem. James said sarcastically while rolling his eyes. And as for how I can have more than one woman, I'm a devil. Our laws are different. Flushing slightly, Shizuru's usual face of indifference was broken. She felt a certain level of embarrassment after James made his point. Keiko on the other hand started glaring at Yusuke. It was clear from her eyes what she was thinking. Rolling his eyes in response to Keiko's glare, Yusuke decided to ignore her for the time being. Meanwhile, Botan, finally getting over James' reply, finally spoke again. That's not what I meant. Botan shouted with a flushed face. You're only 19. Why are you drinking alcohol? Oh, is that all? James asked with a wry smile. Keep your head in the game, Botan. I already answered that question. Huh? Botan exclaimed in confusion. Not only Botan, but Keiko, Shizuru, and Kuwabara were also confused. I'm a devil, our laws are different, remember? James said, answering the unasked questions. Oh. Haha. Yeah. Botan said with a hollow laugh, realizing that James had already said that. After 45 minutes or so, the celebration came to an end. Then, everyone went to their rooms to get a good night's rest. To James' surprise, however, when he woke up in the morning, both Irene and Urza were in his bed, clinging to him in nightgowns. Very sexy nightgowns. Slipping out of the mother and daughter's grasp, James wondered what was going on while he prepared to wash his face. I can understand Irene coming into my room in the middle of the night. James thought to himself. Ever since I noticed that she had feelings for me, I was waiting for her to make a move. But Urza is a total surprise. Washing his face while he continued to think about why Urza was in his bed, James moved on to changing his clothes. Then, he left his room to head out for some morning training. On his way out of the suite, he ran into Yusuke, wearing a tank top and a pair of jeans, leaving the room as well. Morning. James said with a smile as he caught up to Yusuke. Going out for morning training? Yeah. Yusuke replied with a yawn. If the old hag knows I'm skipping training without a good reason, she'll kick my ass. Yeah, she probably would. James replied with a nod. Anyway, I'm going out too. Care for a light spar? Nope. Yusuke said, shaking his head violently. I still remember the last time we sparred while your strength was sealed. I want to be conscious for the rest of the tournament. About a month and a half ago, Scathatch slapped a seal on James that lowered his strength to lower than Yusuke's. Then, without any explanation, she threw him in a ring with Yusuke and ordered them to fight until one of them was unconscious or worse. Naturally, due to his superior fighting experience, James won that fight, knocking Yusuke out for the next week. Expecting that response, James simply shrugged his shoulders with a smile on his face. Then, what do you plan to work on? James asked. Energy control. Yusuke replied without hesitation. I didn't realize how important control was until I was able to use the spirit wave so easily yesterday. Too bad I didn't bring one of those spikes, though. Who said you needed a spike? James asked with a smile. Follow me, I'll show you what you can do with enough training. With that, James and Yusuke made their way to the hotel's backyard. Then, after taking some distance from the back door, James stopped and looked around. This is perfect. James said with a nod. And what are we supposed to do out here? Yusuke asked, slightly confused. I'll show you what can be done when your energy control is good enough. James said as he coated the tip of his left index finger in his demonic energy. A moment later, James bent over at the waist and placed his left index finger atop a single blade of grass. Then, with minimal disturbance to the blade of grass, James lifted himself into a single finger handstand on top of that single blade of grass. Seeing this, Yusuke was in awe. Crouching down, he tried his best to make sure that what he was seeing was real. Good enough energy control will make it so that you don't have to use as much energy to achieve similar feats. James explained. And when it's good enough, your energy usage will become instinctive. Before Yusuke could respond, however, a projectile was thrown at Yusuke from behind. However, before Yusuke could react, James pushed off the blade of grass, propelling himself into the air while simultaneously turning it into a small cherry blossom-shaped blade. In the next instant, the petal blade flew past Yusuke and destroyed the incoming projectile. Not stopping there, it flew toward the attacker without pausing. It then flew through the middle of the attacker's forehead and exited from the back of his skull. Then, the blade returned to the blade of grass from where it originated and reattached itself to the rest of the blade of grass. A moment later, James landed on the blade of grass, still in the position of doing a single-finger handstand. Chapter 312, The End of the First Round. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Lowering himself from the one-finger handstand, James looked in the direction the sneak attack on Yusuke came from. When he did, he saw a dead demon lying on the ground with a paper-thin hole in his forehead oozing blood. Approaching the corpse, James and Yusuke saw it was a demon with a skeletal face wearing a yellow visor with dark magenta, almost black, hair. His body, contrary to his skeletal face, was quite muscular. On his shoulders and elbows, he wore gray shoulder pads and elbow pads, respectively, while he wore gloves in the same color. On his lower body, he wore a pair of green army fatigues, blue knee pads, and blue boots. Wow, that's an ugly motherfucker, huh? James said, examining the recently deceased demon. Yeah, but who is he? Yusuke asked with a frown on his face. Probably a member of another team who thought he could get famous, fast, by killing you in a sneak attack. James replied with a shrug. If he's a member of another team, won't we be in trouble for killing him? Yusuke asked, his frown deepening. You don't have to worry about that, spirit detective. An unfamiliar voice said from not too far away. Looking in the direction the voice came from, James and Yusuke saw a large dark-skinned demon who stood at 9 feet 8 inches, 3 meters tall with yellowish eyes, a protruding stomach, and a bald head. Around his neck and waist, he wore gold, spiked hoops. Also, he wore no shirt, had steel gray-colored armbands, brown pants, and black boots. On top of all that, he carried a pair of gigantic double-bladed axes on his back. So, I guess he was on your team then, right Tubby? James asked with a smile. Ignoring James' jab, the demon stared at Yusuke intently. I think he has a crush on you. James said, whispering into Yusuke's ear. In response, Yusuke simply looked at James incredulously. That fool, Rugby, disobeyed my orders and tried to kill you before we had the chance to fight in the ring. The demon said, seemingly not hearing James. And for that he deserved to die. Had you not killed him, I would have killed him with my own hands. Why would you kill your teammate for attacking an enemy team? Yusuke asked curiously. Because, only I can have the honor of killing the spirit detective. The demon said in a solemn tone. Remember this, spirit detective. I, Topaz, leader of the spirit warrior team, will kill you when our teams meet in the tournament. After speaking his piece, the large demon, Topaz, turned around and walked away with a confident stride. Well, that happened. James said with a shrug and a smile. Yeah. Yusuke replied, unsure of what to say about that encounter. Shortly after Topaz was no longer in sight, Kuwabara walked up to James and Yusuke. Since he had not seen the encounters between the duo and the demons, he was confused when he saw that they were just staring off into the distance. Hey, guys. Kuwabara said, getting the attention of his teammates. Is something wrong? No, we were just attacked by some small fry. James said, downplaying the entire event. Then, his boss. Let's call him the boss of the small fries. Told Yusuke that he was going to kill him. Normal stuff for a Wednesday morning, right? What kind of life do you live where death threats are normal? Kuwabara asked curiously. The kind that's worth living. James replied. Why does that sound like you're not sure? Kuwabara asked. Anyway, let's get back to training. James said, changing the subject. Oh, but first. James then tapped the ground with his left heel. A moment later, the ground underneath Rugby's body turned cherry blossom pink. Then, Rugby seemingly sank into the ground. A moment later, the ground returned to normal. Okay, let's go. James said, turning around with a smile. What just happened? Kuwabara asked in a state of confusion. And what is that smell? The smell Kuwabara was referring to was the scent of blood after James minced Rugby's body by turning the ground under the corpse into petal blades. Trust me, Kuwabara, you don't want to know. Yusuke said, following James to another spot where they could train. Confused, Kuwabara followed them. Then, he joined them in their energy control training. Though, his training was not the crazy stuff Scathatch put James and Yusuke through. Instead, James asked the hotel's kitchen for a large bowl that he filled up with water. Then, he showed Kuwabara the old training method he and the others back in Kuo used to use. Like that, for the next few hours, James, Yusuke, and Kuwabara worked on their energy control. Meanwhile, Hai, who had been watching James and Yusuke since they left the suite, thought back to the powers James showed when he intercepted the sneak attack for Yusuke. That ability looks familiar. Hai said to himself. It looks like the Alaverus Devil's Bloodline ability, Senbon Sakura. But I thought they needed to imprint a spiritual mark to use it. Maybe he's a bastard with a mutation. Naturally, James knew that Hai had been spying on him ever since he left the suite. However, since he used Senbon Sakura in a way that only he could, there was no way that Hai would be able to put together his identity. Because not even his father knew that the need for the spiritual mark would disappear after reaching major god rank and gaining a super devil form. This really is a bad habit of yours, Hai. Kurama said, walking onto the rooftop. You don't have to spy on our allies, you know. Don't presume to lecture me, Kurama. Hai said, walking away from Kurama and leaving the roof briskly. Not that leaving the roof will stop him from spying. Kurama said with a shake of his head. The Juggin is great for information gathering. Shortly before noon, James called an end to his training with Yusuke and Kuwabara. Then, he told them to go back to their room and get cleaned up. Once they were all showered and ready to go, James dragged them to the stadium. He said it would be a good idea to watch the matches of their possible opponents. In reality, James started to fanboy a little bit. He just wanted to see Team Masho and younger Taguro's fights. If things followed the canon as they had so far, that is. Just as James expected, all the matches in the first round ended quickly. All the winning teams were vastly superior to their opponents. He also got to see Team Masho, Team Ichigaki, and Team Uraji, the three teams his team would face off against if things played out the way he expected them to. Hey, are those humans? Kuwabara asked, pointing at 3 of the members of Team Ichigaki. Now that you mention it, they do feel like humans. Yusuke said with confusion in his tone. I thought our team was supposed to be the only one with humans in this tournament. Usually that would be correct. James said with a smile. Then, he pointed at Team Ichigaki. Following James' finger, Yusuke and Kuwabara saw a short, balding demon with long, messy green hair only on the sides of his head, pointy ears, narrow eyes, high, overly pronounced cheekbones and a creepy grin wearing a typical scientist's attire emphasized by the white lab coat he wore over his clothing. That's Dr. Ichigaki. James said. He's the backer for that team, Team Ichigaki. And from what I can tell, he's brainwashing or controlling those humans to fight for him. Damn, I hate people like that. Yusuke spat in disgust. Isn't that against the rules, or something? Kuwabara asked. Seriously? James replied to Kuwabara's question with a question of his own. Haven't you realized what kind of place this is yet? Anything goes here. As long as you can win and make a profit from it, there are no rules against it. The only thing you have to worry about is cutting off a piece of the pie that's too big for you to swallow. Hearing that, Kuwabara started to shiver. And James couldn't blame him. He was only a 14-year-old, middle school kid that did not even know about the supernatural world less than a year ago. However, instead of consoling him, James allowed him to stew in what he was feeling right now. If he planned to continue helping Yusuke with his work as spirit detective, he would have to get used to these kind of things. Because things could get much worse. Now, let's jump right into the last match of the first round. Kyoto shouted into her microphone. Let's hear it for the Spirit Warriors team and the favorites to win the whole tournament, Team Taguro. From the entrance opposite James and the other seats, 5 tall extremely heavy demons with Topaz in the center of the group entered the ring area. Then, from the other entrance, a single, tall, lanky-looking demon entered the stadium. Seeing the lanky demon, younger Taguro, Yusuke, and Kuwabara tensed. However, James simply continued to smile as he watched the 2 teams enter the ring. So, that's the guy who forced you to participate, huh? James asked. Yeah. Yusuke replied, nodding in response. Well, I gotta admit, he's probably the strongest demon I've seen on this island. James said with a smile. But don't worry, we'll make sure you're strong enough to put him down, just you wait. Right. Yusuke said unsurely. Yusuke knew that James was strong. Much stronger than Taguro, in fact. However, it was still a bit surreal to see someone not taking the men who gave him nightmares seriously. While Kuwabara thought that James was so lax because he was simply unaware of how strong Taguro really was. Before they could think or speak any further, however, the 2 teams began deciding the rules for the match. In the end, it was decided that Taguro would fight all 5 opponents simultaneously. Naturally, this angered the members of the Spirit Warriors team, and they flared their demonic energy in a show of force. I see that you have pride in your strength. Taguro said as he removed his trench coat. And with such power, you should be proud. So, to honor your strength, I'll use 45% of my power. After his statement, the members of the Spirit Warrior team, other than Topaz moved, surrounding Taguro from the front, back, left, and right. Meanwhile, Taguro began to tense his muscles. As he did, his entire physique began to bulk up. After a few seconds, his muscles were big enough to give any former Mr. Universe a run for his money. Now, let the match begin. Kyoto shouted before running away from the center of the ring like she always does. However, there was not much of a show to be seen during this fight. The 4 members of the Spirit Warriors team all rushed Taguro simultaneously. But without moving, Taguro was able to land a punch on each of their chests that blew a large hole in their torsos. Seeing the members of his team die in front of him did not cause Topaz's expression to change. Instead, he drew one of the axes on his back and began walking toward Taguro confidently. You may be strong, but I am destined to defeat the spirit detective, Urameshi Yusuke. Topaz said. So, you'll have to die here to pave my way to my destiny. Sorry. Toguro said in a dry tone. But that boy is reserved for me. As Toguro spoke, Topaz swung his axe, cleaving into Toguro's left shoulder. However, to his surprise, the axe got stuck before it could reach Toguro's bone. Toguro then flexed his shoulder muscle, causing the axe head to rebound, revealing Toguro's uninjured shoulder. Before Topaz could react to this turn of events, however, he was punched in his chest. Like his teammates, a large hole opened up in his torso. A hole large enough that the scenery on the other side could be seen without issue. Without listening to Kudo's announcement of the end of the match, Toguro returned to his lanky appearance. Then, he picked up his trench coat and slung it over his shoulder. Then, he looked up to where James, Yusuke, and Kuwabara were watching the match from. A moment later, while making eye contact with Yusuke from a distance, Toguro made a gesture of slitting his throat before walking into the tunnel from which he entered the stadium. Chapter 313, A Bet and a Misunderstanding. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. The evening of the same day that the first round of the tournament ended, Team Uramshi and the rest of the people associated with them, minus Koenma and Ogre, were relaxing in the suite assigned to them. Around the time the sun fell below the horizon, there was a knock on the door of Team Urameshi's suite. Sitting the closest to the door, Keiko stood up to answer the door. However, remembering the story Kurama told him about Team Rokuyukai trying to sneak into their room, Yusuke spoke up. "Hey, Keiko." Yusuke called out, getting Keiko's attention before she could answer the door. "Why don't you just relax? Treat this trip as a vacation. I'll get the door." "Huh? Okay." Keiko replied in a confused tone. Before Keiko could question his actions, Yusuke stood up and rushed to the door. Then, after making sure Keiko was a safe distance from the door, he opened it cautiously. "Good evening, sir," a man wearing a black tuxedo with a pair of sunglasses said as the door was opened fully. "What's up?" Yusuke asked in a wary tone. "Can I help you with something?" "No, not at all, sir," the man said with a professional smile. "I have come to deliver a copy of the tournament bracket to Team Urameshi." Then, the man reached into the inner pocket of his tuxedo, causing Yusuke to go on high alert. However, nothing dangerous, like what Yusuke was expecting, happened. Instead, the man pulled out a sealed envelope with the symbol of the Dark Martial Arts Tournament printed on the front. "With this, my task is completed," the man said with that same professional smile as he handed the envelope to Yusuke. Then, he pulled out a tablet from the other inner pocket of his tuxedo jacket. "Now, if you would sign here, please." Taking the presented tablet, Yusuke signed the received receipt and handed the tablet back to the man. Wasting no time, the man nodded then left without another word. "Who was at the door?" James asked, snapping Yusuke out of his daze. "Someone delivering the tournament bracket," Yusuke replied before shutting the suite's door. Yusuke then returned to the living room, opening the envelope along the way. When he arrived in the living room, he had already read the bracket. However, he wore a frown after doing so. "Is something wrong, Urameshi?" Kuwabara asked curiously. "Do we have to fight Toguro in the next round, or something?" "See for yourself," Yusuke said, tossing the paper with the bracket printed on it onto the table in the middle of the room. Quickly, the rest of the people in the room rushed to see the bracketing for themselves. Then, like Yusuke, several of them frowned. "What the hell is this?" Kuwabara asked in an agitated tone. "Why are we the only team that has to fight in 4 matches to win the tournament?" "That's an arrogant statement, Kuwabara," James said with a smile. "You've already assumed victory in tomorrow's match, huh?" With that, Kuwabara blushed in embarrassment. He did not mean to sound arrogant. But he did not think they would lose either. However, Kuwabara's attitude caused Shizuru to glare at him intensely. "Kazuma, are you underestimating your opponents?" Shizuru asked in an ice-cold tone. "What did I tell you about that?" Shizuru then began to beat Kuwabara mercilessly while explaining the proper way to carry himself when going into a fight. "She truly is gallant," Urza said, approving of Shizuru's take on fight preparation. "Indeed," Irene agreed. "She could probably be trained into a fine warrior. You're too naive thinking that will be the only trick those corrupt humans will use to see us dead," Hai said harshly, lowering the mood of the room. "Hai, do you really care so much about everyone?" James asked while dabbing away a fake tear. "I knew it, you really are just a tsundere with a super strong sun side." Immediately after James finished speaking, the sound of Hai's teeth grinding together in anger could be heard and Hai's demonic energy began to leak. "Take this as a promise, I will kill you after this tournament ends," Hai said with the juggin under his headband glowing brightly. "Oh yeah," James said with an excited light in his eyes. "Wanna put your money where your mouth is, then?" Although Hai did not answer, he maintained eye contact, letting James know that he should continue speaking. "After the tournament, you and I will fight," James said with a smile. the win condition for you is to kill me. If you do, Irene here will tell you about my true identity with nothing hidden. Glancing at Irene, Hai saw that she nodded with no sense of worry in her expression. He then snorted, thinking that she was looking down on him. And what is your win condition and what will I have to do if I lose? Hai asked, not for a moment thinking that he would lose. His smile widening, James extended his right hand toward Hai. Then, a knight piece and 3 pawn pieces appeared floating over his outstretched palm. My win condition is to defeat you without killing you, James said, exuding confidence from every pore. And when I win, you'll join my peerage. Naturally, you'll learn all about me after that, as well. Once again, Hai began grinding his teeth. At the same time, the tension in the room had risen to supernatural levels. In fact, the tension was so high that Shizuru even stopped beating up the nearly unconscious Kuwabara. Fine, I accept. Hai said, feeling that his pride had been challenged when he saw James smile. Nodding in response, James allowed the evil pieces to vanish. Then, he returned to the sofa he was sitting on previously. This altercation, if it could be called that, naturally put a damper on the atmosphere in the suite. So, after discussing the tournament for a little while, they all decided to call it a night early. That way, they would be full of energy for the upcoming match. However, after James returned to his bedroom, he was surprised to see Urza standing in his doorway when he tried to close the door. James was not the only one surprised by Urza's appearance, either. Irene, whose room was next door to James, also saw her daughter trying to enter James' room. Urza, what are you doing? James asked with a twitching eyebrow. I'm going to sleep with you tonight, Urza said in a matter-of-fact tone. Now that you mention it, why were you in my room when I woke up this morning? James asked in an exasperated tone. Then, he turned to Irene, who was watching the event unfold with a bewildered and conflicted expression on her face. Irene, I want to ask you the same question, too. Blushing slightly, Irene began poking her index fingers together with a shy smile on her face. Damn, the Gapmo is so cute. James thought to himself as he watched his usually serious queen make such a cute gesture. Do you think we could have this conversation in a more private place? Irene asked, looking up and down the hall to make sure that no one was listening. Sure, James said, opening his door wide. Come on in. Irene and Urza naturally accepted the invitation to enter James' room. Then, he gestured for the mother-daughter pair to sit on the bed while he stood in front of them. Okay, so I can kinda understand why Irene would sneak into my room, James said once both women were comfortable. I mean, we both know that you've developed feelings for me over the past few months. So, I won't go into detail about that. But what about you, Urza? I had gone to the kitchen to get a glass of water. Then, I saw Mother entering your room, Urza said in a serious tone. Then, I just followed her in to see if there was something important to discuss. Irene could only sigh in response to Urza's statement. At times, Urza's common sense was non-existent. But this time, her thought process almost made sense. Then, when she noticed I had followed her, she sighed and just laid down next to you, Urza continued. And when I saw that, since I was still sleepy, I laid down next to you, too. Night crawling, huh, Irene? James asked with a smile while waggling his eyebrows. How bold. Although she did not speak, Irene's blush made it quite clear what she thought of James teasing. But that doesn't explain why you're here tonight, Urza, James said, returning to the original point. Oh, that's actually quite simple to explain, Urza replied nonchalantly. Last night, as I hugged you, I slept better than I have in years. So, I wanted to experience it again. That does explain it quite well, James replied with a nod. But didn't it occur to you to ask me if it was okay first? I guess it didn't, Urza admitted after thinking for a brief while. Then, would it be alright if I slept while hugging you again? Simultaneously, James and Irene sighed. Not only at Urza's bluntness, but also at her choice of WRDS. Then, James shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Fine, James said in an uncaring tone. It's not like it bothers me. I'm used to sleeping with someone holding on to me, anyway. Good, Urza said before she was covered in a bright light. In the next instant, after using her requip magic, Urza had changed out of her usual clothes and armor into a lavender, lace bra/tank top, that showed off quite a bit of cleavage, and matching boys' horts that wrapped her ass quite nicely. As a reaction to Urza's wardrobe change, James gasped in admiration. As Irene saw that reaction, resolve burned in her eyes. May I sleep here, as well? Irene asked with a serious expression on her face that was covered in blush. Sure, James replied casually, though his feelings were anything but casual at the moment. They're asking me to fuck them, aren't they? James asked himself. No, calm down, James. Irene might be fine with it, but Urza definitely isn't ready for anything like that. I mean, she's shown absolutely no romantic or sexual interest in me before. While James was arguing with himself internally, Irene began stripping out of her clothing. As she took off each article, she folded it neatly and set them all on the nightstand next to the bed. By the end, she was only wearing a lace, black bra and a black tea-back thong. Seeing Irene wearing even less than Urza, James opted to turn his mind off. With his body now on autopilot, he simply stripped down to his boxers and climbed into his bed. Then, he closed his eyes and tried his best to fall asleep immediately. Watching James' actions, Irene felt proud and conflicted at the same time. She was proud that her appearance affected James so much. But at the same time, she was conflicted that Urza was in the room as well. If it were just James and I could take things to the next level. Irene thought. But I know that Urza is not ready for anything of that nature. Urza, on the other hand, was confused by James' actions. After seeing how she and her mother were dressed, she expected James to pounce on them. Over the last 2 months or so, she had heard a lot of stories about James' prowess in the bedroom. And as a 19-year-old young woman, she would be lying if she said she was not curious. So, she thought tonight would be the perfect opportunity to see how sex felt. If James and Irene knew what Urza was thinking, they would be completely dumbfounded. Then, they would be thoroughly exasperated that she neglected to mention that part during the conversation, instead of making it seem like she just wanted a good night's sleep next to James. Chapter 314, Versus. Team Ichigaki. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. The following morning, just as the sun had risen, the sun's light peeked through the window in James' bedroom. Laying in his bed, James' eyelids twitch as the ray of sunshine brightens his face. Waking up slowly, James felt 2 soft bodies pressing against him. A bit disoriented due to just waking up, James gropes the soft sensation that his left hand is holding. A moment later, he hears a soft moan. Opening his eyes, while still gently squeezing the object in his right hand, he notices a head of scarlet red hair on either side of him. What the hell is going on? James muttered to himself, having forgotten that he was in bed with Irene and Urza due to shutting off his brain before climbing in bed. Looking more closely, he sees that Irene is laying on his right in her bra and tea-back thong with her hair cascading over the bed and pillow. On his left, Urza is practically laying on him, with more than half of her body on top of his own. With his left arm wrapped around her shoulders, his hand is gently fondling her left breast. Damn, her tits are much bigger than they look in her armor. James whispers quietly. On top of that, the morning wood in his boxers was being softly pressed between Irene's right calf and thigh, adding a lot more stimulation to an already stimulating morning. Well, I know why this happened, but I still wasn't expecting to wake up this way. James whispers to himself again as he carefully peels the 2 women off him, careful not to wake them up. After about 30 seconds, James separated himself from the tempting soft flesh of the mother-daughter pair. A few moments later, James was out of bed and making his way into his room's bathroom. I'm starting to understand all that stuff Auntie Vanillana has been spouting about Oyakodon. James mutters with a slightly perverted grin on his face. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. ****, I wonder if James is thinking about me. Vanillana said to herself with a smile as she steps into the bathroom in her room in the Alaverus estate to take care of her morning routine. If he is, I hope it's something good. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. While James was getting himself ready for the day, Hai had already left the hotel. Standing in a forest not too far away from the hotel, Hai is doing his best to move the arm that he injured in his fight with Zero on the tournament's first day. Damn it. Hai exclaims angrily after failing to hold the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Picking up the sword he just dropped with his left hand, Hai looks to his right as he sheathes his blade. Voyeurism is an unbecoming hobby, Karama. Says the guy who got a juggin implanted for the sole purpose of watching his sister from a distance. Karama replied as he stepped out from behind a rather large tree. Humph. Hai snorted while adjusting the bandages that were wrapped around his injured right arm. Is it necessary to be so stubborn? Karama asked, gazing at Hai's injured arm. According to what Jay has told us about his abilities, he has the means to heal your arm. I'm sure you would only have to ask, and he would help you. I refuse to receive pity from that annoying fool. Hai said sharply in response. That's your decision to make, I suppose. Karama said. In the next instant both Karama and Hai's gazes turned to the side, where 2 demons appeared from the tree line. What a coincidence running into you two, one of the demons, a male with blonde hair, said with a sadistic smile on his face. Yeah, a coincidence that will result in both of you missing this morning's match and your deaths. The other demon, a male with blue hair, said with a similar smile on his face. Are these two stupid? Hai asked, not interested in what the demons had to say. I would guess they intend to ambush us so that our team will only have 3 members for the match. Kurama replied. They are from Team Ichigaki, after all. So, you recognize us? The blonde demon asked. Then that will make this that much easier. The blue-haired demon added. Now, die. With that, the blue-haired demon rushed toward the duo to attack. They really are stupid. Hai said, flickering in place for a moment. In the next moment, the blue-haired demon fell to the ground with the same sadistic smile on his face. However, now there was a circular hole in his chest, the diameter of which was the same as the width of Hai's sword. And then there was one. Hai said, walking calmly toward the blonde demon. I'll admit I'm not as strong as either of you. The blonde demon said, not losing his sadistic smile. But I won't be the one fighting you. An instant later, many trees were either knocked down or sent flying by a large demon that appeared to be wearing a metal exoskeleton. This is one of Dr. Ichigaki's greatest creations. The blonde demon said smugly. This bioorganic demon robot is the one who will take your lives. So, it's not wearing armor, but it has been fused into the armor. Kurama said, studying the large metal demon. That's not what's important right now, Kurama. Hai said, watching the robot's movements. We have to kill that thing. Then, we can kill the other one. Agreed. Kurama said as he and Hai split up to attack the robot from different directions. Meanwhile, the time for Team Urameshi's second round match was nearing. Standing in the ring, James, Yusuke, and Kawabara were positioned opposite Dr. Ichigaki and his team of 3 humans with Kyoto holding her microphone between both sides. It would seem that 2 members of each team are not present. Kyoto said. I have to remind you both, if they are not here when the match starts, they will not be eligible to participate after the match begins. I doubt they will arrive before then. Dr. Ichigaki said with a creepy smile in a scratchy voice. So, why don't we start the match? That's fine with us. Yusuke replied with no hesitation in his tone. Before they came out to the ring area, James had already informed Yusuke and Kawabara that Hai and Kurama had been attacked in the forest between the stadium and the hotel. He also let them know that the 2 demons would have no problem defeating their attackers, calming the 2 middle schoolers down quite a bit. Naturally, Kawabara questioned the validity of James' statement. James then explained that his sensing range was large enough to cover the entirety of Hanging Neck Island, a fact that Yusuke corroborated. So, Kawabara decided to trust in what James had to say, even if the scale was too big for him to fathom at the moment. Since there will only be 6 fighters in this match, why don't we make it a 3-on-3 free-for-all? James suggested. Hearing that, Dr. Ichigaki reached into his lab coat and pulled out a very advanced calculator. After punching in a formula, he smiled widely. According to my calculations, the chances of my team winning are 99.95% using this battle format. Dr. Ichigaki thought to himself with glee. That's a good idea. Kawabara thought to himself after hearing James' idea. That way we can watch each other's backs if we get in any sticky situations. Although I'd rather allow my team to fight individually, in order to maximize their potential. Dr. Ichigaki said in a feigned tone of struggle. I can agree if you agree to the stakes I set forth for this battle. Resisting his impulse to roll his eyes, James waited for the conversation to continue. What do you want, you little freak? Yusuke asked in a harsh tone. If I win, I want you. Dr. Ichigaki said, pointing at Yusuke. Or to be more specific, I want your body, Urameshi Yusuke. With a human body as powerful as yours, I could advance my research by decades. Sure. Yusuke agreed instantly. And if I win, I'm gonna knock at least that nasty grin off your ugly face. I can agree to those terms. Dr. Ichigaki said, chuckling in a creepy manner as he finished speaking. Then, with the agreement of both teams, round 2 will be a 3-on-3 free-for-all type match. Kyoto said. Once both teams are ready, the match will begin immediately. With Kyoto's announcement, the crowd cheered loudly. Meanwhile, Genkai, Irene, Urza, Shizuru, and Keiko were seated among all the rowdy demons. Will they be okay? Keiko asked after hearing the rules for the match. I'm sure they will be fine. Shizuru replied. They will be able to watch out for each other if anything goes wrong. Like her younger brother, Shizuru was thinking that they would be able to use teamwork to overcome this opponent. You don't have to worry about them. Genkai said, gaining Keiko and Shizuru's attention. Jay will probably end this match quickly. Yes, in the several months I've known him, I've never seen him this angry before. Urza added. What do you mean he's angry? Keiko asked with confusion in her tone. He's smiling so brightly right now. Looking down into the ring, the 5 women could see that James was smiling bright enough to illuminate the entire stadium. Unfortunately, James' smile did not reflect his current state of mind in the slightest. Since you haven't known him very long, I can understand your misunderstanding. Ern said. But Jay is royally pissed off right now. But why? Keiko asked curiously. Because of the ugly little guy over there. Irene said, pointing at Dr. Ichigaki, who was now standing next to the ring with his creepy smile plastered on his face. He's using some way to force those three to do his bidding. And since Jay is very sensitive to the souls of others, he can probably tell that they are suffering. Although what Irene said was true. James really only wanted to kill him because of the wretched character Dr. Ichigaki displayed in the anime. The same reason he said that he would be killing Elder Toguro as well. Hearing Irene's reason for James' current rage, Keiko and Shizuru, who already had a decent opinion of James' character, saw him in an even more positive light. Now that both teams are ready. Kudo's voice sounded through the stadium at that moment. Let the first match of the second round of the Dark Tournament, between Team Uramshi and Team Ichigaki, begin. Okay, guys, how are we gonna play this? Kuwabara asked. Sorry, you two, but I'm gonna handle this myself. James said, after materializing his sword, Mangetsu no Shitada, on his left hip. Then, James began walking forward, leaving a confused Yusuke and Kuwabara behind. While James walked calmly toward the three humans of Team Ichigaki, he could hear them muttering to themselves. Kill. 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 Kill us. The three controlled humans muttered quietly as they flew into action. The first to attack was a brown-haired young man. Lunging at James with his magic power converging in his palm, he tried to claw at James, who was walking leisurely toward the members of Team Ichigaki. Grizzly Claw. The brown-haired man said, naming his technique. Casually turning to the side, James avoided the claw strike that was aimed at his chest. Then, as he walked past the brown-haired young man, he drew his sword, slashed him on the back, then sheathed his sword again. A moment later, the brown-haired man fell face first, bleeding all over the ring from the wound left on his back. I thought he was mad that those people were being controlled. Keiko said in a horrified tone. Then why did he kill him? Shizuru was also interested to hear the answer to that question. However, neither Genkai, Irene, nor Urza had any intention of answering as they continued to watch the match. Realizing that she was not going to get a response, Keiko stood up and shouted toward the ring. Yusuke, stop him. Keiko shouted. He's killing humans. You can't let him do that. Although Yusuke was caught off guard by the seemingly lethal attack James just landed, he knew that James probably had a reason for what he was doing. Kuwabara, on the other hand, did not know James very well at all. So, he rushed forward to stop him. Unfortunately, his timing was horrible. Meanwhile, the other two members of Team Ichigaki continue their attack. Both the remaining fighters seem to have ranged attack techniques. The first, an orange-haired boy with a messy mop of hair on his head that covered his eyes, created razor-sharp rings of energy that he hurled at James. The other, a middle-aged man wearing pink Mandarin-style clothing made energy javelins that he threw. Casually weaving through the ranged attacks, James quickly noticed that Kuwabara was seemingly unable to see the attacks. So, before one of the attacks could hit and seriously injure him, James, flash stepped to Kuwabara's side. Then, using the sheath of his sword, he knocked Kuwabara away at the last possible moment. Due to his annoyance at Kuwabara's attempt to interfere, however, James may have used a bit more force than necessary to get Kuwabara out of the way. If anyone asked him about it, he would deny that fact vehemently. After sending Kuwabara out of the ring with a few bone fractures, James returned to the fight. However, he was even more annoyed that now he would have to make up for the lost ground from saving Kuwabara. Why would he do that? Keiko shouted, her opinion of James taking a couple major hits in a row. Then, she looked at Shizuru to see her reaction to her brother getting knocked out. And why are you so calm, Shizuru-san? You even look relieved. That's because he just saved my brother's life. Shizuru said in a relieved tone. That guy I pink is throwing around energy javelins and Kazuma was about to get pierced through the chest. Hearing that, Keiko was shocked. Unlike every other person in the stands, she was just a normal human. She had no magic power or spiritual awareness. So, to her it looked like James just attacked Kuwabara for no reason. Back in the ring, James had grown tired of dodging the attacks to show Dr. Ichigaki how outclassed he was in this tournament. So, with 3 flash steps, he brought the match to an end. First, he appeared behind the middle-aged man and slashed his back, dropping him to the ring. Then, he did the same to the orange-haired boy. And with his final, flash step, he appeared next to Yusuke with his sword sheathed. Okay, I'm done. James said nonchalantly. Did you kill them? Yusuke asked, alternating his gaze between James and the members of Team Ichigaki. No, but I did get rid of those disgusting pieces of bioengineering sticking to their backs. James replied. A moment later, several petal-shaped blades flew out of the slashes in the members of Team Ichigaki's shirts. After that, James partially unsheathed Mangetsu no Shidada and those petal blades combined with the sword. Around this time, Kyoto began her 10 count. And to no one in the stadium's surprise, neither of the three stood before Kyoto reached 10. However, just after the 10 count ended, and before the demons in the crowd could start cheering the death of the humans, the members of Team Ichigaki started to stir. A few moments later, they were all standing, confused that they had control of their bodies again. How is this? The brown-haired young man began to ask. How is this possible? Dr. Ichigaki shouted, noticing that the devices he was using to control the three humans had fallen out from the bottom of their shirts. Well, your team lost. Yusuke said, cracking his knuckles as he walked toward Dr. Ichigaki. Time to pay up. Ha! Do you think I'll just let you kill me? Dr. Ichigaki asked, pulling out a syringe from his lab coat. I've experimented so much with altering the body. Do you think I didn't leave anything for myself? Dr. Ichigaki then plunged the syringe toward his own neck. However, instead of feeling the needle pierce his skin, he heard the sound of a glass vial shattering. Looking down, he could see the shattered remains of his syringe along with the hand that was holding it. Then, he looked at his arm, an arm that was missing everything below the wrist. After seeing the bleeding stump, the pain finally registered. My hand. You cut off my hand. Dr. Ichigaki screamed. Yup. James said from behind Dr. Ichigaki. I felt like you were about to go back on your bet. And that's a big no-no. Hearing that, Dr. Ichigaki looked back and saw James smiling at him. Then, he turned back to his front and saw Yusuke standing directly in front of him with his arm cocked back, prepared to throw a devastating right hook into his face. On top of that, Dr. Ichigaki saw how strong Yusuke was in his fight with Chu. So, he was under no illusion that he would survive this punch in his current state. Wait, you can't kill me. Dr. Ichigaki pleaded. Oh, I'm willing to test that theory. Yusuke said with an evil grin on his face. No, wait. Dr. Ichigaki shouted. He then pointed at the members of his team who were standing in the ring. If you kill me, who will cure their master? Hearing that, the three human members of Team Ichigaki snapped to their senses. However, before they could ask Yusuke to spare the doctor, a voice interrupted them from the entrance to the ring area. You don't have to worry about that. Kurama said, helping an elderly man walk into the ring area. Hi, and I found him after we were attacked by the other members of the team. And I was able to cure his illness easily. Yeah, and after a bit of persuasion, they told us exactly where he was. Hi added with his juggin glowing ominously through the headband on his forehead. So, got any other reasons why I should let you live? Yusuke asked. However, Dr. Ichigaki could only hang his head with a defeated expression on his face. A moment later, Yusuke swung his fist and the doctor's head popped like a water balloon. Then, Kyoto finally declared Team Uramshi the winners of the match. Chapter 315, the next round begins immediately. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After the match ended, Keiko, who had been scolding James for his ruthless behavior, fell silent. After seeing those slashes to the back and the pools of blood that formed under the members of Team Ichigaki on the ring, she was certain that he had killed them. Still think that stopping Jay would be a good idea? Irene asked in a teasing tone. Hearing that, Keiko began to blush in embarrassment. How was I supposed to know that he was saving them when he cut them like that? Keiko protested quietly. Meanwhile, Boten, who had taken on the role of Team Uramshi's trainer, was checking on Kuwabara, who had several cracked ribs after James sent him flying from the ring. A few moments later, after reuniting the old man with the three human members of Dr. Ichigaki's team and sending them off, James, Yusuke, Hai, and Kurama made their way over to Kuwabara. What a surprise, you lost, again. Hai said in a dry tone when he saw Kuwabara's condition. Shut it, Hai. Ow. Kuwabara barked back, before wincing in pain. Then, he looked at James angrily. And why did you do that? I was just trying to stop you from killing those three. First of all, Kuwabara. James said nonchalantly. There was no need to stop me from killing them, since I had no intention of killing them in the first place. If you had used your spiritual awareness, you would have noticed that I didn't kill that guy. Lowering his head in shame, Kuwabara knew James was right. He let his emotions get the better of him and didn't think things through at the time. Second, I saved your life when I knocked you out of the ring. James continued. When I knocked you away, there was an energy javelin headed right for your heart. What, but I didn't see or sense anything. Kuwabara said, not completely believing what James had to say on the matter. He's telling the truth, Kuwabara. Yusuke said, defending James' point. Then, how could Urameshi sense it when I couldn't? Kuwabara asked, believing the story even less now. I mean, he's always sucked at sensing spirit energy. After enough trauma, you learn to do things that you never could do before. Yusuke replied with a faraway look in his eyes. Seeing the lifeless expression Yusuke was wearing, Kuwabara, Hai, Kurama, and Boden all wondered exactly what he had been through during his 3 months of training. However, they were also not sure if they really wanted to know. Although that didn't fully answer the question, it did explain why Yusuke could sense something you couldn't, Kuwabara. James added with a wry smile. Seriously, why does he look like that every time he mentions master's training? James asked himself. I know master's training is harsh, but it's not like he would have died. Okay, I understand, I guess. That many near-death experiences would change someone on a fundamental level. The reason that you couldn't sense them was because of those things on the 3 fighters' backs. The gross things that were controlling them. James said, continuing where he left off. Those things made their spirit energy much purer. So, their energy was harder to detect. However, because of my master's training, Yusuke's spirit energy has grown much purer in the last 3 months as well. Contemplating James' words, Kuwabara could only believe them. It seemed that Yusuke had grown a lot stronger thanks to the training he went through. Naturally, that made Kuwabara want to see if it would be as effective for him as it was for Yusuke. I'll ask about it after the tournament. Kuwabara thought to himself while nodding with determination, only to wince in pain from moving too much. Before they could speak any further, however, an announcement rang over the stadium's broadcasting system. Due to a unanimous decision from the tournament committee, Team Uramshi's next match will begin immediately. A female voice said through the stadium speaker system. Team Masho, please make your way to the ring. Wow, they aren't even trying to hide the fact that they want us dead. Yusuke said in a feigned tone of surprise. However, because Team Uramshi will be fighting in 2 matches, back-to-back, they will be subjected to a medical checkup by our very own medical professional. The female voice announced over the speakers once again. Oh yeah, this is definitely a scheme of some sort. Yusuke said. What gave it away? James asked in a sarcastic tone. A moment later, a female demon walked out of the tunnel that Kyoto usually used to enter the stadium. Scratch that, she can grab my balls and tell me to cough any time. Yusuke said with a perverted grin on his face. A moment later, however, Yusuke flinched and lowered his head while losing the perverted grin. Damn, how did she hear me? Yusuke asked in a whisper. I don't have to even look, and I know that Keiko is glaring a hole in the back of my head right now. Never underestimate a woman's intuition, man. James said, patting Yusuke on the shoulder. Walking from the tunnel to Team Uramshi's side of the ring was a voluptuous, red-haired demon whose left eye was covered by her long hair. Wearing a skimpy nurse's outfit, she almost looked the part of a medical professional. Hello, I'm Ruka. The red-haired woman said in a sultry tone. If you would allow me, I'll inspect your conditions. Then, without waiting for a response, Ruka raised her right hand, pointing her palm at each of the members of Team Uramshi in turn. There is no need for this. Hai said sharply. It's clear the only one in need of medical attention is the fool laid out on the ground. Ignoring Hai, Ruka continued to inspect the 5 members of the team. While doing so, she would point her right palm at a member, then she would make eye contact with the same member for a second or 2. However, upon making eye contact with James, Ruka held eye contact for around 10 seconds, feeling that it was impossible to look away. And she sweated profusely for more than half of the duration. Is something wrong, Ruka? James asked with a smile, snapping Ruka back to her senses. Should I open my mouth and say, ah? James then opened his mouth and showed his throat to the sexy red-headed demon. However, when she looked, she was scared out of her mind. Blazing in the depths of James' throat was a raging inferno. Ruka felt that even looking at those flames for too long would burn her to death. So, she quickly looked away. Ahem. Ruka cleared her throat to divert her mind from what she just saw. After my analysis, I'll need to see Hai for further evaluation. I'm sure it must be rather awkward not being able to use your dominant arm, right? Glaring at Ruka, who by now had turned away and walked toward a medical tent that had somehow been set up in the short time since she entered the ring area, Hai followed her after a short moment. However, as soon as he entered the tent, following Ruka's invitation, the entire tent was covered by a barrier. Wow, he really followed her into such an obvious trap without a word. James said with his eyes wide open and a smile on his face. Just as James had mentioned, Hai walked into the tent knowing that it was a trap. However, thinking himself strong enough to deal with whatever the tournament committee could throw at him, he walked in without a word. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough to break out of this barrier. Do you really think you can hold me here? Hai asked while glaring at Ruka. Ripping away her nurse outfit, Ruka was left wearing little more than a set of leopard print underwear. Then, she smiled at Hai arrogantly. Of course, I do, Ruka said arrogantly. No one has ever escaped from a barrier I, Ruka the Enchantress, have set. I'll show you the price for underestimating me. Hai said coldly. 50,000 yen says Hai fails his breakout attempt. James said, earning himself a glare from Hai as well. Deciding there was no point in talking anymore, Hai charged the barrier and attacked it with his left hand. The result? Hai was bounced away from the barrier before slamming into the back of the medical tent. Arrogantly smiling at Hai one last time, Ruka flicked her long hair behind her shoulder and addressed the crowd. Now, after careful consideration, due to his injuries, Hai has been deemed ineligible to participate in this match. Ruka said, speaking into a small microphone that was attached to her outfit. Something tells me she's not really a nurse. Kawabara said. Wow, you and Yusuke are 2 for 2 with the obvious statements. James said sarcastically. Now, with that out of the way, let's get to the next match. Kudo said excitedly. The demons cheered loudly. Seeing that one of Team Uramshi's members had been disqualified before the match began, they thought that the spirit detective would finally die in this round. A moment later 5 figures of differing sizes appeared in the ring. And here is Team Masho. Kudo shouted into the microphone. Like they have in their previous match, they seemingly appeared from thin air. So, who wants to play the role of leader today? One of the cloaked figures asked in an arrogant tone. I guess I'll do it. A comparatively shorter figure said, stepping forward while removing his cloak. With the cloak removed, he's revealed to be a tall fair-skinned demon with shoulder-length red hair, blue eyes, a short white horn on his forehead that is mostly covered by his bangs, and pointy ears that make him look more like a sprite than a demon. And he wears a mostly white outfit with a white toga-like top and white baggy pants that are held up by a blue sash. He also wears a pair of armed guards with a red jewel in the center of each. Seeing that the opposing team was ready to discuss terms, Yusuke hopped in the ring to do the same as his team's captain. So how do you want to play it? The red-haired demon asked. You can decide. Yusuke replied. Then. How about we go 1-to-1 to 1-to-1 until there's no more left? Jean asked excitedly. What he said. Yusuke said with confusion clear on his face. Did he just agree to a term that he didn't understand? James asked curiously. It would appear that way. Kurama replied with a nod. Something tells me that if I told him to use his head more, he would just try throwing in some headbutts into his combat style. James said, shaking his head with a smile. I wouldn't put it past him. Kurama said with a small smile. The team captains have agreed to have a match where each fighter can only leave the ring upon losing. Kudo said, explaining the rules to the audience. The winner of each match will remain in the ring for the next fight. The team who loses all their members first is the loser. Wow, she's quite perceptive. Kawabara said in an amazed tone. I knew that. Yusuke said, trying to hide the awkward expression on his face. How the hell did she get that from what he said? Yusuke questioned in his head. Now that the rules have been set, are you ready for some more blood, carnage, and death? Kudo asked excitedly into her microphone. Naturally, the demons in the crowd began to cheer wildly. The only thing any of them wanted to see more than violence is Yusuke's death. And if they were lucky, they would get to see both during the next match. Kill Yusuke. Kill Yusuke. Kill Yusuke. The demons in the crowd began to chant with fervor. Wow, you must be pretty good, Yusuke. James said while patting Yusuke on the shoulder. What do you mean? Yusuke asked curiously. I mean, as a spirit detective. James explained. You must be doing something right if so many demons you've never met hate you so much, right? Indeed. Kurama agreed. Yusuke, you've become something like the boogeyman to the average demon. That's kinda badass. Yusuke said with a smile. But why aren't they chanting, kill Kawabara? Kawabara asked from his spot on the ground. I've been helping Uramshi with his cases. Maybe if you weren't lying on the ground unable to get up, they would hate you a bit more. Boten said while tending to Kawabara's injuries. Now, would each team send up their first fighter? Kudo asked, putting an end to that particular conversation. So, who wants to go first? James asked with a smile. Chapter 316, Team Uramshi vs. Team Masho I. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. I'll go first. Kurama said, making his way into the ring. If you're gonna fight them, Kurama, don't do that shit that you usually do. James said in a solemn tone. We're already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. So, put them down as fast as you can. We don't need something going wrong just because you're curious to know everything that makes them tick. Though he didn't say anything in response, Kurama nodded as he walked toward the center of the ring. I've been telling him the same thing for years. Hai said from inside of Ruka's barrier. But I've had no luck in changing his mindset. I doubt things will be any different for you. Well, in Kurama's defense, why would he listen to someone who would willingly walk into such an obvious trap? James asked with an innocent expression on his face. Shut the hell up. Hai hissed through gritted teeth. Instead of mocking him any further, James simply smiled. Then, he turned his attention to the ring. At the same time on Team Masho's side, they also chose their fighter. As he entered the ring, he removed his cloak, revealing a pale white-skinned demon with long, pointy ears and a sharp chin wearing a light green bandana on his head and a green skirt with a red and gold belt. On his elbows, he wore golden elbow pads and gray leg guards on his shins. He also carried a pair of what looked to be paintbrushes and small paint jars on his waist as well. Match 1, Gama from Team Masho vs. Kurama from Team Uramshi. Kyoto shouted into her microphone while gesturing to both fighters. Now. Fight. As soon as the signal to begin the fight was given, Gama pulled the brushes off his waist and dipped them into the jars he carried. Then, he began painting patterns on his face, chest, arms, and legs at high speed. However, to James' disappointment, Kurama only watched him do so. Damn it, Kurama, what part of put them down as fast as you can, don't you understand? James asked in disbelief. Hearing James' question, Kurama actually had the decency to wear a sheepish smile. Then, he pulled a rose from his sleeve and ran his demonic energy into it, causing it to grow into a thorny whip. Rose whip. Kurama said as the whip finished forming. Unfortunately, Gama was also finished applying his war paint. Then, at a much faster speed than Kurama expected, Gama rushed toward Kurama and threw an extremely sharp punch at Kurama's throat. Although he was caught off guard, Kurama was able to dodge the deadly strike. However, while Kurama was dodging, he noticed that Gama was trying to paint something onto his left arm with one of the brushes he held. Pulling his arm away quickly, Kurama swung his whip, quickly removing everything below Gama's left elbow. Used to pain of that level, however, Gama did not even pause his attack. This caused Kurama to end up dodging another attempt to paint something on his right leg. Like he had done before, Kurama cut off Gama's forearm after dodging his attempt to draw whatever he was trying to draw on his body. Give up, without your arms, you won't be able to win. Kurama advised as he stood opposite the heavily bleeding Gama. That is something I can't do. Gama said while rushing Kurama. While Kurama tried to convince Gama to back down, James looked on in exasperation. Why the hell is he trying to talk down an opponent in a setting where everyone wants to kill him? James asked in a flat tone. If you don't want to kill someone, just knock them out and be done with it. He's just trying to talk it out, what's wrong with that? Kawabara asked, not understanding why James seemed so irritated. Every team in this tournament has a goal they wish to achieve. James explained. For some, it's a personal reason, and for some it's for the team as a whole. So, what do you think would happen if you tried to talk down someone who was willing to die so that their team could win? They would fight to their dying breath. Kawabara replied. And they would do everything they could to make sure that the rest of their team could win after their death. Hai added. Kurama's actions are indeed quite foolish. While James and the rest of Team Uramshi had their discussion, Gama continued attacking Kurama. However, since his forearms and hands were currently laying on the ring, every time he swung his arms, his blood was splattered all over Kurama. And by the time he could no longer stand, a pattern had been painted on Kurama's body with messy strokes. Why would you go this far? Kurama asked the dying Gama. You could have been saved had you given up. For my brothers and I's wish. Gama struggled to say. So that we could live in the light from now on. And with my sacrifice, at least one victory has been secured. Ladies and gentlemen, Gama is down. Kyoto shouted, exciting the crowd. I'll start the 10 count. 1. Hearing that, Kurama had an ominous feeling while Kyoto continued her count. My makeup allows me to strengthen myself or weaken my opponents. Gama said, now wheezing between every word as he bled out on the ring. And the main component of this makeup is, my blood. That last statement confirmed Kurama's bad feeling. Although you have immense demonic energy, what good will it be to you if you can't use it? Gama said, breathing his last at the end of his sentence. And that's 10. Kyoto shouted a moment later. The winner of the first match is Kurama. Boo. The crowd jeered at Team Uramshi's win. Meanwhile, on Team Uramshi's side of the ring, James was looking at Kawabara and Yusuke. See, that's what happens when you don't just finish the fight. James said. Now do you see what I meant? Not only Yusuke and Kawabara, but even Boten nodded in understanding. But what wish is big enough to give up your life for? Boten asked, not understanding why someone would willingly die in a situation like that. Something tells me their next fighter will answer that question. Hai said as he watched the second fighter from Team Masho enter the ring. Upon entering the ring, the shortest member of Team Masho revealed his appearance. Standing before Kurama was a short male demon with slicked back bluish-purple hair. However, he had 4 jade-green strands that hung down over the left side of his forehead. Wearing a long-sleeved chain mail top with a dark blue shirt and a lavender, one-shoulder tunic on his upper body. On his lower body, he wore a pair of light blue pants and a lavender belt, while he wore an expression that showed that his eyes were firmly placed on his goal as he looked at Kurama. "If you'll allow me, I'll answer the question that Gamma could not answer fully," the purple-haired demon said. "The reason Gamma was willing to go that far is for freedom." "Freedom?" Kurama asked curiously. In fact, Kurama was happy to let his opponent talk. Even though his demonic power had been sealed in his body, he knew that the seal would not last forever, so the longer the demon in front of him spoke, the closer to having his demonic energy back at his disposal he would be. "Yes, for freedom," the demon said with a firm nod. "For millennia, we, the shinobi of the demon world, have lived in obscurity. But this tournament is our opportunity to live under the sun like all the other demons." "Oh great, the ninjas are rebelling," Hai said in a disinterested tone from inside Ruka's barrier. "Well, now that you know our reasons," the demon said as he brought his hands up to his face, "let's begin our match, Kurama." Match 2 of the round, Tuya from Team Masho vs. Kurama. Kyoto shouted excitedly, "Fight!" "Shards of Winter," Tuya said, naming his technique as soon as the start signal was given. An instant later, the water vapor the air was frozen into small, sharp fragments of ice that floated above Tuya's hands. Then, he blew them at Kurama, causing them to shoot toward the redhead at breakneck speeds. Using the whip he had been holding since his match with Gamma, Kurama tried his best to deflect the shards of ice that were flying in his direction. However, since he was no longer able to supply the whip with his demonic energy, the ice shards ripped through the whip as if it were a normal vine. Seeing his rose whip destroyed so easily, Kurama did the only thing he could. He frantically dodged the incoming ice shards. However, although he was able to avoid most of them, a few bloody gashes were left on his left arm and leg. I really don't want to say it, but I told you so," James said, seeing Kurama's current situation. "Silence, you fool," Hai barked with his eyes focused on the match. "Ah, is that Sundara worried for his friend?" James teased with a smile. "I told you to be silent," Hai hissed through clenched teeth. "There's no need to worry, though," James said with a shrug. "Kurama is a pretty intelligent guy, I'm sure he'll find a way to overcome this disadvantage." And just as James said, Kurama noticed something when he was cut by the ice shards. "You're quite agile, Kurama," Tuya said while following Kurama's movements with his eyes. "I'd expect nothing less from a legendary thief like yourself. But how long can you keep that up?" "Shards of Winter. I'm surprised to know my true identity," Kurama said while dodging another barrage of incoming ice shards. Unfortunately, like before, Kurama received several more cuts while he avoided taking any damage to any of his vital spots. Then, when the barrage ended, Kurama smeared his hands with his blood and tried to wipe off the seal that Gamma left on him. Then, with his hands still covered in blood, Kurama pulled out another rose and tried injecting his demonic energy into it. Unfortunately, his blood was not enough to disable the seal, causing the rose to explode before it could be reformed into a whip. "Just as I had heard, your intelligence is scary," Tuya said. "You figured out that your blood was a major carrier for your demonic energy. Unfortunately, to dispel Gamma's seal, you would have to bleed yourself dry." Shards of Winter. Continuing to barrage Kurama with ice shards from a distance, Tuya would back away whenever Kurama tried to bring the match into close-quarters combat. Though Tuya did not fear a fight in close quarters, Kurama's reputation in the past made him quite wary of falling into one of Kurama's traps. Eventually, after 20 minutes of playing cat and mouse, Kurama had lost so much blood that he was no longer able to stand. As he lay on the ring bleeding out, Tuya finally decided to end things up close. "Kurama is down, let the 10 count begin," Kyoto shouted excitedly, causing the demons in the crowd to cheer wildly. 1. "You know, in different circumstances, I believe we would have been good friends," Tuya said as he closed in on Kurama. "Like you, I tend to fight strategically rather than relying on raw power." "That is a sentiment with which I can agree," Kurama said with a small nod. "Unfortunately, we're standing on opposite sides in this battle," Tuya said, gathering water vapor around his left palm. "Ice Cutlass. But I will send you off with the respect that a warrior like you deserves." As he spoke the name of his technique, Tuya's left hand was covered in ice. Then, it extended, creating a blade of ice, more than 3 feet, 1 meter long. "I would thank you for your generosity," Kurama said as Tuya raised his ice blade to behead him, "but I don't plan on losing this fight." As his words fell, several plant tendrils shot out from Kurama's arms and stabbed Tuya in the chest, stopping his movements completely. "You sewed a death plant into your bloodstream?" Tuya asked with labored breathing. "That was the only way I could access my demonic energy," Kurama replied with his own breathing growing ragged. "But when?" Tuya asked. A moment later, he was able to answer his own question, though. "It was when you were smearing your hands on your own wounds, wasn't it?" Brilliant. With that, Tuya fell to the ring while Kurama tried to stand up. Stay down, Kurama. James said calmly. With you taking out 2 of them, Yusuke and I should be able to handle the rest. Hey, what about me? Kawabara asked indignantly. I'm still eligible to participate in this round, too. Eligible to fight and able to fight do not mean the same thing, you fool. Hai said sharply. Shut it, short stack. Kawabara shouted in return before wincing in pain. Figuring that James was right, Kurama laid back down on the ring. And since Tuya had fallen as well, Kudo had to restart her count. So, Kurama, using his demonic energy that was still sealed, recalled the tendrils of the death plant back into his own body. Then, he did his best to unsew it from his bloodstream. 7. 8. 9. 10. Kudo shouted, concluding her standing 10 count. And with that, this match ends in a draw. Now, both teams, please send up your next fighters. Chapter 317, Team Uramshi vs. Team Masho. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. I want to watch Jakuin fight in the tournament. Seraphal shouted as she threw her pen at the nearest wall. As previously stated, to follow James to the Dark Martial Arts tournament, a lot of the girls and women that he knew played Mario Kart for the chance to follow him. Naturally, Seraphal was part of that little competition. In fact, she had won. Excited to spend time with James in the human world, Seraphal would have traveled to Hanging Neck Island with Urza, who was the runner-up in the competition. Unfortunately, Surzex and Ajuka caught wind of Seraphal's plan to ditch her work. So, they teleported to her estate in the underworld and put an end to her ambitions. How did they stop the stubborn Seraphal from going through with her plan behind their backs? One might ask. The answer was quite simple, and quite dastardly, in Seraphal's opinion. They held her manga, anime, and light novel collection hostage. You know we can't allow that, Sarah. Surzex said, pulling the pen that Seraphal had thrown, out of the wall it was lodged in. The 4 of us need to be on standby in case Rizavim does anything to attack the underworld. You're a meanie, Surzex-chan. Seraphal pouted with her arms crossed under her breasts. With you and Ajuka-chan here, there's nothing to worry about. You're just jealous I was going out to have fun. How much fun could you have watching demons no higher than high-rank beings fight in a tournament? Ajuka asked in genuine curiosity. It's not the fights that would be fun. Seraphal said, holding up her right index finger as if she were going to teach Ajuka a great life lesson. The fun part would be watching James mess with those demons. Are you, Yon, serious? Falbium asked in his usual sleepy tone. Are you saying that you wanted to skip your work just so you could watch James piss people off? Seraphal replied with a nod and a smile. Before the conversation could continue, however, a video communication magic circle appeared in the middle of the table the Satans were meeting around. Based on the symbols, the magic circle belonged to Azazel. So, Surzex poured some of his demonic power into the circle. A moment later, an image of Azazel, from the chest up, appeared in the middle of the Satan's meeting room. Azazel, to what do we owe the pleasure? Surzex asked. We found him. Azazel said, not giving any context for his response. Though there was no context, the 4 Satans' expressions sharpened in an instant. Where is he? Ajuka asked in a solemn tone. I doubt you'll believe me, but he's on Hanging Neck Island. Azazel said with a grin on his face. Hearing that, the 4 Satans' expressions changed once again. Instead of sharp expressions that were ready to spring into action at any time, now they were expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Are you serious, Azazel-chan? Seraphal asked. I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Azazel said with a wry smile. But if the information/dog team was able to collect is correct, he should be hiding on the island, just waiting for the tournament to end. Or to interrupt it in a grand fashion. The latter seems more probable. Ajuka said, finally snapping back to his senses. But wouldn't he be aware that James is there right now? That I can't be sure about. Ajuka said with a shrug. But knowing where he is like half the battle, right? I think that was a message they used to use in some cartoon from the 90s. Yeah, it was an American cartoon that glorified the life of soldiers. Seraphal added. I thought the show was fun, even if each episode was just a really long toy commercial. Stay focused on the topic. Surzex said. Then, he looked at Azazel and asked his next question. Do we have any idea where Acnologia and Gilgamesh are at the moment? We're not sure where Acnologia is. Azazel replied. But we know that Gilgamesh is currently in Japan. We expect him to attack Kua when Rizavim starts to move. No doubt he intends to become a distraction so Rizavim can act unhindered. Ajuka said. Wait. Seraphal said, holding up her hand like a student in class. What is it, Sarah? Surzex asked. Why is Ryzavim on Hanging Neck Island? Seraphal asked, tilting her head to the side cutely. With that question, the room fell silent for a moment. Surzex, Ajuka, and Azazel could not help but look at each other awkwardly in the duration. And do you think that Gilgamesh will be the only distraction element while Ryzavim does what he's planning to do on Hanging Neck Island? Seraphal asked again, tilting her head in the other direction. I'll have Valley and Tobio gather as much information as they can, as quickly as they can. Azazel said before ending the communication magic. We should probably send out our own feelers, too. Ajuka said. I doubt it will be long before James encounters Ryzavim on Hanging Neck Island. Right. Surzex replied with a nod. Human world, Hanging Neck Island. Meanwhile, the Dark Martial Arts Tournament's first match of the third round continued. Entering the ring from Team Masho's side of the ring was the largest cloaked man of the three remaining members of their team. I'll take this one. James said, after noticing who was stepping into the ring. Without wasting time or waiting for anyone to object, James hopped up onto the ring and casually strolled toward the center of the ring. Then, when James arrived at his starting location, his opponent pulled off his cloak like the other members of Team Masho had done before. Under the cloak was a tall dark-skinned demon with scars all over his upper body and face. He wore his black hair in a crew cut. On his body, he wore an olive-green loincloth with a red belt. And other than that, he wore nothing else. You're not human, the dark-skinned demon said while observing James. What are you exactly? Ever heard of a devil? James asked with a smile. Oh, so you're one of those soft-hearted imitations of demons, huh? The demon said with a smile. Not that it matters, either way you're going to die here. Wow, those are pretty big words for the weakest member of your team, aren't they? James asked, maintaining his smile. Just wait, I'll show you which one of us is weak. The demon barked back. In the third match of the round, we have Bakken from Team Masho. Kyoto said, gesturing toward the tall dark-skinned demon. Then, she gestured towards James and continued her introduction. And from Team Uramshi we have Jay. Like always, Team Uramshi's opponent received quite the ovation, while they themselves were jeered harshly. However, for the first time in his life, James received such hatred during an introduction. Wow, this is unpleasant. James muttered while frowning at all the jeers and cries that called for his death. Or it would be if they were strong enough to actually matter. Naturally, James spoke loud enough for everyone in the stadium to hear him. So, the volume of all the booing and jeering went up another level. Unfortunate for you, the crowd's wishes are going to become a reality. Bakken said as he clapped his hands above his head. And you'll never even see it coming. Instead of replying to Bakken's confident declaration, James only smiled at the demon standing in front of him. Seeing that smile, Bakken felt as if James was looking down on him, which was completely true. So, with a frown on his face, he tensed all his muscles. A moment later, he began to sweat profusely. Another moment later, steam began to shoot out of his body and cover the ring. Then, it continued to expand, covering the entire stadium. White mist. Bakken said before he could no longer be seen in the steam. Damn Dragon Slayer senses. James muttered to himself while his eyes began to water, after he inhaling the steam Bakken produced. Oh, this is absolutely charming. Shizuru said in a completely flat tone. It smells like sweat. Keiko said while squeezing her nose shut. As Keiko said, the steam in the air was actually created from Bakken's sweat. Between the thickness of the steam and the scent it gave off, it would disorient most of his enemies and targets, making his stealthy style of combat even more effective. Unfortunately, Bakken was facing James. With his ridiculous sensing capabilities, James knew where Bakken was at all times. What he did find interesting, however, was Bakken's way of moving through the fog, or steam, or whatever you want to call it. Bakken was traveling through the steam while spinning his body like a drill. In fact, it almost seemed like he was burrowing through the steam. I was wondering why Yusuke didn't seem to know where he was in the anime. James thought to himself while keeping his senses trained on Bakken. He's not displacing any of the steam or the air. So, not even I can feel the direction he's in by feeling the wind on my skin. While James was having that thought, he casually raised his left hand after turning slightly to the left. Smack. A moment later, Bakken's fist slammed into James' open palm, making a loud sound ring through the stadium. How did you? Bakken asked in disbelief. This is a good trick when facing people who don't excel in sensing their opponents. James said casually. Unfortunately, I'm pretty damn good at feeling everything in my surroundings. As he spoke, James pulled his arm back slowly. Then, when his arm was in the perfect position to throw a punch, James began curling his fingers in a deliberate fashion. Meanwhile, Bakken was trying everything he could to pull himself away from James' grasp. Bakken used his free hand to strike James on his arm, shoulder, and torso multiple times. He even tried punching and kicking James in the face, however, James dodged those particular attacks effortlessly. Then, once his fingers were all balled into a fist, James pulled Bakken toward him and unleashed a devastating uppercut into Bakken's abdomen. After that, when Bakken doubled over in pain, James unleashed a torrent of punches, elbow strikes, kicks, knee strikes, and even headbutts on the defenseless demon. After spending about 6 seconds pummeling Bakken, James finished his combo with a roundhouse kick that landed on Bakken's cheek, snapping his head to the side violently. Bang. Crack. Boom. An instant later, Bakken soared through the steam he created, displacing it as he flew by. Then, he slammed into the wall that separated the crowd from the ring at high speed. The impact of the collision was so powerful that the steam was blown away from the stadium while the wall had collapsed on top of Bakken, who was most likely dead. After the obstruction was cleared and everyone could see the state of the ring and how Bakken was laying buried in rubble, Kyoto began her 10 count. Needless to say, Bakken was unable to stand up and re-enter the ring before the count was over. The winner of the third match is Jay, from Team Uramshi. Kyoto shouted into her microphone. Boo. The crowd hissed and jeered. However, before much time could pass, the red-haired demon, Gene, hopped into the ring. With a big smile on his face, he walked confidently towards the center of the ring. It looks like Team Masho's next competitor is ready to fight. Kyoto shouted, hyping the crowd up once again. Match 4, Gene of Team Masho vs. Jay. Fight. As soon as the start signal was given, Gene shot up into the air. Confusion set in over the crowd as Gene flew higher and higher. Eventually, the demon stopped when he was little more than a speck in the eyes of the audience. Now that's a view. Gene said as he shielded his eyes from the rays of the sun. One day, soon, this will be ours. Well, you'll have to win before that happens, though. A voice rang out from behind Gene. Turning around quickly, Gene saw James floating behind him with a pair of dragon wings growing out of his back. You can fly, too? Gene asked in a disbelieving tone. Well, I am a devil, so, yeah. James replied while tilting his head. And it looks like you fly by controlling wind to lift and propel yourself, huh? A devil, really? Never seen one before. Gene replied curiously. In fact, I've only heard about them a little bit. Do all devils have wings? I see. James said, cutting off Gene with a nod. Either way, I think it's time to get the fight started. And since no one can see the fight from up here. In an instant, James appeared above Gene with his right foot raised high. Seeing the incoming attack, Gene raised his arms in an X shape to defend himself as James lowered his leg forcefully. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Then, Gene was sent toward the ground much faster than he had ascended. Chapter 318, Team Uramshi vs. Team Masho 3. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After receiving James' kick, Gene was sent hurtling toward the ring at high speed. Luckily, thanks to his mastery over the wind, Gene was able to slow his descent. Eventually, Gene landed on the ring gently. Considering how high up he flew, he had barely enough time to make the landing so gentle. Then, a few seconds later, James landed in front of the astonished, and somewhat pissed off, demon. What the hell, man? Gene asked while shaking the numbness out of his arms. Who just kicked someone while they're admiring the view? Well, I do. James replied in a questioning tone while pointing his right index finger at himself. And who starts flying to admire the view when a fight begins? In response to James' question, Gene looked away sheepishly while trying, and failing, to whistle a little tune. Don't worry, dude. James said with a smile. I was just kidding. I didn't actually care that you were admiring the view. But I didn't like how you started flying, thinking that I couldn't. Gene looked back at James with that last statement. If I had to guess, you were gonna use some kind of dive bomb attack once you got your fill of the scenery, right? James asked. How did you know? Gene asked with his eyes wide open. It's basic strategy, man. James replied, rolling his eyes. Get with it. Ha. I guess so. Gene said, scratching the back of his head. You know what, I think I like you. Immediately after that, James stepped back with his arms covering his chest defensively. Seeing that, Gene was a bit confused. I'm not gonna say I'm flattered, because I'm not. James said in a wary tone. But I'm only into women. So. Once again, Gene was confused. Even more so than before. However, a second or two later, Gene flushed angrily. I meant that I thought we could be friends. Gene shouted. Not that I, like you. Hearing that, James visibly relaxed. Asterisk sigh asterisk that's good. James said in a relieved tone. I mean, with that bright smile and those twitching ears, I wasn't sure. My ears only twitch like that when I get excited. Jean replied while pointing at his still twitching ears. And after seeing how you took Bakken for a ride on your fists, I got really excited. Jin's words trailed off as he saw James take up a defensive position like before. Then, after seeing the wary expression on his face, Jean deadpanned. Excited to fight you myself. Jean said in a dry tone, finishing his sentence. Getting out of his wary stance, James smiled then, he took a standard Muay Thai stance. Seriously, your reactions are hilarious. James said with a chuckle. I knew what you were talking about from the beginning, by the way. But if you're so excited for a good fight, then let's get this show on the road. Rolling his eyes in response, Jean also took his fighting stance. Then, after staring each other down for a moment, they both shot forward at high speed, clashing in the center of their previous positions. Parrying an incoming jab to his left, James used the momentum from the defense to drop down and sweep at Jin's legs with his left leg. Effortlessly somersaulting over the leg sweep, Jean used the force of the flip to bring down a heel drop at James' head. Kicking off the ring with his extended left leg, James was able to side flip out of the kick's trajectory while simultaneously sending a kick at Jin's chin. Using his hands, Jean blocked the kick, but he was sent back a few steps. However, a moment later, he charged at James, who had just stabilized his footing, once again. This time, before Jean could attack, James leapt forward with a Superman punch that Jean avoided by ducking slightly. Then, before James could pull his fist back, Jean grabbed his wrist and threw him over his shoulder. In a feat of flexibility and dexterity, James was able to get his feet down, abruptly bringing the throw to a stop. However, he found himself in an awkward position. While Jean was holding his arm, James' back was bent, resulting in him being in a weird half-arched position. Taking advantage of James' positioning, Jean locked James' right arm between his torso and right arm. Then, he raised his left arm and brought down an elbow strike at James' throat. Showing off the physical strength he had built up over the last few months, James raised his own left arm and firmly caught the incoming elbow strike. Smack. The loud smack produced from the collision of flesh was loud enough to be heard throughout the spectator stands. Meanwhile, James and Jean stared at each other with smiles on their faces, clearly enjoying the battle so far. Man, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were trying to kill me with that elbow drop. James said in a casual tone. No, of course not. Jean said, grinning in response. Good. James replied with a nod. Because I'm not sure we could be friends if you were actually trying to kill me. After that, both fighters began to laugh. Then, as if it were planned, they stopped laughing simultaneously. A moment later, James pushed off the ring. Then, as if a videotape had been reversed, James flipped back over Jin's shoulder. However, while he was returning to an upright position, James wrapped his left arm around Jin's neck, forcing him to arch his back as he had done before. Oh, look how quickly the roles have reversed. James said with a grin. Preparing himself to defend any attacks James might send his way with his right fist or elbow, Jean was caught off guard by the impact he received to his back. James had raised his left knee, striking Jean between his shoulder blades. This, in turn, caused Jean to tense up for a moment. A moment that James took advantage of by falling backward with Jean still in his grasp. Bang. Wow, people, did you hear the sound Jin's head made when it collided with the ring? Kyoto shouted excitedly. I bet that really hurt. Maybe it even rattled his brain. But since he's down, I'll start the count. 1. Oh, man, did Jay just do an inverted DDT? Kawabara asked excitedly from near the medical tent, ignoring the pain that came with his excitement. How do you even know the name of that move? Botan asked curiously. Because it's a professional wrestling move. Kawabara explained. An American wrestler named Sting used to use it after he had a character change and became super edgy. While all the talking was going on, James stood up and took some distance from Jean. Although he knew that wouldn't be enough to take out a high-ranked demon, even if he was only at the initial rank, James was sure he would not be shrugging it off instantly. He had ran his demonic energy through his body to speed up his falling speed, after all. 4. 5. 6. Ow, that really hurt. Jean said, stopping Kudo's count at 6. Standing up slowly, Jean shook his head to get rid of the ringing in his ears. Jean is back on his feet. Kudo shouted excitedly. How will this match turn out after this? You're good with your hands and feet, Jay, Jean said with a smile while starting to wind up his left arm. But how will you handle this? As Jean spun his arm around, wind started to gather around it. Yeah, no thanks. James said, rushing forward. What kind of idiot lets his opponent charge up a move? A moment later, Jean had to block an incoming jab with his right arm, stopping the wind that was generating around it. It looks like your control over the wind isn't perfect yet. James commented when the wind stopped gathering around Jin's arm. You really should work on that. As he spoke, James threw a straight that Jin avoided by tilting his head, then a left hook that Jin lowered his head to avoid. An instant later, Jin thrust both his palms at James' chest and fired a blast of wind on impact. This blast of wind sent James tumbling through the air toward the spectator stands. Although Jin did not expect it to do much damage, it would give him some time to charge up the attack that James had interrupted a moment ago. Meanwhile, James extended his wings once again. Then, before he came in contact with the wall separating the crowd from the ring, he stabilized himself in the air. Unfortunately, that short amount of time was enough for Jin. When James looked back at the ring, Jin was standing there with a tornado whirling around his right arm. Then, without hesitation, Jin shot forward at James with his right arm cocked back, ready to throw a punch. Tornado fist. Jin shouted happily as he threw a punch at James' chest. Dodging to his left, James was pushed even further by the raging winds as Jin's fist whizzed past him. A moment later, in a straight line, all the demons in the stands, who were unlucky enough to be in the line of fire, were either ground into dust or sent flying by the tornado that shot forward from Jin's punch. That's one of the things the Dark Tournament has always been known for. Kyoto shouted into her microphone. We've always prided ourselves on the level of crowd participation you see here. At the same time, Shizuru stood up from her seat with a cigarette in her mouth. Shizuru, is everything all right? Keiko asked, surprised by Shizuru's sudden action. Yeah, everything is fine. Shizuru replied as she started walking away. But I'd rather not make a puddle on my seat. Oh, okay. Keiko replied with a dumbfounded gaze. Wait, I'll come with you. As the two girls walked away, Irene glanced at Urza. Urza, can you go with them and make sure nothing happens to them? Irene asked. Of course. Urza replied in a chivalrous tone before standing up and following Shizuru and Keiko. With Jay participating in this tournament, instead of me, those two are much safer than they would have been otherwise. Genkai said, never taking her eyes off the ring. Without him, I would have been their fifth member and those two would have been in the stands alone. Then, I guess it's a good thing he decided to crash the party. Irene replied with a small smile. Meanwhile, James had returned to the ring while Jean continued to float in front of the devastation he had created in the stands. It looks like one wasn't enough. Jean muttered to himself. Then, the red-haired demon began spinning both arms. Before he could finish, however, Jean heard James' voice. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. James chanted, pointing his right palm at Jean as an orb of yellow thunder magic formed in front of his palm. I don't know what you're doing. Jean shouted as a tornado formed around each of his arms. Then, as he charged forward, he continued. But it's too late. Double tornado fist. We'll see about that. James muttered as he smiled daringly. Returning the smile, Jean continued his charge. Then, when he was close enough, he threw his left fist forward. In response, James coated his own left hand with his demonic energy. Then, to everyone's surprise, he caught Jin's fist. Even more surprising was the fact that Jin's tornado was stopped along with his fist. What the hell? Jean cried in surprise. Who catches a tornado with their hand? What James had actually done, though Jean was unaware, was spin his demonic energy in the opposite direction of Jin's tornado. Then, after a second or two, the tornado simply fizzled out. After that, James tossed Jin's fist away. That was good, but your right hand is still occupied. Jean shouted as he threw his other fist forward. Still maintaining his smile, James held the orb of thunder magic in front of the incoming fist. Heido number 63, Raikoho. James shouted with a level of excitement that equaled Jin's. As James completed his Kyoto spell, by naming it, the thunder orb shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Then, it slammed into the tornado spinning around Jin's left arm. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Jean muttered before he lost control of the tornado on his arm. Meanwhile, after firing the Kyoto, James, flash stepped backward, coming to a stop on the edge of the ring. An instant later, thunder magic intertwined with Jin's tornado, causing it to expand violently, engulfing Jean in the process. Then, the whole thing exploded. Boom. After a few moments, the smoke from the explosion cleared. In its place, there was nothing but a small crater in the ring. Jean, however, was nowhere to be seen. Oh. My. Wow. Kyoto shouted excitedly. That was amazing. That explosion was spectacular. But where is Jean? Was he blown into ash? Not only Kyoto, but most of the people in the stadium were wondering the same thing. There were a few exceptions, however. James, Irene, Genkai, Yusuke, Hai, Karama, the last member of Team Masho, and the younger Toguro were all looking up toward the sky. Several seconds later, the sound of something falling from high altitude could be heard, gathering everyone's attention on it, and everyone sitting in the stands where it was projected to fall began to panic as they moved from where they were seated. A few seconds later, Jean slammed into the stands, unconscious. Boom. When Jean landed in the stands, a large part of the section was destroyed by the impact and subsequent shockwave. On top of that, the demons who ran away the slowest were sent flying, their life or death unknown. Unbelievable, that explosion must have sent Jean high up into the sky. Kyoto explained excitedly. And because of the explosion's impact, he must have fallen unconscious on the way up. Otherwise, there's no way he wouldn't have used the wind to soften his landing. Anyway, since Jean is outside of the ring, I'll begin the count. 1. For the rest of the count, Jean did not even flinch. However, from the rising and falling of his chest, it was obvious that he was still alive. That was a pretty good fight, Jean. James muttered to himself. Inviting you to join my peerage might not be such a bad idea. Chapter 319, Team Uramshi vs. Team Masho 4. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Just outside a forest near the stadium, Urza stood in front of the tree line with a long sword drawn and stabbed into the ground in front of her while her hands rested on the sword's pommel. As she stood there, she glared at any demon thinking that she would be an easy target with enough intensity to scare them out of any of those thoughts before they ran away in fear. Why did we come out here to do this? A female voice asked from behind Urza. Well, would you want to use a toilet that demons use? Another, nonchalant, female voice asked in response. I see your point. The first voice replied. Accompanying the two voices were the sound of footsteps. A moment later, Shizuru and Keiko appeared from the forest. While Shizuru was casually smoking a cigarette, Keiko was looking around nervously, a hint of embarrassment marring her face. At the sound of her companion's footsteps, Urza looked back over her shoulder. Verifying that they were indeed Shizuru and Keiko's footsteps, she put away her sword using her requip magic. Thank you for keeping watch for us, Urza-san. Keiko said with a slight bow of her head. Don't mention it. Urza replied in her usual tone. I will never hesitate to do anything to help my comrades. Not knowing how to respond to such an earnest response, Keiko smiled awkwardly while Shizuru simply nodded her head in acknowledgement. Then, after a few more steps, Urza joined the other two on their way back to the stadium. Less than a minute later, the three returned to the stadium's entrance. As they arrived, however, Shizuru stopped in her tracks and looked to the side. Is something wrong? Urza asked curiously, looking in the same direction as Shizuru. No, nothing is wrong. Shizuru replied, but her eyes stayed glued on someone she had seen. A moment later, she continued. Hey, Keiko, go inside and tell Boten to come out here. Huh? But why? Keiko asked curiously. Just hurry. Shizuru replied without answering the question. Tell her that I need her for something. Though she had no idea what Shizuru wanted, Keiko ran into the stadium promptly. Meanwhile, Shizuru, with Urza following behind her, walked in the direction she had been looking. At the end of Shizuru's gaze, a beautiful, short, petite, mint-green-haired female demon with red eyes wearing a light blue, long-sleeved kimono with a darker blue obi tied behind her was talking to a tall, fat, dark brown-skinned, male demon with buck teeth and a shifty smile. Are there really no more tickets to the tournament? The female demon asked in disappointment. Yeah right, lady, the male demon replied. The tickets have been sold out for weeks. And you think you can just come up on the third day expecting to get a ticket? What should I do? I need to go in and see the tournament. The female demon said in a tone filled with desperation as she lowered her head sadly. Well. If you really need to go inside. The male demon said with a lust-filled gaze. I might be able to. Yukina. A second female voice shouted from behind the male demon. Both demons reacted when hearing that voice. While the male showed a look of annoyance at being interrupted, the female, Yukina, looked up to see who had called her name. Either way, both demons looked to see who it was that interrupted their conversation. Hey, can't you see we were in the middle of a conversation? The male demon asked in annoyance. If you can, then fuck off. Before he could make a shooing gesture, however, the demon froze when a sword was lodged into his mouth, its sharp tip resting on his tongue. When he looked into the utterly unimpressed brown eyes and saw the flowing red scarlet hair of his attacker, the demon lost all will to fight back. I would suggest being more prudent with your words when talking to a lady. Urza, the one holding the sword, said in a chivalrous tone. Doing his best to nod in understanding, without getting his tongue skewered, the crotch of the male demon's pants darkened. He had lost control of his bladder due to the fear he was feeling. Meanwhile, Shizuru walked past the male demon as if she had not even noticed him. Then, she stopped in front of the petite female demon. At the same time, Urza pulled her sword out of the male demon's mouth. As soon as he could no longer feel the cold metal in his mouth, the male demon ran away from the three women as quickly as his legs would carry him. I'm sorry. Yukina said after the male demon ran away. But have we met before? No, we haven't. Shizuru replied with a rare smile. But I have a younger brother who won't shut up about you. Yukina had met Kuwabara a little over 3 months ago. She had been kidnapped by a human crime boss after it was found out that her tears turned into highly valuable gemstones. Though she was more than strong enough to kill her captors and escape, her gentle nature stopped her from doing so. After Spirit World found out about her kidnapping, they gave Yusuke the mission to rescue her. And Kuwabara was present when Yusuke received the mission. When Kuwabara saw the mission target, he fell in love at first sight, rushing off to save her without caring if Yusuke was following him, or waiting to see the rest of the mission's details. Although it was true Spirit World wanted to get her out of the clutches of the crime boss, the more important reason was that they wanted to avoid another outcome. And that outcome was killing all the humans involved, as it is absolutely forbidden for demons in the human world to take human life under any circumstances. One would wonder why Hai would go on a killing spree. Well, the answer is quite simple. Yukina is Hai's younger twin sister, though she did not know that. Meanwhile, in the stadium, James was standing in the ring looking at the last remaining member of Team Masho with a smile on his face. However, his gaze shifted to the stands when he heard Keiko's voice. Hey, Boten, come with me to the entrance of the stadium. Keiko shouted from the wall separating the stands from the ring area. Shizuru said she needs you for something. Though she was confused, Boten rushed into the tunnel. She was worried that something was wrong after hearing Keiko's message. Yukina must be here. James thought to himself. Now I kinda feel bad for stealing Kuwabara's thunder. But it is what it is. While James was having those thoughts, a portly older gentleman wearing an expensive-looking blue suit, white shirt, red tie, and white leather shoes ran out of Team Masho's tunnel. Then, when he arrived near the last member of Team Masho, he took a few deep breaths before speaking. Risho, you better have a way to win this round. The portly man, Butayuri, said in a huff. I bet a fortune on you this time. Chuckling softly, the hooded member of Team Masho did not even look at Butayuri. Instead, he started walking toward the ring. Then, he spoke quietly. You'll have to think of a way to get rid of the other one, but if you... Risho began to speak. Risho then explained his plan, intending to use Butayuri's position on the committee to have James disqualified. Right, that's a great idea. Butayuri said excitedly before turning to return to his VIP box, where he would call together the members of the tournament committee. Before Butayuri could get too far, however, James' voice rang out from the ring. That really is a good plan, but it won't work. James said, drawing both Butayuri and Risho's attention to himself. I mean, if you check the replay, I never actually touched anything other than the ring. So, accusing Kyoto of not counting me out properly won't work. As soon as he finished, James vanished from his spot, leaving an after-image in his place. Then, he appeared behind Butayuri just as he opened his mouth to speak. At the same time, Kyoto's panicked voice could be heard as she searched for her microphone. How is this possible? Butayuri asked in a panic. Did he really hear our plan to get him disqualified using my position on the tournament committee? As Butayuri spoke, his voice was broadcast all around the stadium, surprising both himself and Risho. Then, they saw the James, who had been standing in the ring disappearing slowly. They also noticed that Kyoto seemed to be looking for something and that her microphone was not in her hand. A moment later, Butayuri looked down in horror. Then, he saw the missing microphone being held, by a caramel-colored hand, right below his chin. Oh my, was there a conspiracy to have me disqualified even though I had done nothing to deserve it? James asked in a playful tone. Does that mean that I'm just that much stronger than the last member of Team Masho? Though the tone of James' voice was playful, the look in his eyes was predatory. It was clear to Butayuri that James was holding himself back from killing the dishonorable businessman on the spot. Do you really think you could defeat me? Risho asked contemptuously. I'm much stronger than that fool Jean. Oh, so are you gonna tell me that you had nothing to do with this fat sack of shit getting the committee to have us fight twice in a row? James asked playfully. Because if you're as strong as you claim to be, you wouldn't need to do that, right? When James spoke, he mockingly emphasized the word strong, causing Risho to grit his teeth. The truth as I see it is more along the lines of, you saw me beat the last team effortlessly. James continued. So, you started quaking in your boots. Then in fear, you came up with a plan that would cause one or more of my teammates to be ineligible to take part in this round. Right. James then, flash-stepped, away from Butayuri, appearing next to Kyoto. Sorry for borrowing this without permission. James said as he handed her the microphone. Then, without waiting for Kyoto to respond, James returned to his starting position and looked at Risho mockingly. "Oh, and your little enchantress," James said, gesturing at Ruka, who was looking at Hai in fear. "Her barrier has almost healed our boy, Hai, to full health. So, I suggest you get in the ring, so you can lose quickly. Before Hai rips his way out of that barrier and kills you in a much crueler way than I will." Gritting his teeth loud enough so that he could be heard from the first few rows of seats, Risho grabbed his robe and ripped it off. Then, he jumped into the ring with anger clear on his face. With his robe removed, it could be seen that Risho was a tall, lanky demon with shiny, shoulder-length, black hair that was parted down the middle and narrow brown eyes. He wore a black bodysuit with an orange sash draped over his shoulders and a brown sash tied around his waist. "Soon, you'll learn the consequences of humiliating me." Risho spat through gritted teeth. "I'll show you why an imitation should stay quiet in front of a real demon." Hearing that statement, James raised an eyebrow. He wondered how true it was, since demons and devils were the only two species of supernatural beings that used demonic energy. "I'll have to do some research about that later," James thought to himself. "Both fighters have entered the ring," Kyoto shouted. "From Team Masho, Risho. And from Team Uramshi, Jay. Now, let the battle begin." "Armor of clay," Risho said as soon as the signal to begin was given. A moment later, earth from outside the ring flew toward Risho and created a grayish-brown armor around him. Then, he rushed at James and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Throwing punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee strikes, Risho was unable to land a single blow as James effortlessly dodged and parried all of the incoming attacks. "I'll admit it, you're physically stronger than Jean," James said in a bored tone. "But you're too slow. What good is all that power if you can't hit anything with it?" "Stalagmite," Risho shouted while attacking. In the next instant, an earth spike shot out from the ground directly under James. To Risho's surprise, however, James simply jumped over it. Then, with a flip of his body, he landed on the earth spike's tip and held himself aloft by one finger. "How did you know I train my demonic power control like this?" James asked in feigned curiosity. "Either way, I really appreciate you giving me something that I can train with." "Thanks, man. I guess you're not as bad as I thought you were." "Damn you, you'll pay for mocking me," Risho shouted as he jumped out of the ring. "Armor of clay," Risho shouted hysterically when he landed outside the ring. A moment later, much more earth piled onto Risho's armor. The new, thicker, armor looked much more sinister than it did before, with sharp spikes poking out from the joints. Then, Risho leapt high into the air. At the same time, James flipped off the earth spike, materializing Okairu Sakura on his left hip. Risho then curled up into a ball of earth as his demonic energy enveloped him in midair. Meanwhile, James dropped into an Iato stance. "Meteor strike," Risho shouted as he propelled himself down into the ring at James. With focus, James watched as Risho approached at high speed. Then, when he was in range, James stepped forward and drew his sword, that was covered in cherry blossom-colored flames. "Inferno Blade Dragon Sweeping Claw," James said calmly, chanting the name of his Dragon Slayer magic spell. An instant later, Risho uncurled himself and landed on the ring. Meanwhile, with his back to his opponent, James slowly sheathed his sword. Then, as the handguard clicked against the sheath, Risho's armor shattered, blood gushed out of a wound that stretched from his right hip to his left shoulder, then, the right half of his torso slid off the rest of his body while his lower body and the left half of his torso remained standing. "I don't think there's any need for a count on this one," Kyoto exclaimed excitedly. The winner of the fifth match, and the round, is Team Uramshi. Chapter 320, Urza's Greatest Weakness. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After Kyoto declared Team Uramshi the winner of the round, once again, the crowd erupted into a symphony of boos and jeering. And like the other times, it did not seem to bother any of the members of Team Uramshi. By now, Ruka had released Hai from her barrier. As soon as she did so, she sprinted into the tunnel from which she entered, with terror written all over her face. It probably didn't help that Hai was staring at her with his juggin glowing the entire time she ran away. Though it was obvious to anyone who was watching that he only wanted to scare her. A few moments later, James had hopped off the ring, rejoining the rest of Team Uramshi, who had gathered near the injured Kuwabara and Kurama. "So, do you think they're gonna make us fight again?" Yusuke asked as soon as the team was gathered. "Probably not," James replied. "After that round, our next match will be in the semi-finals. And so far, I think Team Toguro is the only team that was set to fight in that round from the start. So, in other words, we have to wait until the other spots are filled before we'll fight again, right?" "That's right," James replied. Then, he turned his attention to Kurama. "How you doin', Kurama? Need me to use my healing spell on you?" "Wait. You have a healing spell? Kawabara asked in an agitated tone before Kurama could reply. Yeah, I sure do. James replied with a nod. I'm pretty sure I told the team that after our match with Team Rokuyukai. In fact, Hai turned down my offer to heal his arm. Then why did you just let me sit here injured like this? Kawabara asked angrily. Well, there are actually 3 reasons. James answered, raising his index, middle, and ring finger on his right hand. Oh yeah, and what are they? Kawabara asked. More than just Kawabara, Yusuke, Kurama, and even Hai, who was acting as if he were uninterested, were curious to know the reasons why James left Kawabara in his injured state. Well, first of all, it was to teach you that acting before you think about it has consequences. James said, getting a nod from Hai and Kurama. Second, I knew I'd be fighting in this round at some point, so I wanted to conserve my demonic energy. Ah, no offense, Kurama. None taken. Kurama replied dismissively. And what's the third reason? Yusuke asked curiously. Because I'm sure there's someone he'd rather be healed by than a tall, caramel-skinned, Adonis of a man like me. James said shamelessly, gaining deadpan looks from everyone. Ignoring the gazes of his teammates, James pointed up into the stands and continued. Oh, and here she comes now. Kazuma, are you okay? Yukina asked from the spectator stands, with timing that would make people believe that she was only there to prove James' point. Hearing that voice, Kawabara perked up immediately. Looking in the direction it came from, Urza, Boten, Shizuru, Keiko, and Yukina were standing at the wall that separated the ring from the stands. However, the only one of the 5 that Kawabara was currently able to see was Yukina. With a newfound source of energy, Kawabara hopped up onto his feet as if he had never been injured in the first place. Then, he sprinted toward the wall and stood below the group of 5. Hey, Yukina, did you come here to see me? Kawabara asked with a big goofy smile on his face. Yes. Yukina replied with a nod and a polite smile. But I fear that is only part of the reason. In truth, I came here to search for my brother. Oh, you're still looking for him, huh? Kawabara said, cupping his chin in thought. Well, if he's here like you think he is, I'm sure you'll be able to meet him. While Kawabara happily chatted away with Yukina, Yusuke, Kurama, Shizuru, and Boten looked at Hai intensely. Seeing that, even though he already knew the truth, James leaned down and whispered a question into Kurama's ear. So, Hai's that girl's brother, huh? James asked with a grin on his face. But I'm guessing it's supposed to be a secret, right? More or less. Kuram replied. Well, you guys made it so obvious that only people as oblivious as Yusuke and Kawabara wouldn't figure it out. What do you mean by that? Yusuke asked in an annoyed tone. I knew, I'm not clueless like Kawabara. Yeah, but if I had to guess, you found out because someone told you, right? James asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile on his face. Not because you figured it out on your own. Instead of arguing any further, Yusuke simply looked away in silence. Everything James said was true, after all. Meanwhile, back in the stands, Boten was sweating bullets. She was not even looking in his direction, and she could tell that Hai was glaring at her with all 3 eyes. I really want to tell Kawabara that Yukina is Hai's sister. But I know I'm not supposed to. Boten said to herself nervously. The real problem is that I'm a blabbermouth and Hai is a telepath. So, he'll know as soon as I say anything. Exactly, say anything and you die. Hai's voice rang out inside Boten's head. Would you morons hurry up and leave? Genkai asked in a harsh tone. Or did you plan to fight again? With that, all the conversations came to an end and all those affiliated with Team Uramshi left the stadium. While the group chatted as they walked back to the hotel, James thought about what he knew regarding the current situation. Currently, Kawabara isn't the only one who doesn't know that Yukina and Hai are twins. James thought to himself. I'm pretty sure Keiko doesn't know, either. Other than that, Irene and Urza don't know. But that doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, Yukina doesn't know either. In fact, the reason Yukina doesn't know that Hai is her twin brother is actually quite simple. They were separated at birth. Both Hai and Yukina were born to the Ice Demon tribe of Demon World, an all-female race. The only way for a male to be conceived among the Ice Demons is for one of them to lay with a male of another race. And that is exactly how the twins were conceived. Unfortunately, because of the Ice Demon's culture, Hai was thrown away by the tribe shortly after he was born. On the other hand, the reason Kawabara didn't know who Yukina's brother is due to his stupidity. The last case Yusuke solved, sort of, was to rescue Yukina from a crime boss. When he received the mission, it was in the form of a video cassette tape, an outdated form of media that he did not have at his house. Luckily, Yusuke knew that he could watch the video at Kawabara's house. So, he took the tape over there to watch it, and Kawabara watched it with him. Then, when he saw the image of the person Yusuke was tasked to rescue, Kuwabara fell in love at first sight. Then, without watching the video to the end, he ran off to save her on his own. Nothing came of that attempt, of course. Seeing as Kuwabara had no idea where she was even being held, Kuwabara ran around Tokyo for a while. Eventually, after a while, Kuwabara returned and followed Yusuke on his mission. While James thought about what he knew of the Yu Yu Hakusho canon, the group finally arrived at the hotel. And as soon as they did, the group began to party. Advancing 2 rounds in the tournament with no casualties was as good a reason as any to party. On top of that, Kuwabara found out that Yukina had learned healing. Naturally, that made Kuwabara wonder how James could know that. Before he could ask about it, however, Yukina asked him about his participation in the tournament, and he forgot all about the suspicion he was holding. Another thing of note was that Irene left the party for a short while after receiving a communication. When she came back, however, she acted as if nothing was wrong. So, James figured that it was something they should not talk about with outsiders present, and he let it be until they were alone. Urza, on the other hand, could not read such social cues. So, she blatantly asked about it as soon as Irene returned to the room. And she was not subtle about it, either. Luckily, James always kept something in his storage space for just an occasion. Good thing I asked Grafia to teach me how to stop the time in my storage space. James thought to himself as he pulled something from the storage space. Hey, Urza! James shouted, getting Urza's attention. We can't call this a party without cake, right? With that, James revealed the extra-large strawberry shortcake he kept in his space storage ever since he got to know Urza. According to what he knew about the girl, she was so single-minded that changing her mind was nearly impossible. The only thing capable of changing her focus was a good strawberry shortcake. After seeing the cake, Urza's eyes began to light up immediately. Completely forgetting what she wanted to ask her mother, Urza charged toward the table James was about to set the cake down on. Then, she waited with bated breath as James cut a slice. A moment later, James had served the cake to Urza on a small plate with a dessert fork. And when Urza received it, she quickly took her first bite. Then, she paused and turned her head upward with her eyes dampening. After that, she released one of the most sensual moans anyone in the room had ever heard. Meanwhile, while Urza was having her moment, James winked at Irene with a smile. Irene returned the wink with a smile of her own. Then, they went back to enjoying the celebration party like nothing had happened. So, would anyone else like a slice of cake? James asked, pointing to the cake with the knife. Keiko, Botan, and Yukina were quick to raise their hands. Then, when James nodded at them, they all got up and made their way over to get a piece of cake. What surprised everyone, except James and Irene, was that Genkai had beaten the 3 girls to the cake. On a side note, Urza would have also been surprised to see Genkai in the front of the cake line, as well. But she was so engrossed in her slice of cake that she did not notice what was going on around her. When Genkai felt all the surprised gazes on her, she turned to look at everyone. What? Genkai asked without changing her expression. Never seen an old woman that likes cake before. Although it was not abnormal for an old lady to like cake, Genkai's tough-as-nails exterior would suggest that she liked hard liquor and smoking rather than cake. Don't get her wrong, though. Genkai also enjoyed hard liquor and smoking. But there was no rule stating that liking either was mutually exclusive. Like that, the party went on for the next few hours. By the end, everyone went back to their rooms, with Yukina sharing a room with Keiko, thoroughly exhausted. Everyone except the devils, that is. Even more than demons, devils thrived at night. Just as they had done the night before, Irene and Urza entered James' bedroom to sleep. And just as the door was closed behind them, James addressed Irene. So, is there anything I should know about that communication circle from earlier? James asked seriously. Ah. That's right. Urza exclaimed. After James presented the cake, I completely forgot I wanted to ask about that. That was the point, Urza. James said. You were about to ask your mother about possible, internal matters of the underworld. So, I thought of something to distract you. And it looks like the cake did the job beautifully. Ah. I'm sorry for my oversight. Urza apologized sincerely. Please, strike me as a form of punishment. Ignoring Urza's usual behavior, James turned his attention back to Irene. So, what happened? James asked. Apparently, / dog team found out that Resurrecting should be on Hanging Neck Island, right now. Irene reported. He must have found a good way to obscure his presence. James muttered to himself. I've scanned the entire island many times with my perception and soul sight. Yet, I've never noticed him. From what I've heard about him, I wouldn't put it past him. Irene said. He's been evading detection from the underworld for centuries. That's true, I guess. James replied. though I doubt they were actively looking for him. Especially with those old corrupt fuckers that used to be on the council, not to mention the way Surzex used to act. Irene nodded in agreement, while Urza was not sure of what they were talking about since she was a newcomer to Devil Society. Either way, if he plans to do something on this island, I'll stop him. James said with a shrug. And if he plans to wait until I leave, I'll just sink the island before leaving. Anyway, let's go to bed, it's been a long day. Chapter 321, Oyakudon, R18. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Just like the day before, James was awakened by the glow of the sunrise shining through his window. Unlike the previous day, however, he could only feel one voluptuous body snuggled up to him. Another thing that was different from the day before was that he could tell he was not snuggled under the blankets. On top of that, James could feel that his pelvic region was exposed to the air. Plus, there was a pleasant, if not a bit too firm, sensation gliding up and down his manhood. I'm not sure what's going on, James thought to himself while his eyes remained closed. But I'm almost certain Urza is stroking my dick right now. Deciding to open his eyes, if only to check the validity of his hypothesis, James slowly opened his eyes and looked down the length of his body. First, laying on his chest was a head of scarlet red hair. The body that head of hair was attached to was snuggled up against his right side, wearing nothing but a pair of red bra and panties that were accented with black lace, making it clear to James that it was a woman he was laying down with. On top of that, James' right hand was firmly attached to her backside. This is definitely Irene. James thought to himself as he gave the ass in his hand a squeeze. Irene moaned slightly due to James' touch. Then, that should be Urza stroking my dick, just as I thought. James thought to himself once again. But until I know for sure, it could be anyone. With that thought in mind, James looked even further down. And just as he expected, Urza was staring at his manhood intensely as she stroked it with awkward movements. Urza. James said calmly, getting the knight's attention. Even though her gaze was pulled away from his manhood, Urza's hands neither stopped their movements nor did her grip loosen. Ah, you're awake. Urza said with a nod. Good morning, James. Yes, good morning to you as well, Urza. James replied with a smile, gaining a smile from Urza in return. But I have a question to ask you. By all means, please ask. Urza said, her expression reverting to her intense stare once again. Why are you jerking me off? James asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Don't take that the wrong way, though. I'm not complaining about it. Not at all. But I'm curious. Very curious, in fact. Because I was curious. Urza replied. Curious to see a dick? James asked, his curiosity growing. No, I've seen the genitals of men before. Urza said. I've seen them on the internet. I see. James said with a nod. Then, what were you curious about? I've heard from the girls in your harem that you are quite the capable lover. Urza replied. So, I've been curious to see if it is as good as they say it is. Not to mention, they said it was quite large when erect. So, I wanted to see it in its erect state. So, you started jerking me off in my sleep because you wanted to see me hard? James asked. That's right, Urza replied with a nod. And, I must admit, they were right, it is quite large. Although he was not sure what he should be thinking about this situation, James did feel a swell of pride thanks to Urza's statement, much like most men would. Even still, he felt that he needed to say something. Urza, I understand that you are curious. James said, making eye contact with the obliviously shameless girl. But you know you could have simply asked to see it, right? For the first time since James woke up, Urza's hand froze. Her eyes also opened wide at the realization. Not to mention, stroking me off in my sleep kinda makes you look like a perverted molester or sleep rapist. James added, causing Urza to shudder. You know, since you're not my girlfriend, or whatever. As Urza enjoyed more risque reading material in her free time, she knew exactly what James meant, so there was no need to ask for an explanation. Instead, she was more surprised that she had not considered any of the points James had made. Before James could continue, however, a stir from his right side caused his attention to shift to Irene, who he assumed was about to wake up. What are you two talking about so early in the morning? Irene asked, sounding a little irritated that she had been woken up. There's no match today for Team Uramshi, so just go back to sleep. At that moment, Irene opened her eyes. Then, she noticed that Urza was not laying down on James' left side. So, after quickly sweeping her sight around that side of the room, she froze completely when she saw Urza frozen in place with James' manhood in her hand. Urza, what are you doing? Irene asked, a hit of jealousy in her tone. I haven't even done that yet. Ugh. I didn't mean to say that. Then, perhaps you should join me, mother. Urza said in a serious tone as she resumed stroking James. I doubt that James would mind. Right, James. Although you're not wrong, Urza. James said with a wry smile. Feeling his dick getting harder at the thought of both Irene and Urza stroking him off together, James tried to remain focused on the issue at hand. No pun intended. Really? Irene said with a contemplative expression, her gaze shifting between James' face, Urza's face, and James' dick that was held in Urza's hand. And Irene's serious contemplation was making it much harder to keep his cool. Ahem. James cleared his throat to gather the attention on himself as well as dispel the thoughts of mother-daughter sexy time that were invading his mind, for the moment. James then looked into Urza's eyes and spoke in as serious a tone he could muster given the current circumstances. The issue isn't that you're giving me a handy, Urza. James said. Nor is it that I don't mind. The real issue is that this came out of the blue completely. Really? Urza asked curiously, tilting her head to the side, looking much cuter than she had any right to be with a 9-inch, approximate 23 centimeters, dick in her hand. But I've slept in the same bed as you for 3 nights in a row. But you only told us that sleeping with James helped you sleep better. Irene pointed out. I suppose I did. Urza said after a moment to contemplate. But I wore quite sexy lingerie. As she spoke, Urza used her free hand to tug on the strap of her bra, causing her breasts to shift with the tug. Then, when she let go, her breasts jiggled quite nicely as a consequence. As a man, James' eyes were naturally drawn to the jiggle. Something that both Irene and Urza both noticed. Ahem. James cleared his throat once again. I'll admit, at first, I thought that you were both trying to seduce me when you slept in my bed with nothing but sexy lingerie on. But Urza, you have never shown any romantic or sexual interest in me, so I assumed that you were just more comfortable sleeping that way. Ah, another oversight. Urza said with a slight pout on her face. Based on your girlfriend stories, I assumed that you would simply pounce on me if I dressed like this while sharing your bed. I mean, that's what they said you do to them when they dress like this. Well, they are my girlfriends. James pointed out. So, they've all done more than just show interest in me, right? I see. Urza replied with a nod. Then, she looked into James' eyes once again. James, I am interested in having sex with you. Wow, you are nothing if not straightforward. James said with a somewhat astonished look on his face. Then, he simply shrugged his shoulders. Well, I don't really mind. And since my girls have told you so much about our sex lives, I'm guessing they don't mind either. Indeed. Urza replied. They requested that if I take this step, however, it should only be after I resolve myself to become your girlfriend as well. They said something along the lines of just sampling the goods is bad manners. I'm almost certain without a doubt that Aquino said that, right? James asked with a wry smile on his face. That is correct. Urza replied with a nod. You truly know your wives to be very well. Anyway, like I said, I'm okay with the direction things look to be going. James said before shifting his attention to Irene. The question is, are you? Because it's obvious that your daughter is. Mulling over the question for a few moments, Irene eventually shrugged her shoulders in a carefree manner. If I were being honest, I half expected this to happen. Irene confessed. But I definitely did not think it would happen this fast. But to answer your question, James, I'm fine with it. Excellent, then we should get started right away. Urza said before she was engulfed in a golden light. In the next instant, Urza was completely naked, the sexy lingerie she had been wearing removed with her requip magic. Then, she wasted no time in straddling James' hips, lining his dick up with her pussy. Unfortunately, due to her inexperience, when she lowered her own hips, she was unable to achieve penetration. After a few tries, Irene finally intervened. Moving behind her daughter. Once behind Urza, Irene placed her left hand on Urza's left hip. Then, she guided James' dick toward Urza's wet pussy with her right hand. Now, Urza, I suggest you take it. Irene said, beginning to instruct her daughter. However, before Irene could finish, Urza lowered her weight forcefully, taking nearly all of James' dick inside her in one push. Slowly. Irene said, finish in her sentence. Though they were surprised by Urza's brash action of ignoring her mother's advice, neither James nor Irene found it too surprising after taking a moment to think. It was quite common for Urza to act on impulse, then think about her actions later. On top of that, James was even less surprised by the fact that Urza did not seem to feel much pain from her first penetration. In fact, he was quite certain that Urza had broken her hymen long ago due to her intense training as a knight. Urza moaned as her insides were scraped. This feels better than the girls explained. Well, I'm glad it didn't hurt for you. Irene said with a wry smile on her face. Now, you should begin moving up and down. Nodding in response, Urza raised her hips until only the head of James' dick was inside her. Then, with all her might, she slammed her hips downward, taking all of James' dick inside her. On. Urza moaned much louder after her second thrust. Enjoying the mixture of pleasure and pain, Urza continued to raise her hips before lowering them violently in a rhythmic fashion. Meanwhile, as Urza bounced up and down on his dick, James enjoyed the view of Urza's rather sizable breasts bouncing with her violent movements. Then, after a few moments, James snapped out of his trance, grabbing Irene's hand that was still resting on Urza's left hip with his right one. "Come here, Irene," James said, guiding Irene to his side before having her straddle his abdomen. Then, he pulled her downward so that her bra-clad breasts were pressing into his upper chest. A moment later, he pressed his lips against Irene's. As James initiated a kiss with Irene, she placed her hands between herself and James, caressing his chest as she opened her lips slightly, inviting James to insert his tongue in her mouth. At the same time, since she was unable to support herself on James' chest, Urza leaned backward and continued bouncing on his dick, trying to find the angle that gave her the most pleasure. On top of that, she found herself even more aroused by the fact that James was not even paying attention to her. James, on the other hand, had a feeling that Urza had a bit of a masochistic streak in her, so he thought it would be better for her if he neglected her a bit. Instead, he focused on his kiss with Irene. Eventually, he unhooked her bra, revealing her breasts that were even larger than Urza's. And as soon as they were free, James began massaging and squeezing them passionately. Irene moaned into the kiss. "Ah, yes," Urza shouted as she continued to bounce on James' dick. "This is much more enjoyable than imagined." With Urza's shout, James remembered that he had not put up a silencing barrier. So, he quickly released Irene's left breast, snapped his right hand to create the barrier and went back to fondling the mature scarlet-haired beauty. Luckily, it was quite early. So, no one, other than Hai, who had left the hotel before dawn to train, was awake, avoiding the awkward situation of everyone hearing the sounds of sex coming from James' room first thing in the morning. And James raised the barrier not a moment too soon. As soon as the sound of James' snap ended, Urza reached her first orgasm. On. Urza moaned loudly as she shuddered on top of James. At the same time, James bucked his hips in turn with Urza's orgasm, having felt the contraction of her vaginal walls. To James' surprise, however, Urza, even while shuddering due to an orgasm, continued to bounce up and down on his dick. Meanwhile, Irene had lost herself in the kiss, her first in centuries. The first since her husband betrayed her. Because of this, she could feel herself tearing up. However, the tears were those of joy. She knew, from seeing James' interactions with his loved ones, that she would never have to worry about him betraying her. Eventually, James broke the kiss. Then, looking into Irene's eyes, he spoke in a warm tone. "Irene, I promise that as long as you're with me, I'll never let anything like what happened to you in the past happen again," James said in a soothing tone. Before Irene could respond, however, James reached under her arms and hoisted her upward, making her straddle his face. After sliding the crotch of her panties to the side, he pulled her downward with his tongue extended. An instant later, his tongue was buried in Irene's pussy as far as it could go. On. Irene moaned aloud at the sudden stimulation. At the same time, James stretched his right hand down towards his hips. Smack. And slapped Urza on her well-shaped, muscular, yet bouncy ass. Urza moaned, her pussy constricting with James' slap as she came again. Meanwhile, Irene was experiencing a type of pleasure that she had never felt before. Although it was not unheard of, performing oral sex 400 years ago was quite uncommon. So, she had never had her pussy eaten during sex while she was married back then. And when James began using his tongue to poke and prod at her clit, it did not take more than a few seconds for her to also come. On. Yes. Don't stop. Irene shouted as she reached down and grabbed James' head. Continuing like that for the next 15 minutes, the room was filled with the sounds of flesh hitting flesh and the moans of an extremely sexy mother-daughter pair. Then, James eventually reached his limit. Not until Urza came 4 times and Irene came twice, though. Humph. James grunted as he emptied his load into Urza's womb. Once again shuddering in pleasure as James' ejaculation caused her to come again, Urza's legs finally gave out and she slumped forward after wobbling for a few seconds. Then, she latched onto the closest thing to her, her mother's back. After feeling Urza's vertical movement coming to a stop, James finally raised Irene off his face that was covered in her juices. Then, as soon as his face was visible, Urza swooped in to kiss him, unconcerned with her mother's vaginal fluids. Meanwhile, while James and Urza were kissing, Irene quickly pulled off her panties and tossed them to the side. Then, she laid on her back and spread her legs wide, knowing that it would be her turn to feel James inside her soon. And just as Irene expected, James broke the kiss with Urza rather quickly and pulled his dick out of her. Then, he crawled over to Irene, leaving Urza to watch. Without wasting much time, James pushed Irene's legs back, so her ankles were on either side of her head. Then, he pinned her knees down with his elbows, plunging deep into her pussy in one push. On. Irene moaned, coming from the penetration alone. Now, let me show you what getting fucked really feels like. James said in an animalistic tone. I'll show you the difference between a real man and that limp dick traitor you married centuries ago. For the next 5 minutes, James pounded Irene with everything he had. Oh. Yes. Irene moaned, coming for the third time in 5 minutes. Fuck me, James. Fuck me. Then, while Irene continued to shudder from her multiple orgasms, James, keeping Irene's body in the same position, wrapped his arms around her and lifted her so that they were not positioned vertically. Then, he leapt off the bed, landing on the floor and continued to pound her with all he had. Meanwhile, Urza simply lay in bed, watching her mother get pounded into oblivion with her right fist clenched on her chest. After another 5 minutes, and 2 more orgasms, James then pulled his dick out of Irene. Then, he tossed her onto the bed, face down, spread her legs, and plunged into her pussy again. Ah! Irene screamed, coming yet again. Then, for the next 10 minutes, James pounded into Irene from behind while the only thing she could see if she raised her head was her daughter watching them intently with lust swirling in her eyes. Eventually, James came inside of Irene before slumping down on top of her. However, all 3 of them, especially the mother-daughter pair, knew that they were just beginning. With one woman who had just awakened to the pleasures of the flesh, one woman who had reawakened to the same pleasures after centuries, and a man with seemingly inexhaustible stamina, they all knew that it would be a long day. Chapter 322, the semifinals begin. Human world, Hanging Neck Island. After a few hours of passionate, animalistic lovemaking, James, Irene, and Urza finally left the bedroom around noon. When they reached the suite's living room, not everyone was present. In fact, only Genkai, Shizuru, and Boten were there. Based on what I know about you, kid, it looks like you 3 had a good time. Genkai said, after glancing at the room's new arrivals. After hearing Genkai's comment, both Shizuru and Boten also took a look at James, Irene, and Urza in curiosity. And when they did, they knew what Genkai meant at once. Currently, Irene and Urza were clinging to James from his right and left, respectively, with contented smiles on their faces. That is a fact I cannot deny. James said with a smile that showed his status as a winner at life. So, the 3 of you had sex, huh? Shizuru asked in a disinterested tone. Then with her gaze shifting between Irene and Urza, she continued. But aren't you 2 mother and daughter? Yes, but as members of Devil Society, the social norms for us are quite different. Irene replied. I see. Shizuru said, leaving the topic there before she lit a cigarette. Wait, are you all serious? Boten asked, thoroughly dumbfounded by the conversation. Why are none of you surprised that he was having SE? SE, sleeping with 2 women. You can't even say the word sex, huh? Shizuru asked with a small teasing smirk on her lips. You're really adorable, Boten. Now is not the time to tease me, Shizuru. Boten said in a fluster with her cheeks turning red. Just answer my question. Boten's outburst caused the others in the room to giggle at her expense. Eventually, they all calmed down. Then, Genkai was the first to answer the question. Well, I lived with them for 3 months. Genkai explained. So, I understand the types of things James does. Instead of worrying about their sexual escapades, you should just be happy that they remembered to raise a silencing barrier. Just then, James, Irene, and Urza. Well, just James and Irene smiled wryly. Urza on the other hand smiled just as she had been from the beginning. I actually did forget the barrier when we started. James admitted. But I did put one up in the nick of time. It helps that it was around dawn, too. Irene added. Wait. Boten said, raising her hand for emphasis. You started at dawn. Pretty much. James replied with a shrug. And then you went back to sleep, right? Boten asked, her face reddening as she asked. Nope. James replied casually. After we finished, we took a shower, got dressed, then we came out here. Yes, James has quite the stamina. Urza said. Hearing that, Boten's whole face turned red, quite the contrast to her cyan-colored hair. However, Boten was not the only one to blush at Urza's comment. Even Shizuru's nigh unchangeable nonchalant expression broke for a few seconds as she blushed. If Kuwabara had been there to see it, he would have accused her of being an imposter. Anyway, where are the others? James asked in order to dispel the awkward atmosphere. I told Yusuke and Kuwabara to go and observe their possible next round opponents. Genkai responded quickly. What about Hai and Karama? James asked. I'm not sure about Hai, but I think Karama also went to the stadium to see what the opponents in the next round were capable of. Botan said, inserting herself back into the conversation. If I were to guess, Hai is probably off training. James said. I bet he was pissed off that he didn't have full control of the darkness flames when he used them in the first round. I wouldn't put it past him. Genkai said in agreement. And just as those in the hotel expected, Hai was on one of the island's beaches. In front of him was a bonfire, and he was unraveling the bandages that wrapped his right arm. When the bandages were removed completely, quite a bit of his forearm was still covered in burnt flesh. However, it seemed as if he had no issue with moving his arm and hand, despite the burns. Ha! Just wait. Hai said with a villainous smile on his face while extending his right arm toward the bonfire. Once this tournament ends, I'll defeat you, learn all your secrets, and then take your life. I'll make you understand that no one humiliates me and lives to tell the tale. A moment later, a wisp of darkness flame appeared in Hai's outstretched palm. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he plunged both his arm and the darkness flame into the bonfire, causing it to shoot upward as if a large amount of fuel was dropped on it from above. Like that, with James and the others chatting, Yusuke and his group watching the other fights, and Hai training with the darkness flames, the day passed without much fanfare. Around the time the sun set, Yusuke, Kuwabara, Keiko, Yukina, and Pooh returned to the hotel room. A few minutes later, Kurama also returned. So, how were the matches for today? James asked. Well, there were only two. Yusuke replied. The winner of the third match from yesterday, Team Uraji won today, too. Yeah, and the other match was between two teams whose names I can't remember. Kuwabara said. But I doubt either of them could stand a chance against Team Toguro. And what of your chances to win tomorrow's match? Genkai asked. Honestly, it shouldn't be a problem. Yusuke said while scratching his head. But I still don't think I can beat Toguro, even with all the training I went through. At least you're self-aware. Genkai replied with a nod. So, for that reason, you will not be participating in tomorrow's match. Say what? Yusuke questioned while slamming his hands on the table between the sofas everyone was sitting on. You expect me to stand back and watch my teammates fight to the death? Take it easy, man. James said, waving off Yusuke's concerns. Between Kurama, Hai, and I, there is no one on Team Uraji that can beat us. At least, that's what my senses tell me after seeing them fight in the first round. With just that, Yusuke calmed down significantly. Then, he returned his sight to Genkai. If I'm not gonna be fighting tomorrow, what will I be doing? Yusuke asked with a slight frown. I'll be transferring my last technique to you. Genkai replied without changing her expression. First thing in the morning, you and Pooh are to meet me at the foot of the mountain on the island. And just so you don't get confused, dimwit. Meet me at the place that is closest to the hotel. Don't treat me like an idiot, you old hag. Yusuke said in an irritated tone. Well, if the shoe fits, Urameshi. Kuwabara said, interrupting the conversation while trying to hold back his laughter. Wait, why didn't you mention me when you talked about everyone who could beat Team Uraji? Wow, that's one hell of a late reaction. James said through his stifled laughter. Ignoring Kuwabara's stupid question, Yusuke looked around the room. When he did, he saw not only Kuwabara's stifling laughter, but Keiko, Botan, Kurama, and James doing so as well. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he lunged toward Kuwabara. Bang, bang, bang. Then, after a few well-placed punches, Kuwabara was laid out on the ground, holding both his stomach and his nose. Why did you only hit me? Kuwabara asked in a pain-filled tone. Well, because Keiko and Botan are girls. Yusuke replied as if it were obvious. But Kurama and Jay were laughing, too. Kuwabara protested. Well, Kurama is too hard to hit. Yusuke replied. And I like being conscious, so Jay was out, too. Kuwabara, Keiko, and Botan were surprised to hear there was someone that Yusuke was not willing to fight. Meanwhile, Genkai, Irene, and Urza expected an answer like that. You've grown a lot, Yusuke. James said, appearing next to the younger boy. When we first met, that would not have stopped you. Well, losing hours at a time after attacking you got old pretty fast. Yusuke replied while looking away. Pretty fast? Genkai asked with disdain in her tone. The last time you got beat into unconscious was only 2 days before we left. You got mad that Jay took the last cup of pudding and attacked blindly before getting knocked out for 8 hours. This time, instead of stifling their laughter, everyone in the room erupted into full-blown laughter, leaving Yusuke pouting that his lie had been exposed. Before he could defend himself, however, Urza appeared on his other side and patted his shoulder as James had done. Do not let it bother you. Urza said in a chivalrous tone. Some desserts are truly worth fighting to the death for. After Urza finished speaking, everyone remembered the way Urza devoured the extra-large strawberry shortcake last night. Then, they decided to ignore her as she began to drool just thinking about that same strawberry shortcake. Like that, the group continued chatting. Though, Hai did not return to the suite for a few hours more. Eventually, everyone decided to call it a night. Though they did not have an early morning ahead of them, as their match would begin at noon, they would have a long day ahead. The next morning, the group, aside from Yusuke and Genkai, who had left for their training shortly after the sun rose, left their bedrooms at around 9 in the morning. On another note, Yukina left the room that used to belong to Urza. Seeing as both Irene and Urza were now sleeping in James' room, they decided to move their belongings there as well. With 2 rooms freed up, Yukina was able to get her own room, no longer having to share one with Keiko. After having breakfast and chatting a little more, Team Uramshi, minus Yusuke, and those affiliated with them, minus Genkai, left the hotel and started walking. Wait, aren't we going the wrong way? Kawabara asked just after leaving the hotel grounds. The stadium is that way. Were you not paying attention at all? Hai asked, looking at Kawabara disdainfully. The semifinals and the finals will be held in the new arena. Oh, yeah, that's right. Kawabara replied sheepishly. I forgot. Fool. Hai said before ignoring Kawabara completely, deciding not to waste any more breath with such an idiot. Anyway, how did your training go, Hai? James asked with a smile. Do not think that I will give you any information. Hai said sharply. Just know that your defeat is guaranteed after the tournament. Hey, Irene. James said, wrapping his right arm around Irene's waist. Isn't it cute how he thinks he actually has a chance of winning? While Irene merely shook her head at James' antics, Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth hard enough for them to be heard by the rest of the group. On top of that, he stared at James with such intensity that he may catch on fire. Which, with his juggin, was a distinct possibility. After walking for a few more minutes, the group saw where the last 2 rounds of the dark tournament would be fought. In front of them stood a rather ominous-looking covered arena with what appeared to be spider legs carved into its structure. After approaching the arena, the group split into 2 groups with Team Uramshi entering through the competitor entrance while the girls entered through the normal spectator entrance. Then, it did not take long for both groups to find the places where they were supposed to be. With the guys in their waiting room and the girls finding their seats without issue. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kudo's voice rang out from every speaker in the arena. Today, for some inexplicable reason, I will be your commentator instead of your referee/commentator. I don't know why I was demoted, but I'll do my best to tell you about every bone-shattering hit and blood-spilling slash. As the demons present did not care who the referee would be, they cheered loudly at Kudo's declaration. Then, Kudo spoke into the microphone once again. Now, let me introduce you to the referee for the semifinals and finals, Yuri. Kudo shouted over the microphone. With that, the lights in the arena dimmed. Then, a spotlight fell on the ring. Standing in the light wearing a tight black bodysuit with holes in the front and back that exposed her abdomen and lower back, a pink top, a matching skirt, a purple bow tie, and a pink bandana on her head was a beautiful female demon, who appeared to be in her early 20s, with tan skin, mint green hair, webbed ears, and a mint green tail with a fin at the end. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the mint green-haired girl, Yuri, said into her microphone. Let's begin the first semifinal match. Chapter 323, Team Uramshi vs. Team Uraji. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After Yuri's declaration, the crowd once again erupted into loud, excited cheers. Then, after the cheers died down, Yuri gestured toward one of the 2 participant entrances that lead to the ring area. Entering first, from the north entrance, Team Uramshi. Yuri said in a decidedly calmer tone than Kudo usually used. With Yuri's introduction, the crowd began to boo, loudly. A moment later, James, Kawabara, Hai, and Karama entered the arena. At which time, the loud booing and jeering grew even louder. However, it did not take long for most of the crowd to realize that the team was a man short. Where's Uramshi? One demon shouted. What a coward. A second demon shouted. Is he afraid to die? What do you expect? A third demon shouted in response. He's only a filthy human. As the jeering got more and more insulting, the 4 members of Team Uramshi continued to walk toward the ring. Eventually, they stopped at ringside and completely ignored the ignorant masses. Well, all of them except for one. Humph. Hai snorted. It's easy to talk when you don't have to fight yourself. None of these fools are even strong enough to qualify for this tournament. I'm actually surprised that you would even pay them any mind. Karama said. I guess you're more irritated than you let on. Silence, Karama. Hai snapped back. Well, if you're so easily riled up, you'll have no chance of beating me after the tournament. James added in with a smile. Not that it would make a difference either way. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hai ultimately decided to just turn his head away from James' taunt. There was no point in reacting to everything James said, especially since he could tell that James was only saying it to get under his skin at this point. Before the team could bicker any further, Yuri's voice rang out through the arena once again. Now, entering from the south entrance, Team Uraji. Yuri introduced as they gestured toward the other entrance. Immediately, the crowd cheered loudly, with the female demons cheering much louder than usual. A moment later, 5 demons, 4 of which were, moderately to extremely, good-looking young men accompanied by an old man entered the ring area. Sure, I love you," shouted an extremely seductive-looking female demon. "I want your babies." Another female demon shouted. "Shishiwakamaru, make me your sex slave." A third female demon shouted. As the cheers grew louder and more obscene, the members of Team Uraji walked toward the ring with smiles while their poster boy, Shishiwakamaru, waved at the screaming female demons. All the while, they were being showered by the panties of the demon women in the crowd. So, the whole throwing panties thing was actually real? Kawabara asked curiously. "I thought that was just something that happened in American movies." "Well, it makes sense," James said with a shrug. "I mean, look at those pretty boys. They look like a boy band and their elderly manager who molests them casually. I wonder what they're really called, the backdoor boys." Hearing James' casual insult, all 5 members of Team Uraji looked at him with glares. However, before any of them could open their mouths to fire back, James continued. "But the worst is that fake old man," James said. "I mean, that disguise is one of the worst I've ever seen. Hold on, I'll get rid of it." James then vanished from his spot. A moment later, he reappeared in the same spot with a leathery-looking mask in his hand. "There you go," James said, holding up the mask for everyone to see. After seeing the mask in James' hand, the entire arena focused on the face underneath it. And what they saw was a face that would probably be quite handsome. Unfortunately, it was covered in face paint that was made to look like a clown. On top of that, he even had a round rubber nose covering his nose as well. How did he even fit that rubber nose under the mask? Kawabara asked curiously. "Who cares?" Hai said with a frown. "Can we just start the match?" While the crowd discussed what they saw under Anji's mask, the man in question slowly raised his hand to his face. When he felt the painted skin and the rubber nose, his facial expression contorted into one filled with rage. "How dare you?" Anji shouted while theatrically pointing a finger toward James. "Hai's right," James said, completely ignoring the clown. "We should get the round started. Does anyone want to play captain to determine the rules?" "Don't ignore me," Anji shouted. "Why don't you do it?" Kawabara asked James. "I don't mind if none of you do," James replied with a smile. "Just get it over with," Hai said sharply. "I don't mind either," Kurama said with a nod. "All right," James said with a nod. Then, he jumped on the ring. "I'm still talking to you, you little bastard," Anji said, continuing to shout at James with no visible effect. "Would the leader of Team Uraji please come onto the ring as well?" Yuri asked into her microphone. Looking at Anji, who was still yelling at James, who was still ignoring him, Shishiwakamaru gave up on getting the true leader of their team to take up the responsibility. So, he hopped into the ring and made his way to the center. After a few seconds, James and Shishiwakamaru looked at each other with Yuri standing between them. As they measured each other, James took note that Shishiwakamaru was a very handsome young man with long violet blue hair that was pulled back into a loose ponytail, with bangs that framed his face. He also wore a kimono, a hakama, and a katana on his hip that made him look like Ronin from the Edo period. "So, how would the two of you like to proceed with the round?" Yuri asked in a professional tone. "If you wouldn't mind, I have a suggestion," Shishiwakamaru said. "Let's hear it," James replied. Shishiwakamaru then reached into his kimono sleeve and pulled out a pair of 6-sided dice. However, instead of the pips that one would normally see on the sides of the dice, one had the names of the members of Team Uraji on 5 of the sides while the second held the names of the members of Team Uramshi. Each side also had a free space that allowed the team to choose the firster for the next fight. "I suggest we use these to decide the match pairings before each fight," Shishiwakamaru said with a smile. "If we roll these before each fight, it will keep the matches interesting and random." "Sounds fun to me," James replied with a smile. "But you wouldn't mind if I took a look at the dice before we got started, right?" "Not at all," Shishiwakamaru said with a shrug before tossing the dice towards James. Catching the dice effortlessly, James let his demonic energy run through them. When he noticed that there were no gimmicks built into them, he tossed them back casually. "I'm good with the dice," James said with a smile. "Very well," Yuri said into her microphone. "The matches of this round will be determined by dice roll. Both teams, please send your first fighter to the ring." With that, Shishiwakamaru dropped the dice at his feet. As they bounced around, Hai spoke from the side of the ring. If it lands on the free space or Yusuke's name, I'll be fighting in that match. Hai said in a tone that suggested that he would not be taking no for an answer. We'll see. James said with a shrug. If I feel like fighting, I doubt you could stop me. Once again, Hai gritted his teeth. However, he did not respond to James' obvious taunt. Instead, he focused on the dice that were close to stopping. As they did, the face-up sides showed the names of the first fighters. Match 1 will be between Meikentaro of Team Uraji and Hai from Team Uramshi. Yuri said into her microphone. Perfect. Hai said with a violent grin on his face. A moment later, Hai hopped onto the ring and started walking towards its center. On his way, he passed James and smirked at his teammate. I'll show you what a real warrior looks like. Hai said as he passed James. Go, you. James said in a playful tone while raising his right thumb at the shorter man. Seeing this, Hai gritted his teeth once again in annoyance. However, he dispelled his annoyance quickly. Then, he arrived at the same spot James stood when he discussed the match details with Shishiwakamaru and cupped his hands behind his back. Meanwhile, Meikentaro, the tallest and most physically imposing member of Team Uraji, also hopped onto the ring. As he walked, Hai noticed that he was a dark-skinned demon with wavy black hair styled upward and held there by a thin red headband. Also, he wore nothing but a sumo mawarashi on his body. From Team Uraji, Meikentaro. Yuri said as she gestured toward Meikentaro. Then, she did the same and gestured to Hai before she introduced him as well. And from Team Uramshi, Hai. After the introductions, like Kyoto had done in the earlier rounds, Yuri took some distance. Then, she raised her microphone before speaking again. Now, let the first match of the semifinals begin. Fight. Yuri said energetically. Ha. Look at you, you're so small. Meikentaro said in a mocking tone. You won't even be a challenge. You should just surrender and let me cut your head off. While Meikentaro was talking, Hai's image seemed to flicker for a moment. However, if you weren't looking carefully, you would never notice. A moment later, a drop of some liquid landed behind him, causing Meikentaro to laugh. Ha. We haven't even started fighting and you've already soiled yourself. Meikentaro said with a sadistic chuckle. With all that unnecessary muscle, I knew you'd be slow. Hai said in a disappointed tone. But even your senses are slow. It wasn't even worth getting in the ring for this. What are you talking about? Meikentaro asked in a confused tone. With that, Hai raised his right hand from behind his back. When he did, Meikentaro saw that Hai had a left arm that strongly resembled his own from below the elbow, grasped in his hand. After balking for a moment, Meikentaro then raised his own left arm. And what he saw caused him to scream with pain. What Meikentaro saw was his own left arm missing everything below the elbow. A moment later, Meikentaro's pain-filled scream turned into rage-filled growls. I'll kill you. Meikentaro roared. As he did, his left arm extended as if it were growing back. However, instead of a forearm and hand, an axe with the same color as his skin grew from the stump. Then, he raised his new arm and prepared to charge at Hai. Like I said, too slow. Hai said, appearing above Meikentaro. An instant later, Hai plunged his sword down into Meikentaro's head, with the blade passing through his whole head and exiting under his jaw. Hai then disappeared from his spot and reappeared in his starting position. A few moments later, Meikentaro, with the light in his eyes snuffed out, fell to the ring lifelessly. You. Yuri said as she looked at the fresh corpse. I mean, the winner of the first match is Hai of Team Uramshi. Instead of leaving the ring after he was announced the victor, Hai stood in place and stared at Shishiwakamaru. Roll the dice again. Hai said arrogantly. I'm feeling lucky, and I think my name will pop up yet again. Better not use up all your luck too soon, Hai. James said from ringside. Without it, you'll never have a chance to beat me. Hearing that, Hai looked over his shoulder and shot a scolding hot glare at James, who smiled in response. Then, he turned his attention back to Team Uraji and waited for Shishiwakamaru to roll the dice. Without much fuss, Shishiwakamaru rolled the dice. And as Hai had expected, his name came up once again. And on the other dice the name read, Kuro Momotaro. Chapter 324, Team Uramshi vs. Team Uraji 2. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. After a morning of grueling training under Skathatch and Chiron's supervision, the members of Team DxD, minus James, Irene, and Urza decided to take a bath to get rid of the sweat and fatigue from the morning. Naturally, the males and females separated into their own respective baths. In the women's bath, all the girls washed their bodies. Then, as they were finished, they all took a dip in the hot spring to relax. Ah. That's the good stuff. Ria said after she sat down and spread her arms on the side of the bathtub. This training is torture. But taking a bath like this makes it all worth it. You act like you wouldn't just take a bath like this whenever you feel like it. Sona said, dismantling Ria's statement. That's not the point, Sona. Ria said, not even getting agitated by Sona's jab. Rias is right, though. Asia said with a sweet smile on her face. The bath really does feel good after training. See, Asia gets it. Ria said with a smile. Kia. Asia suddenly yelped. After hearing Asia's yelp, everyone looked in her direction. When they did, they all saw Akino sitting behind Asia while cupping Asia's breasts in her hands. Era, Asia-chan. Akino said with a smile. It looks like you've been growing nicely over the last few months. I wonder if Issei-kun has anything to do with it. Immediately, Asia's face, which was already blushing due to Akino's groping, grew as red as Rias and Mio's hair. Having Akino mention her sex life was more than the still innocent girl could handle. Ah. You're so cute, Asia-chan. Akino said after seeing Asia's reaction. Akino, could you please stop? Asia stammered. Meanwhile, after hearing Akino mention that Asia and Issei were in a sexual relationship, Irina, who was also in the bath, frowned, jealousy clear in her expression. A moment later, as they often do, Irina's wings and halo appeared, and they began to flicker. Although teasing Asia and seeing Irina erupt in jealousy is fun. Ria said, her expression turning rather serious. I think we have something important to discuss. At least those of us who are with James do, anyway. With that, Sona, Akino, Mizore, Mocha, Flora, Scathatch, Shuna, Iam, Roseweiss, Mio, and Cheyenne all looked at Rias. Naturally, Yasaka would have also focused on Rias' next words, had she been present, as well. Even Kaneko, Ravel, Kuroka, Kalua, and Evangeline stopped their own conversations to see what it was that Rias was about to say. What is it, Rias? Sona asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. We still need to decide who will be James' first wife. Ria said in a serious tone. Honestly, it should probably be either Sona or I, since we are the heirs to noble houses. But I doubt James will really care about that. Hearing that, everyone, even those who were not romantically interested in James, looked at Rias in a strange way. Naturally, after a few seconds without a response, Rias noticed the strange gazes being shot her way. What's the matter? Rias asked curiously. Rias, your selective memory amazes me sometimes. Sona said while shaking her head gently. What do you mean? Rias asked with real confusion on her face. I guess you put it out of your mind because it doesn't benefit you. Sona said, looking Rias in the eyes. But we've already settled this. At least we've settled it between us, anyway. Rias' confusion only grew at Sona's comment. Do you remember our rating game back in the summer? Sona asked. Yeah. Rias replied, not understanding what Sona was getting at. You lost that game. Sona said. And we had a bet riding on that game. Remember? Stopping to think, Rias remembered something like that. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember the contents of that bet. Just as Sona said, she had completely put the result of that bet out of her mind. Not because it would not benefit her as Sona said, though. More like it was because she could not bear the thought of not being James' first wife. So, for her own mental health, she chose to lock that memory away. After the memory resurfaced, however, Rias paled immediately. I guess you remember. Sona said with a triumphant smile on her face. So, like you said, James probably won't care about noble lineage when picking his first wife. But you have no part in this conversation, regardless. With that, Rias fell silent, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, the rest of James' girlfriends decided to continue the conversation that Rias started. Without her, of course. Human world, Hanging Neck Island. After the dice roll was completed, a tall, well-built man with blonde hair and broad shoulders who wore a white, sleeveless, half jacket and white baggy pants jumped into the ring. Then, he made his way over to Kintaro's body that had yet to be removed from the ring. Upon arrival, the muscular demon looked down at his dead teammate's corpse with disdain. Don't get cocky. Kuro Momotaro, the blonde demon, said without looking at Hai. Kintaro was the weakest among us. As he spoke, Kuro pulled Hai's sword from Makintaro's skull with one hand. Then, when the blade was extracted fully, he mercilessly kicked Makintaro's corpse off the ring. Say, this is a pretty nice sword. Kuro said as he examined the sword. It's almost a waste to use such a nice sword on such a weakling. Then, to everyone's surprise, Kuro dragged the sword across his other forearm, drawing blood that dripped onto the ring. What surprised everyone even more, however, was the expression of euphoria Kuro wore after feeling the pain. Oh, yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. Kuro said with his eyes rolling back. You. Yuri said with a gaze full of disgust. I agree, he's rather disgusting. Hai said with a nod of agreement. Hearing those two comments snapped Kuro out of his blissful state. Then, with the same smile he wore when he jumped into the ring, he tossed Hai's sword back to him. Alright, now that you have your weapon, we can start the match, right? Kuro asked, not even trying to explain himself. Yes, let's. Hai said, his expression not changing either. Wow, I think that guy's worse than I am. James said with a mildly disgusted expression from ringside. I mean, I am likes other people to inflict pain on her, but this guy likes to hurt himself. Who's I am? Kawabara asked curiously. Just one of my girls. James replied nonchalantly. She's a pretty hardcore masochist. And she's a bit disgusting. Dimensional gap, Team DxD base. While the girls, other than Rias, discussed who would get the position of James' first wife, I am suddenly began to shudder while her face reddened. Although most people noticed her change, they paid her no mind, thinking it was just another one of her episodes. I can feel it. I am thought to herself with a perverted smile on her face. James-sama is thinking something bad about me. He might even be telling someone how disgusting I am. With that thought, I am began to pant like an animal in heat. Seeing that I am was starting to drift off into her own world, someone grabbed Rias, who was still completely immobile, as the group moved to the other side of the hot spring pool to continue their discussion. Human world, Hanging Neck Island. For the second match, Kuro Momotaro from Team Uraji will face off against Hai from Team Uramshi. Yuri said, gesturing toward each fighter as she introduced them. Now, let the match begin. Fight. As soon as Yuri began the fight, Kuro reached down to the waistband of his pants and pulled a lacrosse ball-sized ball off his belt. Then, he held it up toward Hai and explained what it was. This is what is called a steaming sphere. Kuro explained with a smile. Once I crush it and inhale the steam inside, I will be immune to any kind of damage I suffered prior to inhaling that steam. So, in other words, your sword will be useless for the rest of the fight. Then, just as Kuro was about to crush the sphere in his hand, his eyes widened as Hai vanished from his spot. Although that is rather interesting. Hai said, appearing behind Kuro. I really couldn't care less. With that, just before Kuro could crush the steaming sphere, Hai's sword cut through his neck. Then, before Kuro's blood could spray, Hai disappeared and reappeared in his starting location. An instant later, the pressure from Kuro's blood caused a geyser of blood to shoot out from his neck, causing his head to fly up into the air. Then, at the same time, both Kuro's head and body fell to the floor. The winner is Hai from Team Uramshi. Yuri said while looking away from the rather graphic sight of Kuro's headless body gushing blood from its neck while his decapitated head looked in her direction with shock etched on its face. Originally, when the day started, Hai only wanted to fight so that he could test his new level of strength after increasing his mastery over the darkness flames. However, with all of James' mockery, his aim changed, significantly. Instead of just wanting to fight, Hai felt like killing everything in front of him. Unfortunately, Kuro and Meikentaro ended up being the ones to soothe his raging emotions with their own deaths. Roll it again. Hai ordered as he sheathed his sword. Not wasting any time, Shishiwakamaru tossed the dice onto the ring for the third time. And when they stopped rolling, Hai clicked his tongue before walking toward the rest of Team Uramshi. The reason for Hai's unhappiness was actually a simple one. His name was not on the face-up side of the die that represented his team. This time, the names that showed up were Karama for Team Urameshi and Yura Urashima for Team Uraji. Match 3 will be between Karama of Team Urameshi and Yura Urashima from Team Uraji. Yuri announced as the two fighters hopped into the ring. While walking toward the center of the ring, Karama studied his opponent. Yura Urashima was a short demon with a short, stocky torso and a round face. His limbs were normally proportioned for his height, though. He had jet black hair that was slicked back, much like Yusuke's, and he wore what appeared to be a Japanese fisherman's attire. Another thing that Karama noticed was the sinister smirk that was present on Yura's face. You're not gonna tell him to make it quick? Hai asked James as they watched the fighters make their way toward the center of the ring. Nope. James replied with a shrug. Like you said, it won't make a difference in the long run. That annoying habit is never gonna go away. Until he spends some time training with Master, anyway. James thought to himself with a slightly devious smile on his face. You should have just accepted that from the start. Hai said in a smug tone. I don't know why you two always want to change Karama. Kawabara said in a confused tone. I mean, he always wins, doesn't he? As someone who always loses, I can see why you'd think that way. Hai said in a tone of derision. What was that? Kawabara asked angrily. Why don't you say that to my face? Just wait a second, I'll get a few phone books for you to stand on first. Fool. I muttered, not paying attention to the young teen. Meanwhile, Kurama shivered slightly as James thought of putting him through the ringer that is called scat-hack as training. It feels like someone is plotting against me, Kurama thought as he continued to walk toward the center of the ring. Then, once Kurama and Ura reached their starting positions, Yuri held up her microphone once again. From Team Uraji, Urashima. Yuri said, gesturing toward both fighters. And from Team Uramshi, Kurama. Now, let the third match begin. Fight. Chapter 325, Team Uramshi vs. Team Uraji 3. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Standing across from Urashima, Kurama pulled a rose from the sleeve of his outfit. At the same time, Urashima materialized a fishing pole in his left hand. Then, Kurama channeled his demonic energy into the rose, turning it into a whip. Both fighters then began whirling their weapons of choice over their heads. It looks like we'll be seeing a match between two experts of lashing weapons. Kuro shouted excitedly. As if Kuro's exclamation were some kind of starting signal, Kurama and Ura both lashed at each other with their weapons. To the audience's surprise, instead of a slapping sound, it sounded as if two metal objects had struck each other when the weapons connected. And that was only the beginning. From there, both fighters began whipping about the ring, swinging their weapons furiously. The clashing sounds ringing out constantly. Kia! Yuri screamed as Ura's fishing line passed by her right ear. At about the same time, Kurama's facial expression twitched minutely. Kurama, please don't stop or slow down. Ura's voice sounded in Kurama's head. But I really need your help. The reason for Kurama's twitch was the fact that Ura was reaching out to him telepathically. Something that he was sure was against the rules of the Dark Tournament. However, after hearing that Ura needed his help, he was willing to at least hear him out. Why would you ask me, your opponent, for help during a match? Kurama replied telepathically. Because if I asked out in the open, I'm sure and Anji would kill me. Ura replied, sounding truly desperate. And not only me, but my family as well. Explain. Kurama said. Meanwhile, to the outsiders, it seemed as if the fight between Kurama and Ura was getting even more intense. The speed of their weapons had increased to the point that anyone below the middle rank would be unable to even see the blurs of their weapons cutting through the air. It's like this. Ura said, beginning to explain his situation. One day, Shur and Anji came to my village, the village where Kuro, Makintaro, and I lived. They said they wanted to participate in the Dark Tournament and wanted us to join their team. At that moment, Ura had to pause his explanation to put more focus on dodging an attack from Kurama's rose whip that came at him from a particularly tricky angle. Then, after getting his footing back, he continued. All three of us had heard of the Dark Tournament before. Ura said, continuing his story. I mean, what demon hasn't? But none of us wanted to fight such strong demons. Like I said, we all had families to take care of. Hearing that, although he did not show it on his face, Kurama could understand what Ura meant. He would not have fought in this tournament, either, if his mother's life had not been threatened. Then, Anji gave us weapons that would make us stronger. Ura said, beginning to wrap up his story. And I think you know the rest. I understand where you're coming from. Kurama replied. But what do you expect me to do? I'm sure they have fail-safes in place. There's no way I could get to your family in time to save them. That's not necessary. Ura replied. If we die, then they'll let our families go. But I don't want to die. I never even wanted to be here in the first place. With that, the conversation lulled into silence for a few moments. However, the battle continued as if the two were really trying to kill each other. Eventually, after a minute or so, a time in which Ura received several wounds that bled but were in no way fatal, or even serious, Kurama came up with a way to get Ura out of his predicament. I have a way to save you. Kurama said. By piercing you with my rose whip in a certain location, I can send your body into a temporary death state. One you won't awaken from until a couple days after the tournament ends. That should make the other two believe you are dead. Then, when you wake up, you can relocate your family. Really? Ura asked in a joyous tone. Kurama. Thank you. Really? Thank you. Don't worry about it. Kurama replied. Now, all we have to do is get the timing right. That way it will look natural. Right, I'll follow your lead. Ura said in a hopeful tone. For the next few minutes, Kurama and Ura continued to clash. The whole while, the wounds continued to pile up on Ura's body. Eventually, after Ura made a swing of his fishing pole that was too wide, both Kurama and Ura's eyes narrowed. Now. Both fighters said telepathically. Then, as Kurama went to strike the spot that would leave Ura in a state of false death, Ura recovered his fishing line and struck Kurama's wrist with the hook at the end of the line. This, in turn, caused Kurama to drop his weapon. "Oh man, that was easier than I thought it would be," Ura said with a sinister chuckle. "I guess the great Kurama isn't all that great. It looks like being in a human body has made you soft over the years, huh?" Instead of speaking and trying to expose the fact that Ura had been asking him for help telepathically, Kurama focused on dodging the lashes from Ura's fishing line. Kurama knew that there would be no point in asking for the match to be stopped. On top of no one believing his story, even if the committee did believe it, they would more than likely overlook it, since they all want Team Uramshi dead. That weakling was right. Hai muttered from his spot at ringside. Kurama really has gone soft over the years. Listening in on their telepathic conversation is a bad thing, Hai. James replied to Hai's muttering. Humph. Hai snorted but refused to comment any further. "You're getting boring, Hai," James said with a disappointed shake of his head. What happened to the death threats and the snappy comebacks? While James continued to badger Hai with questions that were clearly meant to get a rise out of him, Hai ignored them completely. Instead, he thought about what just happened. How did this fool know they were communicating telepathically? Hai thought without even glancing at James. There must be more to him than he let us know. If James could hear Hai's thoughts, he would roll his eyes and say, "Of course there is something that I didn't tell you all about. I'm hiding my identity after all." While James was annoying Hai, Kurama continued dodging Ura's attacks. Eventually, he made it to the edge of the ring and tried to leap to the ground below. Unfortunately, before he could leave the ring's boundary, he was bounced backward. When he looked carefully, Kurama noticed that the ring was covered by a barrier made of nearly invisible fishing line. "Ha!" Ura laughed at Kurama, who was unable to escape. "I put so much thought into this plan, do you really think I'd let you escape?" On top of taunting Kurama, Ura also stopped attacking with his fishing rod. Instead, he reached into his shirt and pulled out a box. Then, he held it in front of his chest, letting Kurama see it while he smiled sinisterly. "What is that?" Kurama asked, hoping to get Ura talking so that he would have more time to think of a solution to the predicament he found himself in. "Oh, this?" Ura asked, holding the box in his hand up a little higher. "This is what we call the Iden box. It's filled with a mystical fog that turns all those other than their wielder younger." "Wait!" Yuri suddenly shouted. "Are you gonna open that while I'm still in here? Please, let me out first." Ignoring Yuri, Ura's eyes stayed focused on Kurama. "It will be much easier to kill you once you're little more than a toddler," Ura said with a sinister chuckle. "I hate hard work, you see." Instead of responding, Kurama simply stared into Ura's eyes while he thought of a way to get out of this situation. "What a boring response," Ura said in an irritated tone. "It would have been so nice to hear you beg for your life. Oh well, there's no point in wasting time." With that, Ura opened the box. And just as he said, a thick white mist started rising from it. It did not take long for the entire barrier that Ura had raised to keep Kurama in the ring to be filled by the mist. As they began inhaling the mist, both Kurama and Yuri began to age backward rapidly. And seeing as neither of them were very old, they were in real danger of aging backward until they no longer existed. "Kia!" Yuri screamed as she finally stopped aging. "My boobs. My hips. My ass. They're all gone." Having de-aged from a beautiful demon in her mid-20s to the age of a prepubescent child, Yuri's assets were also de-aged out of existence. Kurama, on the other hand, was completely silent throughout the entire ordeal. Just as Ura was about to start gloating, pressure from a strong demonic energy started to fill the barrier. Naturally, this left Ura unsure of what was going on. Due to the pressure, sparks of electricity started to manifest from its point of origin, the exact spot where Kurama had been standing when the Iden box was opened. A moment later, the sound of a fox rang out through the entire arena. "You were correct about something, demon," a deep voice that sounded similar to Kurama's said from within the fog. "It's true that Shuichi has truly grown soft over the years. But you also made a glaring mistake." Who are you?" Ura asked in a trembling tone. "You turned back Shuichi's time a little too far for your plan to succeed," the voice replied, ignoring Ura's question. "You let me out, after all. Who are you?" Ura questioned once again, this time in a much more frantic tone. "Oh, I've been called many things in my long life," the voice said casually. Then, as the mist wafted around the barrier, it cleared up around the speaker for a few moments. "Oh my, I think I'm in love." Kudo's voice sounded through the arena's speaker system. "Who is that sexy silver-haired fox god standing in the ring?" As Kudo said, standing in the place where Kurama should have been standing was a silver-haired man with golden, fox-like eyes, a silver fox tail, and silver fox ears on top of his head. while he wore a sleeveless white yukata with matching martial arts pants and shoes. But I have most commonly been referred to as Yoko. The silver-haired fox demon continued. Yoko. As in Yoko Kurama? Ura asked in a tone of abject terror. But you were supposed to be dead. Oh, I am very much alive. Yoko said in a playful tone. That's not something I can say about you, for much longer, anyway. Before Ura could react any further, Yoko reached into his yukata and pulled a seed from inside. Then, after injecting a bit of demonic energy into the seed, it grew rapidly. An instant later, a small flower with rows of teeth growing on its petals was standing in Yoko's hand. Now, die. Yoko said casually. In the next instant, the flower's stem grew toward Ura, who had turned to run from the incoming threat. However, with the barrier in place, there was nowhere to run. Eventually, the flower's teeth sank into Ura's back and began draining the short demon of all his blood. At the same time, the box fell to the ground, closing its lid in the process. Then, with the box closed, the mist began to dissipate without the item box supplying more. Then, with the mist gone, Yuri began to age rapidly. As her breasts, hips, and butt grew to their normal size, Yuri's joyous laughter could be heard throughout the arena. They're back. Yuri shouted happily. Then, she began running her hands up and down her body before cupping her breasts in her hands as she continued. My butt, my hips, they're back. And my boobs, I never thought I'd see you girls again. Yoko, on the other hand, stood in place as he pulled the flower out of Ura's corpse, who had reverted into his demon form as he died. As the mist dissipated, more of the audience could see his figure. Yoko Kurama? One demon asked in confusion. Didn't he die? Yeah, I thought so too. Another demon said in confusion. Who's Yoko Kurama? A third, much younger demon asked. While the audience continued to discuss what they were seeing, Kyoto continued to gush about finding her one true love. Meanwhile, Yoko was having a conversation with himself. It looks like my time is up, Shuichi. Yoko said. If I have to save you again, I may just keep this body. I know that. Kurama said as Yoko's features began to morph back into Kurama's. Good. Yoko said before falling dormant once again. Where did my sexy fox god go? Kyoto asked in a disappointed tone. Well damn, there goes the rest of my week. I guess the winner of the third match is Kurama from Team Uramshi. Chapter 326, Team Uramshi vs. Team Uraji 4. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. While the Dark Tournament staff were taking Yura Urashima's corpse away before the beginning of the fourth match of the round, Genkai finally arrived in the arena. After walking through the crowd for a few minutes, she took a seat next to Urza. Did everything go well, Master Genkai? Urza asked as soon as she noticed Genkai sitting next to her. Urza's question also alerted Boten, Shizuru, and Keiko to Genkai's presence. Meanwhile, Irene had noticed Genkai ever since she was just outside of the arena. Yes, Master Genkai, how is Yusuke? Keiko asked with concern in her tone. There's no need to worry, child. Genkai replied. Yusuke is fine. He passed my final test and inherited my greatest technique successfully. Hearing that, Keiko sighed in relief. The other ladies, on the other hand, were curious to know what this technique was. However, no matter how much they asked Genkai about it, she remained tight-lipped. Meanwhile, back in the ring area, the ring was cleaned up and once again ready for another match to begin. Would both teams please send up their next fighters? Yuri requested in a professional tone, as if she was not just jumping around and fondling herself excitedly after her body was returned to normal. Taking Yuri's request as a cue, Shishiwakamaru tossed the dice onto the ring. When they stopped rolling, the names read as such. Team Uramshi, Team Choice. Team Uraji, Meikintaro. Seeing that Meikintaro was no longer able to fight, Shishiwakamaru shrugged his shoulders after glancing at Anji, who seemed to have no interest in fighting the next round. Then, he hopped into the ring and made his way towards its center. On Team Urameshi's side of the ring, Hai began walking toward the ring. However, just as he was about to hop onto the ring, a hand landed on his shoulder. What do you want, Kurama? Hai asked in an annoyed tone. The die says that the team should choose. Kurama said, clearly wanting to fight in the next match. Knowing that Anji and Shishiwakamaru were the ones that supplied the rest of Team Uraji with their weapons, Kurama wanted to fight them for the sole purpose of finding a way to trigger a change into his true demon form. Kurama is right, shorty. Kuwabara chipped in. Besides, you've already fought in 2 matches. But Jay and I haven't even fought yet. I already made it clear that if Yusuke's name or the team choice sides of the die came up that I'd be fighting. Hai said with even more annoyance in his tone. Then, he glared at James, expecting him to add his 2 cents to the argument as well. Don't look at me like that, Hai. James said with a shrug of his shoulders. I'm perfectly content waiting until my name comes up. Besides, you decided that on your own, Hi. Kurama said. If memory serves, no one agreed to your declaration. Then, how do you expect us to settle this? Hi asked with a huff of annoyance. We should use the tried and true method of solving a dispute. Kawabara said while puffing his chest out. A massacre? Hi asked with malice glinting in all three of his eyes. No. Kawabara shouted. Geez, it's no wonder you don't have any friends. I think he means Janken. Kurama added. Fine. Hi said, realizing that they would get nowhere at the rate things were going. Like that, Hi, Kurama, and Kawabara huddled together and began to play the most intense game of rock, paper, scissors that James had ever seen. Meanwhile, Shishiwakamaru and Yuri, who were standing in the ring, could only stare at the three with blank gazes. Noticing the stares coming from the ring, James turned and looked at the two, who were clearly growing impatient as time went on, and smiled. Sorry about this. James said with a smile. But they all really want to fight, and we had a bit of a disagreement. If you just give us a minute, we'll be done soon. And just as James finished speaking, Kawabara raised his voice in celebration. Oh yeah, the Janken Masters still got it. Kawabara shouted while kissing his right fist repeatedly. I know the good old rock would clinch me the victory. Just shut up and go. Hi ordered angrily. Sure. Kawabara replied in a gloating tone. A moment later, Kawabara hopped into the ring and moved forward to square off against Shishiwakamaru. Now that both fighters are in the ring. Yuri spoke into her microphone. Then, she gestured toward both fighters as she continued. From Team Uraji, Shishiwakamaru, and from Team Uramshi, Kawabara. Come on, sure. A female demon shouted. Kill that ugly human. Hearing a female demon call him ugly, Kawabara felt as if he had taken an arrow to the heart. Yeah, make it so we don't have to see such an ugly face ever again, sure. Another female demon shouted loudly. Once again, Kawabara felt as if he had taken physical damage from the crowd's comments. If you make that ugly human disappear, I'll give you a nice reward, sure. A third female demon shouted in an extremely seductive tone. Finally fed up with the constant insults, Kawabara turned around and shouted at the crowd. Would all you bimbos shut up? Kawabara shouted in an agitated tone. Instead of silence, Kawabara received even more insults from Shishiwakamaru's fans. Whatever, I have Yukina, so that's all that matters. Kawabara said to himself in an attempt to soothe his heart. Let the fourth match begin. Yuri said, almost feeling bad for the way Kawabara was treated. Fight. As soon as the starting signal was given, Kawabara created his spirit sword and took his fighting stance. Shishiwakamaru, on the other hand, simply materialized a transparent cloth in his hands. What is that? Kawabara asked curiously. Instead of whatever that is, shouldn't you take out your sword? Oh, don't worry. Shishiwakamaru said with a charming smile. This will be enough to take care of you. It's just too bad that Urameshi Kid isn't here instead of you. Getting tired of being looked down upon, Kawabara gritted his teeth. Then, he charged at Shishiwakamaru, who was still smiling at him. A moment later, when he was within striking range, Kawabara made a horizontal swing with his spirit sword that Shishiwakamaru stepped back to dodge. Keeping up the momentum, Kawabara continued swinging his sword, with similar effect. For the next minute or so, no matter how Kawabara swung his sword, Shishiwakamaru dodged the attacks with little effort. Eventually, when Kawabara went for another horizontal swing, Shishiwakamaru leapt over Kawabara, dropping the transparent cloth as he passed over top of Kawabara's head. Not taking the cloth seriously, Kawabara made no attempt to dodge it, causing James, Hai, Kurama, Irene, Urza, and Genkai to facepalm simultaneously. Just as the cloth fell on him, and Kawabara, along with most of the audience, thought it would simply be draped over him, the cloth continued to fall. And as it did, Kawabara's body began disappearing until the cloth was lying flat on the ring's surface, while Kawabara was nowhere to be seen. Wow, what happened to contestant, Kawabara? Kudo's voice rang out around the arena. 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone. This is the cape of no return. Shishiwakamaru said, picking up the transparent cloth. I don't know where it sent him, but I'm sure he won't be back in the next 10 seconds. I see. Yuri said, considering Shishiwakamaru's words for a moment, 10 seconds to be exact. Then she continued. Well, since Kawabara is out of the ring, let's continue to the next match. The winner of the fourth match is Shishiwakamaru of Team Uraji. With that, all of Shishiwakamaru's fans cheered loudly with high-pitched screams. While they did that, Shishiwakamaru once again pulled the dice from his sleeve and dropped them on the ring. This time, the dice read. Team Uraji, Ura Urashima. Team Urameshi, J. Seeing the result of the dice roll, Shishiwakamaru simply waited in the ring, deciding to take on the next fighter, as well. Meanwhile, James smiled at his two teammates. "I know the two of you want to fight, but I'll be taking this one," James said before hopping into the ring. Meanwhile, back at the stadium where the first few rounds of the Dark Tournament took place, a spatial distortion opened up about 20 feet, 6 meters above the ring. Then, Kuwabara fell from the distortion toward the ring below. Bang. Ow. If you think that was. Kuwabara winced in pain before shouting at his opponent. Before he could finish, however, Kuwabara realized that his surroundings had changed. Recognizing where he was, he sprinted out of the stadium in a futile attempt to make it back into the arena's ring before the 10 count was over. Back in the arena, however, Yuri had just introduced the fighters to the crowd and given the signal to start the match. As she did, James materialized Mangetsu no Shitada on his left hip and took an Iato stance. Shishiwakamaru also did the same with his own katana. An instant later, both fighters charged at each other, drawing their swords simultaneously. Clang. Sparks flew as both fighters' swords collided. In the next instant, James, using his left hand, swung his sheath at Shishiwakamaru's throat. Widening his eyes, Shishiwakamaru tilted backward to avoid the surprise attack. However, he had also lost the position necessary to hold James' blade in place. Taking advantage of Shishiwakamaru's awkward positioning, James changed the position of his sword and thrust it at Shishiwakamaru's chest, causing him to arch his back to avoid taking a fatal strike. Then, Shishiwakamaru placed both of his hands on the ring and kicked upward toward James' chin, gaining himself a bit of breathing room. Using the momentum from the kick, Shishiwakamaru flipped backward and took a proper fighting stance again. James, on the other hand, was already charging in to continue the clash. Like that, many attacks were exchanged, countered, and deflected over the next few minutes. Eventually, however, James gained the upper hand. Using an opening that Shishiwakamaru had left open, James was about to cut off Shishiwakamaru's right hand. However, just before James' strike could land, the hilt of Shishiwakamaru's sword split from the middle, revealing an eerie, featureless, fleshy face that fired a skull-shaped energy attack at James. This naturally caused James to backpedal in order to not be struck by this sneak attack. After slashing apart the skull as he took some distance, James noticed that the blade of his opponent's katana had also turned red. "This is my weapon, the Banshee Shriek," Shishiwakamaru said with some pride. "It allows me to use the souls of all the demons who lost their life to the blade as my own means of attack." Shrill Call of the Reaper. Once Shishiwakamaru called out the name of his next attack, he began twirling the Banshee Shriek as if it were a baton. As he did, an eerie wail was emitted from the fleshy face's mouth. And as he spun the sword faster, the pitch and volume of the wailing increased, causing the weaker demons in the crowd to cover their ears and cry in agony. "With weaker opponents, my Banshee Shriek is capable of ripping their souls from their bodies," Shishiwakamaru said with a sadistic smile on his face. "Psi are you looking down on me?" James asked in an exasperated tone while positioning himself in front of Yuri. He then rapped her with his demonic energy as he continued. "What do you think that little parlor trick will do to me?" Realizing that James was protecting her, Yuri blushed slightly while she stared at James' back. "Thank you for protecting me," Yuri said in a meek tone. Meanwhile, Chu, Yusuke's first opponent, did the same for Kudo so that she could continue to commentate on the matches. While Irene erected a barrier to protect her group, as well. "I suppose you're right," Shishiwakamaru said with a nod as he stopped spinning the sword. Then, he swung the blade of his sword downward, slamming its red blade into the ring. Chorus of 1,000 skulls. This time, hundreds, if not thousands, of the same skull-shaped energy attacks materialized above the ring. A moment later, with most of the skulls charging toward James, or Yuri who was standing behind him, to be exact, the skulls shot off toward the weaker demons in the crowd. Like before, Chu and Irene protected the ones they wished to protect while James materialized Okairu Sakura on his left hip. Then, with his left hand, he drew the sword in a reverse grip. Dancing elegantly, while many of the weaker demons in the crowd lost their lives, James protected Yuri from the onslaught of skulls, cutting them down with elegant swordsmanship. Naturally, as James protected her, Yuri's blush deepened. Another one is hooked," Irene said while shaking her head at the infatuation she could see in Yuri's eyes. "Yes, I can see why so many have fallen for him," Urza said with a nod. "His willingness to protect others is admirable, and quite charming, as well." Back in the ring, after a minute or so, James was able to destroy all the skulls. Then, he glared at Shishiwakamaru with an annoyed scowl on his face. "I think I've had enough of all the indiscriminate attacks," James said before he vanished from in front of Yuri with a flash step. A moment later, James was standing in front of Shishiwakamaru, swinging Okairu Sakura upward toward the fleshy face in the middle of the Banshee Shriek's hilt. Then, with little effort, Okairu Sakura's blade sliced through it cleanly. Then, using the momentum, James spun around and kicked Shishiwakamaru in the chest, causing a sickening crack to ring out around the entire arena. Boom. In the next instant, Shishiwakamaru sailed past Anji, much faster than the clown-faced demon could see, before slamming into the wall that separated the crowd from the ring area. A moment later, after the dust settled, Shishiwakamaru could be seen laying among the debris from the collapse wall. Though it took Yuri a moment to react, she quickly spoke into her microphone once she remembered what her job was. Shishiwakamaru is outside of the ring. I'll begin the 10 count. Yuri said, explaining to the crowd. 1. Without even twitching, Shishiwakamaru did not move as Yuri counted. Eventually, she reached 10, yet Shishiwakamaru had not moved. In fact, if it were not for the shallow rising and falling of his chest, no one would have even known if he were alive. 10. Yuri cried. As Shishiwakamaru was unable to return to the ring before the count of 10, the winner of the match is Jay from Team Uramshi. Chapter 327, Team Uramshi vs. Team Uraji v. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Well, you're the only one left, clown. James said with a smile after Yuri announced him as the winner. Why don't you roll the dice and see who will kick your ass in the next match? Although Anji gritted his teeth at the fact James simply referred to him as clown, he knew that James was right. The only thing he could do was roll the dice. Then, he would be able to show Team Uramshi the folly off their ways. Very well. Anji said in a theatrical tone as he tore off the rest of the disguise, the Edo-era clothing he was wearing. Instead, he now wore a bright pink clown costume as he spoke. I will show you the power of Team Uraji's true leader. While Anji continued to boast and build himself up as some kind of ultimate power in this world, Kawabara finally rushed back into the arena. When he finally made it back to the rest of his team, he stopped to catch his breath. I'm not late, am I? Kawabara asked after getting his breathing under control. You are, by about 400 seconds. Hai remarked. Then, who fought after me? Kawabara asked in a curious tone. After you, Jay fought Shishiwakamaru. Kurama replied. Then, he pointed to the rubble that Shishiwakamaru was still lying on top of. And as you can see, Jay won. Well, at least he wasn't sent to the old stadium like I was. Kawabara said in a relieved tone. So, that's where you went. Hai said in a disinterested tone. Eventually Anji realized that no one was paying attention to him. So, he raised his voice to get their attention on him once again. Listen up you fools. Anji shouted, interrupting the conversation going on at Team Uramshi's side of the ring. Since I'm the only one left on my team, I'll just roll your die. Then, before anyone could comment, Anji threw the die with Team Uramshi's names on it into the ring. When the die eventually stopped rolling, it showed Kawabara's name. Yes, now I got a chance to redeem myself. Kawabara shouted before leaping into the ring. At the same time, James shrugged his shoulders and walked to the edge of the ring before hopping off. So, any bets on how long the match will last, and who will win? James asked when he reached the rest of his team. No, that fool will step into another trap and that will be the end of it. Hai said without even looking in James' direction. I wish I could argue the opposite, but I know you're right. In the 6th match of the round Anji from Team Uraji will face off against Kawabara from Team Uramshi. Yuri said, gesturing to both fighters as she introduced them. Now, let the 6th match begin. Fight. Once again, Kawabara created his spirit sword when the starting signal began. Unlike last time, however, he did not wait for his opponent to prepare a weapon of his own. Instead, he charged forward and began swinging his sword. Whoops, missed me. Oh, sorry, better luck next time. Ah, you were so close, don't give up on me now. Anji continued to shout somewhat encouraging words as he effortlessly dodged Kawabara's sword strikes, much like Shishiwakamaru had done. Damn it. Kawabara exclaimed in frustration. Why won't any of you fight me like a man? At that point, Anji had taken some distance and Kawabara had stopped chasing him due to frustration. Fine, you big baby. Anji said, spreading his arms wide open. I'll stand right here, and I promise I won't dodge. Is that good enough? Good. Kawabara said as he began sprinting toward Anji once again. Meanwhile, as Kawabara closed the distance, Anji began moving his arms in a circular pattern. Then, he pushed both his palms forward, creating a black and white energy sphere between them. Ooh, and there's the trap. James said with an amused smile on his face. Yeah, and that idiot is going to walk right into it. Hai added. Meanwhile, Kurama shifted his gaze between James and Hai with a small smile on his face. It seems the two of you are getting along much better now. Kurama commented. Well, that's a good thing, right? James replied with a smile. Since he'll be part of my peerage after the tournament ends, after all. Well, there's no point in antagonizing someone who's going to die in a few days. Hai replied at the same time. I see. Kurama said in response, deciding that the match was more important. Meanwhile, Kuwabara had just reached within striking distance of Anji. Do you think that little energy ball is gonna be enough to stop me? Kuwabara shouted as he swung his spirit sword at Anji. Instead of replying, Anji simply released the energy ball he was holding, allowing it to collide with Kuwabara's attack. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as it touched the spirit sword, Anji's small energy ball expanded to surround Kuwabara, stopping him in place. What the hell is this? Kuwabara asked in a panic as he could no longer move forward. That's my dimensional travel sphere. Anji replied. Since I'm the one who made all the weapons that the rest of my team used, it only stands to reason that I can use the techniques that they could without the equipment. A moment later, the dimensional travel sphere began to rotate and shrink in size. Oh, no. Kuwabara exclaimed. Not this again. A few seconds later, both the dimensional travel sphere and Kuwabara disappeared from the ring. When we get back to the hotel, I'm gonna have to have a good long talk with my brother. Shizuru said while cracking her knuckles. The amount of malice dripping from Shizuru's statement was enough to make everyone sitting in the group feel some level of pity for Kuwabara. Meanwhile, back in the ring, Anji was once again holding the die that represented Team Uramshi. Well, I think we can all agree that he won't be back before the 10 count is up, right? Anji said while rolling the die in his right hand. Since my technique should have sent him to the same place as the Cape of No Return did. Then, without waiting for anyone to respond, Anji dropped the die. Everyone waited with bated breath as the die rolled along the surface of the ring. When it stopped rolling, Anji smiled after seeing who would be his next opponent. In the 7th match of the first semi-final, Anji will face off against Jay of Team Uramshi. Yuri said, announcing the outcome of the roll. TCH. Hai clicked his tongue. Lucky bastard. Instead of responding, James simply smiled and hopped into the ring again. As he walked, he opened his mouth to talk to Anji. I gotta admit, that was pretty slick how you baited Kuwabara into attacking you like that. James said with a friendly smile on his face. Hearing that, Anji's ego was stroked immediately. Of course, I, the beautiful Suzuka, make everything I do look spectacular. Anji, or Suzuka, said in a proud tone. Suzuka, so that's your real name, huh? James asked. No, no, no. Suzuka interrupted. It's the beautiful Suzuka. It's like a Tribe Called Quest. You have to say the whole thing. But can't we call you Suzuka for short? James asked with an innocent expression on his face. No. Suzuka refused energetically. Sure, whatever you say, Suzuka. James replied with a shrug. I'm actually more surprised that you know about a Tribe Called Quest than anything else. Anyway, what was I saying before I was interrupted? While James began to stroke his chin in contemplation, Suzuka was growing more irritated by the second at James who would not call him by the proper name. Ah, now I remember. James exclaimed. I was going to give you a title for how well you baited Kuwabara. From now on, I dub thee the masturbator masturbator. At that, everyone in the arena, with the exception of Keiko, who was too embarrassed to laugh, and Suzuka, for obvious reasons, began to laugh uproariously. Enough. Suzuka shouted with demonic energy imbued into his shout, silencing the crowd. Just start the match so that I can show this insolent fool the consequences of mocking me. Ahem. Match 7 of the round, Suzuka. Yuri said, beginning the prefied introductions as she always does. The beautiful Suzuka. Suzuka shouted. From Team Uraji versus Jay from Team Uramshi. Yuri continued, ignoring Suzuka's interruption. Let the match begin. Fight. Immediately after the match began, Suzuka began spinning in place. As he did, he began to gather his demonic energy on his fingertips. Then, he shot a 7-colored beam of demonic energy at James, who did not even bother to start moving away from the attack. Rainbow Cyclone. Suzuka shouted in a sing-song voice. In response to Suzuka's attack, James simply coated his right hand in a thin film of his own demonic energy. Then, when the attack was close enough, he simply slapped it away. To the onlookers, it looked as if he was simply swatting away a fly. Meanwhile, Suzuka could only look on in disbelief. He had charged as much demonic energy as he possibly could into that attack. Yet he watched James smack it away like it was little more than an annoyance. I'm really quite disappointed, Suzuka. James said in a bored tone. I can feel quite a bit of demonic power inside you. But your body is so weak that you can't even handle using most of it. Hell, your frontman, Shishiwakamaru, is even stronger than you are at this point. Weak? Suzuka asked in a tone of disbelief. You said I was weak. My body is weak. Yup. Truth hurts, don't it? James replied. Hearing that, Suzuka's face contorted in anger. He then took a bodybuilder pose and began flooding his body with his demonic energy. I'll show you how wrong you are. Suzuka shouted. Body of steel, muscle explosion. With that shout, Suzuka's clothes covering his upper body were shredded to pieces while his legs completely filled out his pants due to his increase in muscle mass. Then, once again, Suzuka began taking on different bodybuilding poses. Toguro ain't got shit on me. Suzuka shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, up in one of the VIP viewing rooms, Toguro sat a glass of orange juice on the table next to his seat. Then, he looked down at Suzuka and spoke only one word. Featherweight. Back in the ring, Suzuka was completely unaware of Toguro's thoughts. Yet he continued to pose as if there were no greater physical body in the realm. Just look at these muscles. How perfectly proportioned they are. Suzuka said, beginning to stroke his own ego. Neither too bulky nor too slim. Simply perfect. Ugh. No longer capable of putting up with the crap that was spewing out of Suzuka's mouth, James, using only his physical strength, dashed forward and punched Suzuka in the jaw. Then, he grabbed the rubber clown nose, pulling it back as far as he could before releasing it to slam into Suzuka's face and break his nose. After that, James threw almost 400 strikes in the next 10 seconds. In torrents, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and headbutts landed all over Suzuka's body. By the end, almost half of all the bones in Suzuka's body were broken, more than half his teeth were lying on the ring, both his eyes were swollen shut, his nose was broken, he was bleeding from both his mouth and nose, and all the paint on his face had been knocked off. To James and everyone else's surprise, Suzuka was still standing after taking a beating like that. However, he was completely still with his arms hanging limply at his sides. Did I go too easy on him? James asked himself while stroking his chin. Then, in a eureka moment, James slapped his right fist into his left hand. Oh, I know what it is. A moment later, James placed his left hand on Suzuka's forehead. Then, with the slightest amount of force, he pushed Suzuka's head back. Then, with that little bit of force, Suzuka fell straight back to the ring. There, much better. James said, nodding in satisfaction. He was just unconscious on his feet. Needless to say, Suzuka was unable to get up before Yuri could finish her 10 count. With that, the round is over. Yuri said, raising her voice as she spoke. The winner of the match and the round is Team Uramshi. Chapter 328, Death of Genkai. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After the result of the match was announced, Team Uramshi did not waste any time leaving the arena and heading back to their accommodations. As they left the ring area, however, none of them noticed the longing gaze with which Yuri watched James leave the arena. Naturally, after leaving the arena the team met up with Irene, Urza, Genkai and the rest. And as soon as they were within sight, Kuwabara sprinted away from his teammates and approached Yukina, who was standing with Keiko and Shizuru. Hey, Yukina, I see you have your servants with you today as well. Kuwabara said in a joking tone. Bang. Before he could continue or Yukina could respond, however, Shizuru launched a textbook right cross that landed on her younger brother's chin, knocking him onto his butt. What did you just call me? Shizuru asked with a menacing expression on her face. Haha, come on sis, you know I was just joking. Kuwabara said while rubbing his chin. Then, without paying his sister any more attention, he sprung to his feet and continued speaking. So, did you watch the match? Yes, you all work so hard to win. Yukina said with a pleasant smile on her face. Not him. Hai said, interjecting in the conversation while pointing at Kuwabara. Hey, what do you mean by that? Kuwabara asked in an offended tone. I fought in just as many fights as you did. Yeah, and you lost them both. Hai said disdainfully. While Hai and Kuwabara continued to bicker, James, Irene, Urza, and Genkai also chatted while they walked at the back of the group. Although they could tell that both Boten and Kurama were trying to listen in on their conversation, none of them cared. So, have you given my proposal any thought? James asked with a serious glint in his eyes while smiling at Genkai. I have, but I'm still not sure. Genkai replied. Well, if things go like you expect them to, you should give me an answer before it's too late. James said, not making the true purpose of their conversation clear. I'm sure Yusuke will ask you to do it regardless. Genkai said with a small smile of fondness on her lips. He really does respect you. Irene said with a smile as well. It seems more like love than just simple respect. Urza said while also smiling. Well, if you know what kinda home he grew up in, you'd understand why he clings to Genkai as more than just a mentor. James said in reply to the mother-daughter pair. And to be honest, even though he probably wouldn't admit it right now, meeting Genkai was probably the best thing that ever happened to him. Even though she did not smile, it was clear to anyone who was looking that Genkai was happy to hear that she was such a positive influence on her disciple. As the group continued to walk and chat, they eventually reached the hotel. Then, they swiftly made their way to their suite and entered. When they did, the first thing they saw was Yusuke sleeping on one of the sofas with Pooh lying on his chest. "What's wrong with Urameshi?" Kawabara asked while approaching the sleeping Yusuke. Then, when he was close enough to see him clearly, he recoiled. Why is he covered in dried blood?" Hearing that, the one who reacted the most was Keiko. She immediately rushed past the rest of the group and looked at Yusuke carefully. Then, after a few seconds, she used her right hand to push Yusuke's bangs out of his face with a gentle smile on her face. "The only thing you know how to do is make me worry," Keiko said. Then, she stopped brushing Yusuke's hair with her fingers and pinched his nose with a playful smile on her face. "Can't you let me breathe easy for a little while?" Eventually, Yusuke, while still sleeping, swatted at Keiko's hand weakly. "Stop it, Keiko," Yusuke muttered in his sleep. Seeing this interaction, everyone in the group, without exception, felt a little warm and fuzzy on the inside. However, this could not be allowed to continue, as the group did want to celebrate their victory and being the first team to make it into the Dark Tournament Finals. "Kawabara, carry Yusuke to his room," Genkai ordered. "I only left him there after his training was finished so that I could get to the arena quickly." Obeying Genkai's order, Kawabara reached down to pick up Yusuke and sling him over his shoulder. Before he could, however, Keiko quickly picked up Pooh and cradled the little spirit beast in her arms. Kawabara then quickly lifted Yusuke. Then, both he and Keiko left the living room. A few moments later, Kawabara and Keiko returned. Then, like they have done after every victory thus far, Team Urameshi celebrated with a few drinks, chatting, and laughter. The next morning, after most of the suite's residents had awakened for the day, they all sat down to have breakfast together. All except for Hai, who decided that his time would be put to better use training. "Is Urameshi still asleep?" Kawabara asked before stuffing part of his breakfast into his mouth. "Yes, the ordeal I put him through yesterday was very taxing on his mind and body," Genkai replied. "You should just let him sleep." "Yeah, but," Kawabara said, looking worriedly at Yusuke's bedroom door. "What if he sleeps for a few days like he did at the beginning of the tournament? He might sleep past the finals." "You don't need to worry, Kawabara," Genkai replied without changing her expression. "He'll wake up before the finals whether he wants to or not." Instead of smiling happily, Kawabara only stared at Genkai with even more worry. Even though he was not particularly sensitive to the emotions of others, he could tell that Genkai's words meant something ominous. "Anyway," Genkai said, clearly trying her best to change the subject. "Do any of you plan on watching the other semi-final match today? I would suggest that you do." "I think I'll take that suggestion," Kurama said with a nod. "It will be good to know what to expect in the upcoming match." Nodding in response, Genkai let her gaze scan the room. When she saw Kawabara, she knew that there would not be much point in him knowing what to expect from the opponents in the next round. Meanwhile, she knew that James had the ability to flip the game board whenever he felt like it, so there was no need to worry. "I'll be spending my time in the suite," James said, in response to Genkai's question. "I'll work on my energy control." "Do you think you could help me improve my energy control, too?" Kawabara asked, surprising everyone in the room. The fact that Kawabara asked for some training was not what surprised everyone. In fact, they all knew that Kawabara was quite diligent when it came to training. However, he paid more attention to increasing his raw power, rather than his energy control. So, the fact that he asked for control training was beyond everyone's expectations. "Sure," James replied with a smile. "But you're gonna think I'm crazy when I get you to start this training. Are you gonna use the water trick?" Irene asked curiously. "Yup. I think it's the best way to get the basics of energy control down." That statement made everyone curious what this water trick was. So, as soon as breakfast was over, everyone watched as James filled up a bowl with water and dipped a finger into it without causing a single ripple on the water's surface. Then, like he had explained to everyone else he taught this method, he explained the way to use this training and showed what could be done by picking up a ball of water and tossing it between his hands. Like that, the rest of the morning went by with Kawabara, and even Kurama, using the water bowl training method while James and Irene trained their control with more advanced training methods. Urza, on the other hand, was training her swordsmanship out in the hotel's backyard. Eventually, the morning ended, and Kurama left the hotel room to watch the semi-final with Team Toguro. Before he did, however, he had to change his clothing. From their training, both he and Kawabara had gotten themselves drenched. And the room they were practicing in had seen better days, as it too was soaked from all the splashing water. Shortly after Kurama left, Genkai also decided that she would go out for a walk. Before she left, however, she made a point of talking to Keiko, asking her to take care of Yusuke since she could tell how much they loved each other, and Boten, asking her to keep supporting Yusuke in his work as a spirit detective. Shizuru, who had been hanging out with Keiko and Boten, did not speak during these exchanges. Instead, she smiled as warmly as she could, feeling that something bad was about to happen. While Yukina, who was also present, remained silent as well, having a similar feeling to Shizuru. After saying her piece to the two people who were most involved with Yusuke, she made her way to see Kawabara, who was still training with the water bowl method. Kawabara. Genkai said after watching Kawabara's diligence for a few minutes. Ma'am. Kawabara said, stopping his training to listen to an elder. Make sure you don't lose that kind heart of yours. Genkai instructed. Yusuke will need someone like you around when things get tough in the future. Ah. Sure. Kawabara replied in a confused tone. I'll go out for a walk. Genkai said after nodding at the confused Kawabara before turning around and walking away. Like that, Genkai left the hotel. However, just as she stepped through the hotel's front door, she ran into James, who was leaning against the wall to the side of the door. I need your answer, Genkai. James said, his usual smile gone from his face. You know I can't wait too long. Asterisk sigh asterisk if Yusuke asks you to, do it. Genkai said with a tone of resignation. Only do it if he manages to get his head out of his ass first, though. I don't know what Toguro will do if he doesn't get the fight he wants. I'm pretty sure I can imagine what he'll try. James said with a wry smile, remembering what Toguro did to get Yusuke to show his full potential. Very well, I'll trust your judgment on this one. Genkai said with a nod. With that, Genkai walked away without another word. Watching her leave, James could not help but shake his head. He knew that Genkai would die today, and that it would hurt Yusuke a lot. But for Yusuke's growth he could not interfere. Asterisk sigh asterisk I'll just keep an eye on everything and make a move when Yusuke is wallowing in sadness. James said to himself as he turned around and walked into the hotel. An hour later, James felt two relatively strong auras begin to clash in the distance. At the same time, Yusuke's eyes shot open. Then, with violent momentum, he sat up with a perturbed expression on his face. Hearing Yusuke's sudden movement, Kawabara stopped his training and walked into Yusuke's room. When Yusuke saw him, he was more than a little surprised. Kawabara was dripping wet and left wet footprints, accompanied by a squelching sound, with every step he took. Oh good, you're awake. Kawabara said with a hint of relief in his tone. I thought you might sleep through the finals. Shaking off the confusion he felt from seeing Kawabara's current state, Yusuke's eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth to speak. Where is Genkai? Yusuke asked in a demanding tone. I don't know. Kawabara replied, a bit taken aback by Yusuke's tone. She said she was going for a walk. You idiot, why would you let her go alone? Yusuke asked as he jumped out of bed and rushed out of the room. Meanwhile, Kawabara could only watch Yusuke leave with confusion on his face. In fact, he was so confused by what was going on that he did not even notice that James had walked up behind him until he felt the older boy's hand land on his shoulder. Don't worry about it. James said, patting Kawabara's shoulder as he spoke. I'll follow him and make sure nothing happens. Before Kawabara could reply, James also left the room. Then, he let Irene know he was leaving before following Yusuke out of the hotel. Although he was much faster than Yusuke, James followed the spirit detective at a bit of a distance. He remembered Genkai's death from the anime. And considering how it choked him up when he saw it on a TV screen in his past life, he decided that he would not witness it in person this time. When James eventually arrived on the scene, Genkai had just taken her last breath cradled in Yusuke's arms. Meanwhile, the younger of the Toguro brothers, who Genkai had just fought and lost to, stood a short distance away from the master-disciple pair. James then watched Yusuke as he lay Genkai's body down on the ground. Then, with a mixture of rage and sadness, he charged at Toguro, throwing a punch with everything he could currently muster. Unfortunately, that everything was not enough. Having bulked up much more than he did in his fight with the Spirit Warriors team, Toguro blocked Yusuke's punch with only his left hand. Then, he threw a punch at Yusuke, sending him flying backward through several trees before his momentum was arrested when he slammed into a particularly large tree. You're not there quite yet, Yusuke. Toguro said as he stared down at his left hand with its now mangled fingers that were healing quickly. But you're quite close. Don't worry, I'll make sure that he's exactly where you want him to be by the time you two get to fight. James said from behind Toguro. Upon hearing that voice, Toguro's expression did not change. He did, however, spin around and throw a punch with all his might at the person who was able to get behind him without his notice. Smack. That punch, however, was stopped effortlessly when James raised his left hand. Take it easy, big guy. James said nonchalantly. I have no intention of getting between you and Yusuke. He needs this fight just as much as you do. Oh, but I will kill your brother during the finals. That's non-negotiable. He's grown way too vile over the years. Judging by his expression, Toguro could not care less about what would happen to his brother tomorrow. Then, after reverting back to his normal size, Toguro walked over to his trench coat, picked it up, slung it over his shoulder, and walked away. I hope Yusuke doesn't disappoint me, Toguro said as he continued to walk away. Hearing that, James grinned. Then, he made his way to Yusuke, who was still sitting against the tree he slammed into. Chapter 329, Knocking Some Sense into Yusuke. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. Leaving the arena, Kurama felt more than a little unsettled. After watching Team Toguro's match, he realized that he was sorely outclassed as he was now. From the way Bui wielded his oversized axe and tore his opponent apart, to the way Kurasa caused his opponent to explode with little effort or movement, and finally the way Elder Toguro manipulated the shape of his body to defeat the remaining 3 members of the opposing team. On top of that, there was his encounter with Karasu on his way out. Without even feeling his approach, Kurama had found himself in Karasu's grasp. Karasu's hands, which he had intuited were the reason for his opponent's fiery demise, were only inches from his face. And the feeling that knowing there was nothing he could do to escape was haunting his every thought. If I want to live through this tournament, I have to come up with a viable strategy, Kurama thought to himself as he walked toward the hotel where he and the rest of the team were lodging. If only I could bring out Yoko during the fight. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, Kurama's thoughts were forced to a complete halt when he felt a powerful, yet familiar, presence disappear. Oh no. Genkai, how could she? Kurama muttered as he began sprinting toward the place where he last felt the presence. Meanwhile, Hai, who had been training since dawn, also felt the disappearance of Genkai's presence on the island. Damn. Hai muttered as he ended his training and began walking toward the location where he last felt Genkai's presence. Not only Kurama and Hai, but Koenma, Boten, Yukina, Shizuru, Irene, Urza, and all of Team Toguro also felt that Genkai was no longer alive. And all of them knew that Toguro was the cause. While Irene and Urza were expecting this outcome, thanks to talking with Genkai about it, Boten, Yukina, and Shizuru felt a sick feeling in the pits of their stomachs. Koenma, on the other hand, had also been expecting this to happen. However, he felt no small amount of sadness at the passing of an old friend. The only person with a decent amount of spiritual awareness that did not react to Genkai's death was Kuwabara. Though, no one would know whether it was because he did not sense it, or he did not believe his senses to be true. Instead, he was busy pacing in front of the hotel, worrying about why Yusuke and James had run off. That was pathetic, James said as he approached Yusuke, who was sitting motionlessly against the tree he had smashed into. Yusuke, however, did not respond to James' insult. Instead, he continued to hang his head in sadness. If you're gonna act like this, she should have just let Toguro kill you and everyone you know and love, James said disdainfully. And to think she cared so deeply for such a pathetic. UT up. Yusuke murmured, interrupting James' speech. Sorry, mind saying that again? James asked in a mocking tone. Or do you plan to keep holding back like you did with that punch a few seconds ago? I said. Yusuke said, looking up with bloodshot eyes and anger in his expression. Shut up. With that exclamation, Yusuke's spirit energy, or magic power, spiked, causing the air to ripple and the ground around him to sink slightly. Humph. James snorted, still looking at Yusuke with a disdainful snort in his eyes. I thought you really cared about her, but if this is all you're gonna show me, then I guess I was wrong. Shut up. Yusuke roared as he stood up with rage burning in his eyes. Don't talk to me like you fucking know me. With that bellow, Yusuke lunged at James, anger fueling his attack. Boom. However, as soon as he was within arm's reach, James slammed the younger boy into the ground, kicking up dust and fallen leaves due to the force of the slam. Then, James held Yusuke in place while he continued to speak. Come on, dude, is that really it? James asked with a smirk. If that's all you can show me, then maybe I should go and kill all your friends and loved ones. Hearing that, Yusuke's rage burned even brighter. At least, if I'm the one who does it, they won't suffer more than necessary, James said, changing his disdainful tone into a more compassionate one. But if you fight Toguro like you are, he's definitely going to torture them. Maybe even in front of you, just to make you give him the fight he wants. Imagining James killing Keiko, Kuwabara, and his mother caused Yusuke's power to spike even higher. However, no matter how much he struggled, he still couldn't escape from James' grasp. When James mentioned how Toguro would more than likely torture them and how he might be forced to watch it happen, Yusuke's power spiked close to its limit. I said shut up. Yusuke bellowed once again. This time, when Yusuke roared, his spirit energy was strong enough to push James away, even if not very far. Still, that bit of distance was more than enough for Yusuke to rise to his feet again. Then, once again, with rage fueling his actions, Yusuke lunged at James and threw a punch with all his might. Unlike last time, however, James was unable to easily avoid and counterattack. Instead, he was forced to block it. Like Toguro had done earlier, James raised his left hand and caught Yusuke's punch. Unlike Toguro, however, James' hand was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the collision created a shockwave that knocked down the thinner trees in the duo's surroundings. Good. James said with a wide smile on his face while he held Yusuke's fist. Now that we've gotten rid of that wall of bullshit you built between you and your emotions, we can get you ready to beat the shit out of Toguro. Hearing those words and seeing the wide smile on James' face, Yusuke realized what James was doing. Despite understanding what was going on, Yusuke was still pissed off. You think it's fun playing with my emotions? Yusuke growled. Sure do. James replied happily. Fuck you. Yusuke said as he swung his left leg at James' head. Releasing Yusuke's fist, James ducked under the kick. Then, with just enough force, he pressed his hands on Yusuke's thigh and knocked him off his feet with little effort. Come on, dude. James said, still with a smile on his face. That would have never worked a few days ago. Even though you definitely have the power to kill Toguro now, you can't even use it properly. As James spoke, Yusuke hopped back onto his feet and charged at James once again. Throwing another punch, Yusuke was expecting James to catch it like he had before. And if he did, Yusuke had a follow-up planned. However, James dodged Yusuke's punch, contrary to the spirit detective's expectations. Then, when Yusuke was caught off guard, James backhanded him across the face, causing him to fly away before slamming into the tree he had been sitting in front of moments ago. Instead of rushing to attack again, Yusuke stood up slowly. All the while, he glared at James as hard as he could while trying to figure out what would be the best course of action to take with his next attack. Good, since you've calmed down a bit. James said, turning around toward the spot where Genkai and Toguro fought. Do you think you could hold that thought for a minute? Then, as if he weren't even fighting a moment ago, James began walking away. Seeing this as an opportunity, Yusuke rushed at James as fast as he could with his hand cocked back for another punch that he aimed at the back of James' head. Seriously, did you forget how precise my sensing ability is? James asked as he nonchalantly ducked under Yusuke's punch before grabbing his arm tightly. Fine, since you're in such a rush, you can go ahead. I'll see you there in a minute. After saying what he wanted to say, James threw Yusuke over his shoulder. However, instead of slamming him into the ground, he threw Yusuke up into the air, over the trees. That's something he's really gonna have to work on. James said, did he forget who I am, or rather what I am, due to his anger or something? A few seconds later, Yusuke fell out of the sky and landed agilely next to Genkai's corpse. Seeing his master's body lying lifeless on the ground once again, Yusuke, for the first time in a long time, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Like James had said, Yusuke had built a wall between himself and his emotions. For the simple reason that showing emotion did not match the image of a tough guy that Yusuke had in his mind. However, now that James had mercilessly torn down that wall, Yusuke could finally cry for Genkai, something he had not done when she died in his arms. About a minute later, James walked into the clearing. When he did, he saw Yusuke sitting on the ground holding Genkai's cold, unresponsive hand in his own, while tears streamed down his face. He's only 14. James muttered as he watched the heartbroken teenager in front of him. This really is something he never should have had to go through. Fate really can be a bitch sometimes. As James muttered to himself, he continued to approach Yusuke and Genkai's corpse. However, it seemed that Yusuke was so deep in his own thoughts that he did not notice James' approach. Seeing as he was going unnoticed, James smiled mischievously. Then, when he arrived next to the two, without alerting Yusuke, James extended his left hand over Genkai's chest. A moment later, a pair of pawn pieces appeared floating over his outstretched palm. Then, he let the two evil pieces fall into Genkai's chest. After that, James simply waited. However, his smile widened when Yusuke did not notice the evil pieces sinking into Genkai's chest. Meanwhile, as James had observed, Yusuke had completely forgotten all the rage he was feeling with James, who had played with his emotions, once he saw Genkai again. So, instead of rushing back to fight with James again, he sat down and held Genkai's cold hand and closed his eyes. For the next few minutes, he just reminisced about all the time the two of them had spent together. So, it was only natural that Yusuke had missed the moment James reincarnated Genkai into a devil. Haven't you cried enough, dimwit? Genkai said, causing Yusuke to think he was hallucinating. Or did you somehow manage to turn into a little bitch while I was dead? Although he thought he was hallucinating when he heard Genkai's first question, her second question caused him to open his eyes with a mix of shock and bewilderment on his face. Then, he was thoroughly confused when he saw the owner of the hand he was holding. The woman whose hand he was holding had pink hair like the Genkai he knew. However, hers was a much brighter shade of pink. It was like Genkai's hair when she powered up to full power before his inheritance test. Now that I look at her closely, she looks just like the old hag when she powered up yesterday. Yusuke said as he let go of Genkai's hand and rubbed his eyes. But how? She's dead, right? I mean, I watched her die. You really are a dimwit. Genkai said after seeing the confusion in Yusuke's eyes. Did you forget who and what? Before she continued, Genkai paused for a moment. Then, she began scanning her surroundings for any nearby presences. Feeling two familiar presences nearby, she shook her head and continued. Jay is? Genkai asked, finishing her earlier question. At once, Yusuke knew exactly what Genkai was talking about. In fact, he had been present for a few of James' peerage members being reincarnated. He had also heard before that someone could be resurrected shortly after death by the evil pieces. After having his memory jogged, Yusuke glared at James with a look as if he had just been betrayed. Come on, now. Don't look at me like that. James said with a wry smile. I told you that I acted like that to get you over the wall you built around your emotions, right? But why didn't you tell me that you could reincarnate her into a demon? Yusuke asked aggressively. First of all, it's devil, not demon. And second, that one's on you, bro. James said while pointing at Yusuke. When I thought you had calmed down, I started walking back here and told you to hold on. But before I could say any more, you attacked, thinking it was a good chance. That statement caused Yusuke to open his mouth wide. Then, he closed it with an embarrassed blush on his face. Anyway, now that the show is over, let's go back to the hotel. James said while turning back toward the hotel. Then, after he started walking, he continued while looking in a certain direction. I'm getting kinda hungry. Hi, Kurama, are you two coming? Chapter 330, Before the Finals. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After Genkai's death and reincarnation, the members of Team Uramshi's entourage that felt Genkai's death, other than Irene and Urza, were confused when they saw her returning to the hotel with James, Yusuke, Hai, and Kurama. Though they were surprised to see her alive, they were even more surprised to see that she had regained her youth. Eventually, it was explained to the group that James had resurrected her as a member of his peerage and they all nodded with some level of understanding. So, Genkai-san is like Irene and Urza, now? Keiko asked. Considering Keiko was a normal human in every sense of the word, James took the time to explain everything to her patiently. That's right. James replied with a nod. She's become a devil just like the three of us. You, like them. Hai said with disdain. Don't make me laugh. You're still only a half. Before Hai could finish what he was saying, an enormous amount of killing intent crashed down on him, stopping his words in his throat. Feeling the massive amount of killing intent, Hai's eyes opened wide while his juggin began to glow brightly through his headband. If you want to live long enough to fight in the finals, Hai, I suggest you don't finish that sentence. James said in a menacing tone. You, of all people, should know what it's like to be made an outcast for being different. As he spoke, James glanced at Yukina for the briefest of moments. A moment so brief, in fact, that no one, other than Hai, noticed. Seeing that glance, Hai knew that he had said too much. Considering that he was exiled as an infant just for being born a male, James was right. Of course, Hai was too proud to admit that he had said something he should not have. Hai snorted, looking away from James' intense glare. Just an empty threat. Even though he said it was an empty threat, Hai made sure not to finish whatever it was he said before James interrupted him. Noticing that, James smiled and retracted his killing intent. While the less experienced members of the group thought that Hai had backed off because he knew he was in the wrong, which was true, the more experienced fighters looked at James with shock in his eyes. Holy shit. Yusuke thought. It wasn't even directed at me, and I can feel the back of my shirt is soaked in my sweat. How can one teenage condense so much killing intent? Kurama thought. What's even more terrifying is that it did not leak away from Hai at all. He's gotten even better at controlling his aura than the last time he showed it off. Genkai thought as she stared at James. It's easy to see why Master Scathatch is so proud of him. Anyway, what do you guys plan to do for the rest of the night? James asked the rest of the group with a smile. I'll go for a walk, I've got a lot to think about. Kurama said in a calm tone. I think I'll go for a walk, too. Kawabara said. I spent all day in the room today. So, I'll take the chance to stretch my legs for a bit. Nodding in understanding, James then turned his head toward Yusuke. I'd suggest you get some rest, Yusuke. James said with a smile. Tomorrow, you'll be sparring with me all day. Seriously? Yusuke asked in a tone of disbelief. Why? If you don't want to spar with Jay, then you can spar with me. Genkai said in her usual tone. Okay, hold on. Yusuke said, holding up a hand toward Genkai. Why are you still talking with that old hag voice when you look so young? Although no one else would have ever said anything about it, they all had to admit that Genkai using the same voice she used before her reincarnation was a bit weird. Clearly because it bothers you, dimwit. Genkai said casually, letting her voice change to a much younger sounding version. There, is that better? Damn it, Genkai. Yusuke said in an annoyed tone. Did hearing so many of Jay's stupid jokes over the past 3 months affect your sense of humor, too? Ignoring Yusuke's question, Genkai stared at her disciple. I'll spar with you then, old hag. Yusuke said while shaking his head. Seriously? James said in a genuinely shocked tone. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and let it go. Well, at least you have me and Yukina here to fix your broken body tomorrow. Huh? What do you mean? Yusuke asked with a bit of fear in his tone. Well, not only did Genkai regain her youth and return to her peak after she was reincarnated. James said, beginning his explanation. But due to the evil piece, or the pawn pieces, to be exact, she gained a small boost to her overall capabilities. On top of that, when I was at my P, I was at the low A class, or the initial level of the ultimate rank, and with the boost of the evil pieces, I can feel that I've almost reached the advanced level. And if it's anything like when I was reincarnated, Master Genkai will need a bit of time to regain full control over her power usage and output. Irene added. Ah, I remember, I also had a bit of trouble controlling my strength properly after I was reincarnated. Urza chipped in. Hearing what the 4 devils had to say, Yusuke began to pale. Then, he looked at Genkai and spoke once again. I think I'll train with Jay instead. Yusuke said in an extremely serious tone. Oh, you think you can just decline my offer then come back to accept it whenever it suits you? James said with a mischievous smile on his face. Sorry kid, but that ship has sailed already. Hearing James' response, Yusuke paled even further. Meanwhile, Kawabara laughed at Yusuke's misfortune while Keiko looked at him in worry. After that, like they said they would, Kawabara and Kurama went for a walk while the rest of the group chatted and drank. Eventually, shortly after Kurama and Kawabara returned, they all decided to turn in for the night. The next morning, the day before the finals of the Dark Martial Arts Tournament, right after breakfast, Yusuke was dragged out of the hotel by Genkai for their training session. And just as James had mentioned the night before, he and Yukina followed them to provide any necessary healing. Kawabara stayed in the room, continuing his energy control training. By now, he had finally been able to coat 3 fingers in his energy and dip them in the water without disturbing the surface. But making it 4 fingers was still eluding him. Meanwhile, Kurama was in his own room experimenting with an item he received during his walk from the night before from a source that he did not expect. Flashback. After leaving the hotel, Kawabara and Kurama walked together in silence for a while. However, that silence was broken when a voice spoke to them. Shouldn't the 2 of you be training or something? A somewhat familiar voice said from the darkness. Taking their combat stances, Kawabara and Kurama readied themselves for a fight, considering that most of the demons on this island wanted Team Uramshi dead. Please, calm down, would you? The voice said as he stepped into the moonlight. Since my team has been eliminated, I'm more on your side than anyone else's. Hey, that's the clown from yesterday, right? Kawabara asked. Although they both somewhat recognized the voice, they could not get a good look at the face under the face paint after James fought him, since his face was so swollen after the fight. What do you want, Suzuka? Kurama asked, still not dropping his vigilance. As I'm sure you are aware, I was the one who created the items that my team used against you in our match. Suzuka said, holding a pair of items, a bottle with a golden liquid and a sword hilt, towards Kurama and Kawabara. And I think these will help you defeat your opponents in the finals. But why would you help us? Kurama asked, eyeing the bottle with curiously. Because I want revenge. Suzuka said. In the past, Toguro defeated me while only using 3% of his repugnant strength. Then, when he did, he left me alive, the greatest insult of my life. On top of that, he called my creations useless. Flashback end. Like Yusuke and Genkai, Hai also left the hotel to continue his own training. Unlike Yusuke and Genkai, however, he chose to train alone. Returning to the site where Genkai and Toguro fought the day before, Hai was amazed by the crater that was present after the fight. From what he had heard from Genkai, that crater was caused by one of Toguro's punches. Thinking himself Toguro's equal, at the very least, Hai coated his right hand in his demonic energy. Then, he leapt high into the air. Once he reached the peak of his jump, he allowed gravity to do its thing. A moment later, Hai's fist slammed into the ground a distance away from the edge of the crater Toguro created. An instant after the collision, the ground around Hai began to collapse, creating another crater. Before Hai fell with the rest of the collapsing ground, he jumped away and watched the destruction his punch brought to the land. And when he saw the extent of the devastation and compared it to what Toguro had done, he was more than a little annoyed. This is impossible. Hai muttered to himself in both annoyance and disappointment. Taking a step back, one would be able to see the two craters in the ground. And if one were to look at the crater that Hai's punch created, they would see that it was a little more than half the size of the crater Toguro had created. Seeing these results, Hai naturally pushed himself even harder in his training. And like that, the day passed without issue. There were no more sneak attacks or any other interactions between Team Uramshi and Team Toguro. Eventually, night fell on Hanging Neck Island. While most of the people who were still on the island were simply looking forward to the finals of the Dark Tournament that would take place tomorrow, Team Toguro was in the suite of a hotel that was different from the one Team Uramshi stayed in. As they either meditated or simply relaxed, Toguro sat with a glass of orange juice in his hand while he looked out into the night sky. So, that boy reincarnated her as a devil, huh? Toguro thought to himself. This better not keep Yusuke from reaching his full potential. Otherwise, I might do something that boy will regret. As Toguro was lost in his thoughts, a spike in spirit energy caught his attention and made him focus on the scenery outside the window of his suite. A moment later, a thick ray of spirit energy was fired into the sky and caused the few clouds hanging over the island to disperse. Recognizing the spirit energy as Yusuke's, Toguro smiled before taking a sip from his glass of orange juice. Good, it looks like I won't be disappointed. Toguro thought to himself after seeing the display of power. It looks like I won't have to hunt you and everyone you know and love down after the tournament ends. Like most of the others on the island, Toguro did not know about James' true identity. However, since he had only been working in the human world as a gun for hire for rich humans over the last 50 years, it would not be such a surprise to any of the high rollers in the supernatural world that he had no idea who James really was. However, like everyone else on the island, Toguro would get the chance to figure out James' identity before the finals were completed. Since things would not go as smoothly as everyone expected tomorrow. Chapter 331, The Dark Martial Arts Tournament Finals begin. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. The night passed without issue. As the sun rose on Hanging Neck Island, the tension in the air was palpable. Although no one other than the biggest players on the island knew that Toguro had killed Genkai only 2 days before, everyone could feel that there was something more than just the desire for victory in the air between the two remaining teams. Like most days, Team Uramshi and their entourage woke up and had breakfast. However, unlike most days, even Hai was present for the meal. Are you all ready? Genkai asked as she put down her chopsticks. This will definitely be the hardest fight any of you have ever had. Receiving nods from everyone at the table, Genkai nodded in return. Then, as everyone finished their breakfast, they all left the hotel and headed to the arena. In most cases, they would show up just before the matches began. However, since today's match would be the final match of the tournament, they decided to arrive early so they could get themselves in the right state of mind. Once the team arrived at the arena, they split from their entourage and made their way to the locker rooms. While their entourage found the best seats they could, considering that most of the demons had lined up since dawn to get good seats. From what I can tell, Team Toguro only has 4 members. Hai said in a nonchalant manner. So, which of you will be sitting this round out? That makes it sound like you'll definitely be fighting in this round. James said with a smile. What if we say that you should be the one who sits out? Then, we'll have to fight to see who the last 4 standing will be. Hai said. If one of you is unable to fight, then I'll get to fight by default, right? So, you want to do it like we did on the cruise ship, huh? James asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sometimes, you're way too confident in your strength, Hai. That could be your undoing one day. You should just worry about yourself, devil. Hai said in a cold tone. But then again, after this tournament, that won't be an issue for you anymore. Instead of responding to Hai's taunt, James simply shook his head. I know I'm the weakest among us. Kawabara said with a bit of irritation in his tone. So, I'll sit this one out. Nodding at Kawabara's decision, James approached Kawabara and patted him on the shoulder. That's probably the most mature decision anyone on this team has made since the tournament started. James said with a smile. It was a much more mature decision than walking into a trap like a certain someone did during that one round. Humph. Hai snorted. Just wait until this tournament is over, I'm definitely going to kill you. Do your best. James exclaimed in an over-enthusiastic tone. I'm rooting for you. This time, it was Hai's turn to ignore James' taunt. And James decided that it was not worth antagonizing Hai any further. Meanwhile, Kawabara had separated from James and approached Karama. Are you really gonna use that stuff Suzuka gave you? Kawabara asked quietly once he was close enough to Karama. I mean, it could be dangerous, right? I have tested it. Kurama said with his eyes closed. And I know that it takes about 15 minutes to take effect. Alright, man, I hope you know what you're doing. Kuwabara said, knowing that he would be unable to change Kurama's mind. Just like that, Team Uramshi spent their time either chatting or relaxing before the final round of the dark tournament began. Eventually, noise from the arena made it clear that the match would be starting soon. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Kyoto was walking through the crowd asking their opinions about the outcome of the finals. And to her irritation, most people were just saying whatever came to mind since their conversations with Kyoto would be broadcast to the demon communities in the human world. Sometimes I hate my job. Kyoto said after interviewing another annoying demon. Ah, don't say that, love. An Australian accented male voice said from behind Kyoto. When Kyoto looked back to see who was talking to her, she was surprised to see that it was Chu, Rinku, Jean, and Tuya, 4 demons who had lost to Team Uramshi in earlier rounds of the tournament. I wasn't expecting to see the 4 of you here. Kyoto said, putting down her microphone for a moment. Well, we gotta root for the blokes that beat us, right? Chu said with a goofy smile on his face before taking a swig from a pint of liquor. Yeah, if they win, we can at least say we lost to the champs, you know. Jean added. Before Kyoto could reply, however, the lights in the arena dimmed and a spotlight fell on the center of the ring. In that spotlight stood Yuri, the referee for the finals. Well, it looks like I better get back to my post. Kyoto said with a smile. I've gotta let everyone know about every bone-shattering hit that is delivered in that ring, after all. The 4 demons simply nodded at Kyoto and watched her go back to her broadcast booth. Meanwhile, Yuri had just raised her microphone to her mouth in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been waiting for is finally here. Yuri said in a low and subdued tone. The final match of the Dark Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Are you ready? In response to Yuri's question, the entire arena exploded into loud, excited cheers. In fact, the cheers were so loud that Yuri had to scrap her plan to tell the audience that she could not hear them to get them even more riled up. Then, without further ado, I present to you, Team Uramshi. Yuri said, gesturing toward the entrance on the south side of the arena. As expected, when Team Uramshi was introduced, they were greeted with a symphony of boos and jeers. However, the 5 of them walked out as if nothing had happened. However, James did wink at Irene when he spotted her in the crowd, receiving a tired sigh and a nod in return. Next is the favorite to win the tournament, Team Toguro. Yuri shouted into her microphone, playing to the crowd's emotions. When the 4 members of Team Toguro entered the ring, they received a welcome that was the exact opposite of Team Uramshi's. However, before they reached the ringside, Yuri spoke up once again. Team Toguro, please have your 5th member come to the ring. Yuri said in a professional tone. During the earlier rounds, it was acceptable for him to not be present. However, all 5 members, provided that they are alive, must be present for the finals. Understood. The younger Toguro responded. Our 5th member is always ready should the need arise for his presence. Not even a minute later, a tall, handsome man with slicked back black hair walked through the same entrance Team Toguro had entered through. Glad you could make it, Sakio. The younger Toguro said as Sakio approached. Of course. Sakio, the sponsor of Team Toguro as well as its 5th member, said with a smile. The only thing this changes is that I'll get a better view of the action. Since my turn to fight will never come. Now that all the participants are accounted for, the rules for the finals are simple. Yuri said. The round will be the best of 5 matches. The first team to win 3 matches is the winner. Waiting for a moment to see if either team had any questions, Yuri continued after a brief silence. Then, would both teams send up their fighters for the first match? Yuri asked in a professional tone. Immediately, Karasu, a tall male demon with long jet black hair wearing a long black coat, black slacks, and black dress shoes with a metallic mask that covers the lower half of his face, jumped into the ring. Shortly after Karasu, Kurama did the same. For the first match, Karasu from Team Toguro will face Kurama from Team Uramshi. Yuri said, gesturing to both fighters. Now, let the battle begin. Fight. As soon as Yuri gave the signal, Karasu rushed at Kurama with his hands extended. Once he was near, he began to swing his hands, trying to make contact with Kurama. Just as I expected, he needs his hands to make his opponents explode. Kurama said, expertly avoiding Karasu's random swings. Using his superior martial arts training, Kurama either completely avoided or deflected Karasu's hands away from his body as he counterattacked with precisely placed palm strikes. Although it is clear to everyone that Karasu is superior to Kurama in both speed and power, Kurama is managing to break even with the raven-haired powerhouse from Team Toguro with his superior martial arts training. Kyoto said excitedly into the microphone. Although this has yet to lead to any bloodshed, I can say that all those near misses from Karasu is keeping me hopeful. And just as Kyoto finished speaking, Karasu grinned under his mask. Although Kurama could not see Karasu curling his lips, he was definitely able to see the amusement in his eyes. Boom. An instant later, a small, yet powerful explosion went off next to Kurama's right leg, leaving a bloody gash on his calf. Gah. Kurama screamed in pain as he stumbled backward. It's rather cute how you thought that I actually needed my hands to make things go boom. Karasu said in an eerily calm tone. As Karasu spoke, he appeared to be holding an object in his hand. Like you, Kurama, I can use my demonic energy to manipulate objects. Karasu said, as a small, round eyeball with a fuse materialized in his hand. Unlike you, however, I am not bound to manipulating tangible objects. I can even manipulate the intangible into objects for my use. Hearing that explanation, Kurama took a quick look around himself. When he did, he was surprised to see that he was surrounded by more of those small eyeball-shaped explosives that had injured him before. Meanwhile, the crowd was going wild. While Kurama had been too preoccupied with fending off Karasu's onslaught, they watched as more and more of those little explosives materialized around the fighters. This is bad. Kawabara muttered from ringside. If that stuff the clown gave him doesn't work, I'll find him and kill him myself. Hearing Kawabara's muttering, the rest of the team glanced at Kawabara strangely, James the only one who knew what he was talking about. Then, they quickly returned their attention to the ring. Now, let's end this little game. Karasu said in the same tone as before. But I would ask that you try not to move too much. I would not want to damage that pretty, red hair of yours. It would make your mounted head look a lot less pretty, after all. With that, all the eyeballs floated toward Kurama at high speed. Boom. Before Kurama could try to escape, however, the eyeballs all exploded, leaving a cloud of dust and debris in the place where Kurama stood. Naturally, this raised the nerves of Yusuke and Kawabara. However, James and Hai continued to look on without changing their expressions in the slightest. So that's what the fool meant. Hai said with his juggin glowing under his headband. Yup, I guess it is. James replied. This time, it was Yusuke and Kawabara's turns to glance at James and Hai in incomprehension. However, it did not take long for the meaning behind their words to become clear. Once the dust cloud dispersed, everyone was surprised to see a large plant growing from under where Kurama stood. A moment later, the large leaves of this newly grown plant opened, revealing the form of Yoko Kurama. OMG. My sexy silver-haired fox god is back. Kyoto squealed in excitement over the arena speaker system. I thought I told you that I just might take this body for myself if you carelessly called me to handle your fights, Shuichi. Yoko said as he stepped out of the plant's embrace. But considering how outclassed you are in terms of firepower, I guess I can understand why you called me out this time. Looking around the ring once he was free from the plant, Yoko saw that there were many more of those eyeball explosives floating around once again. Then, he looked at Yuri, who had been standing at the edge of the ring to referee the match. I would suggest you don't move. Yoko said, not explaining what he meant. Then, Yoko reached into his yukata and pulled out a handful of seeds. Then, he blew on them and tossed them around the ring. An instant later, a few dozen demonic plants that resembled a Venus flytrap grew around the ring. Do you think those little plants will save you from me? Karasu asked as he saw the plants that grew all over the ring. A moment later, the eyeball explosives began floating toward Kurama from all directions. However, as soon as those explosives began to move, they were snapped at by the nearby carnivorous plants and swallowed. Before long, all the eyeballs had exploded within the plants, dealing no damage. Actually, I do. Yoko said with a roguish smile on his face. The real question is, what will save you from my little plants? A moment later, a small plant with razor-sharp thorns grew from beneath Karasu, causing him to have to dodge. These movements, naturally, caused all the carnivorous plants to move toward the source of movement, just like Venus flytraps do. Showing off his speed, Karasu managed to dodge the onslaught of all the carnivorous plants for a couple of minutes. However, considering how many plants there were, he was eventually caught. In the process, however, his metallic face mask was knocked off. I would suggest you take a few steps back, Sakio. The younger Toguro said while watching the ring. Since Karasu has lost his mask, things are about to get dangerous. As Sakio took a step back, Karasu took a deep breath just before he was completely engulfed by the sharp leaves of the carnivorous plants. After a few seconds, there was no more movement from the pile of plants and Yoko turned around to walk toward the rest of Team Uramshi. I expected more from you, Karasu. Yoko said. You did not even use up half of the 15-minute time limit I have before I have to. Boom. Before Kurama could finish, a much larger explosion than Karasu had created throughout the rest of the tournament went off, sending burnt and fresh parts of the plants that engulfed him flying all over the arena. Once the explosion died down, Karasu was once again visible to the crowd. However, instead of his usual jet black hair, his hair was now a day-glow yellow color. That would have actually worked if you hadn't knocked off my mask. Karasa said, "Too bad for you." With that, a number of strangely shaped objects appeared around the ring. However, to most of the audience, they were not visible. Only those with high enough spiritual awareness were capable of seeing these new explosives. "I see, so you only made them visible to give your opponent a false sense of security, huh?" Yoko said while gazing at all the explosives. "This will be more troublesome than I expected." The numerous explosives began charging toward Yoko like they had done before. Unlike before, however, Yoko simply grew a pair of rose whips. Then, he began dancing elegantly between the explosives and explosions as he lashed out at as many of the explosives as he could. On top of lashing out at the explosives, Yoko also sent more than a few attacks at Karasu, leaving several bloody gashes across his limbs and torso. Unfortunately, the explosives seemed as if they had no end. And eventually, Yoko was caught in a large explosion that shook the entire arena. When the smoke settled, instead of Yoko, the original Kurama was left laying in the middle of a crater with tattered clothing, several large gashes, and heavily burned skin. "Kurama is down," Yuri said after realizing that Kurama was laying down in the crater. "I'll start the count. 1. As Yuri began her 10 count, Karasa made his way over to the crater. Looking down at the heavily injured Kurama, Karasa could tell that he would not live for much longer if no one administered any treatment, something he would make sure never happened. "I must admit, you were much better prey than I was hoping for," Karasa said with a smile on his face. "I'll take great joy in mounting your head once this tournament is over. Although I'm in pain, I'm not as injured as Karasa thinks." Kurama thought to himself as he watched Karasu approach and heard Yuri's count reach 5. "But I don't have enough demonic energy left to fight him. I have enough for one more attack, and that's it. I have to make it count." Karasa then reached Kurama's side and knelt next to the red-haired demon. Then, he picked up some of Kurama's hair between his fingers. "It's just a shame that the explosions damaged your pretty hair," Karasa said as Yuri's count reached 8. "No matter, I can stand to cut a little." 9. Yuri said as her count continued. "Now," Kurama thought, as a plant grew from his sleeve. An instant later, a plant with suction cup-looking leaves clamped onto wound on Karasa's chest. Then, it began to suck out Karasa's blood at an insanely high speed. Karasa's blood left his body so quickly that even to the untrained eye he was visibly paling. A few moments later, Karasa had died from blood loss. "Hell yeah, Kurama won." Yusuke cheered after realizing what had just happened. "Did he?" Hai asked while looking at the reactions of the rest of Team Toguro who seemed calm as ever. "Do they know something we don't?" "Hai's right," James added with a nod. "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Nor should you count a victory before the final ruling is announced." With that, Yusuke and Kuwabara turned their attention to Yuri, who was holding her microphone up to her mouth. "And the winner of the first match of the final round is Karasa from Team Toguro," Yuri said calmly. Chapter 332, Becoming the Dragon of the Darkness Flame. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. "What the hell do you mean Kurama lost?" Yusuke shouted as he hopped onto the ring. A moment later, Yusuke was standing in front of Yuri while holding her up off the ring's surface with one hand, while the other hand was cocked back ready to punch straight through her face if he did not like her answer to his question. "I would appreciate it if you would put me down," Yuri said calmly even though Yusuke was ready to pummel her into oblivion. "And I would advise that you refrain from doing this again in the future." "Yeah, well I'd appreciate it if you got your head out of your ass and answered my question," Yusuke shouted angrily. Before Yuri could respond, James appeared behind Yusuke and placed a hand on the spirit detective's shoulder. "Calm down, Yusuke," James said with a smile. "Put her down and listen to her explanation, all right? There's no point in antagonizing one of the two people on this island who did not want us to die from the word go, right?" After James spoke, Yusuke slowly lowered Yuri back to the ring. However, he did not do so because of what James said. Instead, it was because of the pressure he felt when James touched his shoulder. Right now, it felt like there was a mountain pressing down on him, and he was simply unable to support Yuri's weight with one arm anymore. "Good," James said with a nod when Yuri's feet touched the ring's surface again. Then, as Yusuke pulled his hands away from Yuri's outfit, James turned his attention back to the completely smitten referee. "Can you tell us how it is that Kurama lost even though Karasu is dead, please?" Although James already knew the reason why Kurama lost, he figured if Yusuke did not hear it from the referee herself, he would not accept it. "Aha." Yuri hummed while she nodded shyly with a slight blush on her face. "It's because Kurama was down for 10 counts before he killed Karasu." Hearing that, Yusuke looked baffled. "If you don't believe me, look," Yuri said while pointing at one of the many screens around the arena. An instant later, the moment Yuri started counting was shown on all the screens in the arena. At the same time, a timer began counting in the lower left corner of the screen. Then it showed the moment when Kurama attacked Karasu. Although the attack connected before the timer hit 10 seconds, Karasu was still alive at 10 seconds. And when Karasu eventually breathed his last, the timer said 10.28 seconds. Well, damn, you should have led with that. Yusuke said as he turned around and started walking back to the rest of Team Uramshi. Jackass. Yuri shouted behind Yusuke angrily. Even though we lost, I appreciate the fact that you kept things fair. James said with a smile, gaining Yuri's attention. It really feels good to know that there is at least one person in the stadium who treats our team with fairness. As he spoke, Yuri stared at James in a daze with a blush on her cheeks. Meanwhile, James had already started approaching Kurama, who was having trouble moving after taking so much damage from all of Karasu's explosions. Up in the stands, Irene, Genkai, and Urza were watching James flirt with Yuri. Is he really interested in that girl? Genkai asked curiously. She doesn't really seem like his type from what I've seen of all the girls in the mansion. I don't think so, Irene said while shaking her head. It looks as if he's just being polite to me. But from the way she's blushing, one would think that he was flirting. Yes, I agree with Mother, Urza said with a nod. Although he may have many lovers, he has never shown himself to be so frivolous. I guess you're right, Genkai said with a nod after remembering James' usual behavior back in the mansion. Meanwhile, back in the ring. How you feelin', man? James asked while supporting Kurama. Better than I expected, considering how many of those explosions I was hit by directly, Kurama said with a wry smile. It seems that the more I use that potion Suzuka gave me, the more of Yoko's power stays with me permanently. Well, that makes sense, James said with a smile. Now I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think that potion was made from one of the golden apples the Norse gods eat to maintain their immortality. Are you serious? Kurama asked with a bit of shock in his tone. Yeah, I remember a news report I read a couple of years ago that said a few of Idun's golden apples had been stolen from Asgard, James said with a shrug. They never found out who the culprit was either. But a few months later, there were listings for Idun's golden apples on the black market. With that, Kurama fell silent. He was finding it hard to believe that there was a possibility that he had really ingested something made from the legendary golden apples of Asgard. Meanwhile, James also fell silent while he quietly helped Kurama back to the rest of Team Uramshi. As soon as James and Kurama were off the ring, Yuri came out of her daze. Both teams, please send your second fighters to the ring, Yuri said into her microphone, regaining her professional tone. Hi, you should take this one, James said as he sat Kurama on the arena floor and began using his healing Kyoto to heal him. Who do you think you are to order me to do anything? Hai asked with a scowl. Look, we both know that Yusuke is going to fight the younger Toguro, James said in a bored tone. And I promised that I would kill the elder Toguro to his brother's face. So, the only one left for you to fight is the big guy in armor over there. Humph. Hai snorted as he hopped into the ring. A moment before Hai jumped into the ring, the large man wearing heavy-looking dark green armor on Team Toguro's side had also hopped into the ring. As both fighters approached the center of the ring, the contrast between their sizes became more and more apparent. Hai, on a good day, was only 4 feet 10 inches, 1.47 meters without his spiky hair. But Bowie, the armored man from Team Toguro, was at least 9 feet, 2.74 meters tall. From Team Uramshi, Hai, Yuri said, gesturing to both fighters as she introduced them. And from Team Toguro, Bowie. Now, let the second match of the final round begin. Fight. As soon as the signal was given to start the match, Bowie materialized a massive, double-bladed axe in his right hand. Then, he charged at Hai, swinging the axe skillfully, and with little effort. I must admit, you're much faster than I expected, Hai said as he lightly dodged all of Bowie's attacks. But you're still too slow. After hearing that, Bowie jumped away and took some distance. Then, without warning, he slammed his axe into the ring. A moment later, he lifted the axe and one of the stone ring tiles with it. Swoosh. Bowie then swung his axe in Hai's direction with great force, dislodging it from the ring tile as he did so. Naturally, this action sent the tile flying toward Hai, who dodged it just as effortlessly. Crack, swoosh, crack, swoosh. Even though Hai easily dodged the first attempt, Bowie was not deterred. Repeatedly, he hurled pieces of the ring in Hai's direction, for them to all be easily dodged. Unfortunately for the audience, however, there was nothing to stop a large number of them from being crushed under the flying ring tiles that happened to fly over the wall that separated the ring from the stands. This is getting tiresome, Hai remarked blandly. Fist of the Mortal Flame. As Hai named his technique, both of his hands were covered in a glowing, iridescent, orange flame. And instead of dodging the incoming pieces of stone, Hai simply punched each of them once. The moment Hai's fists made contact with any of the flying pieces of stone, they were instantly incinerated. What kind of flames are those? Kawabara asked with some amazement in his tone. Those are what are known as the mortal flames. Kurama explained. According to legend, those are the hottest flames that have ever been created by normal mortal humans. So, it stands to reason why the ring tiles are being incinerated so easily. I see. Kawabara said with some awe in his voice. Meanwhile, back in the ring, Bui had finally realized that the ring tiles were useless as weapons, so, after he stopped hurling them in Hai's direction, he threw his axe instead. Just as unbothered as he had been from the beginning, Hai raised a hand and caught Bui's axe by one of its blades. Then, as he had done to the ring tiles, he let the mortal flames engulf his hand, incinerating the axe just as easily as he had the ring tiles. If this is all you have, I'm sorely disappointed. Hai said with a bored expression on his face. It seems I have underestimated you. Bui said, allowing his deep voice to reverberate throughout the arena. In that case, it seems you are worthy to fight me once I've removed this armor that contains my power. If his armor contains his power, why would he take it off? Kawabara asked in a confused tone. Although Yusuke did not say anything, he nodded, agreeing with Kawabara. No, he means the other meaning of contain. Kurama explained in a slightly exasperated tone. As in the armor keeps his power in check. Oh! Yusuke and Kawabara exclaimed simultaneously in understanding. At the same time, James patted Kurama on the shoulder with a wry smile on his face. I definitely do not envy you. James said, receiving a wry smile from Kurama in return. If you're gonna take it off, then just do it. Hai said in the same bored tone. I don't want you to have an excuse after you lose. Instead of responding to Hai's taunt, Bui began removing the armor that covered his upper body, piece by piece. As each piece of armor was removed, he casually tossed it off the ring, causing each piece to lodge itself in the ground. Holy crap, that armor is heavy! Kawabara exclaimed as he watched a piece of Bui's armor sink into the ground right in front of him. How does he even move while wearing that? A few moments later, Bui's armor had been completely removed. When it revealed Bui to be a humanoid demon appearing to be in his early 30s with short, turquoise hair, wearing a skin-tight blue bodysuit with a patch of gray on his chest and abdomen, an orange sash, and orange wristbands. What stood out the most, however, was the large fist-shaped scar in the middle of his forehead. Once liberated from the armor, Bui began stretching and cracking his joints. Then, a turquoise aura appeared around him as he finished. He's a Tuki user, huh? James said to himself, examining the aura around Bui. I guess that makes sense, he clearly puts himself through some serious physical training just like Seror does. If he survives this, maybe I should introduce the two of them. While James muttered to himself, Bui had charged toward Hai. As he did, he showed off his martial arts prowess as he launched a flurry of punches and kicks that Hai was clearly having a tougher time dodging than before. Still, Hai was able to dodge or parry all the incoming attacks while returning a few of his own that were coated in the mortal flames he had summoned before. Eventually, Hai landed a blow to Bui's abdomen, sending him sliding backwards across the ring. To Hai, and the audience's surprise, however, it was clear that Bui had not taken any damage from the attack Hai had landed. Flowing around me is what I call my battle aura. Bui said, not even brushing off any dust that might have landed on him after Hai's last attack. It can not only protect me from attacks that are too weak to do any damage to me, but it can also be used to attack. With that, Bui threw a punch that would clearly never land on Hai. However, as soon as Bui's fist was extended as far as it could go, a piece of his battle aura shot forth at high speed toward Hai. Naturally, Hai was able to dodge such a telegraphed, long-distance attack. I'll admit you are much more impressive with your armor off. Hai said, his tone growing more bored with each word he said. But if this is... Before Hai could finish his words, he was forced to dodge once again as the attack he had just dodged had circled back and attacked him from behind. Now, this is much more interesting. Hai muttered to himself as he was forced to dodge once again. Appearing around the ring at random locations, Hai made use of his exceptional speed to avoid taking any damage from the attack that was clearly homing in nature. Eventually, after several seconds, Hai appeared just in front of Bui with his arm raised, clearly ready to throw a punch. Good strategy. Bui said, preparing to defend against Hai's incoming attack. If you were to take me out, then the aura attack that has been chasing you will indeed vanish. However, Bui opened his eyes wide in the next second. Just as Hai's punch was about to land on his raised guard, Hai vanished from where he stood once again. Instead, Bui was forced to defend against his own aura attack without proper preparations. Boom. Upon impact, the attack exploded, engulfing Bui in a bright, turquoise explosion. A moment later, Hai landed a short distance away from the explosion site and watched for any movement. It did not take long for the explosion to subside. And when it did, Bui stood in his original position completely unharmed. In each attack with my battle aura, only enough power to defeat my opponent is used. Bui explained his uninjured state after being caught in that explosion. As you can see, the power needed to defeat you isn't even enough to scratch me. He really doesn't know the origin of his own powers, does he? James thought to himself while shaking his head. Of course, his attacks can't hurt him, they are made of Tuki, or his life force. Why would anyone take any damage from their own life force? Hai, who also did not interact with yokai, was taken aback by the fact that Bui was once again uninjured. Use the darkness flames. Bui said after noticing the shock on Hai's face. I wouldn't want you to have an excuse as to why you lost, after all. Having his own words used against him left Hai a bit upset. So, just as Bui asked, he would show him the difference in their power by using the darkness flames. As that thought crossed his mind, Hai began unraveling the bandages that he had been wearing around his right arm ever since he injured his arm in the first round of the tournament. When the bandages were removed, all the burnt skin looked to have healed. Instead, there was a black, Eastern dragon tattoo that coiled around Hai's arm starting at the back of his fist. Dragon of the Darkness Flame. Hai said, summoning the darkness flames onto his palm. Like last time, the black flames of the spirit world gave most of the onlookers a feeling of despair. However, unlike the red-tinted black flames that had a sinister feeling, this time the flames were tinted with an eerie green color that felt as if it were affecting the souls of those who looked upon it. Let's see how your battle aura handles this. Hai said as he pointed his palm at Bui. An instant later, the flames in Hai's palm shot forward in the shape of an Eastern dragon. Before Bui could react, the dragon was right in front of him with its mouth open, ready to devour him. Instead of allowing himself to be devoured, Bui strengthened his aura and used it to hold the dragon's mouth open. Meanwhile, with Bui between its jaws, the dragon began rampaging around the arena, killing any demon unlucky enough to be in its path as it passed through the spectator stands. After a few minutes, however, there was a change in the situation. Bui had managed to free himself from the jaws of the Dragon of the Darkness Flames. While doing so, he had managed to redirect it toward Hai. Seemingly incapable of dodging away in time, the dragon engulfed Hai entirely, causing the members of the audience who were still alive to gasp in shock. Ha! Just as I thought, you were incapable of harming me. Bui said in a joyful tone. I wouldn't speak too soon if I were you. Hai said, speaking in a calm tone that seemed to echo throughout the entire arena. When Bui looked to the source of the voice, he saw Hai standing in the same place, completely unharmed. The only difference between now and before the dragon engulfed him was that his headband was no longer on his forehead. On top of that, Hai's juggin was glowing with the black and eerie green colors of the Dragon of the Darkness Flame attack. This is impossible. Bui said, realizing what had just happened. Did he just consume the darkness flames? Kurama asked from his place outside the ring. Consume. As in eat them. Yusuke asked in an incredulous tone. What you're thinking is correct. Hai said in response to Bui's murmur of disbelief. I have consumed the dragon. And now, I am the dragon. You're still too weak to defeat me. Bui shouted as he rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Hai. Standing still, Hai allowed Bui to wail on him as he pleased. Noticing that all his attacks were doing next to no damage, Bui prepared to grab Hai so that he could slam him into the ring. However, just before he could do so. Boom. Hai's fist landed on his abdomen with a sound that would not lose to any of Karasa's explosions. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bui was sent flying upward. Before he could regain control, however, Hai appeared above him with his right leg raised. Then, he brought his foot down, causing another loud sound of impact. Before Bui could travel too far, though, Hai appeared in front of him and kicked him once again. This time, Bui slammed into a section of the spectator seats, killing many of the weaker demons with the shockwave from his impact. A moment later, Yuri started counting from her place in the ring. Surprisingly enough, Bui was still alive. Though he was clearly incapable of moving. Shortly after Bui landed in the stands, Hai landed in front of the crater that his impact created. Just kill me. Bui managed to force out through all the pain he was experiencing. Losing once to Toguro, and being forced into servitude, was bad enough. That's where this scar, this proof of my humiliation, on my forehead came from. But losing a second time is more than I can take. If you want to die so bad, go kill yourself. Hai said bluntly. I don't take orders from those I defeat. With that, Hai vanished from where he stood and reappeared in the ring a moment later to wait for Yuri to finish her count. Though standing in the ring was a term used loosely. At the beginning of the match, Bui destroyed a large chunk of the ring by pulling up many of its tiles. Then, Hai's Dragon of the Darkness Flame destroyed even more of the ring while it rampaged around the arena with Bui stuck between its jaws. 9. 10. Yuri finished her count. The winner of the second match, bringing the score of the round to 1 win apiece, is Hai of Team Uramshi. Chapter 333, something more important just popped up. Human world, Hanging Neck Island. After being announced the winner, Hai calmly made his way back towards the rest of his team. When he did, he scowled because James was smiling at him while clapping enthusiastically. Deciding to ignore that for now, he looked at Yusuke with a serious glare. "Listen up, spirit detective," Hai said in a tone that could cut iron. "I used up all my remaining energy in that last attack, so I will need to rest for a while." Hearing that, Yusuke nodded in understanding. However, Hai was not finished yet. "If I wake up and we've somehow lost this tournament, even if you manage to live through it," Hai said, his glare intensifying, "I'll kill you myself." With that, Hai lost consciousness and fell face first toward the ground. Although they were all stunned by his violent declaration, Yusuke reacted quickly enough to stop Hai from face planting. "You should have just let him fall," James said with a shrug and a laugh. "It would teach him not to threaten his teammates." "I don't really think that would make a difference," Kurama said, finally able to at least stand after James used his healing Kyoto for a while. "I know, but it still would have been funny to see him face plant," James replied with another shrug. Before the group could chat any longer, however, an announcement rang out over the arena. "Attention! Due to extensive damage, the tournament committee has deemed the ring, in its current state, unsuitable for use in the next match," an emotionless female voice said over the arena's speaker system. "Currently, a cargo plane is flying in from the mainland to move the ring from the stadium to be used as a replacement. We ask that you, please, remain patient." "Well, I guess the chances of Hai waking up after we've lost have gone down significantly now, huh?" James asked with a smile. "Whatever, I'm going back to the waiting room," Yusuke said, ignoring James' joke. "At least there's somewhere to sit down in there. It looks as if Team Toguro is thinking the same," Kurama said, pointing to the other side of the ring. Looking over to where Kurama was pointing, they could see the younger Toguro, with the elder Toguro riding on his shoulder, and Sakio walking side by side towards the entrance they entered the arena from. However, when the elder Toguro felt Team Uramshi's gazes, he looked back at them. After smiling sadistically, Elder Toguro made eye contact with James and held it for a moment. Then, he raised his thumb to his neck and dragged it across his throat. Instead of feeling intimidated, however, James smiled at the gesture. Then, he made one of his own. Raising his right hand in Team Toguro's direction, James balled it into a fist with the back of his fist facing Elder Toguro, specifically. He then raised his middle finger in a slow and deliberate fashion. Seeing such a clearly insulting gesture, Elder Toguro frowned. Over the years, he had gotten used to those he marked for death fearing him with every fiber of their being and those who he felt were weaker than him showing him the utmost respect. This J, someone who ticked both boxes in his opinion, did neither of those two things and had the audacity to disrespect him. "I'm going to kill that boy in the slowest, most painful way possible," Elder Toguro hissed. Hearing his elder brother's words, the younger Toguro also looked over his shoulder. When he saw James flipping his brother the bird, he could not help but think back to James' declaration from 2 days ago. "Oh, but I will kill your brother during the finals. That's non-negotiable. He's grown way too vile over the years," is what James had said to him after his fight with Genkai. After remembering that brief conversation, the younger Toguro's lips curled ever so slightly as he continued walking into the tunnel. "I'd better not be disappointed later," the younger Toguro muttered to himself. 3 hours later Slowly opening his eyes, Hai regained consciousness. When he did, he carefully scanned the room he found himself in. Then, after noticing Yusuke and Kuwabara playing cards, Hai relaxed slightly. "How long have I been asleep?" Hai asked while sitting up. "Oh, you're awake," Kuwabara exclaimed, startled by Hai speaking suddenly. "It's been about 3 hours," Yusuke said, never taking his gaze away from his cards. 3 hours? Hai asked in bewilderment. What was the outcome of the tournament? Since the two of you are still alive, I would guess that we won, right? Hearing that question, both Yusuke and Kuwabara could only smile wryly. What's wrong? Hai asked. Did someone die during the matches? Don't tell me Jay died against Elder Toguro. At that moment, the door to Team Uramshi's waiting room opened and James walked through it with Kurama following behind him. Ah, to think you cared so much about my well-being, Hai. James said as he walked toward one of the empty seats in the room. I'm so touched, really I am. Silence, you fool. Hai barked in response. The only reason I cared at all if you were dead or alive is because your life is meant to be mine after the tournament ends. Nodding in response, James looked at Hai with a sympathetic gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Hai asked with a frown. I guess. If you say it enough times, there's a chance it could come true, maybe. James said while tilting his head. Nah, probably not, huh? I am definitely going to kill you. Hai said with anger in his tone. I seriously doubt that, but do your best. James replied with a shrug. Bang, bang, bang. Before the two could continue bickering any further, however, the entire arena began to shake. And along with the shaking were loud, rhythmic sounds of impact. What the hell is that? Yusuke asked in a panicked tone. Probably something ridiculous. James replied. I bet Toguro got impatient and went to the old stadium to bring the ring over himself. Yeah, right. Kawabara said with a chuckle. That really would be ridiculous. No one just picks up a big stone ring like that, right? Well, there's no point in discussing it here. Kurama said. Why don't we go outside and see what is causing all this commotion for ourselves? At Kurama's suggestion, the entire team stood up and made their way outside. When they looked toward the source of the loud sounds, they saw the ring from the stadium being carried on its side. And when they looked down, they saw Toguro in his muscular form holding it up on his back. Holy shit! Yusuke exclaimed. That big son of a bitch really is carrying the ring. Yes. He grew tired of waiting. A creepy, sinister voice said from behind Team Uramshi. You have no idea how much he wants to kill you now that you've gotten stronger, Uramshi Yusuke. Looking back towards the voice, Yusuke, Kawabara, Hai, and Kurama saw a short male demon with unkempt, long, gray hair, extremely pale skin, and long, pointy fingernails wearing a blue, button-down, long-sleeved shirt with matching slacks and black leather dress shoes standing behind James. To their surprise, however, James had drawn one of his katana and had it pointed at the demon's heart. Don't you know it's bad manners to just sneak up on people like that, Elder Toguro? James asked without even looking back. If you're not careful, it could get you killed. After a moment, Elder Toguro also realized that he had a sword tip aimed at his heart. However, what surprised him even more was how the tip was subtly correcting its aim. 50 years ago, while on a team with Genkai and his younger brother, Elder Toguro won the dark martial arts tournament. Back then, they were all simple humans. However, when they were asked for their wishes as the winners of the tournament, Genkai asked that the tournament committee never rope her into another one of their tournaments. Meanwhile, both Toguro brothers asked to become demons. While the younger Toguro asked to become the same kind of demon as the one who massacred the disciples of his dojo, the whole reason they participated in the dark tournament in the first place, the younger Toguro asked to become a demon that was nearly impossible to kill. So, Elder Toguro was transformed into a demon that could freely manipulate its bodily structure, move its vital organs around inside its body, and had high-speed regeneration. So, when he noticed the sword tip trained on his heart, he began shifting it around inside his body. However, as he moved his heart, so too did the sword tip move with it. Impossible. Elder Toguro exclaimed internally. There's no way he could know where my heart is. Or even that I could move it at all. Well, let's go back inside, folks. James said, sheathing his sword as he spoke. The matches will probably get started again soon. Nodding in agreement, Team Uramshi turned around and started making their way back into the arena. Oh, and just so you know, I promised your brother I would kill LU in the finals. James said, looking back at Elder Toguro from over his shoulder. And I intend to keep my promise, you vile, little gremlin. With that, James and the rest of Team Uramshi entered the arena while Elder Toguro was left outside gritting his teeth. An hour later. Underneath the mountain where Genkai transferred her inheritance to Yusuke, there was a spacious, extravagant room that had been carved out. In that room sat Rizavim Levon Lucifer, a middle-aged man with long, silver hair, with a nihilistic smile on his face as he watched the finals of the Dark Martial Arts Tournament on a 108-inch, 2.74mm, 4K television. That little boy with the darkness flames is rather interesting. Rizavim said after taking a sip from a glass of wine. And who would have thought that I'd get to see Yoko Kurama again? That's a name nearly as old as I am. Hi-ya-ya-ya. As he continued to watch the television and listen to the commentary, he continued talking to himself and commenting on the commentary. Oh, it looks like the little Satan is up next. Rizavim said to himself as he watched. The Elder Toguro and James hop into the ring. The little Satan. Acnologia's deep voice rang throughout the room as he entered just in time to hear Rizavim's utterance. Are you talking about that dragon slayer brat? Shit. Rizavim exclaimed to himself. I completely forgot he was here. As he thought that, Rizavim reached for the TV's remote control. However, just before he could change the channel, his wrist was grabbed with great force. Acnologia, what are you doing? Rizavim asked with a frown. He's there. Acnologia said, ignoring Rizavim's question. He must die, now. With that, Acnologia released Rizavim from his grasp. Then, he turned around and swiftly walked out of the room. Oh, come on, can't you wait until the tournament is over? Rizavim asked with a whine. A moment before Acnologia was out of earshot, he replied to Rysavim's question with one simple word. No. Rysavim's mouth fell open inadvertently as he watched Acnologia leave. Then, his expression turned into a frown, and finally, his face was marred with wrath. Damn that big, dumb lizard. Rysavim shouted angrily. A moment later, he created a communication magic circle on his right hand and held it to his ear. It looks like we're starting the plan earlier than expected. Why do you think? It's because of that damned lizard. Yes, send the distraction units, I can't have any of the other brats coming to interrupt me. A moment later, Rysavim ended the communication. Then, he looked toward the TV once more. Fuck. I need to get to the arena. Rysavim said angrily before he started rushing out of the hidden room. If the lizard and the kid fight there, they'll probably destroy the whole thing. And that would ruin my carefully laid plans. Meanwhile, back in the arena. From Team Uramshi, J. Yuri said from atop the newly installed ring while gesturing towards the two combatants that were standing in the ring with her. And from Team Toguro, the elder of the Toguro brothers. Hearing the excited crowd who were made to wait for 4 hours between matches explode, Yuri knew that there was no need to make them wait anymore. Then, without further ado, Yuri said, pausing briefly for dramatic effect. Let the third match of the Dark Martial Arts Tournament Finals begin. Fight. After the signal to begin was given, both James and the Elder Toguro remained in place. While Elder Toguro was trying out an intimidation tactic that James thoroughly ignored, James was spreading his perception across the entire island. He had just felt a rather strong presence reveal itself, and he wanted to know who it was. Well, damn. James said internally. Acnologia was hiding on the island as well. Finally, something interesting will happen, Drake said, speaking for the first time in close to a week. Watching you play with all these weak demons has been beyond boring. I know. But it has refined my body quite a bit as well. James replied. Plus, with this training, I was able to fuse my bloodline and Dragon Slayer magic, so there's that. It was still boring. Drake insisted. Yeah. James said in a disinterested tone. After his short conversation with Drake, James began smiling wryly. Then, as he started walking toward Elder Toguro with measured steps, he spoke a sentence that only 4 people in the arena, including himself, understood the meaning of. Irene, the big black lizard is inbound. James said in a voice that could be heard over all the crowd's chatter. Get everyone out of here, now. James then turned his attention back to Elder Toguro. Looks like you got lucky. James said to Elder Toguro. I was going to take my time with you, to show you just how outclassed you were. But something of much greater significance just came up. So, now I don't have time for you. Since someone like you could never kill me, it sounds as if you're making excuses before running away. Elder Toguro said with a sneer. Then, as he shape-shifted his hands into a pair of large blades, he dashed at James with a sadistic smile on his face. But I'll show you why a brat like you shouldn't run his mouth as he pleases. Before he was even in range, Elder Toguro swung one of his bladed arms at James. However, halfway through the swing, his arm extended as if it were made of rubber. Expecting something like that, James casually swiped his right hand toward the incoming blade, causing it to pass beside him without causing any harm. Seeing how easily his attack was deflected, Elder Toguro was not amused. So, he began swinging both of his arms as fast as he could, aiming to shred James into ribbons. Unfortunately, just as he had done with the first attack, James casually parried them all, without even drawing his sword. In fact, James had not even materialized either of his swords on his hip. Instead, he opted to use hand-to-hand combat to take on this opponent, deeming Elder Toguro unworthy to die on the edge of either of his 4 blades. Damn it, why are you still alive? Elder Toguro shouted frantically as none of his attacks could land on James. Just die already. You know, this is kind of pathetic. James commented casually while moving forward slowly as he continued to parry the incoming attacks. Once upon a time, you were a fairly well-renowned martial artist. I mean, if you didn't have some level of skill, you would have never survived the tournament 50 years ago. By the time he was done speaking, James was within an arm's reach of Elder Toguro. But I guess after losing your humanity, you lost the drive to improve too, huh? James asked as he took another step forward. It really is pathetic. Inferno Blade Dragon's immolating fist. With the chant of his spell, a cherry blossom pink flame engulfed James' right hand. Then, he threw a right uppercut that landed on Elder Toguro's left armpit. As soon as James' fist made contact with Elder Toguro, the pink flames transferred from his hand to Elder Toguro's body. The curious thing about these flames, however, was that they not only started burning Elder Toguro from the outside, but there were also a number of razor-thin cuts that were being cauterized as the flames expanded. Lucky for the elder Toguro, he did not have to experience the pain of having his entire body both burned and cut with thousands of razor-sharp blades simultaneously. The reason for that was quite simple. As James threw his punch, he made several minute adjustments and followed the movement of elder Toguro's heart. And when his punch eventually connected, it caused the vile demon's heart to explode. Meanwhile, following James' instructions, Irene had not only gathered the members of Team Uramshi's entourage, but she also used magic to pull the rest of Team Uramshi, Yuri, Koto, Chu, Rinku, Jean, and Tuya to her side. A moment later, they were all covered in the strongest barrier she could put up given the time constraints. "What is the meaning of this, woman?" Hai asked in a very testy manner. Before anyone else could ask any questions, a roar could be heard throughout the arena. A moment later, when Elder Toguro's body was completely burned to ash, a large object smashed through the arena's roof, landing in front of James, who had been staring up at the roof even before it was smashed apart. "Today is the day I take my revenge, Dragon Slayer," a deep voice said from within the dust cloud that was created when the roof collapsed. "Then I'll get rid of that wretched dragon bitch in your peerage." "That was a mistake, Acnologia," James said in a low and threatening tone as the dust cloud settled. "That dragon lady you're talking about is one of my women, now. So, you've signed your death warrant. Well, not that I would have let you live, either way." Chapter 334, Rysavim's attack begins. Human world, Hanging Neck Island. "What the hell is that thing?" Yusuke asked after the smoke from Acnologia's entrance cleared. "That is Acnologia," Koenma said from outside Irene's barrier while he was being carried by Ogre. "By the way, would you mind letting me in?" Me too, please," Ogre chimed in. With that, Irene opened a small hole in the barrier, allowing Koenma and his attendant to come inside. "So, who, or what is Acnologia?" Kawabara asked with a bit of fear in his tone. In response to Kawabara's question, Koenma began explaining what he knew about Acnologia while Irene supplemented the story with some knowledge of her own. Meanwhile, the conversation between James and Acnologia continued. "Are you really arrogant enough to think that you could even defend yourself against me with your power sealed like that?" Acnologia asked disdainfully. "That kind of arrogance and pride is the reason why all dragons should be wiped from existence." Yeah, that's a real interesting take on things," James said in a disinterested tone. "But seriously, why would you even think that I didn't have a way to disengage the seal if I knew that a battle with you and that fuckboy Rysavim could happen at any time? What the hell did you just call me, you little bastard?" Rysavim shouted as he flew through the opening in the roof. "And you, I told you to wait until the tournament was over. Your fight could ruin all my plans, you big, stupid lizard." "Oh, wow, is this my lucky day?" James asked with an excited smile on his face when he saw Rysavim. Then, he continued with a contemplative expression on his face. "I read the paper this morning, but I didn't see any advertisements for a BOGO sale. Maybe it's one of those flash sales I've heard about." "Be gone, insect," Acnologia said, addressing Rysavim and ignoring James' taunt. "I've followed your plans for long enough. But I will not allow a weakling like you to dictate when I can fight to kill a dragon any longer. If you won't stop right now, then take it somewhere else," Rysavim said with a frown. The tournament was just about to get to the best part. As Rysavim continued to hurl abuse at Acnologia, the black dragon was clearly becoming more irritated. In fact, if Rysavim continued for much longer, James was certain that Acnologia's irritation would turn into rage. "Drake, is it just me or is Rysavim trying a little too hard to get our fight away from the arena?" James asked internally. "Yeah, it's not just you," Drake replied. "In fact, he's trying way too hard." "That's what I thought," James said. "But why?" "No clue," Drake replied nonchalantly. "Piecing together my foe's motives was never my strong suit." "Yeah, you were more of the hit it till it breaks type," James said in agreement. "But, if my guess is correct, this arena, which is new for the tournament, has something to do with Rysavim's plan to unseal Trihexa. If you are right, what are you going to do about it?" Drake asked with a grin. Sporting a similar grin, James answered his partner's question. "Well, I think I'll take a page out of your book, partner," James said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "So, then, hit it till it breaks?" Drake asked with his grin transforming into a full-blown smile. "Yup, hit it till it breaks," James replied. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. While James was confronting Acnologia and Rysavim, a young man with red eyes and gold blonde, spiky hair, wearing a suit of exquisite golden armor was slowly approaching Kyoto from the north. However, before he could get too close to the town, he was stopped by a pair of people, a man and a woman. "You mongrels dare to block my path," the blonde man, Gilgamesh asked in an irritated tone. "Master, I don't like this guy's attitude." Siyu Chulin said with a frown on his face. Then, after flourishing his spear, he glared at Gilgamesh and continued. Maybe we should give him a little attitude adjustment. Indeed, his manners are quite lacking. Scathatch replied, brandishing her own spear. You mongrels would dare to correct this king? Gilgamesh asked with a chuckle that hid no small amount of malice. Then, allow me to show you your place. With that, several dozen glowing, golden portals opened in the sky behind Gilgamesh. Then, from each portal, the blade of a weapon, whether it be a sword, an axe, a spear, or many others, poked through each. A moment later, the weapons were fired at the master-disciple pair at high speed. Instinctively, Siyu Chulin prepared to avoid the incoming weapons. However, he was swiftly stopped by Scathatch. We have to block or deflect them. Scathatch said, taking her stance and materializing a second spear in her offhand. If we dodge, there is a good chance that they will damage the town. With Scathatch as reminder, Siyu Chulin planted his feet and prepared to face the onslaught head-on. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Waiting just outside the yokai subdimension, Yasaka breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the arrival of Mizore and Mocha. Although she was still stronger than the two girls, though not by as much as she thought, she knew that if an enemy were to attack Kyoto, she would be its last line of defense. I'm glad you two came. Yasaka said with a smile. Of course, we'd come to help after getting Irene's message. Mocha replied with a nod. That's right. Mizore replied as well. Besides, we have a lot of good memories in this city. So, there's no way we'll allow it to be destroyed. Really, I seriously doubt that you have what it takes to stop me from doing that. Sigh an unfamiliar male voice. Looking in the voice's direction, Yasaka, Mizore, and Mocha saw a tall man with long, blonde hair, and red eyes with slitted pupils approaching the entrance to the yokai subdimension with casual steps. At first, they considered that he might be part of the hero faction, seeing that he was wearing a gakurin. However, considering that he was giving off the presence of a yokai, they quickly threw out that idea. Who the hell are you? Mizore asked with hostility in her tone. Oh my, how terribly rude of me. The blonde man replied with a smile. My name is Kuyu, one of the few nine-tailed foxes that still live to this day. Kuyu? I've heard rumors about you. Yasaka said. One says that you are a descendant of Tamamo no Mei, but I seriously doubt that to be true. Indeed, that is far from the truth. Kuyu acknowledged. Rather, I disdain her. Nothing she does is for the sake of justice. For justice, and how is attacking the Western Yokai faction under Ryzavim's orders just? Mocha asked with a frown. First of all, I do not follow that man's orders. Kuyu said, correcting Mocha's statement. However, I do agree with him to some extent. This world's power structure must be rewritten. There is no reason that the weakest of all races, the humans, should be the dominant race in this realm. Oh, great. He's one of those types, isn't he? Mocha asked while placing her right hand on her forehead. I know, right? Mizore added. And let me guess, you're the type who thinks that only they can lead the world in the right direction, right? Precisely, with someone like me shepherding them, the humans will lead much more fulfilling lives with justice in their hearts. Yeah, I think I've heard enough. Mocha said. Can we just get to kicking his ass, already? Very well. Yasaka said with a nod. Then, she began amassing an obscene amount of energy, using her connection to the ley lines. I'll create a barrier to separate the three of you from the city. That way, your battle won't alarm the normal humans. All right. Mizore said while coating her hands in ice and shaping it into claws. Yeah, let's get started. Mocha said, materializing gauntlets and greaves on her arms and legs. Human world, Japan, Kuo. Approaching Kuo from the direction opposite of Gilgamesh was a tall, muscular man with a blonde beard and radiant blue eyes. To anyone who did not know his identity, he would appear to be a god of some sort. However, to those who recognized him, he would be considered one of the worst traitors in the history of the underworld. This man was Mundus, one of the original Lucifer's fiercest generals. However, at the end of the Great War, while Lucifer was badly injured, though he would have recovered from such injuries, after his battle with the biblical god, Mundus was the one who dealt him the fatal blow. Though it is mentioned in the underworld's history books that Lucifer was unable to recover from his injuries. In fact, the reason that the truth never came out was that Lucifer somehow managed to seal Mundus away just before he breathed his last breath. Then, believing that the news of Mundus' betrayal would destabilize the underworld even more, the upper echelon of the devils sealed away the truth. It was not until after the Devil Civil War that Ryzavim found the sealed Mundus and released him. After catching him up to speed, Ryzavim made it known that there were now 3 devils, including himself, that surpassed his father in power. In doing so, he convinced Mundus to work with him to bring chaos to this so stagnant world. In return for Mundus' assistance, Ryzavim would give him free reign over how the underworld would be managed going forward. There are so many weak humans in this town. Mundus said as he looked over the town of Kyoto. Why do we even allow them to exist? I don't think that's something you have any say in. Dante replied, walking casually toward Mundus with his sword, Rebellion, resting on his shoulder. Indeed. Virgil added. Not to mention, you interrupted our spar with your presence. Something you should undoubtedly be punished for. Looking over the two young men, Virgil and Dante, Mundus recognized them as half-devils immediately. However, when he realized who they were exactly, he smiled widely. Well, if it isn't the half-blood sons of the traitor, Sparta. Mundus said with a chuckle. After I sent those devils to your home and they killed your mother all those years ago, I stopped paying attention to any reports about the two of you. Immediately, both Virgil and Dante were angered when they heard that Mundus was responsible for their mother's murder, with Dante being visibly angrier. Then, they both readied themselves to fight, before charging forward with their swords drawn. Underworld, Satan territory, Lilith. Like the few conflicts that were slated to begin in the human world, several important cities in the underworld were also facing attacks from Rhizivim's forces. On top of that, Euclid Lucifuge had been released by a spy Rhizivim had planted in the underworld's highest security prison, though he was killed by another guard before he could release any more prisoners. In response, the remaining members of James' peerages, Rias and her peerage, as well as Sona and her peerage were dispatched to several battlefields in the underworld to stop the chaos from spreading. Even Ravel and her newly forming peerage were also sent to Lilith to work with the devil army that was defending it. What are all these monsters? One of the underworld soldiers asked as a battalion of monsters grew from the ground between the two opposing forces. I don't know, but this scene looks familiar, somehow. Another soldier said with a contemplative expression on his face. That's not important right now. A third, higher-ranking member of the underworld army said in a reprimanding tone. What we need to figure out right now is, whose side are those monsters on? While the underworld soldiers were discussing the appearance of the monsters, a trio of young males and females walked through the army's ranks. When they arrived next to the commanding officer, the leader of the trio, Ravel Phoenix, spoke to alleviate his worries. There's no need to worry, Captain. Ravel said calmly. These monsters were created by my pawns, sacred gear, annihilation maker. So, they are definitely on our side. Ah. Lady Ravel, I understand. The commanding officer said in a relieved tone. Then, he turned back toward the battlefield, where Ravel's pawn, Leonardo's army of monsters was about to make contact with the opposing forces. In that case, I will make sure to coordinate the army's movements with the monsters. Good. Ravel replied with a nod. In that case, I'll leave Leonardo in your care for now. After receiving a nod in reply, Ravel then turned to the two members of her peerage. Leonardo, you haven't been training with us long enough for me to send you into the fray to fight alongside your monsters. Ravel said before stroking the younger boy's head affectionately. So, for this battle, I need you to just hang back and command your monsters, okay? Okay, big sis. Leonardo replied with a slight smile on his face. After the hero faction's attack on the underworld, Leonardo was captured alive by James. Then, after he went through Grigori's mental rehabilitation, he was accepted into Ravel's peerage. Unfortunately, the mental trauma he was put through in the hero faction was not so easily healed, resulting in Ravel becoming his pillar of support. Thus, Leonardo eventually took to calling her Big Sis. Cocoa, you'll come with me. Ravel said, turning to her, Knight. We should be able to do a lot more damage to their forces if we fight up close. Got it. Cocoa replied with a nod. A moment later, Cocoa summoned her familiar, Ko, and transformed him into a longsword. Then, she, with Ravel following closely, made their way into the midst of Leonardo's monster army, just waiting for the chance to strike a blow to the enemies of the underworld. Chapter 335, Enoma Elish. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. While Scathatch and Cu Chulin deflected weapon after weapon, Gilgamesh stood opposite them with his arms crossed and wearing a disdainful sneer on his face. However, as his offensive continued, it became clearer and clearer that simply launching a volley of his treasured weapons at the two devils in front of him would not be enough to defeat them. It would seem that you mongrels may be able to entertain me for a short while, at least. Gilgamesh said as he brought his rapid-fire attacks to a stop. You know, I don't like the way you're talking to us. Cu Chulin muttered in annoyance. Why don't I teach you the proper way to talk to someone? Immediately after he spoke, Cu Chulin shot forward with his spear pulled back, ready to thrust it forward. Before Cu Chulin could get into striking range, a new portal opened next to Gilgamesh. From it, the reincarnation of the King of Heroes pulled out a spear of his own. Using the spear, he retrieved from the Gate of Babylon, the treasure vault of the original Gilgamesh, King of Uruk. He defended against the incoming thrust. To Cu Chulin's surprise, however, the spear in Gilgamesh's hand was almost an exact replica of his spear, Gibalg. How do you have that spear? Cu Chulin asked in an incredulous tone. You truly are a fool. Gilgamesh replied in disdain. All the world's treasures belong to me by right. So, it would stand to reason that the original Siyu Chilin's Gibalg would be in my treasury. As soon as he finished speaking, Gilgamesh immediately used his own spear to fling Siyu Chilin's away. Then, he pierced the blade of the original Gibalg towards Siyu Chilin's, now, undefended chest. Clang. Fortunately for Siyu Chilin, he was not fighting alone. An instant before Gilgamesh skewered his heart, a third similar-looking spear entered the mix, deflecting Gilgamesh's spear upward. TCH. Gilgamesh clicked his tongue as he was forced to leap backward when Scathatch swung her second spear to decapitate him. You mongrels are beginning to annoy me. Ignoring Gilgamesh's annoyed grumbling, Scathatch turned toward Siyu Chilin, who was still a bit shaken up after seeing his spiritual origin spear in the hand of an enemy. Then she. Smack. Backhanded him across the face with enough force to knock him off his feet. While Gilgamesh was preparing to attack again, he found himself coming to a stop with an amused expression on his face when he saw Scathatch slap her disciple. Meanwhile, Siyu Chilin was pulled from his state of shock after receiving said slap. It would seem that you have not been trained well enough. Scathatch said in a cold tone. To think a disciple of the Scathatch would be so easily distracted by his opponent's weapon. It would seem that your training needs to be intensified going forward. Immediately after Scathatch's words ended, Siyu Chilin's eyes widened in horror. However, since he knew that pleading for leniency would be useless, an unprecedented level of clarity washed over him in the next instant. Yes, master, I understand. Siyu Chilin said while taking his fighting stance once again. I assure you, it will never happen again. Instead, Siyu Chilin raised his focus to the absolute limit. Since he knew reducing his punishment was impossible, he would do everything in his power to not have it extended any further. Without another word, Siyu Chilin dashed forward once again. Like the last time, he thrust his spear forward as soon as he was in range. Also like last the time, Gilgamesh defended with the original Gibalg. Unlike last the time, however, Siyu Chilin's spear was not parried so easily. Instead, he dragged the blade of his spear down the shaft of his opponent's spear, aiming to cut off his fingers. Noticing what Siyu Chilin was planning, Gilgamesh quickly released the spear with the endangered hand, spun on his left leg and threw a roundhouse kick towards Siyu Chilin's abdomen. Pulling his spear back to block, Siyu Chilin successfully intercepted the incoming kick. However, he was forced to take distance when three golden portals opened behind Gilgamesh and fired a trio of highly ornamented swords. In response, Siyu Chilin allowed himself to be pushed backward by the kick, in order to gain a bit of distance for himself. Then, once his feet were planted securely, he began twirling his spear with great proficiency. With this maneuver, he was not only able to deflect the three incoming swords, but he also stopped Gilgamesh's thrust that followed shortly afterward. Before Gilgamesh could recover his spear from his most recent thrust, he felt a sharp pain raking across his left arm. Looking down, he saw a crimson-red spear had just cut through his armor and left a gash on his left bicep. Damned mongrel! Gilgamesh roared angrily. You'll pay for injuring this king. A moment later, 30 glowing, golden portals opened and began rapid-firing weapons at the master and disciple. As the duo defended against the barrage, they each received several wounds due to their proximity to the gates when they opened. As Scathatch and Siyu Chilin slowly gained distance from the portals, they both noticed Gilgamesh pulling a weapon that neither of them had seen before, from a portal he had summoned beside him. As Gilgamesh pulled his arm out of the portal, the first thing Scathatch and Siyu Chilin noticed was a hilt, followed by a handguard. These two things let them know that the weapon Gilgamesh would be wielding was most likely a sword. However, when they saw the blade, if one could call it that, they were both taken aback. The blade was dull, and it spun around itself in a spiral until it reached its equally dull tip. On top of that, the blade was split into three distinct sections, with the base and tip of the sword spinning in a counterclockwise direction while the middle section spun clockwise. Plus, there were red, ancient letters inscribed into the blade from its base to its tip. However, they also spun in alternating directions. What the hell kinda sword is that slash? Siyu Chilin asked, while he continued to fend off the incoming projectiles. Though I have never seen it before with my own eyes, I believe that is the Sword of Rupture, EA. Scathatch replied while similarly fending off the onslaught of weapons. It would seem that one of you mongrels has been rather well educated. Gilgamesh said with a proud smile on his face. And since you know the name of my favorite weapon, then you should know that you have no chance of living through this encounter. As Gilgamesh said, Scathatch had heard of Gilgamesh's signature weapon on many occasions. This weapon alone gave the original king of heroes, a demigod, the ability to contend with those even at the god-king rank. So, this human reincarnation, whose strength was capped at the ultimate rank, could easily face off against the average major god-ranked individual. Before Siyu Chilin could ask any more questions about the strangely shaped sword in Gilgamesh's hand, a dozen portals opened behind him and Scathatch. From each portal, a golden chain with a sharp tip shot toward them. Though Scathatch was able to defend herself from the chains, Siyu Chulin was a beat too slow to defend himself. Gah! Siyu Chulin groaned as he was skewered through the shoulders and thighs by 4 of the 6 chains that attacked him. Meanwhile, the other 2 chains that attacked Siyu Chulin wrapped themselves around his neck and torso, effectively immobilizing him. Damn! What's up with these chains? Siyu Chulin asked, his breathing haggard because of the chain wrapped around his neck. I can't move. Well, aren't you full of surprises, mongrel? Gilgamesh said to Scathatch with respect and astonishment in his tone. Not only could you identify EA, but you also managed to evade the chains of heaven, Enkidu. Though Scathatch was able to avoid being captured by the chains of heaven, in return, she received a few more injuries from the volley of weapons that were still being fired at her, even now. Eventually, however, the barrage of projectiles came to a stop as Gilgamesh took a step toward his opponents. And to her surprise, even Enkidu only attempted to capture her once. Your knowledge and skill are rather admirable, mongrel. Gilgamesh said while raising EA above his head. And because you have managed to gain my respect, and even injure me, I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. As Gilgamesh spoke, the aura that EA gave off began to rise quickly. In fact, the spike in power of both Gilgamesh and the sword was so immense that Siyu Chulin found breathing even more difficult. Scathatch, on the other hand, despite all her injuries, big and small, positioned herself between Gilgamesh and Siyu Chulin in an attempt to protect both her disciple and the town at their backs. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Gilgamesh chanted as a crimson-red glow coated EA. While Gilgamesh chanted, Scathatch considered rushing the immobile reincarnation of the King of Heroes. However, as soon as she tensed her muscles to dash forward, her instincts shouted at her to cancel that train of thought. So, instead of going on the offensive, she dematerialized one of her spears and took a defensive stance while flaring her demonic power. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. As Gilgamesh neared the end of his chant, the pressure radiating from both he and his sword could be felt throughout the entirety of Kyoto. Then, once his aura was at its peak, he swung down his sword as he spoke the name of his technique. Enoma Elish. As EA was swung downward, the 3 spinning segments of the blade began to spin even faster. Then, a red wave of energy was shot forward with tremendous force. Though Scathatch already knew that this attack would be enough to wipe Kyoto off the map, when the attack was launched, she realized that she had vastly underestimated its power. Instead of just wiping Kyoto off the map, a large part of the region would be turned into a crater. Luckily, the months of training in Team DxD's base had raised Scathatch's power to a whole new level. Pushing her demonic energy to its limit, her hair began to float while her skin took on a darker tone and her wine-red eyes began to glow. Then, from where her devil wings would usually grow, a pair of crimson spears with barbed blades protruded outward. From those 2 spears, a few smaller, thinner spears grew, creating the skeletons of wings. Then, where the feathers would have been, millions of tiny runes flickered into existence. Let us see how much the power differs when I am in my super devil state. Scathatch muttered to herself while pulling her right leg back by half a step, taking a stance to throw her spear. Gi Balg alternative. Scathatch muttered just before launching her spear forward with all her might. As soon as the spear left her hand, Scathatch turned around and spread her wings as far as she could. A moment later, many of the runes that made up her wings lit up and a large barrier was formed behind her, protecting herself, Siyu Chulin, and the town. In the next instant, the spear and the energy blast from Enoma Elish met between Scathatch and Gilgamesh. And contrary to the King of Heroes' expectations, Scathatch's spear was not slowed in the slightest, cutting through the Enoma Elish effortlessly. However, it did little to block the wave of destructive energy, either. In fact, Scathatch knew she was incapable of stopping Gilgamesh's attack. So, instead of trying to stop it, she made a barrier that would divert its trajectory. And just as she expected, when the energy wave made contact with her barrier, it was split, causing it to gauge the ground to either side of Scathatch, Siyu Chulin, and Kyoto. After the energy wave fizzled out, Kyoto was left unharmed, other than the accidents that occurred when many of the normal humans suddenly lost consciousness due to the supernatural pressure. The miles of land on either side of the town were the exact opposite. For miles, there was not a single blade of grass, tree, or animal that survived the power of Gilgamesh's attack. Siyu Chulin was also completely uninjured by Gilgamesh's attack. Scathatch, however, was not so fortunate. Though her barrier held out, she, herself, acted as the focal point of the barrier. So, even though the barrier also covered her, her back was in contact with the barrier. Thus, some of Enoma Elish's energy still managed to harm her. A moment after the energy wave ended, Scathatch lost strength and fell forward. When she landed on the ground, Siyu Chulin could see that her back had been badly burned. In fact, the burns were so bad that some of the bones making up her rib cage could be seen through the holes in her skin and muscles. Master. Siyu Chulin shouted after seeing the state Skathatch was in. Struggling to free himself for a few moments, Siyu Chulin realized that Enkidu was beginning to dematerialize. This realization caused Siyu Chulin to pause for a moment. Then, he reflexively looked in Gilgamesh's direction. When he did, he saw Gilgamesh slumped forward, his body being supported by Skathach's spear, that was pierced through his chest plate on the left side of his chest. Holy shit, she got him. Siyu Chulin muttered in amazement. Stop tempting fate, my foolish disciple. Skathatch rasped out. Make haste and cut off his head. Only then should you relax. It looks like we will have to triple the intensity of your training once this is all over. Paling immediately after Skathatch mentioned tripling his training intensity, Siyu Chulin picked up his spear as quickly as he could. Then, he sprinted toward Gilgamesh and decapitated him with extreme prejudice. After sighing in relief, Siyu Chulin finally remembered that Skathatch was in terrible shape. Then, he created a communication magic circle and reported the state of the battle and requested a healer to help stabilize Skathach's injuries. Chapter 336, Sin Devil Trigger. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. While Dante and Virgil were charging toward Mundus, he spread his arms wide. Then, in each hand, a massive, curved greatsword appeared. Taking a stance with the sword in his left hand facing toward the incoming half-devils, Mundus positioned the sword in his right hand so that it was hidden behind his massive, muscular body. As the twins drew near, Virgil, with his superior speed, managed to reach Mundus first. Unsheathing Yamato with an Iato draw, he was surprised at how easily his sword was blocked. When Dante followed up with an overhead swing of his own, Virgil was even more surprised when Mundus dexterously redirected both swords and blocked Dante's attack as well. Did he just block both our attacks with one sword? Dante asked in an incredulous tone. Even if you two trained with that freak, Skathatch, and the centaur for years, do you really think that is enough to bridge the gap in experience with me? Mundus asked with a smile that somehow radiated both kindness and malevolence. If you do, then you are much more naive than I thought. Silence. Virgil ordered as he took on his devil trigger state. Following Virgil's lead, Dante pushed away from the three-way stalemate. As he did, he also transformed into his devil trigger state. Then, when he was far enough away, he slung Rebellion onto his back, and unholstered Ebony and Ivory. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Dante started shooting, Virgil stepped away from Mundus. As Mundus began spinning his greatsword to block the incoming gunfire, Virgil raised his speed to its limit and began dashing between the bullets, slashing his sword at Mundus from every direction. Even with their coordinated attacks, however, Mundus remained unharmed. While blocking Dante's bullets with the sword in his left hand, he blocked and parried Virgil's slashes with the sword in his right. Realizing that gunfire was not working, Dane holstered his pistols and drew his sword once again. Then, he dashed into close combat. Like Virgil, he also began dashing back and forth past Mundus to attack. But like with Virgil, Mundus was able to defend against all of Dante's attacks with just one of his swords. Eventually, the brothers both took their distance from Mundus, with one on each side of him. Damn, this guy is good. Dante grumbled. A few months ago, this fight would have been impossible to win. Yes, it seems that training with both Skathatch and Chiron was quite effective. Nodding at each other, Dante was the first to charge forward this time. Virgil on the other hand, swept his sword horizontally, causing several phantoms of his sword to shoot forward toward Mundus. And just as the sword phantoms appeared, Dante also appeared with his sword reeled back and ready to be thrust forward. Good. Mundus said with a nod after seeing the incoming attacks. If that was all you had to show, you would not have been worth the time it would take for me to kill you. Flaring his demonic energy, Mundus swung the sword in his left hand even faster than before, dealing with the few sword phantoms that Virgil conjured. Meanwhile, with the flat of the blade in his right hand, he blocked Dante's thrust. Clang, clang, clang. Among the sounds of clashing metal, Mundus was surprised at how quickly Dante was able to recover his sword and thrust it forward again, and how rapidly he continued to do so. On top of that, he had to push his concentration to its limit to deal with the simultaneous attacks from Virgil's sword phantoms. I'll admit, your bet, Mundus began to speak, however, he was quickly interrupted. Just before the sword phantoms dissipated, Virgil appeared in front of Mundus, swinging his sword upward with great force. Having to split his attention in three directions, Mundus missed the moment when Dante leapt high into the air. Instead, he allowed the last of the sword phantoms to cause an inconsequential injury on his left arm and hastily moved his left sword to block Virgil's slash. Yet again, Mundus found himself surprised. The power behind Virgil's slash was immense. And since he was not fully prepared when he blocked it, Mundus was thrown upward by the counterforce from his block. Immediately after he was airborne, Mundus' instincts kicked in and he looked upward. Spinning above him in an inverted position was Dante with his pistols drawn. Who? Let's get crazy. Dante said as he began pulling the triggers of his pistols rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, back on the ground, Virgil had sheathed his sword once again. Then, as Dante began firing, Virgil also unsheathed his sword at high speed, sending forth a slash of demonic energy that tore the fabric of space as it approached Mundus. As the attacks drew near, Mundus' mask of benevolence began to slip. At the same time, his demonic energy began to increase while his skin took on a grayish hue, his eyes turned red, and the skin around his eyes began to show cracks. On top of that, the kind smile he wore previously had morphed into a disdainful sneer. Then, with great speed, Mundus began spinning the sword in his right hand, blocking all the incoming bullets. At the same time, he pushed his demonic energy into the sword in his left hand and swung it forcefully at the energy slash from Virgil. Clang! When Mundus' swords met the attacks from opposite directions, his momentum was stopped completely, causing him to simply float in place until the attacks either stopped or dissipated. Extending his wings as he continued to fire his pistols, Dante let loose one more barrage before flying past the bullets he fired and throwing one of his pistols toward the ground. Then, he drew Rebellion. At the same time, Virgil also extended his wings. Then, he shot upward and caught the pistol Dante threw down at him. A moment later, Dante and Virgil flew past Mundus from opposite directions. And while his swords were both preoccupied, they slashed their own swords at his back and chest, leaving large gashes in their wake. Then, just as they passed Mundus, they both turned, facing Mundus once again with one of Dante's pistols in their off hands, pointed at Mundus' head from opposite directions. Jackpot! The twins said in unison. However, just before they pulled the triggers, all three combatants felt a massive surge of demonic energy from the opposite side of the town. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration, Mundus swung his swords at the twins, leaving bloody gashes on their chests, and knocked them away. Boom, boom. Due to Mundus' attacks, Dante and Virgil slammed into the ground at high speed, leaving small craters on impact. A moment later, Dante and Virgil picked themselves up and climbed out of the craters their falls created. At the same time, a massive wave of red energy traveled around the town and decimated the landscape on either side of Kyoto for miles. Holy shit! Dante muttered while observing the devastation Enuma Elish had caused. Just what kind of attack does damage like that? I don't know, but I'm sure Scathatch and Lancer are facing a quite powerful foe. Virgil added. Nodding his head as the attack raged on, Dante could feel his regeneration was much slower than normal. He figured that Virgil was in the same situation as well. However, neither of them was weak enough that a slash across the chest would hamper their combat effectiveness. Dante then turned toward Mundus, who was glaring at him and his brother with hatred in his eyes. Then, before Mundus could speak, Dante pointed Rebellion at him and spoke first. That was really rude, big guy. Dante said. Don't you know it's bad manners to attack like that while we were looking at what was happening on the other side of town? Hearing Dante's stupid question that was clearly meant to mock him, Mundus' rage, along with his demonic energy, spiked to its peak. I've had enough of this. Mundus bellowed. I have no time to waste with the sons of that human sympathizer. An instant later, Mundus' demonic energy exploded outward in all directions, engulfing his surroundings. Feeling the demonic energy coming towards them, Dante and Virgil swung their swords, trying to cut an opening in the expanding sphere of demonic energy. To their surprise, however, the energy spear passed by them harmlessly. A moment later, their visions went black. Yet another moment later, they found themselves floating in a black void. When they looked up, they saw a sky full of twinkling stars. And when they looked down, they saw an ocean of lava. Noticing the lava, both Dante and Virgil extended their wings again. Then, when they were stabilized, they looked at each other. Where the hell are we? Dante asked. I'm not sure. Virgil replied. But it looks like one of those reality marbles that Scathatch lectured us about. Ah. Now that you mention it, Dante replied. You are in my domain, now. Mundus' voice echoed through the area. And in this domain, shall you meet your end. So, you were right. Dante said casually. This really is one of those reality marble things. Yes, I believe so. Virgil replied. Meanwhile, Mundus could feel himself growing angrier as the twins casually ignored him. Deciding to reveal himself, Mundus had taken on his true form, standing at nearly 500 feet, 150 meters tall. Mundus currently looked like the massive statue of a god that had been ravaged by the passage of time, with cracks running across its face that made its usually kind visage into something extremely sinister. Asterisk whistle asterisk, that's one big bastard. Dante said, looking up at Mundus' figure. I guess we'll have to kick it up a notch for this one, huh? Immediately after Dante's statement, he was covered in a black, flame-like aura. A moment later, the intensity of the flames dimmed enough for Dante's figure to be seen again. Instead of the red trench coat and black clothing he usually wore, he had grown an additional pair of wings while his body was covered in black metal/demonic stone-like plates of armor with his face taking on more reptilian features. From the sides of his head, grew a pair of goat-like horns, while a second pair of smaller horns grew from the top of his head. Lastly, from just under his glowing, red eyes, a pair of incandescent red lines ran down his face and neck before crossing in the middle of his chest. Virgil, on the other hand, was covered in a similar flame-like aura, though his was colored silver. And like Dante, his aura dimmed a moment later. When it did, he had a second pair of wings that were pointed downward and he was covered in silver, metallic/demonic stone-like plates. Though his armor resembled that of the armor samurai wore during the feudal era. His head also changed in shape, resembling that of a samurai helmet with a pair of curved, hollow horns growing from its sides. On top of that, the horns seemed to be venting excess demonic energy like exhaust pipes. And like his brother, a pair of lines, that were colored blue, ran down his face and neck, disappearing behind the armor-like plates that covered his body. Like many of the members of Team DxD, Dante and Virgil also increased their power. Although they were not able to advance to the major god rank in the few months after the team was formed, they were able to tap further into their devil heritage. Using their swords, Rebellion and Yamato, they were able to increase the fusion between their human and demonic halves. While Virgil knew that his sword, Yamato, had the ability to split things, Dante was unaware that Rebellion was designed to do the opposite. In fact, when Dante heard from Scathatch and Chiron that his sword should be able to fuse his human and devil bloodlines perfectly if he ran himself through, he looked at both of them as if they were insane. Virgil, on the other hand, would only need to cut himself with Yamato, separating his human side from his devil side. Then, after absorbing his devil side again, his bloodlines would be fused. After hearing those explanations, the twins were skeptical at first. However, after some contemplation, they both took the leap of faith and succeeded in fusing their bloodlines. After seeing the twins' new forms, Mundus' anger grew even further. To him, they both, though not exact copies, resembled their father to an uncomfortable degree. "I will end the bloodline of that cursed traitor," Mundus said, his voice reverberating through the space. "We'll see about that," Virgil said in a disdainful tone before shooting forward. As Virgil flew forward, he tossed the pistol he was still holding back toward Dante, who quickly holstered both pistols and flew after his brother. Irritated that Dante and Virgil were taking the initiative to attack, Mundus raised his hands and pointed at the twins. A moment later, several of the stars in the sky began moving. In response, Dante and Virgil were forced to take acrobatic, evasive maneuvers to avoid the incoming meteor-sized attacks. However, even though they were slowed, they continued to move forward. Eventually, when the twins were close enough that hurling any more meteors at them would result in Mundus harming himself, Mundus materialized a pair of swords like those he wielded earlier, though much bigger. Then, he began swinging them at Dante and Virgil skillfully. Realizing that the difference in size made it impossible to block or parry the incoming attacks, Dante and Virgil continued to evade incoming attacks at high speed while making exciting, acrobatic, evasive maneuvers. And as often as they could, they inflicted damage by releasing their demonic energy through their sword swings. "Virgil, we're leaving the equivalent of bug bites on this big son of a bitch," Dante said with a frown. "Got any ideas?" "We need to hit a vital spot," Virgil said, avoiding another giant sword strike. "No shit, Sherlock," Dante replied with an eye roll. A moment later, the brothers made eye contact. Then, after holding eye contact for a few seconds, they both charged forward simultaneously with Virgil moving slightly faster. Meanwhile, Mundus readied his swords to cleave through both of Sparta's sons. Just as Dante and Virgil entered his sword's range, he swung them down with great force. In response, Virgil, who was still in front of Dante, slashed into the empty air with Yamato. Then, he slightly deviated from his flight path, avoiding the area he had just slashed and continued flying toward Mundus. An instant later, he was forced to divert his path again to avoid the giant's swords. He then injected as much demonic energy as he could into his wings and sped up even further. Altering his flight path as little as possible, Virgil eventually reached his destination, Mundus' forehead. And as he approached, he began pumping demonic energy into Yamato. Unfortunately, his aim was entirely too obvious to Mundus' experienced eyes. So, without hesitation, he raised his swords to block the inevitable attack that would land on his forehead at the end of Virgil's charge. "Ah!" Mundus suddenly screamed after feeling a piercing pain in the back of his head. A few moments ago, after Virgil slashed the empty space in front of him, Dante continued straight forward. As he did, he extended Rebellion in front of him, started saturating it with demonic energy, and began spinning like a drill. Then, he disappeared into the empty space that Virgil had slashed. An instant later, Dante reappeared behind Mundus, still spiraling forward. However, this time his destination was the back of Mundus' head, exactly opposite of the spot Virgil would collide with if he kept on his course. Unfortunately for Mundus, he did not notice Dante's disappearance. Considering that Dante had been flying just behind Virgil since the beginning while trying to use Virgil as cover, he thought that Dante was still behind him. However, that oversight would be his undoing. After feeling the pain in the back of his head, Mundus flinched momentarily. But that moment was all that Virgil needed to close the distance to Mundus' forehead. And as he made his final approach, he, too, began spinning just as Dante had, burrowing straight through Mundus' forehead. A moment later, when the tips of Rebellion and Yamato met inside Mundus' head, the demonic energy that had been charged into both blades exploded outward, causing Mundus' head to explode like a watermelon that had been shot with a hunting rifle. After that, Mundus' body fell toward the lava as the reality marble began to break down. A few moments later, Dante and Virgil reappeared outside of Kyoto and landed softly on the ground. Damn, that transformation, Sin Devil trigger, really puts a lot of strain on the body. Dante said, dropping his transformation as he flopped down on his back. Indeed. Virgil replied while dropping his own transformation before sitting onto ground. It looks like much training is needed to master this state. Yeah, whatever. Dante said dismissively. Now that is over, why don't you call the rest of the team and give them a report? No. Virgil said, turning his head away from Dante. You do it. Why do you always have to be so difficult? Dante asked in annoyance. Just do it already. Why don't you make me? Virgil asked in return. Maybe I will. Dante replied. Then, the two brothers stared at each other, neither one willing to back down. Would you two give it a rest already? See Chillin asked while making his way to the exhausted brothers. I'll make the call for you, just get back to the mansion and let Asia look at you and heal any injuries. Chapter 337, Battles in the Underworld. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. While the battles raged on in the human world, there were battles of a much larger scale going on in the underworld. While Asia was on standby for emergencies like Scathatch faced in her battle with Gilgamesh, the rest of Ria's peerage was facing off against those who attacked the Gremry territory. Sona's peerage was in a similar situation to protect the Citri territory, as well. The rest of Jane's peerages were also participating in the defense of the underworld, scattered around the different battlefields. For example, Akua, Kahlua, Tatsuya, and Miyuki were all dispatched to Lilith. While Akua and Kahlua were each sent to one side of the city, Tatsuya and Miyuki were sent to the third. And on the last side, Ravel and her peerage were the team sent to defend it along with the army. Kokoa, left. Ravel shouted as she shot a pillar of her phoenix flames at an enemy that was closing in on Kokoa from the right. Meanwhile, Kokoa ducked under the spell from the enemy Ravel had just warned her about. Then, with graceful footwork, she closed the distance with that foe. A moment later, she swung the sword in her hand at the enemy she had just approached. Clang. Though her slash had been blocked, Kokoa did not slow down in the slightest. Instead, she used the counterforce from her attack being blocked to spin around her current foe, dodging an incoming fireball in the process before willing Ko to transform into a pair of short swords and stabbing her new weapons into her opponent's neck and heart from behind. A moment later, a pillar of phoenix flames shot past Kokoa's right ear and engulfed the devil that was trying to sneak up on her. Come on, Ravel, you're making my hair curl up. Kokoa said with a whine. Can't you be more careful? So, would you rather have a spear stabbed into your back? Ravel replied as she fired a barrage of fireballs at a crowd of incoming enemies. If so, I can wait until I have a shot that doesn't affect your hair. As Ravel spoke, one of Leonardo's monsters stepped between her and one of the enemy devils who tried to sneak up on her, dying in the process. A moment later, Ko, in the shape of a throwing knife, whizzed past Ravel's head, cutting off a strand of hair as it was buried in the same devil's throat. Thanks for the assist. Ravel said, not even bothering with her hair that had been cut. Unlike Kokoa, this was not Ravel's first time in a real combat situation. Even though they were only during her brother's raiding games, Ravel did have some experience fighting on chaotic battlefields, though they were much smaller in scale. So, she found it much easier to not be distracted by little things like the status of her hair. On top of that, due to the regeneration she inherited from her bloodline, she was much less wary of incoming attacks than Kokoa was. Even so, she was still unscratched during the battle that had been raging on outside of Lilith. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Estate. Like every other important location in the Citri Territory, the Citri Estate was also under attack. While most of her peerage was defending the hospital under Tsubaki's command, Sona, Benia, and Rossweiss were defending the Citri Estate along with the Citri Territory soldiers. While Benia hopped from battlefield to battlefield draining the life force from every enemy she managed to cut with her scythe, Sona and Rossweiss each stood on a high vantage point and rained down magic spells on the attacking army like a pair of turrets. Unfortunately, since they were doing so much damage, they quickly became two of the high-priority targets for the attackers. Rossweiss, you have to be more careful. Sona said as she directed one of the water dragons she had created to defend Rosweiss from a sneak attack. I know, and thanks. Rosweiss replied through the earpiece everyone in Sona's peerage was wearing. But there are just too many of them. I know. Sona said with a bit of annoyance in her tone. I don't even know where Rizavim found all these people who would help him. They aren't even all from the same race. In fact, most of them aren't even devils. As Sona was ranting and firing water projectiles at the enemy forces, she did not notice an enemy who had approached her through the shadows. Sona. Behind you. Rosweiss' panicked scream sounded through Sona's earpiece. Unfortunately, Rosweiss' warning came a bit too late. Without the time to even turn around, Sona fired a powerful, high-pressure jet of water behind her, hoping to take out one more enemy before she fell. Ting. However, even after she heard the grunt of pain that resulted from the assassin having a large hole blown through the right side of his chest, Sona had yet to feel any pain. When she took a moment to look behind her, she saw a head of long, flowing pale blue hair disappearing from her field of view, while the dagger that was about to stab through her heart fell harmlessly to the roof she was standing on. While Sona was quietly thanking Tiamat for her assistance, Tiamat had returned to her own vantage point that allowed her to overlook the whole Citri territory. While she watched over Sona and the members of her peerage, she could not help but complain about the unfairness of the situation. Damn that great red. Tiamat muttered as she distanced herself from Sona. Because of her, I'm forced to work like this without receiving any treasures for the next 100 years. She's such a heartless abomination. Feeling a chill crawl up her spine after her statement, Tiamat chose to ignore it for now. Even though she knew that Great Red had somehow heard her insult, she would not allow the beating that she would undoubtedly receive for her disrespectful statement keep her from performing her assigned task, protecting Sona's peerage during critical situations, flawlessly. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. Like Tiamat, Crom Critch had been assigned to protect Rias and her peerage in the same way. However, he had not been forced to act as of now. And that was leaving him rather irritated. As the battle-crazed dragon that he was, it was almost torture to have to watch the ongoing battle without participating. Still, as an honorable, evil dragon. A rather oxymoronic self-proclaimed title. Crom Critch performed his task dutifully. Shadow Dragon's Roar. Issei shouted as he fired a breath attack at a group of incoming enemies. Watching the enemies he attacked flying away, Issei couldn't help but smile in glee as he sank into a shadow to find his next victim. Hell fucking yeah. Issei shouted while traveling between shadows. Dragon Slayer magic, fucking rocks. Of course, it does, you idiot. Skyadram replied. It was created by dragons, after all. But why did you take so long to teach it to me? Issei asked in a complaining tone. I could have been this badass much sooner if you had. Shut up, you ungrateful brat. Skyadram replied. If I did that, you could have ended up like Acnologia or Irene. Meaning, you would have turned into a dragon. Before Issei could ask his next question, he fell silent as he popped out of a shadow behind a yokai who was trying to sneak attack Mio. Shadow Dragon Slash. Issei muttered as he ripped the yokai into several pieces with his bare hands. Looking over her shoulder after being splattered with blood, Mio's face first distorted with disgust when she saw that Issei had saved her. However, before she could lash out at him like she usually does, she turned her head back toward the battlefield. Thank you. Mio muttered through gritted teeth. Don't mention it. Issei replied as he sank back into the shadows. Looks like she still hates you. Ha ha. Skyadram said with an amused chuckle. But I haven't done anything since Asia and I confirmed our relationship. Issei replied in a baffled tone. If silently staring at her breasts rather than shouting about them counts as doing nothing, then you're right. Skyadram said disdainfully. Meanwhile, Rias had seen the entire exchange between Issei and Mio. And she liked what she saw. They've both grown up quite a bit. Rias said with a smile. I guess getting a boyfriend or a girlfriend can do that, fufufu. Akino said while covering her mouth elegantly with one hand while using the other to rain down holy lightning on an enemy devil. I mean, it did wonders for you, Rias. As Rias fired a barrage of thin beams of her power of destruction that resembled Frisia's death beam from her right index finger, she could not help smiling wryly at the thought of how she used to act when it came to James. However, as the battle raged on, an aura that caused everyone on the battlefield to freeze for a moment appeared. While Crom Critch thought he would finally get a chance to intervene in the ongoing war, one of the individuals who had remained in the mansion in case of an emergency was also alerted by this aura. So he managed to escape during the chaos, huh? Graphia said as she dried her hands on her apron. I guess this fight was inevitable, wasn't it? A moment later, Graphia calmly began walking toward the main entrance of the Gremory estate. As she did, she began flaring her own demonic energy, pushing back the pressure the soldiers of the Gremory house were feeling and causing a certain dragon to click his tongue in dissatisfaction. Just as she reached the front doors of the estate, Graphia ran into her current king, Vanillana Gremory. Curtsying politely, Graphia only stopped her steps for a moment before she continued toward the source of the aura that had washed over the estate. Be careful out there, Vanillana said with a smile. I have no doubt that you will win, Graphia. But if you come back too injured, Milicas will worry. Allowing a small smile to grace her lips, Graphia did not stop as she pulled the large doors to the estate open. Yes, ma'am, I'll keep that in mind, Graphia replied as she extended her wings and shot off toward the source of the aura. A few moments later, high in the underworld's purple sky, Graphia ran into a silver-haired, red-eyed man who shared quite a few facial features with her. Brother, had you just stayed in prison, this could have been avoided, Graphia said calmly as she looked at her brother's disheveled state. Graphia, my Graphia. Graphia's brother, Euclid Lucifuge, muttered as he looked at his sister with an unhealthy obsession. Now that I'm here and that fake is not, I can free you from his brainwashing. Then, we can be together forever. Just like we were meant to be. Although I am no longer married to Surzex, I have no intention of going anywhere with you, Graphia said without changing her expression. Instead, I will be taking you back to your cell. So, please make this easy on both of us and come with me peacefully. Hearing the beginning of Graphia's response, Euclid could not help but smile brightly. However, as she continued, his smile began to slowly vanish. Eventually, as Graphia's words ended, Euclid's face was twisted in fury. It looks like you have not been freed from that fake's influence, Euclid shouted hysterically. In that case, I will have to take you by force. Then, I can slowly remove the brainwashing. After that. As Euclid continued to ramble, his expression of rage turned into one with lewd intentions. Seeing that expression, Graphia's indifferent expression morphed into one of disappointment mixed with a bit of disgust. Then, she vanished from her spot in a burst of speed. A moment later, she reappeared in front of her brother with her right knee buried in his abdomen. Gah! Euclid groaned as he spat a mouthful of blood. Unfortunately for Euclid, Graphia had truly had enough of her brother's delusions. Ever since she had seen how her brother thought of her when James captured him, she had been put off by it. So, she decided to use the opportunity in front of her to vent a bit of her dissatisfaction. Following up the knee strike, Graphia kicked Euclid on the back of his right knee with her left leg, resulting in a sickening crunch that seemed to ring out over the entire battlefield. Then, she launched a right palm strike that most likely dislocated his jaw. After that, Graphia threw a flurry of palm strikes and kicks that would have completely broken any being below the peak of the ultimate rank. In the end, Euclid's unconscious body fell from the sky and crashed into the ground a few moments later. Though he was still alive, it was clear that even with his natural regeneration as a devil, he would be unable to live without assistance for centuries, maybe even millennia, if he did not receive medical attention. Meanwhile, Graphia looked down at her brother with a refreshed feeling. Between the mess with Surzex, her divorce, and the whole issue with Euclid and the way he felt about her, Graphia had been feeling quite a bit of stress that she hid away behind her mask of stoicism. However, after venting her pent-up emotions, she felt better than she had in a very long time. I'll restrain Euclid then return to the estate, Graphia said to herself while still looking down at her brother's beaten and broken body. I wouldn't want Milicas to worry, after all. Chapter 338, Showdown in Kyoto. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Gathering the ley line's energy, Yasaka allowed it to spread out in a hemisphere once she had gathered enough to contain a battle between three minor god-rank beings. Even though she was unsure exactly how strong the three combatants in front of her were, she knew that they were all at the minor god rank. A moment later, a barrier that covered most of the city was erected. Although the normal people in the city did not notice anything off, all the supernatural beings felt the shift in energy. However, when they noticed that nothing in their surroundings changed, they went on with their normal lives, though they were a bit more wary of the things around them. Meanwhile, in the newly erected barrier, Mizore, Mocha, and Kuyu took a moment to look around. To their surprise, they were still in Kyoto. Even so, they all noticed that the people who were walking around the area were all gone. Impressive, Kuyu said with a nod. It seems the ley lines are as powerful as I had heard. It kinda feels like the last time Kyoto was attacked, doesn't it? Mizore asked. Yeah, it's just like the space, dimension lost, created, Mocha replied. But there isn't any of that eerie purple smoke this time. Please, take this more seriously, Yasaka said, her voice ringing out over the barrier. The barrier is attuned to your energy signatures. So, it will not come down until you defeat your foe. Although Yasaka was only speaking to Mizore and Mocha, her words also allowed Kuyu to understand the way for him to leave the barrier, as well. So, all three stopped looking around and stared at their opponents with the desire for victory in their eyes. Honestly, we have no grudge with you, Kuyu, Mocha said calmly as she took her fighting stance. So, it's unfortunate that you put yourself in this situation. Yeah, we could have ended this peacefully had you taken a step back. Mizore said with her ice claws glinting in the sunlight. But now it's too late for that. Well, if you let us knock you out, maybe the barrier will come down without the need for us to kill you. Laughable. Koyu replied with a scoff. Neither you nor your race have done anything to help guide this world. It is clear that the justice in your hearts is lacking. After Koyu's statement, Mizore and Mocha glanced at each other. Then, they shrugged their shoulders. Well, no one can say that we didn't try. Mocha said. This is fine with me, too. Mizore added. Honestly, I don't like this guy's attitude, anyway. I know, right? Mocha said. I mean, why does he think he's qualified to lead anyone? Hell, he's not even leading a faction of his own. Right. I dunno. Mizore said in an unsure tone. Enough talk. Koyu said. An instant later, Koyu was engulfed in foxfire. Then, after the blue flames dimmed, he stood before Mizore and Mocha with his fists, wrists, forearms, feet, ankles, and calves wrapped in armor made of his foxfire. Meanwhile, a pair of fox ears and 9 fox tails could be seen as well, with the tip of each of the tails flickering with foxfire. Then, after taking a fighting stance, Koyu shot forward toward the two girls. In response, Mocha stepped forward to intercept Koyu's charge. Ducking under the right cross he threw, Mocha countered by stepping in even closer and delivering an uppercut covered in her demonic energy. Leaning back much further than necessary, using 3 of his tails as support, Koyu found himself perpendicular to the ground when several ice spikes grew from either side of Mocha, attempting to skewer his chest. TCH. Mizore clicked her tongue. He's got good instincts. Instead of responding to Mizore's complaint, Mocha stepped in once again. Intending to throw a heavy overhand right, she had to hastily defend herself as Koyu's 6 other tails began lashing at her while the 3 tails he used to support himself propped him back up. Once he was standing upright again, Koyu began throwing punches while his tails continued to lash at Mocha. To his surprise, however, Mocha was able to dodge all his punches while deflecting his tails without letting the foxfire on their tips touch her. Eventually, Koyu was forced to turn to the side, dodging another incoming ice spike. However, before he could begin his attack again, he was forced to take a couple steps back to avoid Mizore, who had jumped over Mocha with her claws slashing down at his head. Bang. Missing her attack, due to Koyu's quick dodge, Mizore's claws were buried in the ground. However, instead of pulling them out as quickly as she could while preparing for her next attack, the ground around her began to freeze. As the ice approached Mocha, it passed by her while attaching small spikes that would allow her to maintain traction on the slippery surface. Meanwhile, when the ice passed Koyu, it began freezing the flames that made up his leg armor. Frowning at the change in situation, Koyu began supplying his armor with more yuki, causing the ice on his legs to melt. However, before he could melt the ice completely, Mocha appeared in front of him with her right fist reeled back. Then, faster than he could react, Mocha threw a punch that connected squarely with Koyu's jaw. Bang. As the sound of Mocha's gauntlet right hand met with Koyu's face, the 9-tailed fox was sent flying toward a nearby building. However, before he could impact the building, Mizore appeared in his flight bath and raked her claws upward, sending Koyu flying. In the next instant, Mocha appeared above Koyu with her right leg raised. Then, she dropped an axe kick that sent Koyu toward the ground even faster than his ascent. Boom. With Koyu's fall, a cloud of dust was shot up into the air. Meanwhile, Mizore and Mocha both landed a short distance from the impact site. Do you think we got him? Mizore asked in a hopeful tone. Maybe if you hadn't said anything. Mocha replied while rolling her eyes. Huh. Mizore exclaimed in confusion. A moment later, however, she understood what Mocha meant. Did I just raise a flag? Yup. Mocha replied. Now get ready, he's coming. Just as Mocha's words fell, a blue and yellow blur shot out of the dust cloud. A moment later, Mizore was sent flying into the wall of a building, collapsing it on top of her. Meanwhile, as soon as Mizore was struck, Mocha ducked under a kick before being knocked away by one of Koyu's tails. Boom, boom. After both Mizore and Mocha were blown away, Koyu could be seen clearly. Instead of wearing only gauntlets and greaves made of his foxfire, he was now wearing an emperor-style robe that was weaved from it. On top of that, his arms and legs were also covered by thin gloves that were also made from his flames. I'll admit you two were stronger than I expected. Koyu said while rubbing his jaw. However, that's all there is to it. Your justice is too weak to contend with me. Ow. That hurt. Mizore said as she dug herself out of the rubble she had been buried in. Why does everyone we fight have a second form? Because we usually participate in boss fights. Mocha said, lifting a piece of the wall she smashed into off herself. What self-respecting boss fight doesn't have at least 2 stages? As soon as she finished speaking, Mocha rushed forward and threw a knee strike at Koyu's chest. However, with only one hand, Kuyu was able to effortlessly stop Mocha in her tracks. Then, with a flick of one of his tails, Kuyu also defended himself against Mizore's claw that was aimed at his heart from the behind. Damn it, just touching him burns. Mocha said while she hastily jumped away from Kuyu. I know, he even melted my ice. Mizore said, looking down at her misshaped claws. A moment later, both girls were ready to fight again. However, Kuyu seemed as if he was no longer taking them seriously. Your struggle is futile. Kuyu said calmly. If you surrender, though I can't allow you to live, I can at least promise that you will die painlessly. Man, is this guy a third-rate villain or what? Mizore asked in a dumbfounded tone. Seriously. Mocha replied. First, he spouts a bunch of nonsense about his justice. Then, he asks us to surrender to die painlessly. I see. Kuyu said with his eyebrows twitching. So, you would mock my kind offer. Very well then, your deaths will not be swift. In response, both Mizore and Mocha rolled their eyes. Then, they both flared their demonic energy to its limit. Domain creation, world of ice. Mizore said as she clapped her hands together. A moment later, the trio's surroundings were covered in ice while razor-sharp ice shards whipped through the air. At the same time, Mizore was covered from head to toe in an ice-blue bodysuit made of ice with 3 claws protruding from the back of each hand while a single claw protruded from the top of each foot. Blood arts, bloody gown of the Shinzo Empress. Mocha said in unison with Mizore before pricking her right thumb with one of her fangs. While the area around the fighting trio changed, Mocha was wrapped in a gorgeous red evening gown that showed off a large portion of her breasts, had a slit that ran up the length of her left leg, and had a pair of matching gloves and heels. Now, let's start the third round. Mocha said as she once again charged toward Kuyu. This time, when she approached, Mocha performed a somersault that resulted in her right leg whipping down at Kuyu. Raising both his arms, Kuyu blocked the kick with his forearms. Instead of simply blocking the kick, however, Kuyu was forced to bend his knees while the ground beneath him cracked. A moment later, Mizore lunged at Kuyu from his right with her right arm extended, the claws on her hand aimed at Kuyu's abdomen. In response, Kuyu whipped out with 2 of his tails, one at Mocha who had yet to recover her posture and one at Mizore to defend against her incoming strike. While Mocha kicked off Kuyu's right shoulder with her left leg to avoid the tail swipe, destabilizing Kuyu's balance in the process, Mizore stabbed the claw on her right foot into the ground, greatly slowing her forward momentum. This caused Kuyu's tail to sail harmlessly past her face. In the next instant, Mizore pushed off once again. Then, before Kuyu could react again, she stabbed the claws on her left hand into his right side. After that, with her claws still stabbed into him, she rode the momentum of her charge and slung herself around Kuyu's front, before stabbing the claws on her right hand into his left side. Arg. Kuyu grunted in pain as all 9 of his tails lashed out at Mizore. Before the 9 tails could strike Mizore, and just after she pulled her claws out of Kuyu's wounds, Kuyu's blood began rising, instead of dripping to the ground. On top of that, Kuyu's blood was flowing out of the wounds Mizore inflicted much faster than it should have, something Kuyu found peculiar. Another thing he found hard to comprehend was that his tails missed their target, sailing past Mizore's head harmlessly once again. What have you done? Kuyu asked, glaring at Mizore as he was being pulled up to the sky along with his blood. It wasn't me. Mizore said with an innocent expression on her face. Then, she pointed the index finger of her left hand upward and continued. Maybe you should look up. Although he was wary of being tricked, Kuyu cautiously looked in the direction Mizore pointed. When he did, his eyes widened in disbelief. What he saw was Mocha hovering above him with her wings extended. On top of that, the blood that was flowing out of his wounds was gathering in front of her outstretched left hand. As it did, the blood began taking on the form of a bow. What is this sorcery? Kuyu asked in equal parts bewilderment and fear. Never researched vampires before, huh? Mocha asked. Well, allowing so much blood to flow out of your body was a big mistake. While Mocha finished creating her bow and began creating an arrow with Kuyu's blood, Mizore was standing on the ground gathering the raging ice shards in one place. A moment later, a large bullet-shaped projectile was floating above Mizore and aimed at Kuyu. Sanguinary arrow rain. Mocha muttered as she drew the bow in her left hand. Aurora shell. Mizore shouted as she lined up her shot. Then, both girls fired their attacks simultaneously. While Kuyu felt that his life was truly in danger, he began channeling his Yuki into his flames. Unfortunately, due to the significant amount of blood that Mocha had siphoned to make her weapon, his flames were not increasing in temperature as he had intended. While Kuyu struggled to preserve his life, Mocha's arrow split into thousands of drops of blood that fell down on Kuyu like a sudden monsoon. Unfortunately for Kuyu, as the blood had been saturated with Mocha's demonic power, each one pierced through him like an arrow. A second later, Kuyu was struck from below by Mizore's Aurora shell, and began ascending into the sky along with it. Moments later, his ascent only stopped when he was forced into the barrier Yasaka had created. At the same time, Mizor's attack exploded into a torrent of sharp ice fragments, shredding Kuyu apart. Though neither of them was sure if their attack was the one that ended Kuyu's life, they both looked pretty smug after seeing their new attacks in action. A moment later, the barrier began to retract around the explosion of ice, releasing Mizor and Mocha back into the normal plane of existence. "Hey, why did you call that move, Aurora Shell?" Mocha asked curiously once she and Mizor were back on the regular streets of Kyoto. "Because of that," Mizor replied while pointing to the sky. Although the ice shards were trapped in the barrier, for some reason, they still reflected the light that shined down on them, creating an aurora over Kyoto that caught the citizens of the city's attention. "I see," Mocha said with a nod while watching the beautiful light show. "Although it is quite pretty," Yasaka said, approaching the duo. "Lady Amaterasu will not be happy about the phenomenon being shown to the humans." "Well, if she doesn't like it, she can take it up with James," Mizor said while shrugging her shoulders. "We did just defend one of the most important cities in her domain, after all." Mocha and Yasaka could only sigh at Mizor's answer. And because of that answer, they both could see some long, hard hours of training in her future. Chapter 339, Identity Revealed. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. While battle raged on in both the human world and the underworld, the audience in the dark tournament arena tried frantically to escape after seeing Acnologia smash through the roof. Meanwhile, those who James and Irene decided to protect were standing inside of Irene's barrier, not sure of what to do. James, on the other hand, could only watch Acnologia and rise of him blankly. "Hey Drake," James said internally. "What is it, partner?" Drake replied. "Do you think they forgot I was here?" James asked. "I don't think they forgot. At least Acnologia didn't," Drake replied. "But I doubt he sees you as a threat, either." "So, he's looking down on me, huh?" James asked with his eyes narrowing slightly. "Probably," Drake said. "That's something I'll have to make him." "Oh, I almost forgot," James said before vanishing from his spot with a flash step. As James moved, Acnologia's eyes flicked in his direction for a moment. However, when he noticed that James was not trying to run away, he returned his attention to rise of him. Meanwhile, James arrived in the stands, in a section opposite where Irene and the others were gathered. Laying in a crater next to where he stood was a barely conscious, turquoise-haired demon. Crouching down, James patted the demon, Bui of Team Toguro, on his face, bringing his consciousness back from the brink of unconsciousness. "You're from Team Uramshi," Bui rasped out. "Have you come to finish me?" "Nah. I actually came to make you an offer," James replied with a smile. "Oh, and keep in mind, if you reject, I won't kill you or anything." Bui, despite his injuries, looked at James skeptically. Though he did not outright reject, he did not believe for a moment that James would allow him to make his own decision in the matter. The strong dictated the weak's position in the world, after all. "I have a friend who is a lot like you, actually," James continued, seemingly not noticing the skepticism in Bui's eyes. "He puts himself through intense physical training. Hell, he even uses a technique similar to your battle aura. And I think that the two of you would get along. He would probably even want you to join his peerage." "So, you would subject me to another life of servitude, then?" Bui asked in a clearly discontent tone. "Were you even listening?" James asked, tapping a finger on Bui's forehead. "I told you, you don't have to accept if you don't want to. I'm just giving you an option that might make you stronger." Hearing that he might get stronger by accepting James' proposal, Bui's facial expression changed. "But you don't have to make a decision right now," James continued. "For now, let's just make sure you don't die in the battle that's about to ensue." In the next instant, James hoisted Bui over his shoulder. Then, with another flash step that Acnologia noticed, he appeared outside Irene's barrier. "Hey, Irene, can you make sure this guy doesn't die?" James asked, pointing toward Bui, who he was carrying over his shoulder. "I think Sarord would like to meet him." "Oh, and if Hai tries to kill him, knock him out. I'll deal with that guy later." When James finished, a hole was opened by the barrier and James handed Bui to Irene. Meanwhile, Hai scoffed at James' insinuation. "What do you take me for?" Hai asked in a disdainful tone. "I do not take pleasure in tormenting the weak. Anymore." Kurama added quietly, causing Hai's head to whip around toward him. "Don't worry, James, I'll make sure he's able to meet Sarord." Irene replied with a nod. Then, as soon as Irene finished speaking, a flash of light lit up the inside of the barrier. Turning in its direction, everyone, other than James and Irene, opened their eyes wide and let their mouths hang open a bit. Standing where the flash occurred was Urza. Instead of her normal armor and skirt, she was now wearing a sexy, pink nurse's outfit with a short skirt. Quite a bit of cleavage exposed and her long legs, wrapped in sheer white stockings, were on full display. "Don't worry, James, I'll be sure to nurse him back to health," Urza said with a smile while unraveling a large roll of bandages. "Holy shit, that's hot. Ow." Yusuke muttered before grunting from the slap on the back of his head he received from Keiko. Deciding to change the subject quickly, so that Keiko would stop glaring at him, Yusuke continued to speak. "They called you James. Does that mean you're about to reveal your identity?" As Yusuke finished speaking, all the eyes in the barrier turned to James. "There's no point in keeping it hidden now." James replied with a shrug. "As soon as I start fighting, anyone with a bit of information about the supernatural world would know who I am." In response, Yusuke only nodded his head. "Well, other than the Kawabara siblings, that is," James added. "Since they've had so little exposure to this side of the world." Before James could speak any further with his group, the conversation was interrupted by Acnologia's angry roar. "Enough!" Acnologia shouted as he swung one of his claws at Ryzavim. "I shall bear the insults of an insect, no longer." Bang. Boom. Splat. Before Ryzavim could react, he was swatted away with great force. Then, when he made contact with the wall behind him, his body exploded into a bloody mist while that side of the arena was obliterated by the remnant force. "What in the?" Kawabara asked in total disbelief. "You intend to fight that?" Hai asked while staring at James. "You're no stronger than I am. Are you suicidal?" Ignoring Hai's question, James stared at the spot where Ryzavim's body was burst. "Hey, Irene, have you received any reports about the situation around the human world and the underworld?" James asked absent-mindedly. "Yes, apparently, battles have broken out all over," Irene replied. "Team DxD is currently defending the underworld and the territories of our allies along with their armies. On top of that, some of our strongest members are fighting off some of Ryzavim's especially strong co-conspirators." "Well, damn, doesn't that mean that all those battles are now useless?" James asked. "I mean, with Ryzavim dead, there's no one to unseal Trihexa. 'Cause I'm sure he never shared the method with anyone else." "It would seem that way," Irene replied with a nod. Then, she looked at Acnologia who was glaring at James with enough intensity to set him ablaze. "But I believe this battle is unavoidable." "Yeah. I guess it's time to earn my magic's title, huh?" James said with a nod. "Even though I've defeated a couple of dragons, I've never slayed one, after all." With that, James stepped away from the barrier, while Irene quickly closed the hole she had opened in it. "Wait, did he just say he's fought dragons?" Kawabara asked with disbelief in his tone. "And won?" "Yes, that's what he said," Irene responded. "How is that even possible?" Kawabara asked. He then pointed his finger at the black dragon standing under the destroyed roof. "I mean, look at that thing. Never mind that idiot's questions." Hai cut in, knowing now he would get an opportunity to find out James' true identity. "Which dragons has he fought and won against?" "The evil dragons, Krumkruch, the Crescent Circle Dragon, and Acnologia, the Dragon of Annihilation," Irene replied. While most of the people in the barrier had no idea what those names represented, Hai, Karama, Jean, and Tuya opened their eyes wide in surprise. Considering that they were the ones who relied the most on information gathering, they had heard of the young man who was able to defeat those dragons. Meanwhile, Koenma had already received reports about those feats. "Are you telling me that guy, Jay, is actually James Alaverus?" Jean asked in shock. "It's James Satanil now," Irene corrected. "He was made the fifth of the great Satans a few months ago." "Satan? Like the devil?" Keiko asked. "Yes and no," Irene answered with a smile. "In the underworld, Satan is a title. The title that the strongest devils are bestowed that come with the responsibility of ruling over a part of devil society." "Hold on," Kawabara said, raising his hand, signaling Irene to stop. "Are you saying that Jay is one of the rulers of hell?" "The underworld, but yes, I am," Irene replied. Silence fell inside the barrier as everyone processed the information they just heard. However, Hai was the first to break that silence. "Impossible," Hai said in a weird mixture of certainty and disbelief. "There's no way one of the Satans of the underworld could ever be so weak." "Dude, trust me," Yusuke said in a solemn tone. "James is much stronger than you could imagine. I mean, I trained at his house for the last 3 months, and even I don't know how strong he really is." "Of course, you don't, dimwit," Genkai said. "The pressure of his full power alone would have caused your body to implode." Once again, the inside of the barrier fell silent. This time, however, everyone looked at Genkai in shock, finding her description of James' power hard to imagine. Meanwhile, while the conversation in the barrier was going on, James walked towards Acnologia, who seemed to be content to wait for him. During that short walk, James had another short conversation with Drake. I doubt I will need the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive this time, James said. Yeah, after lifting the seals, I don't think you'll be much weaker than me in my prime, Drake replied. Things are going to get boring without anything to do. Well, you could always teach me how to use boost without you, James suggested. Are you trying to take away all my reasons to even exist? Drake asked in a forlorn tone. Well, since I'll be on your level soon, there really is no reason to keep you sealed in the boosted gear anymore, right? James asked. That said, I'm sure Ajuka, Azazel, and Master would be able to find a way to get you out of there if they put their minds to it, right? Instead of answering, James could tell that if Drake had a physical body, he would be able to see the dumbfounded expression of a dragon, a mental image that made him chuckle. Hearing James chuckle, Drake was pulled back from his daze. Are you serious? Drake asked with such irritation that he spoke out loud instead of just in James' mind. As a heart attack, James replied in a serious tone. But if you leave, I won't be able to use the boost, transfer, or penetrate abilities anymore. So, I want you to teach them to me. I see. Drake replied, still in a bit of a daze. Then, instead of just being your host, I would be more like your heir, wouldn't I? James asked. Although Drake did not know how to respond to that question in words, he could feel a smile tugging at his lips. An heir, huh? Drake thought to himself. That doesn't sound so bad. Meanwhile, James had just arrived in front of Acnologia again. To his surprise, he was not attacked while he was having his little conversation with Drake. You're really quite patient, Acnologia, James said, looking up at the dragon before him. I expected you to attack me while I was paying attention to other things. Humph. Acnologia snorted, causing the air in his surroundings to shake. I do not need such lowly tricks to kill someone like you. Oh, I see. James replied with a nod. It looks like I must have hit you in the head a little too hard last time we fought. I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of that would cause you to forget the ass-kicking you caught last time we met. Asterisk growl, asterisk, a low, angry sound was emitted from Acnologia's throat in response. Either way, you'll regret giving me so much time, James said with a smile. Chimichanga. As soon as James said that last word, a cherry blossom pink aura exploded out of his body and shot high into the sky, causing the clouds hanging over the island to disperse. Chapter 340, A Forgotten Weapon. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. After the surge of demonic energy calmed, James stood before Acnologia with his two swords, Sixth Sense and Carnage on his left hip. On top of that, he was already in his super devil form. Not to mention, half of the ring that he was standing on had been turned into a countless number of cherry blossom petal-shaped blades that flickered with a cherry blossom pink flame. While Acnologia narrowed his eyes at the power that James was currently emanating, Drake was shouting at James in disbelief. How in the hell did you get Scathatch to agree to that? Drake asked with bafflement in his tone. To what? James asked in feigned confusion. Don't play dumb with me. Drake shouted loud enough to cause James to wince. That seal release. Safe word. James corrected. Was totally outrageous. Drake continued, unbothered by James' antics. That was so outside of her usual style. Oh, that was easy. James replied with a smirk. Several hours of hard dicking, and a mind-blowing number of orgasms. Right. Drake replied lifelessly. You definitely inherited a dragon's lustful nature. Shrugging in response, James focused his attention on Acnologia, who had been assessing James' power since the funnel of demonic energy faded. Even if you have somehow reached the rank of God King, do you really think that will keep you alive? Acnologia asked in a confident manner. As it turns out, the only reason James had been unable to reach the God King rank was because of his proportionally weaker physical body. However, putting his body under the amount of pressure that Scathatch's seals had gave him the boost he needed to break through. Does that mean you've gotten significantly stronger since the last time we met? James asked in equal parts curiosity and excitement. You can find out with your body. Acnologia said as he spread his wings. Eternal Flare. As Acnologia chanted the name of his spell, numerous stars made of his energy appeared around and above his wings. A moment later, they all shot toward James, intending to shred him apart with the number of attacks alone. Asterisk sigh asterisk just the same old tricks. James said with a note of disappointment in his tone before tapping his heel on the ring that had been converted into petal blades. In the next moment, petal blades shot up from around James and intercepted each of Acnologia's incoming attacks, causing them to explode. Although none of these attacks reached James, the amount of damage each explosion was capable of causing left Acnologia certain that James had not escaped unscathed. "Seriously, dude," James said from amidst the cloud of smoke and debris. "Is that really it?" A moment later, the cloud was dispersed forcefully when James swung his arm. Immediately afterward, Acnologia was enraged. After seeing the disinterested expression James wore, he felt as if he was being looked down upon. Acnologia then opened his mouth wide. A moment later, a blue sphere of energy began growing between his wide-open jaws. However, instead of acting to stop him, James allowed Acnologia to continue gathering energy. Meanwhile, in Irene's barrier, the group was in awe at the level of power on display. "No wonder I lost to him," Jean muttered. "He's way stronger than I ever thought possible." While most of those who participated in the dark tournament nodded in agreement, Hai glared at James with 3 narrowed eyes. "Feeling some regret over making that bet, Hai?" Yusuke asked with a smirk. Immediately, Hai's glare transferred from James to Yusuke. "You knew about his identity and how strong he was, did you not, spirit detective?" Hai asked in a threatening tone. "And I would imagine you know who the master he spoke of is as well, correct?" "Yeah, I knew who he was." Yusuke nodded. "And like I said before, I didn't know exactly how strong he was. But I knew he was much stronger than any of the people on the island." Frowning in response, Hai pressed on with his questions. "And his master?" Hai asked. Instead of Yusuke, it was Genkai who replied. "She was my contracted devil." Genkai answered. "But now that I've been reincarnated, I doubt that would still apply. Just answer the question." Hai barked, annoyed that his question was not answered right away. However, Hai was forced to calm down when Genkai, who had reached the advanced level of the ultimate rank after getting used to her new physique for a while, flared her demonic energy. Then, she looked at Hai coldly for a moment before continuing. "James' master is the immortal witch and warrior queen of Dun Skaith, Scathatch," Genkai said after Hai realized that she was more than he could handle. Once again, Hai, Kurama, Jean, and Tuya were the ones with the strongest reactions while everyone else had slightly or majorly confused expressions on their faces. "If you want to know who she is, go pick up a book about Celtic mythology," Genkai said, in no mood to explain Scathatch's origins. Before anyone could ask any more questions, however, Acnologia finished gathering energy for his breath attack. Then, just as he finished, James bent his knees and placed his right hand on Carnage's hilt. A moment later, Acnologia fired his breath attack at James, who did not move in the slightest. Then, with his eyes focused on the incoming stream of energy, James drew his sword faster than everyone other than Irene could see, sending forth an energy slash that cut down the middle of Acnologia's breath attack. At the same time, the breath attack was split just in front of James, destroying everything on either side of him, leaving a wedge-shaped area of unharmed ground and spectator stands behind him. At the same time, everything outside of that wedge was thoroughly destroyed. Meanwhile, Acnologia was quick to cut off his supply of energy to his breath attack when he realized that it was being split by James' attack. Too late to dodge it completely, Acnologia quickly moved his head and neck out of the way of the pink energy slash, resulting in his left wing being severed. Roar. Acnologia's pain-filled roar could be heard from every corner of the island while the seas surrounding the island grew choppy due to the sound waves. Then, with Acnologia distracted by the pain, Irene slammed her staff into the ground, causing a teleportation circle to appear under herself and those in her barrier. A moment later, they were all gone, leaving James, Acnologia, and the few demons who were still alive and had yet to escape from the arena. Meanwhile, James charged at Acnologia with carnage wrapped in his unique flames. Then, with a horizontal sweep, he slashed it across Acnologia's chest. Inferno Blade Dragon's sweeping claw. James chanted as he swung his sword. Then, with Sixth Sense's hilt held in his left hand, James drew it in a reverse grip and chanted his next spell. Spiraling Twin Fangs of the Inferno Blade Dragon. Using the momentum from his initial strike, James slashed with Sixth Sense, quickly following up with carnage once again. The result was a trio of sword slashes, leaking blood, on Acnologia's chest. Roar. Damn Dragon Slayer. Acnologia shouted angrily as he swung his right claw at James. Easily avoiding Acnologia's enraged strike by leaping over it, James was caught off guard when a black wall, Acnologia's tail, was right in front of him as he reached the peak of his leap. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Boom. Taking the strike, James was sent backward even faster than rise of him, when Acnologia smacked him away, resulting in another large hole being punched into the arena. A few moments later, James charged through the hole he himself had created, with his swords both pointed at Acnologia's throat. In reaction, Acnologia raised his left claw and formed an orb of energy in his palm. Power of the End, Acnologia chanted as the energy orb quickly formed. Pushing his palm forward, Acnologia intended to smash the orb of destructive energy into the incoming James. However, a wall of petal blades rose from the ring, halting Acnologia's attack in its tracks, causing the energy orb to explode. A moment later, though he was uninjured, Acnologia was enraged once again. However, before he cold roar in discontent, James shot through the cloud of energy and petal blades that had all started burning with pink flames. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, the dragon slumbers under the burning cherry blossom tree. James chanted. As soon as James' chant ended, the uncountable number of burning petal blades engulfed Acnologia while James continued forward, intending to pierce straight through Acnologia's throat. However, before he could reach Acnologia, James was struck from behind and pierced by a highly compressed demonic energy beam. With a new hole in his torso that would certainly be fatal, James fell from the air and slammed into the ground in front of Acnologia, who breathed a sigh of relief when the petal blades stopped wreaking havoc all over his body. Hi-ya-ya-ya. A familiar laugh rang out over what remained of the arena. Finally, the one who caused the most inconvenience to my plans is going to die. But I have to admit, it's such a pity that your friends and lovers got away. I would have loved to see the look on your face as I tortured our *ped and killed them in front of you. I had a feeling you weren't dead. James said in a weak tone. But how did you hide from my senses? Oh, with this. Rysavim said as he fished a pendant out of his collar. I don't know where this thing came from, but I found this stone in that old fool Odin's treasure vault when I stole that little girl's research. Apparently, it can hide the aura and all life signs of the wearer. I see. James said, weakly closing his eyes. Good to know. A moment later, James' body began to break down into cherry blossom petals, starting from the large hole in his torso, leaving Sixth Sense and Carnage lying on the ground. While Acnologia widened his eyes in surprise, Rysavim closed his eyes, threw his head back, and began laughing uproariously. In that case, I'll be taking that. Yoink. James' voice sounded in front of Rysavim. That still doesn't explain how I never found you or Acnologia while you were hiding on the island. Oh well, I can figure that out after killing you both. Crack. Rysavim immediately opened his eyes when he heard James' voice, no longer sounding weak, from in front of him. Then, his face contorted in anger when the chain that held the pendant was broken, and James held the presence-concealing pendant in his hand. Give that back, you half-breed SC, Rysavim shouted before he was forced to stop. With his mouth hanging open, Rysavim's eyes widened in surprise as blood began seeping from between his lips. A moment later, Rysavim lowered his head, only to see James' arm stabbed into his chest. And although he was not sure, he felt as if it had pierced all the way through his back, as well. And just as Rysavim thought, James' hand had, indeed, pierced all the way through his back. And held in that hand was Rysavim's heart, that was still beating, even if slowly. Before it could stop beating, however, James' hand turned into petal blades and shredded the heart into paste. After reverting his hand back to normal, James pulled his hand from Rysavim's chest. Then, he turned around to face Acnologia. I'm surprised you're still here. James said, tilting his head in confusion. I mean, you should know that you're no match for me, right? Instead of responding, Acnologia simply growled. Even if he was on the verge of death before Rysavim's interruption, he did not believe that he would find himself in the same position as last time. He had already seen that trick, after all. Meanwhile, James returned the many petal blades that continued to float around Acnologia, something he did not seem to realize, back to their former place. Then, he released his Super Devil transformation. After that, he walked over to Sixth Sense and Carnage, picked them up one at a time, sheathed them, and took a bit of distance from Acnologia, who watched him warily. Well, there's no point in drawing this out any further. James said, pulling a bow and a quiver out of his storage space. Though it was surprising to see James wield any weapon other than a katana, or two. What was most surprising was the quiver he placed on his waist. Since there was only one arrow in it. A moment later, James pulled the arrow from the quiver with a frown on his face. Then, he knocked it on the bow and pulled the string tight. Hurry up and take the shot, that thing feels so uncomfortable. Drake said, rushing James. Meanwhile, Acnologia began to step back, the arrow making him feel uncomfortable as well. Unfortunately, with one of his wings severed, he could not simply fly away. I can't believe I forgot I took this from the Chalba guy. James said as he took aim at Acnologia. Even worse, I could have used it last time we fought and saved myself a headache and a lot of pain from overtaxing my body. What is that? Acnologia asked with a nervous tremble in his voice. Oh, this. James asked, glancing at the arrowhead. It's just an arrow that had been soaked in Samuel's poison. Immediately after hearing that, Acnologia took a second step back, instinctive fear flooding his being. Well, I would say it's been fun, Acnologia. James said before releasing the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow traveled the distance between the dragon and the dragon slayer. Then, with little effort, the arrow pierced Acnologia's scales and sank into his flesh. Then, in less than a few moments, Acnologia's body dissolved into a puddle of foul-smelling sludge. But it hasn't. James continued after lowering the bow. Chapter 341, End of the Dark Tournament. Human World, Hanging Neck Island. How in the world did you forget you had an arrow with Samuel's poison on it? Drake asked, not bothering to conceal his voice. I haven't done any inventory management in a while. James replied with a shrug. Either way, I remembered it at just the right time, right? It wouldn't have mattered in the long run. Drake replied. After improving to the God King rank, you would have won, eventually. True. James said with a nod. With that, James stopped to look around his surroundings. What he saw was a completely destroyed arena and many demons that did not live through the conflict. I guess the tournament will have to continue in the old stadium, huh? James asked while scratching the back of his head. No one's gonna ask me to pay for this, are they? I don't think that will be the case. A smooth male voice said from James' left. Looking in the direction of the voice, James saw Sakio, followed by the younger Toguro approaching. That's good. James replied with a nod. But to be honest, I didn't expect either of you to survive. When that dragon, smashed through the roof, I didn't think we would survive, either. Sakio said while shaking his head. Anyway, is there even a point in continuing this tournament? It's obvious that this was just a playground for you. Not really a playground. James replied while shaking his head as well. Participating in this tournament was exactly what I needed to get to the level of strength I have now. Where is Yusuke? Toguro asked after there was a slight pause in the conversation. Now that you mention it. James trailed off as he looked back to where Irene's barrier once stood. That's a good question. Turning his head back to the front, James raised his right hand to his right ear, a communication magic circle flickering into existence on his fingertips. Yo, Irene. James said in a cheerful tone. Yeah, everything is taken care of over here. Rizavim is dead and so is Acnologia. So, where did you go? Oh, you went home. How's Mom? Okay, exactly what I was expecting. Sure, if you want to. Alright, I'll be here when you get back. A moment later, James dispelled the communication circle and focused on Sakio and Toguro. They went to my estate in Kyoto. James said, finally answering Toguro's question. They should be here soon. I see. Toguro responded simply. Oh, and Sakio. James said after getting Toguro's reply. Yes. Sakio replied, curious to know what James could possibly want with him. Even if you were to win all the money from your bets, you would never succeed in opening a portal to the demon world. Taken aback that James knew his end goal, Sakio opened his eyes wide. How did you know about that? Sakio asked. I'm one of the underworld's 5 great Satans. My information network is much broader than you think. James said with a smirk. A broad information network, my ass. Drake scoffed. The only reason you know is from all the memories from your past life. I know, right? James replied internally. But this sounds much cooler and makes me sound more mysterious, doesn't it? Making yourself look good and messing with people is all you ever think about. Drake said, scoffing once again. Instead of responding, James simply smiled. Though that gave Sakio a different feeling. This was my life's work. Sakio said in a downcast manner. What am I supposed to do now? You could get reincarnated into a devil. James suggested. All your resources in the Huma world would be great for the underworld. On top of that, you would have a chance to grow stronger, personally. Having never heard of the evil pieces, or devil reincarnation, Sakio was intrigued. Though he was still a bit despondent from hearing that all his plans were a failure. However, before he could ask any questions about James' proposal, a teleportation magic circle appeared behind James. An instant later, Irene, along with Leona and everyone she teleported away from Hanging Neck Island reappeared in a flash of light. Mom, why are you here? James asked, stepping toward his mother before giving her a gentle hug. I missed my baby. Leona replied, returning the hug. Besides, the house was really boring with everyone out fighting. James could only chuckle after seeing his mother's annoyed pout. Then, he looked at Irene with a smile. Thanks for protecting everyone, Irene. James said. It's not a problem. Irene replied with a smile of her own. So, how did you manage to get the mother and daughter at the same time? Leona asked with a few nudges of her elbow to James' side. You know, Lana is gonna be really jealous when she hears about it. In reply, James could only laugh awkwardly. Although a bit of Oyakodon was nice, he was not sure he could get down with having both Rias and Vanillana. He did still see Vanillana as an auntie, after all. At the same time, however, he had warmed up to the idea quite a bit since the last time he saw her. "Hey, what happened to that big dragon?" Kawabara asked after looking around the area. "And why is that guy's body here? Didn't he get turned into a bloody mist before we left?" Internally sighing in relief that someone said something to get him out of answering his mother's question, James turned toward the huge puddle of foul-smelling goop that used to be Acnologia and pointed at it with a smile. "He's over there," James said. Looking in the direction James pointed, everyone wore confused expressions when they thought of that goop as Acnologia, the super-powerful, intimidating black dragon that destroyed most of the arena. "What did you do to turn that thing into that?" Jean asked with a tone of disbelief. "Well, I had an arrow that had been soaked in Samel's poison, and..." James said with a shrug. While the people who were aware of Samel looked at James in shock, those who did not were thoroughly confused. "When you say Samel, do you mean the one who tricked Adam and Eve into eating the forbidden fruit?" When they heard that question, everyone other than the question's asker looked in the direction the question came from instinctively. However, when they saw who asked the question, they were surprised. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Keiko asked while stepping back nervously. Most people were surprised that Keiko had inserted herself in the conversation. Meanwhile, those who already knew who Samel was looked at her with a bit of curiosity. "Keiko, are you a Christian?" James asked with a note of curiosity in his tone. "No, I'm not." Keiko replied with a shake of her head. "But I find myths and religions interesting. So, I've read a lot of religious texts and myths." "Got it," James replied. "Anyway, Samel's poison is the most lethal thing to a dragon, in any realm. So, it completely broke him down into that." Though not everyone understood James' explanation, they all nodded in understanding. Then, James pointed at Rysavim's corpse. "As for him, he faked his death at the hands of Acnologia. Then, he tried to sneak attack me," James said, shrugging his shoulders once again. "So, I faked my death too, got him to tell me how he concealed his presence from me, stole the artifact he used, and killed him. Looks like a Mortal Kombat fatality," Leona remarked after seeing Rysavim's body. A/N, thanks Sick_Rio. Genkai nodded in agreement while James smiled, thinking the same. "If you think so, you would have lost it if you had seen it in person," James said. "Damn, I wish I had," Leona said with a pout. "Anyway, let's get to something important," James said, turning his attention to Sakio and Toguro, who stood in place and waited patiently. "What are we going to do to end this tournament?" Hearing that, Koto's eyes lit up. The dark martial arts tournament was what she lived for, so leaving it unfinished left a salty taste in her mouth. However, when she heard Sakio's answer to James' question, she could not help but deflate. "It seems as if there's no point," Sakio said while shaking his head. "Even if Toguro won against Urameshi, I had no way of winning against Kawabara." Immediately everyone, including Toguro, nodded in agreement with Sakio's statement. "And since you made it clear that my life's work would not succeed," Sakio continued in a downcast tone, "I don't really have anything to live for." "Are you going to kill yourself?" Kawabara asked out of curiosity. "Now hold on a second," James cut in. "Don't answer the question until I've had time to explain my proposal, all right?" Sakio simply nodded his head in response. He knew that if James did not want him to die, he would not be able to kill himself. Until James allowed it, anyway. "And what about you, Toguro?" James asked. "I would still like to fight Yusuke," Toguro said without changing his expression. "So, you want to die too, huh?" James said, surprising the members of Team Uramshi, Genkai, and Toguro himself. "Instead of despairing over the deaths of all your disciples from 50 years ago, wouldn't it be better to nurture a new generation? Or if training kids is too much for you, you could do something that brings smiles to the faces of children." "Bring smiles?" Toguro asked, confusion written all over his face, even with his sunglasses on. "Yup, I know a certain devil who would love to have you in her peerage," James said with a wide smile on his face. "She's kind of in the business of making children smile." Seeing James smile, Toguro felt a shiver of terror, something he had not felt in decades. Meanwhile, Irene could only facepalm. After seeing the state that Issa was in, she knew it would be rough if Toguro accepted James' offer. Meanwhile, Leona had to walk away from the group, accompanied by Urza for protection, to not ruin James' plan with her uninhibited laughter. "Yusuke, you never really wanted to fight Toguro anyway, right?" James asked. "Not really," Yusuke replied. "If I wasn't forced into participating in this tournament, I wouldn't have even come to watch." Nodding in understanding, James returned his gaze to Toguro. "And there you have it," James said with yet another shrug. "Fighting Yusuke now would have been pointless." Besides, with master's training, you probably would have lost even if Yusuke was still hiding his emotions. Though Toguro was unconvinced of James' statement, everyone who had trained with Scathatch nodded their heads vigorously. After a bit more small talk, James collected Rizavim's corpse. Then, the entire group teleported to James' mansion in Kyoto, even Kyoto and Yuri. Although he didn't think either of them would fit in with anyone's peerages, James did have a great job in mind for both of them. Considering that they had acted as referees during the Dark Tournament, James decided that he would get Kyoto and Yuri jobs as referees for the rating games, since he doubted there would be another dark martial arts tournament after the fiasco that happened today. James also had plans for the defeated demons, who also traveled to Kyoto with James and the others. He planned to introduce Chu, Rinku, Jean, and Tuya to Ravel. She could use some experienced pieces to add to her peerage, though he had yet to run that by the quartet of demons yet. A few hours later, after all the fighting was over with, James took Team Uramshi and their entourage back to Hanging Neck Island. More specifically, the hotel they stayed in, to pick up their luggage before teleporting Yusuke, Kuwabara, Keiko, Shizuru, and Boten back to Tokyo, where they could return to their normal lives. Yukina, on the other hand, decided to join Ravel's peerage after Ravel's persuasive invitation, much to Hai's disagreement. However, he had to keep those thoughts inside because he wanted to keep it a secret that he was Yukina's brother. Chapter 342, Another Oyakodon. Maybe. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. The day after the Dark Tournament was brought to an unexpected end, James, who had been away from home for about a week, stretched in a very refreshing manner after waking up from a good night's sleep in his own bed. There's no place like home. James said with a smile as he let his gaze wander over Scathatch, Rias, Sona, and Aquino, who decided that they wanted to sleep in James' bed last night. It is good to have you home, as well. Scathatch said, having woken up as soon as James began to stir. So, how was the battle with Gilgamesh? James asked, curious to know Scathatch's thoughts. He was strong. Scathatch said. He injured me quite severely. James frowned immediately after hearing what Scathatch said. Then, he listened quietly to the rest of Scathatch's story. Eventually, when Scathatch's retelling of how her battle alongside Siyu Chilin went, the other three girls began to stir as well. Good morning, you three. James said with a smile while Rias, Sona, and Aquino came back from the land of dreams. Fufufu. Good morning, James. Aquino said, the first to respond, before leaning over Scathatch and giving James a peck on the cheek. Morning. Jan Rias was the next to reply, clearly still tired from yesterday's events. Good morning. Sona replied, in her usual tone. With that, the quintet began to chat as they all got out of bed and filed into the bathroom. Then, after taking a shower and getting dressed for a day of school, they made their way down to the living room. In the living room, they found Chu, who had been drinking all night without sleep, and Jean playing a fighting game while Kurama and Tuya sat in a corner reading. Rinku, sprawled out on the floor, was also reading, though he was not reading any classic literature. Instead, he was reading James' first manga, Bleach, with great interest. Good morning, fellas. James said upon entering the room. Good morning, hiccup mate. Chu said in a jovial tone. These video games things are, hiccup dammit, Jean, I'm trying to talk. While Chu turned his head to talk to the new arrivals, Jean landed a high damage combo on Chu's character. You should never lose your focus during a battle. Jean replied with a grin. That just proves that I'm the best. While James smirked at Jin's comment, a somewhat annoyed voice could be heard from the dining room. That's a rather bold claim. Leona said, unamused by Jin's claim. Perhaps you would like to put it to the test after the kids go to school. Ha! I will accept all challengers. Jean declared proudly. Well, it's good to see that they're getting along. James replied with a smile, not taking the boasting seriously. Then, he closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again as he continued. And let's see. Hai's in the training room. I wonder if he's willing to have that duel we agreed on now. I believe he would still be willing. Kurama replied, closing the book he was reading. Especially since you have no intention of killing him. So, he's aware that he's going to become a part of my peerage no matter what then, huh? James asked with a grin. Though he is many things, Hai is not one to go back on his word. Kurama replied. Good. James said with a nod. If he was, I wouldn't have wanted him in my peerage. Naturally, the same offer extends to you too, Kurama. I anticipated as much. Kurama said with a nod. That is why I decided to remain here for another day instead of returning to Tokyo. I see. James nodded. Well, I'll reincarnate you after I beat up Hai. Hey, what about us? Jean asked after finishing the match with Chu. Unfortunately, I don't have enough open slots in my peerage. James said, causing Chu, Rinku, Jean, and Tuya to frown. But I do know someone who would benefit greatly from your presence in her peerage. Is she as strong as you are? Tuya asked curiously. Shaking his head in response, James could only smile wryly. Of course not. James replied. I am the strongest devil in the underworld, after all. Who are you talking about, then? Rinku asked, looking up from his manga. You met her last night, she's the blonde girl with the drill-shaped twin tails. James said, answering the childlike demon's question, causing the 4 demons' frown to deepen. Her name is Ravel Phoenix. Now, don't look at me like that, she's stronger than the 4 of you. Ever since Ravel began living with James, she participated in all of the training sessions the mansion's residents had, finding her power level growing greatly as a result. In fact, not long before Rizavim's attack on the underworld, she broke through to the intermediate level of the ultimate rank. While Chu, Rinku, and Jean continued to frown, Tuya wore a thoughtful expression. Well, let's see if she's worthy of having the 4 of us follow her before we make a decision. Tuya said after contemplating for a moment. After considering Tuya's suggestion for a few moments, the other 3 reluctantly nodded in agreement before putting this conversation to the side for a while. Since the third-year students were the only ones still in the house, deciding not to attend any club activities, they would not be able to meet with Ravel until everyone returned from school, anyway. Like that, James, Rias, Sona, and Aquino made their way to the dining room and ate breakfast with Tsubaki and Rhea before they all left for school. Meanwhile, Leona, after seeing the youths off, returned to the living room to show Jean why he should not make statements about being the best in the heat of the moment. After an uneventful day of school, with graduation drawing nearer, James and the other third years, that included Flora, returned to the Alaverus estate, and entered the living room after changing their shoes, just to see Leona, with Zest standing behind her silently, sitting on the sofa, smiling proudly, while Chu and Jean knelt on the floor, wearing forlorn expressions with their heads lowered. What did she do to them? Flora asked, completely unsure of what she was seeing. Looks like noob bullying to me. James said while stroking his chin. Yeah, she's probably happy that there is someone she can beat in the house. Ria said with a smile. Auntie Leona always loses to James and Master Genkai, after all. Hearing that, Chu and Jean opened their eyes wide. Then, they looked at Leona with dumbfounded expressions. Is that why you beat us so bad? Jean asked in an incredulous tone. Of course not. Leona looked away sheepishly. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't get too arrogant. Even though she had looked away from everyone in the room, Leona could feel their stares gathering on her. Luckily, 2 other people entered the room, drawing the attention away from her for the time being. Oh, you're back. Venelana said, smiling when she saw the soon-to-graduate high school students. How was school today? Nothing special. Sona said, adjusting her glasses. Considering that finals will start next week, the only thing we're doing is revision. I see. Venelana replied with a smile and a nod. While Venelana approached the group of teenagers, who were still standing at the living room's entrance, the other person who entered the room, Grafia, began preparing tea. Well, since you're home, why don't you relax? Venelana said, taking James' school bag from him and pulling him toward the sofa Leona was sitting on. At the same time, Ria's eyebrows began to twitch as she watched Venelana hold her fiancé's arm so affectionately. After making James sit down on the sofa, Venelana handed his bag to Zest, who received it diligently. Then, without hesitation, she sat on James' lap and wrapped her arms around his neck with a pout. Mother, what are you doing? Rias asked, anger clear in her tone as she approached the sofa with a frown on her face. Last night, Leona told me something rather interesting. Venelana said, ignoring Rias' angry shouting. Knowing exactly what Venelana was talking about, James looked at his mother with an exasperated expression on his face. To which Leona smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Shaking his head with a sigh, James returned his attention to Venelana. You're talking about Irene and Urza, aren't you? James asked, already knowing the answer to his question. That's right. Venelana said while her pout became more pronounced and she pressed herself, her breasts, against James more tightly. Damn, after getting it in with Irene and Urza my opposition to this dropped significantly. James thought to himself while he enjoyed the feeling of Venelana's breasts pressing against him much more than he did previously. Now, I'm starting to have thoughts about being sandwiched between Rias and Auntie Venelana's breasts and how great it would feel. Why is it that Irene and Urza can share you, but I can't share you with Rias? Venelana asked, whispering into James' ear in the most sensual tone she could. Immediately, James shivered involuntarily. At the same time, Venelana smiled when she felt James' reaction on her butt and thighs. Seeing Venelana smile from the corner of his eyes, James looked away before answering her question. Because they were both on board with it. James said, unable to make eye contact with anyone in the room. Unless Rias is okay with it, I won't agree to it. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly after James finished giving his answer. Shit, did I really just say that? James asked himself. You sure did, partner. Drake replied while doing his best to suppress his laughter. Damn it, this isn't going to end well. James said internally. James. Did you just say you want my mother, too? Rias shouted. Before Rias could continue, however, Venelana's smile widened as she jumped off James' lap, grabbed Rias by her hand, and dragged her out of the room. Come with me, Rias. Venelana said in a sing-song tone. We need to talk about something really important. Mother, let go of me. Rias said, struggling to free herself from Venelana's grasp. I need to give James a piece of my mind. Now, that can wait until we have a bit of mother-daughter bonding time. Venelana replied, continuing to drag Rias out of the room. Then, when we're done, maybe we can have some mother-daughter bonding time in James' room. While Venelana dragged Rias away, the living room fell silent. Then, everyone looked at James in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. James said, covering his face with his hands. I didn't mean to say it out loud. As everyone continued to stare at James, Leona was the first to break the silence. Well, I guess we won't be seeing Rias for a while. Leona said with a smile. ****, indeed. Sona added. Auntie Venelana probably won't let her go until she agrees. The people in the room who knew Venelana well nodded in agreement with Sona's statement. Then, Aquino was the next to speak. But look at it on the bright side. Aquino said with a smile while covering her mouth with one of her hands. She's got a great pair of boobs. Right, James. Beginning to nod, James caught himself before glaring at Aquino in annoyance. While Aquino only smiled gracefully in response, she could feel a pair of envy-filled eyes zero in on her at the same time. Unfortunately, she could not feel the direction from where the envious glare was coming from. Otherwise, she would have winked at the estate's resident masochist with a sadistic smile on her lips. Anyway, is Hai here? James asked, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere. I've got a bet to win. He's down in the training room with Kurama. Leona replied with a smile, clearly enjoying the mess James found himself in. Standing from the sofa, James stretched and started walking toward the elevator. Well, I guess I'll fill out my new peerage tonight. James said with a smile. I'm looking forward to seeing what will happen when a demon is reincarnated into a devil. Hearing that, Sona, as a king herself, was also interested in seeing what would happen, even though she had no more pieces left to add a demon to her peerage, so she followed James to the elevator. Naturally, the 4 demons followed as well. Eventually, the entire room was left empty with everyone curious to see how much a demon would change when they were turned into a devil. Chapter 343, From Demons to Devils. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. In the training room under the Alaverus estate, James and the rest of the mansion's residents stepped out of the elevator to see Kurama meditating and Hai swinging his sword with practiced precision. He really is quite good with a sword. Leona commented after seeing what the short demon could do with a sword in his hand. Yeah. James said with a nod. Then, speaking a little louder than necessary, he continued. But he's still gonna lose. Not only did James' voice cause Hai's eyebrows to twitch, but it also caused Kurama to open his eyes and look in the direction of the new arrivals. Though to Hai's credit, while his eyebrows did twitch, he did not lose his form or fluid movements. It seems the time has come. Kurama said, standing up from his meditative position. Yeah, it's a shame that Master is still at school, though. James said with a smile and a shrug. There's no one here to seal my strength. That is not necessary. Hai said bluntly. At this point, we both know it would be impossible for me to kill you even with your strength sealed. True. James replied with a nod. Like Hai said, even though James' power and physical strength would be brought down to a level that was similar to Hai's, Hai did not have the level of strength needed to deal any meaningful wounds to James. Of course, had Hai not known James' true strength or identity, it would have made the duel at least a bit interesting to watch. Well, since there's no actual point in this, can we just skip this meaningless duel? James asked. I'm really not interested in beating you one-sidedly. Once again, Hai's eyebrows twitched while Kurama lowered his head, finding it funny how easily James could get under his old friend's skin. At the same time, Hai's annoyance caused him to involuntarily flare his demonic power. To everyone's surprise, his power that had just reached the advanced level of the high rank was now close to the peak of the rank. Mom, look. James said, pointing his right index finger at Hai. I told you there are benefits to pissing people off. While Hai glared at James with a promise of death, the rest of the people in the room chuckled quietly. A moment later, the elevator opened once again. Through the open doors, Evangeline, Akua, Kahlua, and Yukina appeared and approached the rest of the group. "Oh, there are so many people here to train," Kahlua said with a smile as she jogged over to James and gave him a hug. "Will you spot me while I lift, James?" "Sure," James said, patting Kahlua's back with a smile. "But right now, I've got a duel to win." Tilting her head cutely to the left, Kahlua looked at the people present in the training room. Then, in an innocent tone, she asked a question. "Why?" Kahlua asked, tilting her head to the other side. "Everyone is too weak to fight with you." Immediately, the pride of the demons in the room took a hit. While everyone else could only smile wryly at Kahlua's innocent question. "Because, when I win the duel, I'll have a new member for my peerage," James replied, patting Kahlua's head while he spoke. Unfortunately, as soon as James started patting her head, Kahlua narrowed her eyes in pleasure and completely stopped paying attention to the topic of conversation. Seeing Kahlua's reaction, James smiled wryly once again. Then, he let his eyes fall on Hai. "Well, are you ready, Hai?" James asked. "Yes," Hai replied. "Let's get started." A few moments later, James and Hai were standing opposite each other in the sparring ring. While both men had their swords equipped, it was clear that James had no intention of using his, as his hands were raised in a Muay Thai stance. Hai, on the other hand, was crouched slightly with his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword that was sheathed on his lower back. "Begin," Sona said, acting as the referee of the duel. Immediately after Sona's signal, Hai conjured a wisp of the darkness flame in his left palm. Then, he fired it upward as the wisp elongated into the shape of a serpentine dragon. However, before it could slam into the ceiling, it turned around and slammed into Hai, raising his power level even further as he absorbed it. Hai then vanished from his spot in a burst of speed. In the next instant, he appeared on James' right, swinging his sword upward, with the darkness flame burning on the blade, at James' armpit. Leaning slightly to the left, James evaded Hai's slash with a paper-thin margin. Then, he lightly tapped Hai's blade with his right elbow. Boom. Though it was called a light elbow strike, to Hai, who blocked the attack with his sword, it felt like a meteor had crashed into his sword, sending him flying out of the sparring ring and slamming into one of the magically strengthened walls. Damn it," Hai said as he slowly slid down the wall that was completely unscratched after his collision. "James wins," Sona said, bringing the duel to an end. "Even though that was pretty one-sided, he's much faster than an ultimate rank being has any right to be," Flora said, impressed with Hai's speed. "Yes, he's quite fast," Akino said, knowing that Hai was much faster than she was. A moment later, however, she covered her mouth with her hand as a sadistic gleam twinkled in her eyes before she continued. "But I wonder if he's always that fast. I'm sure any girlfriend he might have would be disappointed in that case." Fufufu. While most people in the room rolled their eyes at Akino's joke, Hai felt himself growing even angrier. The fact that he was constantly being mocked was starting to work his nerves. Unfortunately, his whole body hurt way too much to attack the girl who mocked him. As soon as the thought of attacking Akino surfaced in Hai's mind, an immense amount of killing intent washed over him, causing his already labored breathing to become even more laborious. "I'd suggest you shelve that thought, Hai," James said as he stared at Hai with cold eyes. "If you were to so much as scratch anyone important to me outside of a spar, I will kill you." Understanding that was not an idle threat, Hai looked away and clicked his tongue. Everyone else, on the other hand, shivered at the strength of James' killing intent, even if it was not directed at them. There were two exceptions, however. First, Leona was looking at James with a proud glint in her eyes. "Look at my baby," Leona said, wiping an imaginary tear from her eye. "He's growing up so fast. Already showering his opponents in his killing intent and protecting his women. Mommy's so proud." And the second exception was Akino. While rubbing her thighs together, she stared at James with lust in her eyes. "So domineering, I hope he brings some of that to bed, tonight," Akino said, getting lost in her own world. While Yukina blushed at Akino's words, everyone else only shook their heads at the two women who were not taking the situation seriously. Meanwhile, James approached Hai and offered him a hand. "I won the duel, Hai," James said with his arm outstretched. "So, you'll join my peerage, right? Although I despise you with every fiber of my being." Hai began as he reached up to take James' offered hand. "I will not go back on my word." "Good," James said with a nod as he pulled Hai up to his feet. Then, James looked back at the crowd, more specifically, at Kurama, and continued speaking. "And you, Kurama? You're joining too, right?" "I shall," Kurama said with a nod. "However, I won't be able to live here with everyone else. I don't wish to leave my mother alone." Hearing that, Leona smiled as she approached Kurama. Then, she began ruffling his hair as she looked at James. I like this one already, Leona said happily. Anyone who takes care of their mother can't be that bad. Nodding in agreement with his mother, James replied to Kurama. That won't be a problem, Kurama. You're not the only member of my peerages that won't be living in Kuo. So, don't worry, James said. Then, he shuddered for a moment before he continued, addressing the entire group. We'll wait until everyone else gets back from school before I do the reincarnation. I'm sure Master would be pissed if I did this without her. A few hours later, everyone who attended to Kuo returned home. Then, a few minutes after that, Irene and Urza, who accompanied Toguro, Koto, and Yuri to the underworld also returned. While Koto and Yuri were introduced to the committee in charge of the rating games to seek a new form of employment, Toguro was introduced to Serafall. And after hearing Irene's story about that meeting, James wished that he had been there to see Toguro's expression when Serafall told him that he would be a villain in her magical girl show. Please tell me that you at least got a picture, Irene, James said with an expression filled with regret. Instead of responding verbally, Irene only rolled her eyes. Then, she reached into the small purse she carried, took out her smartphone, and sent a message to James. A moment later, James' phone vibrated, and he quickly pulled it out of his pocket. After checking the message he received, he started laughing uproariously. When everyone crowded around James to see what was so funny, they, too, could not help but laugh and giggle. In the picture, Toguro's mouth and eyes were wide open while his sunglasses had slid halfway down his face with them resting on the tip of his nose. Damn, I gotta send this to Yusuke, James said through laughter. He's gonna love this. After a few more minutes, the laughter in the estate's living room finally died down. My disciple, shall we begin? Scathatch said after everyone had calmed down completely. Yeah, let's get started, James said with a smile. With that, Hai and Kurama stepped forward. As they did, James extended his arms toward them. With his right arm in front of Kurama and his left in front of Hai, a pair of pawn pieces appeared over his outstretched right palm, while a knight piece appeared over his left. A moment later, James pushed the evil pieces into Hai and Kurama's chests. Then, he stepped back and inspected the changes the demons went through. Like James, Scathatch was also observing the changes Hai and Kurama were going through during their reincarnation. She was even using her runes to record the process in detail. Both surprisingly and unsurprisingly, however, the reincarnation process did not take very long. In only a few tens of seconds, Hai and Kurama had a pair of devil wings protruding from their lower backs. Surprising, because devils and demons are considered to be different supernatural species. However, it was also unsurprising because they both used the same source of energy. It seems like their demonic energy became more gentle, James said, sensing the changes from before and after Hai and Kurama's reincarnations. Indeed, Scathatch said with a nod. If I had to hypothesize, when Lucifer fell, he was most likely a fallen angel, just like any other angel that falls from his grace. However, due to his pride, Lucifer could more than likely not stand being called an angel of any kind. What does that mean? Jean asked in confusion. Smack. Let Master finish, Siyu Chulin said, smacking Jean upside the head. I would imagine that he wished to become a demon, the natural opposite of an angel. Scathatch continued, completely ignoring the interruption. For no other reason than to spite his father. I have no way of knowing how he would have done so, however. Now I'm really curious to know how he could have possibly done that. Sona muttered, curiosity brimming in her tone. Well, considering that he's dead, there's no way for him to tell us, James said with a shrug. Not that he would have. Anyway, I would imagine something went wrong. I mean, he became a devil instead of a demon, right? To James' statement, everyone nodded in agreement. Wait. But what about Lilith? Evangeline asked. From what I know, she was only a human, right? I mean, wasn't she Adam's first wife? Or something like that. Actually, it came to light that Lilith was never human at all, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. In fact, she is the progenitor of the succubus species. Is that why devils are so good at sex? Urza asked bluntly. More or less, Sona replied. Wait, but aren't succubus devils, too? Maria asked, raising her hand like a student. Yes, that's true as well, Sona said with a nod. While the 72 pillar houses and the extra devil houses were believed to have been created through a ritual that combined Lucifer and Lilith's flesh, it is believed that succubi were born between Lucifer and Lilith naturally. Of course, that is all speculation. Well, there's a good way to find out the answer to that question, James said with a smile. A good way? Rhea asked. Yup, let's just ask Lilith, James replied. But no one knows where she's been since the end of the Great War. Sona said. Oh, that's obvious. James said with a smile. Hades has her. And how did you come to that conclusion? Irene asked curiously. Because Pop exists. James said with a shrug. How else could Hades have been creating devils like that? With that, everyone who knew of Cassiel's backstory wore expressions of realization. At the same time, James' expression turned into a bloodthirsty grin. Well, I guess I'll be ticking off an item on my bucket list this weekend. James said. If Hades doesn't hand over Lilith, who is actually my grandma, I'm gonna put my foot up his bony ass. Then, I'll just take her. After James' declaration, everyone looked at him as if he were Karazi. However, that did not stop him from continuing. And I really hope he denies my request. Chapter 344, How James Rescued Lilith I. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Seated in the Satan's meeting room in the Devil Council building, 4 of the 5 great Satans met while James should have been at school, preparing for his graduation from Ko Academy. Since James accepted Karama and High into his second peerage, completing it, a week has passed and James' trip to the land of the dead was over, leaving all the upper echelons of Devil Society thoroughly confused. How did he manage to bring her back? Falbium, the least likely candidate to start a conversation, asked in a sleepy tone. I don't know how many teams I've read the report. Still, none of it makes any sense. I don't know. Surzex replied. I don't even know how he got us to agree to his plan to visit the land of the dead alone. What's even more baffling is that there were no reports of a battle in Hades territory. Ajuka added to the conversation. Hell, there wasn't even a report of a Grim Reaper dying. Isn't that obvious? Seraphal asked, puffing her chest proudly. If it's so obvious. Surzex said with an exasperated sigh. Then would you please enlighten us? Because Jakuin is the best. Seraphal said with a big smile on her face. Simultaneously, Surzex and Ajuka facepalmed at the totally expected response from Seraphal. Then, they both picked up the report James had submitted about the incident and started reading it for the 100th time in the last few days. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. At the same time, in the Alaverus estate, a small girl with long black hair tied into a ponytail with gray eyes was seated on the sofa playing a video game, frustration evident on her pretty face. James, why is this so hard? The little girl, Lilith, the original Lucifer's wife, asked as she failed to beat the boss she was fighting once again. That's just how it is, Grandma. James replied, trying his best not to snicker at Lilith's obsession with video games since he brought her back from the land of the dead. Hell, all Souls-like games are like that. At least until you figure out the patterns. While Lilith pouted in frustration, James smiled while thinking about what he did over the past week. Flashback. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. The day after accepting High and Karama into his peerage, James, accompanied by his queens, Scathatch and Irene, went to the underworld to meet with the other 4 great Satans and the Devil Council in his capacity as Sataniel. You know, now that I think about it. James muttered as he walked through the halls of the Devil Council building. How the hell did they come up with Sataniel as my title? What do you mean? Irene asked curiously. In most stories, that's the name of the demon of wrath, right? That's true. James replied with a nod. But it's also the name of a traitorous fallen angel from Grigori. Hell, he was once part of the Cows Brigade. Really? I never heard about that. Irene questioned. But if that's true, it sounds like they are mocking you. Waving dismissively, James denied that assumption. Nah, by that time, I was already considered the strongest devil in the underworld. James said with a smile. So, mocking me in that way would have been kinda dumb. It is more than likely due to the uncreative fools in the council. Scathatch chimed in. It is obvious that they are not much in the way of forward thinking, based on how long they allowed the leeches of the council to continue their actions. Hearing Scathatch's reasoning, both James and Irene could only nod their heads. A lack of creativity was definitely a probable cause for James' lackluster title. A few minutes later, with the trio continuing to chat idly, they finally reached the council's meeting room. Stepping in front of the other 2, Scathatch was the one to pull the door open, gesturing for James to enter. Then, she fell in line with Irene and followed him into the meeting room. After entering the meeting room, James scanned the devils present. Realizing that all 40 of the council members and the other Satans were present, James nodded in satisfaction. Good evening, everyone. James said with a smile as he walked toward his designated throne. Then, after taking his seat, with Scathatch and Irene standing behind him, James continued. I know we're all busy people, so I'll skip all the pleasantries. Seeing that a lot of the council members frowned at his perceived lack of manners, James simply continued to smile while ignoring their discontent. Even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do about it, anyway. Very well. Zekrom said, bringing an end to all the discontent grumbling with his statement. Then, why did you call for this council meeting? Hearing Zekrom's question, everyone firmly placing their gazes on James, who was still smiling. However, when James heard the question, his smile gained a bit of viciousness to it. I plan to go to the land of the dead. James said, more informing the others of his decision than asking for their permission. Hearing the tone in James' voice, the discontent in the council members' gazes grew more apparent. However, James continued to ignore them. And why would you do that? Surzex asked, curious to see where James was going with this. You know my lineage, right? James asked. Yes, you are the son of my bishop, Cassiel. Surzex replied. And what about his lineage? James asked. He was an escaped experiment of Hades. Surzex said, trailing off at the end. Don't tell me, are you going there to take revenge for Hades almost killing your father? Waving dismissively, James could only smile wryly. Although wrath was his main sin, he was old and educated enough to know just how big a political shitstorm he would whip up if he went to the land of the dead and attacked one of the Greek pantheon's most influential deities. Although that sounds like fun, I'm not that brash. James said with a smile. But you have to wonder, how did Hades create my father and all the other failed devil experiments? Hearing that, everyone focused on James' next words. Although they knew it should have been impossible for Hades to create devils with new bloodlines, they never figured out how that was possible. Meanwhile, James glanced over the expressions of the other higher-ups in the room. Based on what he saw, they had clearly put a lot of thought into it, but they could not figure out the trick behind Hades' experiments. Master was right, these old fogies have no creativity. James thought as he scanned all the expressions in the room. I guess they're just too old and stuck in their ways. How were the 72 pillar houses created? James asked as he leaned forward and supported his chin with his intertwined fingers. With a ritual performed by the original Lucifer using his and Lilith's. Ajuka said, his eyes widening as he reached that point. That's right. James nodded when Ajuka figured out what he was getting at. Although not as quickly as Ajuka, the faces of the others, except for Zekrom, whose facial expression hardly ever changed, began to pale in realization. You think he somehow procured the corpse of the original Lucifer and Lilith? Zekrom asked in an even tone. The corpse of Lucifer, yes. James said, nodding toward the first Baal. But I have my suspicions that Lilith is still alive, or at least she was when my father was created. Does that mean you intend to retrieve their bodies? Surzex asked, a slight frown on his face. Exactly. James said with a nod. If they are both dead, then we should retrieve their bodies so they can be given proper burial rites. However, if Lilith is still alive, I'd like to save her from the status of being Hades' lab rat. I approve. Zekrom said, surprising the rest of the Devil Council members. Just the thought of our progenitors' bodies being in the clutches of another pantheon is disgraceful. We shall send a messenger to Olympus with our intentions to have them returned immediately. I knew that would stoke that old man's pride. James thought to himself. As one of the oldest devils, there is no way that Zekrom would allow the possibility of such a slight on the devils. Naturally, after Zekrom's declaration, the Devil Council members fell in line. Meanwhile, Surzex, Ajuka, and Falbium exchanged confused glances. While Seraphal simply looked at James with stars in her eyes. Not only because he had done something she deemed amazing, but also because of his new manga, Is This a Zombie?, that she found absolutely hilarious. A breath of fresh air, with magical girls, after reading Puella Magi Madoka Magica, which she would grudgingly admit was a masterpiece. Flashback end . Man, if I didn't spring that shit on them out of the blue, Surzex and the rest would have protested. James thought to himself. I mean, even though he was just bullshitting because of his pride in the case of Chow Chow, Surzex really is against anything that would cause a war to start. Yeah, that little plan of yours would have never even caught traction had you talked it over with the Satans beforehand. Drake replied. But how did you come up with such a subtle manipulation? Master's experience and wisdom are vast. James replied internally. So, you're saying you used Skathaka's old lady wisdom? Drake asked. Absolutely not. James said, feeling a shiver go down his spine. At the same time, Drake felt his soul shiver as well. Both he and James could feel Skathaka's killing intent locking onto them from a distance. Damn it, Drake. James shouted internally. Don't pull me into your shit. Even if Master wants to kick your ass, you know whose ass she'll kick to get to you. How the hell did she even know I was thinking something rude about her? Drake asked with his soul still shuddering in fear. You know, partner, I think I've changed my mind about having you as an heir. I don't really need a physical body anymore. So, there is no reason for me to teach you my skills. Holy shit. James muttered internally. Did you just give up the chance to get a new body because you're afraid of getting your ass kicked by Master? Did the dragon of domination just fold like a piece of paper? Damn, all these years turned you into a pussy, huh? Of course not. I am why Drake Gotch. I fear nothing. Drake roared. A moment later, however, his tone changed into something much less dominant as he continued. I'm just saying, things have gone well for me ever since I became the boosted gear. There's no reason to change a good thing, right? What's the human saying again? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? At that, James could only deadpan. In fact, even though he could not even look at Drake, the dragon could feel the judgment in James' gaze. Don't look at me like that. Drake said, James' gaze into empty space making him feel uncomfortable. Pussy. James said. Damn it. I lost again. Lilith shouted as she raised the controller above her head. That immediately caused James to start moving. Just as Lilith lowered her hand, intending to smash the controller on the floor in front of the sofa, James dove forward to intercept. As his hand approached the controller's landing point, James felt as if everything was moving in slow motion. Please, I have to make it in time. James thought to himself. That's my limited edition cherry blossom pink controller. Even though I could fix it with magic, I don't want to see it smashed into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, while James was diving from the sofa, a teleportation circle appeared in the corner of the living room. When it vanished, Leona, Venelana, and Grafia appeared in its place. A moment later, James managed to get his hand under the controller, saving it from a cruel, rage-quit-induced fate. Thanks Satan. I made it in time. James said in a relieved tone. First of all, why are you thanking yourself? Leona said in a playful tone. Then, her tone became much more severe as she asked her next question. More importantly, why are you at home and not at school? Oh, hey, Mom. James said as he picked himself up from the floor. There are 3 reasons, actually. Do tell. Leona said, crossing her arms under her breasts and above her, clearly pregnant, protruding stomach. First, James said, holding up the controller, because Grandma got really interested in Souls-like games. Nodding in understanding, Leona, though unsatisfied with that answer, gestured to James to continue. Second, because I wanted to spend some time with Grandma to get to know her. James said with a smile, causing Lilith, who had been isolated and experimented on for nearly a millennium, to smile in return. Much more accepting of that reason, Leona nodded once again. And the third? Leona asked. Because, after finals ended, school got boring as hell. James said with a bright smile. Like James, Leona also smiled brightly after hearing his last reason. I understand. Leona said with a nod. Well then, have fun with mother-in-law. The little one has been really energetic today, so, I'm a little tired. I'm gonna go and take a nap. Meanwhile, Venelana and Grafia had similar thoughts about that conversation. That went almost exactly like I expected it to. Venelana and Grafia thought simultaneously. Chapter 345, How James Rescued Lilith 2. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. After Leona left the living room and went to her bedroom on the first floor of the estate, Grafia left the room to prepare tea. Meanwhile, Venelana approached the sofa that James was sitting on before she arrived. Then, after pulling James' arm and making him sit next to her, she then pulled his head into her lap and began running her fingers between his braids with a smile on her face. The first time she did this, I was in so much pain that I couldn't even relax. James mused as he enjoyed the feeling of Venelana's soft fingers on his scalp. But after I came to my senses, I jumped away as quickly as I could. Stopping his thought there, James turned his head slightly and tried to look up at Venelana's face, though her large breasts made that quite difficult. But now, I just led her to it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. James continued his musings. On top of that, I'm starting to look forward to having her and Rias in bed together, despite myself. James, give me the controller back. Lilith said, her hand stretched out in James' direction. This time, I'm gonna beat that bastard for sure. Okay. James said, handing the controller that he was still holding back to Lilith. Then, with his eyes slightly upturned, he continued. But if you break my limited edition controller I'll be really upset, Grandma. Waving off James' attempt at making puppy eyes, Lilith turned her attention back to the TV. Don't do that ever again. Lilith said, a bit put off with James' expression. You're a man, don't show me an expression like a little girl. In response, James simply chuckled. Then, with Venelana still rubbing his scalp, he closed his eyes and continued thinking about how he managed to rescue his grandmother, Lilith, from the land of the dead. Flashback. The land of the dead. A few days after the meeting James called with the Devil Council, he found himself, Scathatch, and Irene walking through the most uninhabitable part of the underworld, the land of the dead. In front of them was a guide, one of Hades' more elite Grim Reapers, someone whose name James could not be bothered to remember. You know, humans probably think of this, James said, gesturing all around him, when they think of the underworld. Well, most humans do think of the underworld as a realm of the dead, so it makes sense. Irene replied with a shrug. I guess that does make sense, James said with a nod. Back in the days of old, even the ignorant humans regarded the underworld and the land of the dead as separate places, Scathatch said, adding her own experience to the conversation. However, over the years, centuries, it would seem that most of that knowledge was lost or combined. Well, the advent of science and technology will do that, James said with a shrug. Fantastical things are not as widespread with any degree of seriousness anymore. I suppose you are right, Scathatch replied with a nod. As the trio continued to chat while following the silent Grim Reaper, they eventually arrived at a large, luxuriously designed castle with many gold accents. Although they all knew this was Hades' castle, they felt it looked more like a Greek temple rather than a castle. We have arrived, the Grim Reaper said in an emotionless tone. I can see that, James said before walking past the Grim Reaper toward the entrance. Simultaneously shaking their heads at James' attitude, Scathatch and Irene followed him into the castle without a word. As soon as the trio made it through the castle's entrance, they were stopped by a squad of Grim Reapers. State your business, the leader of the squad of Grim Reapers ordered as the wisps of soul fire and his skull mask blazed a little brighter. We're here to see Hades, James said nonchalantly, pulling out the message they received from Zeus in response to the Devil Council's complaint about Hades. Although the gods of Olympus were not happy at the tone of the message they received from the Devil Council, after remembering that James killed Acnologia, they were not about to test whether or not the devils would send him to Mount Olympus if they did not get what they wanted. Even if Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades were all at the god-king rank, Zeus, even weaker than Hades, had no illusions that he could defeat James, who was also at the god-king rank. On top of that, James was the wielder of the boosted gear. The amount that he could increase his strength with the balance breaker was not something he was confident in facing. So, begrudgingly, he penned a letter that gave James permission to enter the land of the dead. Damn, all this gold, in such a gloomy place, is a bit tacky, isn't it? James asked, while the Grim Reaper read the letter from Olympus. Although I don't disagree, Irene replied. The craftsmanship is truly spectacular. Indeed, Scathatch said as she observed her surroundings. I have no doubt that Hephaestus was integral in this castle's creation. I still think it looks tacky, James said with a shrug. Meanwhile, as the Grim Reaper leading the squad read the letter, he visibly twitched every time he heard an insult directed at the castle. Since this was one of Hades' die-hard followers among the Grim Reapers, he was tempted to swing his scythe at James for his disrespect. Luckily, he knew he was outmatched. Otherwise, he would have given James a reason to do exactly what he wanted ever since he set foot in the land of the dead. Go on a rampage. Very well, the Grim Reaper leader said after reading the letter. Leave any weapons here. Then, follow me to Lord Hades' throne room. Yeah, no, James said nonchalantly. There's no way in hell I'm leaving my weapons anywhere. Considering how shady Hades is, that's never gonna happen. Then I will have to ask you to leave, the Grim Reaper leader said, the rage in his tone evident. No can do, buddy, James said. There are several devil soul signals nearby. So, I know what I came here for is here. If you refuse to leave peacefully, then we will remove you by force, the Grim Reaper leader said, materializing his scythe in his hands. While the rest of the squad also materialized their scythes, James watched them with anticipation in his eyes. He was hoping, praying, that they would attack. If they did, considering that he had permission from Zeus to search for Lilith in the castle, then he would be completely justified in damaging Hades' forces and castle a little bit. Unfortunately for James, the deep voice of a man echoed through the corridors. Allow them to pass, the voice said. Yes, Lord Hades, the Grim Reaper leader said, dematerializing his scythe before bowing in the direction the voice came from. TCH. James clicked his tongue in a mixture of disappointment and annoyance. Please, follow me to Lord Hades' throne room, the Grim Reaper leader said, pretending that he did not hear James clicking his tongue. Like that, with the conflict avoided, James, Scathatch, and Irene followed the squad of Grim Reapers towards the throne room. Then, after a short walk, they arrived outside a set of large double doors. Damn, those are big, James said while observing the doors. I wonder if he's compensating for something. Well, he is just a skeleton, so. While the Grim Reapers were tempted to materialize their scythes once again, Scathatch and Irene could only smile wryly while shaking their heads. James was laying it on pretty thick. It was obvious that he was trying to get someone, anyone, in the land of the dead to attack him so that he could justifiably fight with Hades. After glaring at James with murderous intent, the leader of the Grim Reapers turned toward the doors. Then, after a few deep breaths, he announced their presence. "Lord Hades, I have escorted the visitors," the Grim Reaper leader said. "Show them in." Hades' voice sounded from the other side of the doors. With Hades' order, 2 of the Grim Reapers pulled the doors open and revealed the throne room, surprising James, Scathatch, and Irene greatly because of what they saw and heard, considering they could not hear anything other than Hades' voice before the doors were opened. Looking through the open doors, James and his queens expected to see Hades sitting on his throne while looking down on them with a gaze filled with superiority. And although he was sitting on his throne, there was nothing superior about the Greek god of death at the moment. On top of that, they heard an angry female voice scolding Hades as if he were a naughty child. "Hades, I can't believe you did something like that." A tall, beautiful woman shouted at Hades. "I thought you were better than that. Every time people compared you to your serial rapist brothers, I defended you. Yeah, you tricked me into living here, but you were always so kind to me. I guess Mother was right. You really are no different than the rest. I can't believe you kept a woman in captivity for over 1,000 years." Meanwhile, Hades simply sat on his throne with his head lowered as he received the tongue lashing of a lifetime. Another thing of note was that there was a young girl, Lilith, lying on top of a table at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the throne. However, the trio was more focused on the woman who shouted and scolded Hades without repercussions. "Now that is not what I expected to see when those doors opened," James said with a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Is that who I think it is?" Irene asked, equally as dumbfounded as James. "Indeed," Scathatch replied. "That is Persephone, queen of the land of the dead as well as the Greek goddess of springtime, vegetation, and most recently, the undead." "Just as I thought," Irene said with a nod. "And that would make her Hades' wife." "Correct," Scathatch said with a nod. Persephone was a woman appearing to be in her mid-20s with straight, jet-black hair that flowed down her back, bangs that covered her forehead, and bright green eyes, wearing a golden tiara, a gold bracelet on each arm, a long, conservative white dress and gold high heels. As the short conversation just outside of the throne room occurred, Persephone heard a voice that sounded familiar to her. Then, when she looked away from Hades for a moment, her eyes opened wide in surprise. "Scathatch?" Persephone asked, a bit confused to see the woman she thought was bound to the land of shadows. "It's really you. Scathatch, I've missed you so much." A moment later, Persephone ran down the stairs and towards Scathatch. Then, when she was close enough, she dove toward her, intending to hug the woman who she had not seen in over a millennium. Bang. Unfortunately for her, Scathatch took a step to the side, causing Persephone to sail through the space she previously occupied and slam face first into the floor. "Ow. Scathatch, why did you dodge my hug?" Persephone asked with tears forming in her eyes. "1. We are here for business," Scathatch said in her usual tone. "And 2. We were never that close." "Ah. But I've wanted to be your friend forever," Persephone whined. While Persephone lost interest in scolding Hades and decided to pester Scathatch with friend request, James and Irene, who watched Scathatch's eyebrows twitching in annoyance, approached the throne. "Just take her and go," Hades said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. "And what are you gonna do with those devils you made using her?" James asked. I'll get rid of them," Hades said, sounding extremely tired. "If I don't, my wife will nag me about it non-stop." Seeing the tired and worn-out man, skeleton sitting in front of him, James almost felt bad for him. "You know, I came down here hoping for a reason to knock some heads," James said, gazing at Hades with pity in his eyes. "But seeing you looking so tired, I'll let you go for now. I'll even do you a favor." James then materialized Sixth Sense on his hip. Pulling the sword from the sheath a quarter of the way, the exposed blade turned into petal blades. Then, they flew away into the castle. About a minute later, they returned and reconstituted the blade. Then, James sheathed the blade again. "There, now you'll only have to do some disposal," James said with a smile. "You'll find all your devil experiments have died with a pierced heart." After that, James walked over to the table Lilith was laying on, picked her up in a princess carry, and made his way out of the throne room. "Well, since our business is done, let's go home," James said. Flashback end. That's the first time I've gone somewhere looking for trouble and couldn't find it, James thought to himself while enjoying the softness of Vanillana's thighs. "Whatever, I'll just take a nap." After that thought passed, James rubbed his face on Vanillana's thighs before peacefully falling asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 346, Graduation Day. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. A couple more weeks passed since James rescued Lilith from Hades. And today was the day that James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora would graduate from Kuo Academy. Though, neither of the 7 were particularly enthused about it, considering the things they had been through throughout the years. Gathered in their classroom for the last time, they were all still looking forward to the ceremony. I'm so glad this thing called high school is finally over. James said with a relieved sigh. Yes, and in a month or so, we'll be sitting in university lecture rooms. Sona said, adjusting her glasses. Yeah. Rhea said with a small smile. A moment later, however, she frowned and turned her attention to James. But still, did you have to go to another school? Well, I think the 2 of you and your peerages are more than strong enough to oversee Kuo without me. James replied with a smile to Rhea's clearly irritated questioning. Even if that's true, I wanted to go to the same university as you. Rhea said with a pout. Why did you have to go all the way to Kyoto? Don't act like it's that far away, Rias. Sona said while rolling her eyes. Then, she looked at James with a pout of her own. But I do agree with Rias on one point, I wanted to go to the same university as you. Taking a step forward with a wry smile on his face, James pulled Rias and Sona into a hug. Don't worry, I'll be coming back to the mansion in Kuo almost every night. James said, patting both girls' heads as they pressed them into his chest. Besides, I'll be going to Kyoto University with him. Flora said with a bright smile. So there's nothing to worry about. Oh please. Akino said with an eye roll. If you're with him all day, there's a good chance he'll be too tired to have fun with us when he gets home. I have no idea what you could possibly be referring to, Akino. Flora said, pulling Akino into a hug, rubbing her left cheek against Akino's. All we're gonna do is study and hang out together. Why would he be too tired for you at night? Right. X5. In response to Flora's seemingly innocent statement, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, and Rhea all rolled their eyes. It was no secret that Flora's sex drive was quite high. Even if she could not quite keep up with James' stamina, there was a good chance that he would still find himself fatigued after a session with her. Meanwhile, as the girls rolled their eyes at Flora's shameless comment, James' eyes were drawn to the glorious sight of Flora and Akino's breasts changing shape while Flora hugged the raven-haired beauty. No matter how many times I see it, seeing a pair of nice titties mashed against another nice pair, I never get tired of it. James thought to himself with a smile on his face. Can you two stop? Sona said, rolling her eyes again. If you don't, James is gonna make sure that most of us are late for the graduation. While Rhea, the only virgin in the group, blushed, Tsubaki simply looked away. Meanwhile, Flora and Akino's eyes lit up with expectation. Rias, on the other hand, had started rubbing the tent that formed in James' pants with a seductive smile on her face. And you, stop encouraging him. Sona said, glaring at Rias pointedly. Even on your last day as a student, you're still no fun, Sona. Rias said, rubbing James' erection one last time before reluctantly pulling away. Humph. Sona snorted. If having a little decency in a public place means that I'm no fun, then I'm fine with that. Besides, Mio-chan is James' official girlfriend at school, remember? Tsubaki pointed out, helping her, King's, argument. What would it look like for her if James was somehow caught fooling around with another girl on campus? Tsubaki's reasonable argument caused Rias to pout. However, she ultimately let it go. It helped that Mio was her cousin. If it had been someone else, however, Rias may have picked up where she left off out of spite. Speaking of Mio-chan, I'm surprised you still haven't taken her yet. Akino said, covering her smile with her right hand. Come to think of it, you haven't taken Rose-chan or Cheyenne yet, either. Well. James said with a wry smile while scratching the back of his head. Mio said that it would be a graduation present. And Rose, on the other hand, fainted from embarrassment when I tried with her a week or so ago. And Cheyenne, I don't even know where to start with her. Humph. Rhea snorted. It's gonna be a present for who? Mio's gonna end up with her mind blown and a sloppy smile on her face when you're done with her. But she is giving him her virginity, so that is a pretty good present, right? Rhea asked. I guess you're right. Rhea said in irritation. Don't mind her, Rhea. Sona said. She's just upset that because of Mio's gift, we're probably not gonna get any graduation sex tonight. Once again, Rhea blushed at Sona's bought admittance. At the same time, James looked at Sona in bewilderment. Why would you think that? James asked, tilting his head in confusion. Because tonight is Mio's big night? Sona asked, equally confused. You really expect Master to let me stay with Mio all night? James asked with a grin. And do you really think she won't pull all of you into whatever she has planned for the time I'm done with Mio? Hearing that, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Flora's eyes lit up. The idea for how they all spent Christmas night was scat-hackas, after all. So, they were now sure that they would be in for a good time tonight. Would the students of the graduating class please make their way toward the gymnasium? Momo's voice sounded over the school's PA system. The ceremony will begin in half an hour. I repeat. After the announcement, the group took one last glance around their classroom. Then, they all made their way out of the classroom and walked toward the gym. Well, I guess it really is coming to an end, huh? Aquino said with a smile on her face. Yeah, and it's been more fun than I expected it to be. Flora said, also with a smile on her face. I didn't expect I'd make such good friends in a new country after my parents were relocated here. You never expected to leave your humanity behind either, did you? Sona asked. Of course not. Flora admitted. But I did hope to find a boyfriend, lose my virginity, and have lots of wild, mind-blowing sex. So, I think I came out ahead. To that, James' other girlfriends chuckled. Smack. As the group continued to walk through the halls of Ko Academy and chat about their experiences in the school, James suddenly smacked his right palm onto his forehead, the sound startling the 6 girls who were walking with him. James, what's wrong with you? Rias asked, upset that James' face palm made her jump. Is something wrong, James? Sona asked, concern lacing her tone. I just remembered something. James said, shaking his head with a wry smile on his face. What's wrong? Flora asked. I forgot Lucifer's corpse in the land of the dead. James said, a bit of annoyance in his tone. In my defense, though, seeing Persephone yelling at Hades like that was a bit distracting. Immediately, the girls began to giggle at the thought of Hades being scolded like a henpecked husband. The land of the dead. Sitting in his throne room, Hades sneezed violently. Are you all right, hubby? Persephone asked, sitting in her own throne next to Hades. Did you catch a cold? I didn't even know that was possible. I have no idea. Hades said with a scowl somehow appearing on his skull. I've lived for millennia, and this is the first time I've ever sneezed before. A moment later, Hades shook his head, deciding to leave the thoughts of how a skeleton could sneeze in the back of his mind. Then, he glared at the small jar that contained a bit of muscle, hair, a fingernail, and an eyeball floating in a light blue liquid. Damn it, now I'm gonna have to either make a trip to the underworld or ask that little freak to come back here. Hades said with annoyance in his tone. Even so long after your death, Lucifer, you're still annoying me. Well, if you hadn't forgotten to give it to Scat-Hacka's disciple when he was here, you wouldn't have to worry about this. Persephone said with a smile. Personally, I think you should call them back here. That way I can see Scat-Hatch again. I think we really hit it off last time. Unbeknownst to Persephone, back at Ko Academy, Scat-Hatch shuddered. An annoyed expression appearing on her face, for a reason she could not understand. Woman. Whose fault do you think it is that I forgot about the jar with what's left of Lucifer in it? Hades asked in his mind. If you had waited until the meeting with the devils was over, I would have remembered to put the jar on the table next to his whore of a wife. On top of that, I would have been able to show that boy his place in the world. Instead, my dignity was shattered in front of the enemy. Though Hades was steaming on the inside, he would never show his discontent to Persephone, he loved and doted on her way too much to do that. Instead, he could only listen to her, perceived, progress in making friends with Scat-Hatch in silence. Human world, Japan, Kyoto. Not long after James and the girls left the classroom, they arrived in the gymnasium. Behind the stage, were a number of folding chairs arranged for the graduating class. Finding their seats, the group continued to chat. As time went by, more and more of the seats were filled. On top of that, the sounds of the audience could be heard from behind the curtain that was separating most of the stage from the rest of the gym. Eventually, the group of devils, with their superior senses, could hear some familiar voices from beyond the curtain. How long is this gonna take? Lilith's irritated voice could be heard. I almost figured out the entire pattern of that boss. I'll be able to beat him today, I know it. Come on, mother. Cassiel said, the wry smile could be heard in his voice. This is a big day for James. His family should be here to support him. Humph. Whatever. Lilith replied, clearly not agreeing with her son's statement. Over the last few weeks, Lilith had bonded nicely with the Alaverus family. She really considered James her grandson. And she even liked Leona, considering her as her daughter-in-law. However, she never considered Cassiel her son. Much like she never considered the other 72 Pillar House's progenitors as her children. A fact that made Cassiel feel left out. Alas, there was nothing he could do about it. Yes, Lady Lilith. Surzek said, as he and Mil-Icas walked alongside his mother and father. They survived the boredom that is human school, so we should support them wholeheartedly. Fine. Lilith said, clearly wishing to be somewhere else. So, when will Sotan and Jaekuin come out? Serafal asked energetically. I'm gonna cheer so hard for them. At that moment, James and Sona felt a chill go up their spine. Then, they exchanged glances, asking each other the same question with their gazes. Did you tell her about this? Was the question held in the eyes of James and Sona. As a matter of fact, James and Sona both made sure not to let Serafal know when their graduation was. From her display on Parents' Day, they knew that they were likely to be embarrassed if Serafal attended their graduation ceremony. Unfortunately, they forgot about the presence of a certain pregnant woman who loved to make other people as uncomfortable as physically possible. While despair flashed in James and Sona's eyes, Rias, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora chuckled quietly, looking forward to the mayhem that Serafal's presence would undoubtedly bring. We ask that everyone please take their seats, the ceremony for this year's graduating class will begin shortly. Zenovia's voice rang out over the gymnasium speaker system. Following the instructions, the family members of the graduates took their seats. A few moments later, the curtains on the stage were raised, revealing the graduating class along with the student council, the teachers, and the other relevant staff. And just as the curtain was high enough, James and the girls could see Serafal opening her mouth, undoubtedly planning to shout some embarrassing cheer for James and Sona. This is gonna be a long day. James muttered to himself under his breath. Chapter 347, The Laws of the World, End. Human World, Japan, Kyoto. A few months have passed since Kyoto Academy's third years graduated, and it is now July 18th. In that time, Kyoto Academy's graduating devils moved on to their university studies. While Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, and Rhea stayed in Kyoto to attend Kyoto Academy's university division, James and Flora went to Kyoto to attend Kyoto University. At the same time, all the other devils moved up a year. Now, the youngest of the devils attending Kyoto Academy were second-year students. Surprisingly, there were no other devils who decided to join the school after those. There were two new members of the supernatural community, however. The first was Lofei from Team Valley, who entered the academy as a first year. And the second was Kunu, Yasaka's daughter, who also became a first-year student. While Lofei was just happy to go somewhere and make some friends, Kunu was in despair. Originally, she wanted to join Kyoto so that she could see James every day. Unfortunately, James had yet to decide which university he would attend when Kunu was accepted into Kyoto Academy. Luckily, James returned to the Alaverus estate in the human world more often than not. Surprisingly, with Rise of Him Dead, Team DxD was not broken up. Instead, it was used as the three-faction alliance's special forces unit. If something needed to be taken care of either covertly or with overwhelming force, Team DxD would be called in to do so. Meanwhile, after James reached the God King rank in power, Aileen, also known as Great Red, started pushing James to train even harder. She had decided that he would be her mate, but only when he reached the Apocalypse rank. Unfortunately, that was a much more difficult task than going from the status of a common mortal to a God King ranked individual. Seeing as reaching the next step required a being to not just wield a concept or a law, but to embody it, James had no idea where to even start. Beings like Aileen, Ophis, and Trihexa had it easy in his opinion. They were all born embodying dream, infinity, and the end, respectively. James, on the other hand, knew that he was manipulating matter with his bloodline ability. But he had no idea what it meant to embody that concept. Today, however, was a day he decided none of that mattered. Early in the morning, shortly after he left Yasaka's residence and he was headed to class, he received a message from his father, Cassiel, telling him to rush home. "Pop, I'm at the estate, where are you?" James asked, speaking into a communication circle on his right hand. "What? No you're not." Cassiel replied through the communication circle. "I'm standing exactly where you usually teleport. And there's no sign of you at all." Hearing that, James let out an exasperated sigh. "Pop, you never told me where you were." James said in exasperation. "By home, you meant the estate in the underworld, right? Where else would I be talking about?" Cassiel asked in a frantic tone. "Never mind that. Just get your ass over here. This is important." With that, Cassiel ended the conversation abruptly. Meanwhile, James could only look at his hand, where the communication circle used to be, in dumbfounded amazement. I guess Mom's water broke. James thought as he lowered his hand with a smile on his face. "I better get going before Pop drives the doctors crazy." With that, James created a teleportation circle beneath him. Then, in a flash of light, he disappeared, teleporting himself to the underworld. Underworld, Alaverus territory, Alaverus estate. When James arrived in the room designated for incoming teleportation, a feature Scathatch helped Cassiel set up with her runes. He saw his father and Scathatch waiting for him at the room's entrance. "Hey, good morning." James said, waving at his father and his queen. We don't have time for that, come with me. Cassiel said frantically, flash-stepping toward James, grabbing him by the arm, then, flash-stepping away. Meanwhile, Scathatch could only shake her head in exasperation. Leona was giving birth, not dying. She could not understand why Cassiel was so high-strung. It was not even his first time going through this. Maybe I should request that Surzex let me train him. Scathatch muttered to herself as she began following the father-son pair. It would not do him any good to be so easily flustered like this. At the same time, while he was dragging James through the estate's corridors toward the medical wing, Cassiel began shuddering violently. Then, he lost his footing and fell face first. Luckily, James was able to free his arm from his father's grasp before Cassiel fell and slid forward on his face with the rest of his body suspended slightly above the floor. Ow. That's gonna leave a mark. James said before jogging over to his father. When he arrived next to the twitching mess of a man on the floor, James began speaking again as he reached down to help his father up. I'm actually pretty impressed, Pop. When did you learn how to do the flash step? Ugh. That was the first time, actually. Cassiel groaned while rubbing his face. But I guess I'm not very good at it. Grabbing his father by the arm he was using to rub his face, James almost dropped him when he saw the rug burn that reached from Cassiel's hairline to his chin. Damn, Pop. Ha 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 ha. James began to laugh heartily when he saw Cassiel's face. I hope that's not going to be the face you show my new sibling when you finally get to see them. The reason James was so vague about his incoming sibling was simple. Cassiel and Leona, like they did when he was born, decided that they did not want to know the baby's gender until they were born. Oh, shut up, James. Cassiel said, masking his embarrassment behind a layer of anger. Just use your healing Keto, and take care of this while we make our way to the room your mother is in. Okay, fine. James said, his hand lighting up as he placed it on his father's face. Let's go. Like that, James and Cassiel decided to walk the rest of the way to the medical room Leona was going to give birth in. Along the way, Scathatch caught up to them and walked the rest of the way with them. At the same time, Scathatch continuously looked Cassiel up and down, as if she were appraising him. Scathatch, why are you looking at me like that? Cassiel asked in an uncomfortable tone. Meanwhile, James watched the two, having a good idea where this would go. I am devising the best training regimen for you. Scathatch replied. It seems you are too easily flustered in situations like this. That could be detrimental in serious situations. Immediately, Cassiel understood why he started shuddering not too long ago. Then, he looked at his son with a pleading gaze. James, on the other hand, looked away, trying to hide the smirk that was forming on his lips. In fact, I have been newly appointed as the trainer for Lord Lucifer's peerage. Scathatch said after seeing the expression on Cassiel's face. So, you will not be the only one undergoing training. That includes your king, as well. Underworld, Satan territory, Lucifer estate. While Cassiel felt better knowing that he would not be getting Scathatch's undivided attention, in his personal office inside his estate, Surzex shuddered just as violently as Cassiel had minutes ago. For some reason, I feel like agreeing to Scathatch's suggestion was a bad idea. Surzex said to himself as he read over a mountain of paperwork. What is this? The council is pushing for James to receive a third peerage. I can't deny that he has brought in quite a few strong reincarnated devils into Devil Society, but I don't even have my second peerage yet. Setting the document in his hat to the side, Surzex knew he would have to bring that up with the rest of the Satans, James included. Underworld, Alaverus territory, Alaverus estate. When James, Cassiel, and Scathatch arrived in the medical wing, James was surprised to see all the residents of the Alaverus estate in the human world. On top of that, the members of his peerages who did not live in the estate were also there. Did you all skip school today, or something? James asked with a smile on his face. Before anyone could answer James' question, however, a loud, pain-filled, angry shout rang out through the waiting room. Cassiel, you son of a bitch. Leona shouted, her shout reverberating through the entire medical wing. I'm going to fucking kill you for doing this to me. And if I don't, I'm gonna rip your balls off so it never happens again. While Cassiel shivered with fear in his eyes, everyone else in the room looked at him mirthfully. Although they all knew that Leona would not do anything to Cassiel once she was done giving birth, hearing an assassin that no one had ever heard of yelling that she was going to kill you could be a bit scary. Usually, having never heard of someone would mean their reputation was pretty terrible. However, when it comes to assassins, that is one of the best reputations they could ever have. For the next 14 hours, everyone who did not have pressing duty stayed in the medical wing, waiting for Leona's labor to end. As time went on, Leona's curses and death threats directed at Cassiel continued. While long labor and the death threats were making Cassiel more nervous over time, James was amazed. Damn, it's been 14 hours and not once has Mom repeated a curse or a threat. James said with amusement in his eyes. I wonder how many she has under her sleeves. Can't you take this more seriously? Cassiel said, a nervous wreck after 14 hours of waiting. Though James had been joking for most of the 14 hours in the waiting room, he was more serious about his mother's safety than anyone else. For the entire duration, his perception has been stretched well beyond the walls of the estate, watching every presence within his detection range. However, before James could make another witty remark in response to his father's question, the loud cry of a newborn echoed throughout the waiting room. Immediately, Cassiel disappeared from his seat next to James, reappearing in front of the door where Leona had just given birth. A few moments later, the door opened. Standing behind it was the doctor who delivered his second child. Taken aback for a moment upon seeing Cassiel standing in the doorway, the doctor took a step back subconsciously. However, after recognizing Cassiel, he calmed himself quickly. Congratulations, Lord Alaverus. The doctor said with a tired smile. Your wife gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Hearing that, Cassiel sighed in relief. At the same time, the doctor stepped aside, allowing the eager father to see his newborn daughter. A moment later, after Cassiel entered the room, the doctor stepped back into the doorway. Lord Sataniel, your mother wishes for you to enter as well. The doctor said with even more respect in his tone. Naturally, James did not need to be told that he was welcome to enter the room. Though not as fast as Cassiel, he was already on his way to the door as soon as his younger sister's cry could be heard. Arriving at the door, James smiled, nodded, and patted the doctor on the shoulder. Thanks for your hard work, James said as he walked past the doctor and entered the medical room. When James was in the room, he saw Vanillana, Rhea, and Cassiel standing around the bed where he was sure his mother was lying. Off to the side of the room, Graphia was carefully cleaning the newborn girl. Then, as James made his way over to the bed, Graphia had just finished washing the newborn. Arriving next to his father, James was just in time to see Graphia hand the little girl to Leona. Although it was clear that Leona was exhausted, she received the baby with steady hands and a loving smile on her face. When James got a good look at the baby, he found himself in a daze. For some reason, unexplainable to himself, he felt a connection to the baby girl in his mother's arms that was deeper than he would have ever imagined. When she can talk, if she asked me to, I would pluck a star out the sky for her, James thought. Meanwhile, while James was lost in his thoughts, Leona had allowed everyone else in the room a chance to hold the little girl. James was eventually brought back to his senses when Vanillana handed the little girl to him. Luckily, he had been paying enough attention to what the others were talking about to know that they had not mentioned the girl's name. Mom, Pop, what's her name? James asked as he stared into his younger sister's eyes that he was sure could not see him. Oh, that's right, Leona said in a quiet shout. Her name is Aaliyah. Aaliyah Alaverus. With that, James' smile widened. Then, holding Aaliyah in one hand, he used his free hand to gently poke her on the nose. Hey, Aaliyah, I'm your big brother, James. James said with a doting smile on his face. As soon as James spoke, Aaliyah seemingly smiled, causing James to realize what was going on. Fuck, it really must be a law of this world, James thought as he watched the beautiful little girl in his arms with a content smile on his face. Everyone over a certain level of power really is a siscon. End.